On the surface, you are the least favored prince of the great Zhou Emperor, but secretly, you are the only great emperor ruling the entire northern region. However, beyond that, you are also a traveler with memories of your previous life. Through these memories, you discovered that the land beyond the border in the northeast perfectly matches the geological environment from before your transmigration. What others see as a bitter, cold, and barren place, in your eyes is completely a paradise. How can one not be tempted by heaven-given treasures like the high-quality black soil, weapon manufacturing, or even crops that can feed people for 3 years after being planted for just 1 season? But first, you must leave this place, only because your original body was falsely accused by the crown prince of using witchcraft to harm him. To prove your innocence, you actually crashed into a pillar to commit suicide in public. No one expected you would die just like that. When the royal doctor came to examine you, the original body had already lost its breath. Just like that, you were proclaimed by the emperor's decree as the Prince of Gunning, ruling the lands beyond Shanhai Pass. When you fully merged with this physical body, the imperial decree had already been read. You didn't open your eyes at this time, but quietly waited for the right moment, to see who else would jump out. While you were thinking, the old eunuch respectfully took the imperial decree, walked a few steps closer, and whispered in your ear, "Sixth prince, the crown prince asked me to tell you, you liked to beg for those people, didn't you? Now go join them." A flash of a smile crossed the old eunuch's face, replaced by a look of genuine grief. When he was about to stuff the decree into the sixth prince's hand, a blood-covered hand suddenly raised up. In the old eunuch's stunned gaze, it firmly grabbed the imperial decree. Your head slowly lifted, your mouth splitting into a grin, your eyes flashing with an eerie golden light. "So where did you say I'm being sent to?" The old eunuch's whole body trembled, his mind no longer working, instinctively replying, Shanhai Pass. Gunning Prefecture." Your hand clutching the decree suddenly pulled back, as if fearing the other might change his mind, holding the decree tightly against your chest. And Shen Yeshuan, no, Gunning Prince Yeshuan's smile on his face couldn't be hidden no matter what. All the court officials were dumbfounded. Is he not dead? The official closest to the pillar instinctively looked at the pillar you had just crashed into. There was a clearly visible dent in the pillar, with spots of bloodstains on it. With that force, not dead? The royal doctor who had just examined your condition instantly collapsed to the ground. "The sixth prince has come back to life. I fear my entire clan will be wiped out." You held the decree in your hand, unable to suppress the excitement in your heart. The 3 eastern provinces beyond Shanhai Pass, that's truly a treasure land. "Shinner, are you all right?" The emperor's light voice sounded. Only then did you snap out of your excitement, raising your head to look at the emperor at the front of the hall. "Your son still feels a bit dizzy," you held your head. "Go to the royal medical building and let the royal doctors treat you, then come see me at the Palace of Heart Cultivation." The emperor's tone left no room for argument. Your son obeys. You tucked the decree into your chest and turned to walk out of the hall. Hearing the emperor's command, the royal doctor who was lying on the ground took the opportunity to stand up, supporting you as you walked out, hoping to slip away during this chance. You weren't planning to expose him either. Being a royal doctor isn't easy, and besides, he didn't really misdiagnose. But the next second, you heard the emperor coldly say, "Incompetent doctor, failing in his duty to provide care, what should his punishment be?" You felt the hand supporting you suddenly tremble, then heard a thud. Looking again, the royal doctor had already slid to his knees on the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me." The emperor glanced at him, behead him, confiscate his property, and exile his entire family to Gunning Prefecture. Wait, are we not pretending anymore? Brother, are you showing me the correct way to use Gunning Prefecture? Watching the limp royal doctor being dragged away by 2 guards, you seemed to understand the emperor's intention. This wasn't over yet. The emperor hadn't dealt with you for now because he had already named you a prince in front of all officials, which made him lose face. The royal warning was probably yet to come. Thinking of this, you quickened your steps to leave, with the officials around you all moving aside, as if avoiding a plague. After the royal doctors at the medical building treated you and confirmed you had no major issues, they let you go. Through the original body's memories, you arrived outside the Palace of Heart Cultivation in the Imperial City. After the Imperial Guards announced you, Yellow Elder soon walked out, looking at you expressionlessly. "Sixth Prince, His Majesty summons you." You didn't even glance at this old eunuch, walking straight into the hall without looking sideways. As soon as you entered the Great Hall, you felt a rather intimidating gaze shoot directly at you. "Your son greets Father Emperor." You stepped forward and bowed. The Emperor didn't speak, just silently looking at you. You also calmly met his gaze. The Emperor saw that you no longer avoided his eyes, and a feeling of surprise arose in his heart. "Leash, do you know your mistake?" "Your son does not know." The Emperor narrowed his eyes looking at you. "Then do you know why I called you here?" "Your son does not know that either." A flash of determination crossed your eyes. "But your son comes here to rebel." The Emperor's pupils contracted sharply. "What did you say?" "Your son said." You bowed again. "Your son comes here to rebel against your Majesty." Instantly, the hall fell into a deadly silence. The eunuchs and palace maids around even forgot to kneel, each staring at you in shock. What did the sixth prince just say? Rebel? Could it be that the sixth prince damaged his brain just now and has gone mad? The first to come to his senses was Yellow Elder standing behind the emperor. "How dare you? Prince of Gunning, do you know what you're saying?" Yellow Elder jumped out, protecting the emperor behind him. Disrespecting your superior, plotting treason, you have committed a capital offense.
I naturally know. You looked at the emperor without changing expression.
Your son wishes to rebel and has come specifically to inform Father Emperor. By now, the emperor had recovered from his shock and reached out to push aside Yellow Elder who was blocking him. I understand, you want to use this mad act to show me that you've damaged your brain?
Hearing the emperor's words, you secretly thought, indeed as expected.
This Emperor Zhou was definitely someone who had mastered the art of imperial thinking to the highest level.
Pretending to be crazy wouldn't work with him at all.
Fortunately, your ultimate goal wasn't to pretend to be insane. Your son's mind is perfectly clear, without any madness, and every word I speak comes from the heart.
Good.
The emperor laughed in anger, explained carefully, I want to hear how you plan to rebel against me. You straightened your back, and although your heart was pounding wildly, you still made yourself calm down. Your son plans to collude with remnant forces of the previous dynasty and noble families, gather assassins, and attempt to assassinate Father Emperor right now. You spoke with a straight face, as if you were truly preparing to rebel. The emperor gave a cold laugh. The remnants of the previous dynasty in the capital have already been killed clean by me.
The remaining small fry can't make any waves. As for the aristocratic families, with your current situation, which one would dare to cooperate with you?
Li Che continued, then I will go to the fief and gather the remaining heirs of the former dynasty, forming an army to break through the Shanghai Pass and march to the imperial capital. Upon hearing Li Che's words, Emperor Qing's face grew even more impatient.
Indeed, there are tens of thousands of remnants from the former dynasty in Ningdu County, but they can barely survive. How can you expect them to form an army? Moreover, do you think that the Shanghai Pass is a decoration?
The Shanghai Pass is the strongest pass in the world, and only an army of 200,000 can break through it.
What can you do?
Upon hearing Emperor Qing's rebuttal, Li Che remained unfazed and continued, in that case, I will persuade the crown prince and the various vassal kings to rise up and force Father Emperor to abdicate.
The crown prince?
Emperor Qing showed a look of disdain, the crown prince's power is in my hands. Whoever I say is the crown prince, that person is the crown prince. Besides, the crown prince already has a rift with you. How can you expect him to join forces with you?
As for those vassal kings, do you think the Jinui under my command is just decoration? Li Che fell silent.
Seeing that Li Che had no further words, Emperor Qing's eyes became cold and sharp as he looked at him.
Now, tell me, what do you have to rebel against me?
Facing Emperor Qing's almost tangible threatening gaze, Li Che raised his head and met his eyes. It seemed to resonate within his body. Li Che's eyes reddened slightly, and his body trembled slightly.
Yes, what do I, someone like me, have to rebel against your majesty? Emperor Cheng suddenly froze.
Yes, Li Che's situation had become so dire that he had nothing to rebel with. Emperor Qing finally understood why the always gentle and patient sixth prince suddenly spoke so harshly. He was using this method to show him that Li Che was no threat at all.
Since he could not rebel, why should he continue to hold him back? Just because he carried the blood of the former royal family? Emperor Cheng truly hated the former royal family, a hatred that could not be shared. That hatred was because the former Emperor Huan Yang killed his parents and brothers, wiped out half of the Li family, and even destroyed the Li family's ancestral tomb. But, should this hatred really be counted against his own son? Emperor Chang remained silent, staring at Li Che before him. Li Che was handsome, not like himself, but more like his mother. That gentle and virtuous woman, whose tenderness resembled water. She was like this too, no matter how much suffering she endured, she would silently bear it, always wearing a gentle smile on her face. Emperor Qing's memories were interrupted by Li Che's voice filled with grief and anger. I am 16 this year, and all the princes younger than me have been granted fiefs. Among all the princes, I am the only one who remains in the imperial capital. Everyone in the court knows that I am not favored by Father Emperor, even the servants in the palace don't take me seriously. To be alive is worse than being dead. Since Father Emperor does not favor me, I will simply rebel. That way, Father Emperor can justifiably kill me, and no one in the world will question him. All the wrongs will be borne by me alone. Each of Li Che's words was like a sharp blade, deeply cutting into Emperor Qing's heart. With every word, Emperor Qing's face grew paler. In the end, he even realized that his hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. Please, Father Emperor, grant me death. Li Che bowed deeply, unable to rise. The hall fell into a long silence again, only the heavy breathing of Emperor Qing could be heard. The other eunuchs and palace maids dared not breathe, desperately trying to fade into the background, their hearts filled with terror. Could they really hear these words? At this moment, Li Che felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. That's right, he was gambling. He was betting that his words would dispel Emperor Qing's suspicions about him, betting that Emperor Qing cared about his reputation and would not want to bear the blame of killing his son, betting that Emperor Qing still cared a little about family ties. After a long silence, Emperor Qing suddenly exhaled deeply. Nulin Huangjin beside him immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart, line end. Nu Line, as soon as the emperor gives the order, he would summon the imperial guard outside and have this ungrateful, rebellious sixth prince turned into minced meat. Line end. Nu Line, but he heard Emperor Qing's faint voice. This is the first time I've learned that you have such excellent eloquence. Line end. Nu Line, enough, get up. Emperor Qing sighed softly. I understand your meaning. Line end. Nu Line. Li Che lifted his head and looked at Emperor Qing with intense eyes. Line end. Nu Line. He understood that he had temporarily passed the test and stopped the emperor's murderous intent. Line end. Nu Line. At this moment, the emperor's face had returned to its indifferent expression. Line end. Nu Line. Do you know why I have no plans to conquer the lands beyond the pass? Line end. Nu Line. Li Che thought for a moment and only replied with two words. Line end. Nu Line. Chicken ribs. Line end. Nu Line. Chicken ribs? Emperor Qing looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Line end. Nu Line tastes bland when eaten, yet too wasteful to discard. Line end. Nu Line. When Emperor Qing heard these words, his eyes suddenly brightened. Line end. Nu Line. This metaphor was brilliant, it struck exactly the feeling in his heart. Line end. Nu Line. Not bad, the lands beyond the pass are hard to control. Even if forcibly controlled, Great Chang would pay a greater price. Line end. Nu Line. It would be better to relocate the rebels and criminals there, using it as a buffer zone between Great Chang and the barbarian tribes. Line end. Nu Line. Emperor Qing looked at Li Che, who was completely different from before, and a thought of testing him suddenly arose in his mind. Line end. Nu Line. Since the lands beyond the pass are so chicken ribs, why then did I grant it to you and entrust you with managing Ninggu County? Line end. Nu Line. This time, Li Che thought for a much longer time. Line end. Nu Line. This question felt like a death sentence. Line end. Nu Line. Yet, Emperor Qing did not urge him, instead watching him with great interest as he stood there deep in thought. Line end. Nu Line. After a moment, Li Che lifted his head and replied calmly, Your son dares to guess, Father Emperor, that you have entrusted me with managing the northern lands in preparation for the conquest of Goryeo. Line end. Nu Line. This time, Emperor Qing looked at Li Che with even more profound eyes. Line end. Nu Line. Was Li Che's answer correct? Line end. Nu Line. Of course not. Emperor Qing had granted Li Che the title of Duke of Ninggu County because he thought he was already dead and casually gave him a territory, all to uphold his benevolent reputation. Line end. Nu Line. Although Li Che's answer was wrong, it was tempting enough. Line end. Nu Line. Conquering Goryeo. On the surface, the previous dynasty fell because the people could no longer survive, with uprisings everywhere. Line end. Nu Line. But in reality, it fell because Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty sought glory, mobilizing the entire nation to conquer Goryeo, only to suffer a crushing defeat, draining the national fortunes. Line end. Nu Line. As the founding emperor, Emperor Chang believed he far surpassed Emperor Yang. Line end. Nu Line. What Emperor Yang could not accomplish, he might not be unable to do. Line end. Nu Line. The only obstacle before Emperor Qing was the harsh climate beyond Shanhai Pass, with its high mountains and long roads. Line end. Nu Line. The strongest enemy the army would face was not the Goryeo troops, but the weather and supply issues. Line end. Nu Line. 3 years, I give you 3 years. Emperor Qing's eyes gleamed. After 3 years, if I can see a Ninggu County capable of supporting the logistics of an army to conquer Goryeo. Line end. Nu Line. I will grant you the title of prince, and your lineage will inherit it forever, as the king of the northeast border of Great Qing. Line end. Nu Line. Hick. Li Che silently burped in his heart. Line end. Nu Line. This cake is drawn, just looking at it makes one feel full. Line end. Nu Line. Although it's a drawn cake, it is drawn by the emperor, and he must eat it. It's not shameful. Line end. Nu Line. Your son will surely do my best. Li Che cupped his hands and replied. Line end. Nu Line. Emperor Chang nodded in satisfaction, and the coldness in his eyes when looking at Li Che had lessened. Line end. Nu Line. Since you've already been given the title of Duke, you must have your own faction. Line end. Nu Line. According to the customs of Great Qing, since Li Che was already a vassal prince, even if just a county prince, he had the right to establish a government and military office. Line end. Nu Line. Establishing a government means setting up a royal office in the territory, freely appointing subordinate officials, collecting taxes, and even having the right to implement some laws and policies. Line end. Nu Line. It's as if he were running an independent little court. Line end. Nu Line. Great Qing has a policy of princes guarding the borders, and the vassal princes who guard the borders also control a certain amount of military power, and can even form their private armies. Line end. Nu Line. I allow you to recruit 1,500 personal guards. You may select from any military outside the Imperial Guard in the capital. Line end. Nu Line. Officials in Ninggu County should be selected from the 6 ministries, level 7 and below. Line end. Nu Line. Although you are a county prince, your salary will be issued according to the standard of a prince. Line end. I will have the officials from the Ministry of Revenue coordinate with you. Perhaps it was Li Che's words that awakened a rare sliver of paternal love in Emperor Qing, and the rewards he offered to Li Che were quite generous. Aside from this, I will not give you a single soldier.
Whether you can stand firm beyond the pass, it depends entirely on you.
Having said this, Emperor Qing looked at Li Che.
Li Che still looked at him with clear eyes, showing no signs of gratitude or tears.
If it had been another prince, they would have already kneeled on the ground, shouting their thanks, right?
Suddenly, he found it somewhat boring and leaned back in his chair, waving his hand.
You may go and prepare. I take my leave, Your Majesty.
Li Che decisively turned and left, and Emperor Qing watched him go. Until Li Che's figure disappeared beyond the palace gates, Emperor Qing still gazed at the empty doors. After a moment, Emperor Qing suddenly said softly,
Do you also think I want to harm my own son?
Thud. Huang Jin instantly knelt on the ground, cold sweat instantly covering his entire face.
This servant.
I just can't stand his submissive attitude, but after all, he is my son.
No one can harm him, except for me.
Emperor Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Huang Jin kneeling at his feet. Tell the crown prince, he's not the emperor yet, no need to rush to fight amongst ourselves. On the other side, Li Che left the Yangqin Hall and quickened his pace towards the outer city. Only after walking out of the Xuanwu gate did Li Che feel his soul return to its rightful place, and that terrifying sensation of an executioner's blade hanging over his head finally disappeared. He turned around and looked at the dark city gates, which increasingly resembled a giant abyssal mouth that could swallow souls.
Li Che silently swore that he never wanted to return to this damned place again in his life. From now on, the sky is high, and the bird can fly freely.
Li Che's residence was located outside the imperial city, just across the street from the Ten Kings' residence. After Emperor Qing ascended the throne, he ordered the Ministry of Works to build a large mansion outside the imperial city, where several underage princes were to live in separate wings, until they were granted titles and moved out. Now, only Li Che remained in the Ten Kings' residence, as even the younger princes had already moved out. Upon arriving outside the Ten Kings' residence, Li Che immediately saw an old man anxiously waiting at the gate. Uncle Yang, the old steward left to him by Consort Yang, was always loyal and one of the people Li Che trusted most in this world.
Uncle Yang, Li Che called out.
Uncle Yang quickly turned to look at Li Che, and when he saw that Li Che was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he noticed the wound on Li Che's head, he immediately ran over with a worried expression. Your Highness, what happened to you?
It's nothing, Li Che shook his head. Let's go inside and talk.
Uncle Yang knew this was not a place for conversation, so he hurriedly pulled Li Che inside the mansion. The two of them returned to Li Che's residence. Uncle Yang, Li Che closed the door and grabbed Uncle Yang's hand.
The Emperor has ordered me to take a fief. Hurry up and pack, we're leaving right now.
Uncle Yang froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with joy.
Finally. Your Highness has made it through. Your Highness, where is the fief the Emperor gave you? Uncle Yang asked eagerly.
Li Che replied excitedly, northeast, beyond the Shanhai Pass, Ninggu County.
Ha! Upon hearing this place name, Uncle Yang froze entirely. Your Highness, you cannot go.
The Emperor is so cruel, he is sending you to your death.
Chapter 5, He really can rebel. Your Highness does not know. Uncle Yang anxiously paced back and forth in the yard, his mouth non-stop.
Ninggu County is a place of exile for criminals. It is the most barren land in all of Great Qing. The winters are exceptionally long, especially in the northern regions, where winter almost occupies half the year. Not to mention that it is surrounded by barbarian tribes, with Goryeo to the south, and the transportation with the central plains is inconvenient. Uncle Yang stood still, staring in the direction of the imperial palace. The Emperor is not giving you a fief, this is clearly an exile. As Li Che's steward, Uncle Yang harbored no goodwill toward Emperor Qing.
Not to mention loyalty.
He was a fallen scholar from the previous dynasty, aided by Princess Yang, and had always been loyal to her. After Princess Yang's death, this loyalty was transferred to Li Che. In other words, if Li Che were to die in the court today, Uncle Yang could immediately rally a group of people to oppose Emperor Qing.
Uncle Yang, this is already very good. Li Che comforted him.
At least there is still a way out there, it's definitely better than staying in the imperial capital.
Li Che didn't try to explain that the northeast land wasn't as barren as they thought.
On the contrary, it could be the most fertile land in the Great Qing Empire. In the previous life, the development of that land began during the late Qing dynasty. Before that, no agricultural civilization had tried to develop that land, and it had always been occupied by nomadic civilizations.
The cold weather was the main problem, and the strategic location and inconvenient transportation were secondary.
Even for himself, it would take some time to try to solve these problems, and only then could the terrifying potential of that land be developed.
Your Highness.
The old butler looked at Li Che with reddened eyes. His Highness was still so understanding, just like when he was a child. No matter what kind of bullying he suffered outside, when he returned home, he was always gentle, never showing anger toward the servants.
A glimmer of determination flashed in Uncle Yang's eyes. Your Highness, I will go and gather the old fellows in the imperial capital, and we will go to Ninggu County together. With that, Uncle Yang turned to leave. Li Che quickly grabbed him. Absolutely not. In his memory, these so-called old fellows of Uncle Yang were not to be underestimated. They were all death warriors nurtured by the royal family of the previous dynasty. After the fall of the previous dynasty, most of them returned to normal lives in hiding, but a small number of them still remained in the imperial capital, waiting for an opportunity. Li Che didn't even know their identities, only Uncle Yang could contact them. In this light, it was no surprise that Emperor Qing suspected the original body. He truly had the potential to rebel. Uncle Yang, listen to me. Li Che stopped him and said seriously, I just received the title of a prince, and there are so many eyes in the court watching. If you suddenly bring a group of people here, aren't you handing them the evidence on a silver platter? By then, even if they convict me, it won't be a big deal, but it will drag these brothers into it. Uncle Yang was not reckless, just a bit flustered in his haste. Upon hearing Li Che's analysis, he stopped, deeply troubled. Then what should we do? If your highness goes to such a dangerous place to establish a fief, you will definitely need some people by your side. His Majesty has already granted me permission to form a personal guard of 1,500 men, selected from the various camps in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang's expression darkened. The imperial capital's 3 main military camps, plus the imperial guards and the city defense forces, are all the emperor's loyalists. How can your highness use such a personal guard? You don't have to worry about that. I already have people in mind for the selection of the personal guard. Li Che shifted the topic. I need you to help me with another very important matter. What matter, your highness? Just give the order. I will do everything, even at the cost of my life. It's not that serious. Li Che waved at a little maid in the distance. Xiao, go to my study and bring the ink and brush. The little maid nodded obediently and ran toward the study in the depths of the courtyard. I will list out a list of items for you later. Please buy as many as possible. Li Che suddenly remembered a question. How much money is left in the mansion? Uncle Yang replied, there are 500 taels of silver left. Only 500? Li Che's eyes widened. 500 taels? A prince only has 500 taels of silver? Yes, 500 taels is a large amount for ordinary people, even for normal officials. But for a prince, this amount of money might not even cover daily expenses. There are only 500 taels left. This is what your highness saved up by living frugally. Li Che rubbed his temples in frustration. Forget it, it will have to do. I will write something important, you go buy it first. The rest can wait until His Majesty's reward arrives, then you can buy it later. Originally, I planned to leave the imperial capital quickly, but it seems I will have to stay for a while. At this moment, the servant girl named Xiao ran over holding writing tools. Li Che glanced at her and immediately said helplessly, I told you to bring the writing tools, but you only brought the pen and ink? Ha? The little girl looked at him blankly. How can I write without paper? Ah. The little girl suddenly understood, her cheeks turning red, and she hurried back to fetch it. Soon, she finally brought the paper. Li Che spread out the paper, and Uncle Yang helped grind the ink. Fortunately, the muscle memory of the original owner was still there. Even though he had never touched a brush before, he quickly got the hang of it. After a moment of thought, he wrote down a long list, flowing smoothly. Uncle Yang took the list and couldn't help but read aloud. White cotton, isn't this a flower? What do you want it for? For warmth. Can white cotton keep you warm? Uncle Yang was surprised. Of course. Li Che smiled. White cotton is actually cotton. Cotton was introduced to the Central Plains a long time ago, but at first, it wasn't widely used. It was only passed around as an ornamental flower among the nobility. In the original timeline, it wasn't until Emperor Hongwu of the Ming dynasty encouraged cotton planting that it gradually became a material for warmth. But in this world, the true use of cotton had not been discovered yet. Uncle Yang's eyes quickly scanned the list, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Except for a few items that were easy to find, most of them were rare, and some things he had never even heard of. Li Che saw Uncle Yang's difficulty and spoke, it's okay. You go find the easy things first. When I have free time, we'll look for the rest. Uncle Yang nodded solemnly and carefully put away the list. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Li Che grinned, go to the criminal army and recruit my personal guards. After a while, Li Che stepped out of the Ten Wang residence's main gate again. Behind him, a muscular man like an iron tower followed closely. This man's name was Hu Chang. Although he looked large and sturdy, he was only 14 years old. 3 years ago, during a winter, the original owner found the starving Hu Chang fainted on the street and, out of pity, saved him. Hu Chang had never eaten enough in his life before meeting the original owner. After being fed, he cried uncontrollably and since then stayed by the original owner's side as a guard. This young man had an astonishing appetite, and his strength was proportional to his appetite. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had divine strength. More importantly, he was simple-minded and utterly loyal to the original owner. Chang, are you full today? Li Che smiled, looking at the boy behind him, his eyes showing softness without concealment. After experiencing the complexities of the world in his past life, he appreciated this pure-hearted person who still maintained an innocent heart. I'm full. Hu Chang scratched his head in a silly manner, but if your highness lets me eat, I can eat more. Ha ha ha. Tell me what you want to eat on the way, I'll make sure you eat enough today. Okay, I'll listen to your highness. Hu Chang wouldn't say thank you. In his mind, his life belonged to his highness, so what was the use of thanking him? Li Che mounted a horse from the Ten Wang residence, but Hu Chang's weight was so heavy that no horse could bear it. However, his legs were long, and he could take large steps, so Li Che slowed his horse, and Hu Chang was able to keep up on foot. The two of them walked slowly toward the west gate, and as promised, Li Che bought Hu Chang plenty of food on the way. This guy's appetite was truly astonishing. He accepted any food and ate the equivalent of a normal person's daily intake in just half an hour. Li Che suspected he could eat an entire cow by himself. Outside the west gate was a desolate field, with sparse, low shrubs growing along the official road. The criminals, scorched by the blazing sun, were stationed 10 miles outside the gate. The criminal army, as the name suggests, is an army made up of criminals. Murderers, arsonists, rapists, and plunderers. Anyone who committed a serious crime and should be executed according to the law was thrown there. Emperor Qing made these people into a separate army. Whenever there was a difficult battle or a need for a suicide squad, they would be sent out as cannon fodder. The camp where the criminal army was stationed, from afar, looked like an ugly, sick toad lying on the ground. The broken, tattered tents were set up haphazardly, with no order whatsoever. Li Che furrowed his brows. This is not a military camp, it's clearly a construction site. He saw those ragged criminals, some carrying giant stones, some sweating as they dug trenches. Where was the slightest hint of soldiers? These criminals are supposed to be suicide squads in battle, but they still have to do hard labor in peacetime? Are they being treated like animals? Li Che dismounted and tossed the reins to Hu Chang, saying faintly, let's go, let's take a look. As soon as they stepped inside the wooden fence, a strong smell of sweat and blood hit them. Li Che couldn't help but touch his nose. Hurry up. Whoever delays, I'll chop off their head. A burly man, 8 feet tall with a face full of coarse muscles, stood on the high platform in the center of the camp, arrogantly holding a whip. Crack! The whip cracked against the high platform, causing the ragged criminals to shudder and quicken their movements. Seeing Li Che, dressed in fine clothes, the burly man raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Li Che frowned. The way this man spoke from the high platform made him think of the disciplinary director from his high school days. That was truly a bitter memory. It seemed this guy was also an upstart in the Eastern Dawn. Li Che did not have the habit of speaking to people while looking up. He walked towards the high platform with Hu Chang step by step. Clang! The burly man drew his knife. I'm asking you a question. This is a military camp, no idle people are allowed to wander. Li Che still remained silent and continued to walk up to the high platform. Only when his eyes were level with the burly man's did he speak. I am the Prince of Ninggu, here to select my personal soldiers. Prince of Ninggu? The burly man's face showed a moment of surprise. Is there such a prince in the court? At that moment, a guard approached the burly man. Boss, this is the 6th prince. I've seen him from afar once before. Upon hearing this, the burly man's face immediately showed disdain. I thought who it was, turns out it's the 6th prince. The 6th prince is not favored by the emperor, and his reputation for being weak-willed is well known. The court officials do not give him face, let alone this crude soldier. Sorry, your highness the 6th prince. The burly man sheathed his knife with a loud clang. I'm the commander of the prince's left guard, tasked with managing these criminals. If you want to choose your personal soldiers, go somewhere else. Am I discussing this with you? Li Che's eyes grew increasingly sharp. Who do you think you are to address me as commander? You. The burly man's face turned red with anger. He stomped and shattered the wooden boards of the high platform. 6th prince, this is the prince's territory. Don't think just because you are a prince, you can speak recklessly here. The criminals around them stopped their work and eagerly gathered around to watch, glad to see the clash between the prince and the rough commander. Whether it's the prince or the commander who is humiliated, the criminals would love to watch. The criminal army is independent, directly under the emperor's command. When did it fall under the command of the prince's dog? Li Che's eyes flashed with mockery. You. The burly man immediately flew into a rage, his right hand instinctively reaching for the knife he had just sheathed. Li Che caught the subtle movement of the burly man and suddenly shouted, Ah Chang! Swish! A gust of wind blew by, and the burly man only saw a palm the size of an oily fan descend. Then came the sound of his body spinning in the air, followed by the crackling of bones and flesh twisting. The burly man, originally facing away from the criminals, suddenly saw their frightened and shocked faces. With that slap from Hu Chang. With a violent force, his head was twisted 180 degrees, hanging strangely behind him. Hiss! Everyone stared at that face, taking a sharp breath, the entire place instantly silent, not a sound to be heard. It was several seconds before the corpse of the muscular man, whose neck had been broken, finally crashed to the ground, landing below the high platform, raising a cloud of dust. The loud noise from the fall startled the nearby guards, who hurriedly picked up their weapons from the ground and aimed them at the figure standing proudly on the high platform. Li Che slowly reached into his chest and took out a dark black scroll, raising it high above his head. The imperial edict is here, who dares to act recklessly? Li Che pointed at the corpse beneath the high platform. This man tried to assassinate this king, but he has now been executed. You all, quickly put down your weapons and do not follow in his footsteps. The guards saw Li Che's calm expression and then glanced at the exquisite scroll in his hand, which did not seem fake. Clang! One guard dropped his weapon and knelt to the ground. Then, one by one, weapons fell to the ground like a row of dominoes, and the guards all knelt before Li Che. The guard who had just spoken to the muscular man knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. This is the sixth prince? The rumored weak and incapable sixth prince? If you had the imperial edict in your hand, why didn't you say so earlier? No matter how bold the captain is, he would never dare to ignore the imperial edict. Did you have to rip someone's head off? Such methods, where is the slightest weakness? Clearly, this is a living king of hell. Li Che's expression remained unchanged. Taking out the imperial edict now was already part of his plan. If he didn't kill someone to show power and strength, with his original reputation, these criminals would never look at him properly, let alone pledge loyalty. As for the muscular man, he was just borrowing something from him, thinking that a big man like him wouldn't be too petty. A criminal loosened his grip on the hoe, which fell to the ground with a clang. He stared blankly at the figure on the platform, and Li Che's words echoed in his ears. Your Highness. The criminal asked tremblingly, you just said, recruiting personal guards. His eyes flashed with longing, are you going to save us? Li Che looked down at the man, a kind smile appearing on his face. This king has no interest in saving anyone, I am here to take you all to die. Chapter 7, Do Not Accept Scum Worse Than Animals. Li Che's mouth curled into a cruel smile, his gaze sweeping over the numb, fearful, or hopeful faces below the platform. Your life or death, what does it have to do with this king? He asked directly, without a trace of fake sympathy. The criminals began to stir, some even started muttering curses, while more of them exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Li Che was trying to do. Li Che looked around, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk. You all, without exception, are all guilty and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What awaits you is nothing but endless labor and torture. The criminals fell silent. Yes, what were they? They were criminals, prisoners, forgotten trash. All that awaited them was endless darkness and despair. However, Li Che's voice suddenly rose, like thunder, exploding in their ears. This king can give you a chance. He suddenly waved the imperial edict in his hand, pointing northward, an opportunity to die as a soldier of the great Qing. The criminals froze, not understanding what Li Che meant. Li Che's lips curled into a cruel arc. Follow me to the frontier, where there are countless barbarian tribes. You will die under cold swords and blades, you will die in the icy wilderness beyond the frontier. Of course, you can also choose to stay here, continuing to live a life worse than that of pigs or dogs, struggling to survive with no dignity. Li Che paused, his gaze burning as he stared at the criminals below the platform, speaking each word clearly. Make your choice, live on as a criminal, or die as a soldier of the great Qing, following me to battle on the frontier. Silence, dead silence. Li Che's voice was like the whisper of a devil, tempting these desperate souls. Yes, staying here, they would just be ants, struggling to survive, living humbly and without dignity. But if they followed this prince of Ninggu, even if they died, at least they could die with grandeur, die for a cause. Rather than being raised like livestock and dying silently in the end, it was better to take a gamble. I will follow you. A faint voice broke the silence. Li Che looked down, and the speaker was a young man, thin and pale. The young man raised his head, his gaze fixed on Li Che with determination. Your Highness, I don't want to rot in this hellish place. Take me to the frontier. The young man's words were like a spark, igniting the long-suppressed courage in the hearts of the criminals. I will go too. I've long had enough of living, count me in. Damn it, in 18 years, I'll be a hero again. A guard was infected by the atmosphere, his blood boiling. Damn it, I want to go to the northeast too. An old soldier beside him gave him a slap on the head. Are you stupid? You're not a criminal, don't go rushing to your death. More and more criminals stood up,
their fists clenched, their eyes shining with a resolute light.
Li Che looked on with satisfaction.
He knew that the wildness in their hearts had been awakened, and their souls were no longer numb. This group would become his sharpest blade, cutting through thorns and clearing all obstacles. Of course, not every one of the thousands of criminals present had the courage to fight to the death. The vast majority had been worn down, completely losing the courage and blood to fight. For those who had given up on themselves, Li Che had no interest in offering a helping hand. Li Che stepped slowly on the steps of the high platform, making his way toward the criminals below. A guard hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Your Highness, it's dangerous to approach them, you can't trust them. Criminals are criminals, you can't think of them like normal people. Who knows if someone will suddenly attack. If a prince were to die here, the guards would also be buried with him."
Li Che waved his hand. "It's fine. If you want to control a pack of wolves, how can you not have the courage to walk into the wolf's den alone?" Seeing the esteemed sixth prince truly walking towards them, the criminals were immediately filled with excitement, their bodies burning with heat. Li Che endured the discomfort from the stench of the criminals, walking into the crowd.
A burly man looked at Li Che approaching, and suddenly fell to his knees with a thud.
"Criminal Wang Hu, willing to die for your highness."
Wang Hu's voice was loud and firm, like a heavy hammer, shattering the hesitation and fear in everyone's hearts. Immediately, one by one, criminals dropped their tools and knelt before Li Che. "Criminal He Tsonglong, willing to die for your highness." "Criminal Wang Sanchun, willing to die for your highness."
Commoner.
Every step Li Che took, a group of people would kneel, like harvesting wheat, and soon the ground was filled with kneeling figures.
Li Che accepted the kneeling of the many criminals with a blank expression, stopping only when he reached the center. "Those who can read, stand up." After a sparse sound, 7 or 8 criminals stood up.
Among them was the first to pledge allegiance to Li Che, the thin young man.
Not bad.
With the backward education system of ancient times, Li Che was already very satisfied to have 7 or 8 who could read. "You few are in charge of registering everyone, and enroll them in my Ninggu army."
"Yes." The few criminals hurriedly accepted the orders.
"Listen carefully, there are 2 types of criminals I do not accept."
Li Che's eyes suddenly became sharp. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened.
"The first type, those who commit rape, I will not accept. The second type, those who live by selling children, I will not accept."
Even scum has its limits. Those who commit these 2 crimes are not worthy of being human. This is a matter of principle.
Nuline Li Che would never back down. Line end. Nuline hearing Li Che's words, a portion of the criminals in the crowd were struck as if by lightning, their hearts turning to ashes. Line end.
Nuline, your highness. A man with a fierce face stood up in defiance. "We all committed the same grave crimes, why aren't we being taken in?" Line end.
Nuline Li Che's cold gaze swept over him, and the man immediately felt a chill run through his body. Line end. Nuline, but in order to escape, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to meet Li Che's eyes. Line end.
Nuline Li Che gave a chilling smile. "What crime did you commit to end up here?" Line end.
Nuline, we killed 8 pregnant women, that was the real thrill. The man licked his lips, as if savoring the memory. "If the government hadn't sent soldiers, with our skills, those petty officers would never have caught us."
Line end. Nuline, with our abilities, why can't we work under your highness? Line end.
Nuline Li Che did not respond, only lightly gripped the sword at his waist. Line end.
Nuline swish. Line end.
Nuline, a flash of silver appeared, followed by the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. Line end. Nuline, the man's smug expression remained on his face, yet a clear line of blood began to appear around his neck. Line end. Nuline, though his original form was weak, he was skilled in the 6 arts of a gentleman, and his swordsmanship was no small feat. Line end. Nuline Li Che sheathed his sword and looked at the man, who was clutching his neck but couldn't stop the blood pouring out, as if looking at garbage. Line end. Nuline, my army may tolerate sinners with deep crimes, but it will not tolerate scum like you, worse than animals.
Line end. Nuline Chapter 8, Remove the Armor. Remove the armor. Line end.
Nuline Li Che's words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last trace of hope in the hearts of those present. Line end. Nuline, looking at the still warm body of the flower thief, no one dared to step forward and seek death. Line end. Nuline, moreover, behind Li Che stood the killing god, Hu Chang. Line end. Nuline, criminals who had committed 2 unforgivable crimes quietly stepped to the back of the crowd. Line end. Nuline Li Che ordered the guards to bring paper, brushes, and ink. Line end. Nuline, the criminals obediently lined up, and a few literate ones began to record their names, ages, origins, and crimes. Line end. Nuline Li Che then instructed them to pay special attention to criminals who committed certain types of crimes. Line end. Nuline, first, there were the robbers and bandits. Line end. Nuline, these people often had some basic martial arts skills and could later become the backbone of the army. Line end. Nuline, then there were the grave robbers and thieves who could scale walls and move swiftly. Line end. Nuline, the criminals in the camp had committed serious crimes, and those who had entered with thieving skills were not bad at all. These people were natural scouts and intelligence agents. Line end. New Line. Finally, there were the local bandit leaders, salt smugglers, and gang chiefs. Line end. New Line. They had management and leadership abilities, and these people were the reserve officers for the lower ranks of the military. Line end. New Line. In any era, prisons were filled with talent. Never underestimate the abilities of a criminal. Line end. New Line. The first young man to pledge allegiance to Li Che was named Chiu, with the single character by a line end. New Line. His name sounded like that of a young master from a powerful family, but in reality, this guy had committed the crime of killing his own brother and had been sent to the criminal army. Line end. New Line. Chiu Bai came from a wealthy family and, in order to fight for inheritance, colluded with bandits to kill his older brother and his family of more than 10 people. Line end. New Line. This guy had questionable morals, but he was very capable. Line end. New Line. After finishing the criminal record, Chiu Bai came over with the list to report. Line end. New Line. Reporting to Your Highness, a total of 1,321 brothers are willing to follow you. All those with skills are recorded here. Line end. New Line. Li Che took the list, glanced at it casually, and smiled slightly. Not bad. Line end. New Line. How are the military supplies, armor, and weapons? Line end. New Line. Chiu Bai replied, Your Highness, these items are not in our hands. Line end. New Line. That's right, they were criminals, how could they have access to weapons during peacetime? Line end. New Line. Li Che raised his chin and pointed at a trembling guard nearby. You, come here. Line end. New Line. Your Highness. Line end. New Line. Bring out the armor and weapons from the camp. I want to take them. Line end. New Line. This. The guard showed a difficult expression. Line end. New Line. What, do you want me to fetch them myself? Li Che placed his hand on his sword. Line end. New Line. Hu Chang behind him widened his eyes, his palm as large as a fan itching to move. Line end. New Line. The guard's calves went weak, and he kneeled to the ground with a thud. I will go get them right away. Line end. New Line. A group of guards obediently opened the warehouse, and Chiu Bai led his brothers to carry out all the equipment inside. Line end. Your Highness, there are a total of 500 sets of leather armor, 2,000 steel knives, and 200 rattan shields. Li Che frowned and looked at Chiu Bai. This is all the junk the criminal army has? Chiu Bai showed a bitter expression. Your Highness, we are condemned criminals, how could the court give us proper weapons? That's right, they were a group of cannon fodder, they couldn't be given good weapons. Whenever there was a battle, they were used to wear down the enemy's strength, but they were also feared to turn against the army on the battlefield. But Li Che didn't think so. He didn't want his soldiers to fight the barbarian tribes with such ragged gear. Li Che's gaze fell on the guards. These guys were well equipped, all of them in two-tiered iron armor, with spears and ringed swords. Come here. Li Che smiled at the guards. The guards instantly had a bad feeling, but they didn't dare disobey Li Che's orders. Your Highness? After the guards gathered, one of them cautiously asked. Take off your armor. Ha? I said, take off your armor. The guards were stunned. The king of Ninggu had his eyes on their armor. Your Highness, we are the prince's left guard. One of them tried to say. The prince's personal army, why is it here in the criminal camp? Li Che's eyes narrowed. Does His Majesty's criminal army now belong to the prince? With the big hat thrown on, the man immediately shrank his head, not daring to speak anymore. A moment later. Your Highness. A guard stepped forward. The armor is here. More than 200 sets of two-tiered iron armor were neatly placed on the ground, shining with a cold light under the sunlight. More than 200 guards looked like pigs skinned alive, trembling as they huddled to one side. Li Che looked at the armor on the ground, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The armor rate of the northeastern barbarian tribes was low. 20 households of nomads needed a whole year's hard work and savings to co-finance and create a single set of armor. With these 200 sets of iron armor, they were enough to sweep through some smaller tribes. With armor and weapons in hand, Li Che had no need to linger in this shabby camp anymore. Let them take their weapons and follow me. Li Che ordered Chiu Bai. Yes. Over 1,000 criminal soldiers, like hungry wolves descending the mountain, left the broken camp with great momentum. The remaining guards looked at each other, not saying anything for a long time. What are we going to do? What can we do? This kind of thing isn't something we can decide. Go report it to the prince. Who said the sixth prince is weak? How is he weak? A guard said in a choked voice, this is clearly robbery. More than 1,000 criminal soldiers certainly couldn't be brought back to the city, but fortunately, there were many vacant camps outside the imperial capital. Li Che led the people to a camp with a relatively good environment to settle in. Chiu Bai was clever, and while the others looked at Li Che like mice seeing a cat, he was the only one who dared to approach. Your Highness, what should we do next? Please give your orders. Li Che smiled. This kid was sharp. He liked this kind of subordinate who had insight and ambition.
Go find a few clever ones and send them into the city to buy some supplies. Get some rice, flour, wine, and meat. Also, send the rest to the river to take a good bath. They're filthy like this, don't they fear getting sick? Although Bai didn't understand why being dirty would cause sickness, he didn't have the slightest doubt, carefully noting down every word Li Che said. I'll take care of it right away. Li Che saw that he was clear-headed and meticulous, and was even more satisfied. Your name is Bai, right? Li Che stopped him. Let others handle those tasks, you don't need to worry about it. Bai stood still. Your Highness, You just stay by my side. Come with me to the mansion later, I still have something for you to do. After a brief moment of shock, Bai's heart was filled with wild joy. He knew he was lucky, and finally caught the eye of this prince. Bai suppressed his excitement, forcing out 2 drops of tears, kneeling on the ground, his voice like thunder. Thank you, Your Highness, for your favor. I will follow my lord's orders, even if it means climbing the mountain of knives or walking through the sea of fire, I would never refuse to die. Chapter 9, The Disaster of the 10 Kings Mansion. The Crown Prince, Eastern Palace. A young eunuch with a delicate face took small steps as he entered the palace. The Crown Prince sat in the shadow of the palace, his handsome face flickering in the light and darkness. The young eunuch approached the Crown Prince, stopping not far from him before speaking. Your Highness, the Left Guard General has sent a message. The 6th Prince has joined the convict army and killed Officer Pang to establish his power. He then took away over 1,000 members of the convict army and stripped the Left Guard General of his armor, taking everything along. After finishing his words, the young eunuch saw the Crown Prince remain silent. The young eunuch did not dare to ask further and continued to stand still. After an unknown amount of time, a gentle voice finally broke the silence from within the shadow. I have underestimated 6th brother. Your Highness, the 6th Prince is tyrannical. You can take this opportunity to report his crimes of forcibly taking and seizing to His Majesty. The young eunuch's voice was not sharp, but rather magnetic, even carrying an indescribable temptation. The Crown Prince sighed slightly. Father will not care. Just now, I heard that father is already dissatisfied with me. The young eunuch fell silent, and the hall became quiet again. Bixia, the Crown Prince's gentle voice broke the silence, come to my side. The young eunuch stood up, swaying with graceful movements, and slowly walked toward the shadow. The Crown Prince grabbed Bixia's hand, which was even whiter than a woman's, and pulled him into his embrace. A slight flush and shyness appeared on Bixia's face. The Crown Prince lightly sniffed Bixia's black hair, revealing a hint of sickly pleasure on his face. Tell me, I just want 6th brother to die, but why won't he? Your Highness need not be angry. The 6th Prince is just a jumping clown. Bixia walked behind the Crown Prince and gently massaged his shoulders. Since His Majesty has sent him to the frontier, let him go. Once he leaves the imperial capital, won't he be at your mercy? The Crown Prince held Bixia's hand inside. After what happened today, His Majesty probably no longer has the intention to kill him. I, the Crown Prince of Duqing, am just a chess piece for father. How dare I defy the Emperor's will? Bixia looked at the Crown Prince with deep affection. Then, Your Highness, what are you going to do? Naturally, I must obey father. The Crown Prince toyed with a strand of Bixia's hair. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the 10 Kings Mansion. Since father enjoys watching the drama of brothers being respectful to each other, I will perform it for him. My good younger brother will go to his fief, and he cannot go without money. You go to the account room and take out 5,000 taels as my gift to him. 500 taels, just like that, gone? Uncle Yang showed a bitter expression. Your Highness, it is my fault. The things you asked me to buy required a lot of deposit. And then, with the money for the convict army's supplies, the 500 taels of savings were not enough. After settling the convict army, Li Che returned to the 10 Kings Mansion and learned the bad news that the savings had been spent. It's true that raising soldiers is the most expensive thing. They haven't even reached the fief, and money has already become a problem. The salary from His Majesty's reward will arrive tomorrow morning, Uncle Yang advised. Your Highness need not rush to leave. Once the salary and rewards arrive, you can prepare slowly. Li Che sighed lightly. How could he not be anxious? He had no foundation in the court, and the hidden arrows were difficult to defend against. The imperial capital was far more dangerous than the frontier. Li Che picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea. The delicate sensation of the porcelain passed through his fingers, and suddenly, Li Che seemed to think of something, raising his head to look at Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, these items in the manor, they should be worth something, right? Most of them are gifts from the palace, and some were left by the Empress. They should be worth some money. Wait. Uncle Yang paused. Your Highness, you don't intend to sell these belongings, do you? Li Che held the exquisite teacup and sneered. Such flashy, useless luxury, what use is there in keeping it? After all, this is Your Highness's only residence in the imperial capital. If you sell everything, you will have no home in the imperial capital, will you? Uncle Yang anxiously persuaded.
A true man should take the sky as his blanket and the earth as his seat, Li Che responded.
How can a few shabby houses be called home?
Hearing this, Xiu Bai, who had been brought back by Li Che and was standing in the corner, suddenly brightened his eyes. To speak such words, the sixth prince truly had the bearing of a great ruler. He hadn't misjudged the person. Even so, in such a hurry, these things won't fetch a good price, Uncle Yang said again.
Li Che smiled slightly. Uncle Yang, who said we are only selling things from our courtyard? Your Highness, you mean? Uncle Yang's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition surged in his chest.
This 10 king's residence is not just for me to live in, Li Che's face showed a cunning expression.
Though my royal brothers have moved out, many of their precious belongings are still left behind, aren't they? It can't be, Your Highness. Absolutely not. Uncle Yang was dumbfounded. If we sell the belongings of other princes, wouldn't that be outright theft? When did His Highness change and become a thief? Where is the sensible and obedient sixth prince from before? Why not? Li Che raised an eyebrow. When my royal brothers moved out of the 10 kings' residence and into their respective palaces, did any of them ever come back?
Rather than letting their belongings gather dust here, it's better to turn them into bricks and tiles for the border, to protect the people of our great Qing.
If they knew about it, I'm sure they wouldn't blame me. Li Che was a man of action.
Once he had made up his mind, he would not hesitate.
Xiu Bai.
At your service, Xiu Bai responded and walked in front of Li Che, cupping his fists in salute. Go sweep through this 10 king's residence, top to bottom, inside and out. Remember, don't leave a single valuable item behind, except for books, medicines, and weapons. The precious wood in the rooms, take it apart for me, just leave the pillars standing. The jade tiles on the floor, pry them out for me, be careful, don't break them. Don't waste any valuable tables, chairs, and benches either. If they can be sold, sell them all for me. After Li Che's series of orders, Xiu Bai was left dumbfounded. His lord's bandit-like aura was even heavier than the leaders of the criminal camps. This really was a case of feather plucking from a passing goose, not leaving anything for the other princes.
Are you deaf? Seeing Xiu Bai still stunned, Li Che kicked him. Why aren't you going quickly? Yes. I'll do it right away.
Xiu Bai, startled, quickly responded, and hurried out with the household servants. Uncle Yang, standing by, sighed deeply and slowly closed his eyes.
It's over, the 10 kings' residence is going to be emptied out. The next day, early in the morning.
The crown prince had prepared his carriage early and came to the 10 kings' residence to see Li Che. Since he intended to appear to soften his stance and reconcile with Li Che, he naturally had to show a soft attitude. Therefore, the crown prince traveled lightly, without displaying his princely entourage, only bringing a small team of eastern palace guards and a bodyguard. Several carriages followed the crown prince's carriage, filled with gold, silver, and jewels. When they arrived at the 10 kings' residence, the crown prince was surprised to see that the main gate of the residence was wide open.
What's going on? Does the sixth prince know I'm coming?
A cold glint flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Only a few eunuchs and palace maids inside the palace knew of his visit to the 10 kings' residence.
Could it be that Li Che had planted spies beside him?
That's impossible, the bodyguard, Bixie, spoke up.
Your Highness, look at those servants. They are moving things in and out, probably opening the door for convenience.
The crown prince let out a quiet sigh, and the tension in his sensitive nerves began to relax. Let's go, I'll meet my younger brother. The crown prince's carriage stopped at the gate, and fully armed guards surrounded the carriage on both sides. The crown prince, dressed in splendid robes, got out of the carriage. His handsome face carried a sense of authority. Just by appearance, he seemed like a wise crown prince, a worthy heir. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had a slight ailment in his left foot. He walked with a limp.
Your Highness, this way.
Bixie led the way ahead. When the crown prince passed the gate, he glanced at the calligraphy and treasures placed on the ground, and suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This screen, this tea set, this brush washer. Why do they look so familiar?
It seems like these are things I used before I became the crown prince, at the 10th prince's mansion?
The crown prince was puzzled, but didn't think too much and stepped into the middle door of the 10th prince's mansion. At the moment the crown prince's carriage arrived, a sharp-eyed servant had already gone in to report to Li Che.
You say the crown prince has arrived?
Yes, and he brought several carts of gifts, the servant replied honestly. Li Che looked at the chaotic hall behind him and felt a bit confused. What's he coming for? Him and the crown prince had already reached a point of no return.
Isn't he afraid that I'll stab him with a sword?
After a moment of thought, Li Che spoke. The side hall hasn't been torn down yet, bring him to the side hall.
Yes.
Soon, the servant led the crown prince inside. The crown prince didn't bring any guards, only Bixie followed beside him.
Li Che had no one by his side either, only Uncle Yang standing behind him.
The side hall was also very messy, even the decorations on the eaves had been torn down haphazardly. But the crown prince seemed to not notice, his face bearing a warm smile, and as he entered, he kindly spoke.
Lu Lang, is your head injury healed?
Li Che saw the crown prince's hypocritical expression and cursed inwardly. Another smiling tiger, a man of two faces.
We're already at the point where it's either you die or I die, yet you still pretend to be so brotherly and respectful?
Li Che picked up the tea from the side and replied in an indifferent tone, "No need for your highness to worry, it's nearly healed." Facing Li Che's indifferent attitude, the crown prince was not angered, but continued to speak warmly.
You are about to leave for the fief, I've brought some gifts, things that will be useful for you when you go to the frontier.
The crown prince clapped his hands, and a group of guards entered carrying heavy chests. They placed them on the ground with a muffled thud. Just hearing the sound, one could tell these gifts were of considerable value. Li Che, however, only glanced at them casually, then stared directly at the crown prince. The crown prince still wore his fake smile. "Lu Lang, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me."
Your highness, are you trying to flatter me? Li Che asked coldly. Can a few chests of junk items erase the past?
The crown prince's smile froze. He didn't expect Li Che to be so uncooperative.
I've personally come to visit, what more does he want?
The crown prince waved his hand impatiently, and the guards discreetly left. The crown prince's expression gradually turned cold. "Li Di, we are after all brothers. You're about to leave the capital for your fief, there's no conflict of interest, so there's no need for us to remain enemies, right?"
Li Che looked at the crown prince. Was the previous murderous intent because of me being in the capital? What a case of persecutory delusion. This guy probably has a mental illness. What conflict did I have with you before, that you wanted to kill me? Li Che asked coldly. When you used witchcraft to harm me, did you consider me a brother then? Li Che couldn't be bothered to play along with this hypocrite and directly tore off the mask. Don't hit someone just because they smile? I'll beat the hell out of this hypocritical, two-faced man. What witchcraft? I don't understand, the crown prince said expressionlessly. The puppet found in your room, what does it have to do with me? Li Che almost laughed. Looking at the crown prince trying to remain calm, he suddenly spoke. Crown prince, do you know why I'm so sure that the puppet was your doing? Why? The crown prince furrowed his brows and looked at Li Che. He had a bad feeling. This sixth brother was definitely about to say something unpleasant. Sure enough, Li Che glanced at the crown prince's left leg, then smiled mischievously. Because the left leg of that puppet is shorter than the right, as if it's broken off. Just like your leg. Hearing this, the crown prince's face instantly turned hideously ferocious. He hated it most when people brought up his leg injury. A national heir with a disability, this was the greatest pain he kept buried deep in his heart. Li Che, you are seeking death. Hearing the prince's threat, Li Che let out a sigh. It felt good. That's right. It's always life or death, why bother pretending to be friendly? Li Che smirked sarcastically. The prince suddenly stood up, his face dark as ink. Good, very good. Li Che, this is you walking to your death. Li Che laughed recklessly. I won't see you off, my prince. Clean your neck and wait for me. Watching the prince's back disappear from view, Li Che suddenly threw the delicate teacup aside, then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he leapt onto the chest in front of him. Ah, I've struck it rich, struck it rich. Uncle Yang stood dumbfounded, staring at Li Che, who seemed like a completely different person. His mouth hung open wide, large enough to fit an egg. Wow, so much silver. This must be thousands of taels. Li Che's voice trembled with excitement. Salt. Fine salt. My good brother is really generous. What's this? A glazed lamp? What use do I have for this useless thing? Take it and exchange it for money. On the other side, the prince hurriedly walked out of the 10th king's residence. His fast pace made his steps appear even more chaotic. The surrounding guards walked forward, all keeping their eyes straight ahead, afraid their gaze would fall on the prince's left leg. But the more the guards did this, the more their avoiding gazes felt like needles, stabbing deeply into the prince's heart. Back in the carriage, the prince finally lost control of his expression. He tightly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging, and that handsome face of his looked even more terrifying than a demon. I want him dead. I must make him die. Beishia. He suddenly looked up, the hatred in his eyes almost devouring everything in sight. His murderous gaze swept across, and Beishia immediately felt his legs go soft, almost collapsing to the ground. As the prince's most beloved eunuch, Beishia understood the prince's heart well, which had twisted into something unrecognizable. My lord, I'm here. The prince grabbed Beishia by the collar. Go to Mangdang Mountain, tell Fanchong. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out from deep within his throat. I want Li Che's life. I want his body torn apart. His bones crushed to dust. Chapter 11, Talent, Talent, and More Talent. Li Che squatted on the ground without any image, rummaging through the chest. The prince really was generous. Even if he wasn't genuinely trying to make peace, his gift was quite lavish. He quickly counted 5,000 taels of silver, 1 chest of fine salt, 1 chest of spices, 1 chest of shoe brocade, and 1 chest of tea leaves. Besides, there were some golden jade ornaments, pearls, treasures, and antiques, things of little use, only good enough to be sold for money. However, the thing that caught Li Che's eye the most was a set of black lacquered armor. The armor was made up of hundreds of black iron plates intricately fastened together, engraved with vivid dragon patterns, making it look exquisitely beautiful. It was a set of wild goosewing chainmail. This was a treasure so expensive that even money couldn't easily buy it. Such armor was costly, light yet strong, truly a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, he didn't dare wear it. What if the armor the prince sent had been soaked in slow-acting poison? Forget it. When he got back to the northeast, if he could find the mines from his memories, he could easily forge armor better than this. Looking at Li Che, who showed signs of joy, Uncle Yang felt a mix of emotions. Since Li Che was wronged by the prince and returned from the palace, he seemed like a completely different person. He had become a bit arrogant, even reckless. "My lord," Uncle Yang said with a worried expression, "you shouldn't have torn your face with the prince just now. What if the prince gets angry and hires an assassin for extreme measures? A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall." "Ha, Uncle Yang," Li Che didn't even look back, "even if I reconcile with him. The elder brother is friendly, the younger brother is respectful, would his majesty be willing?" "Your majesty?" Yang Shu didn't understand. What does this have to do with the Emperor Chang? Think about it. Li Che turned around. "Yesterday, I almost died at the hands of the crown prince, and today, I reconciled with him. What will his majesty think of me? Would he think that I am a person with deep schemes, good at lying low? Can someone like that be trusted as a vassal king?" Li Che grabbed a silver ingot and squeezed it tightly in his hand, his eyes flashing with light. "I want to cause trouble. I want to go crazy. I want his majesty to think that I'm venting my dissatisfaction, that I'm opposing the crown prince, that I'm throwing a tantrum at his majesty. The more reckless I am, the more his majesty will trust me, and my position will be safer." This. Yang Shu looked at Li Che in disbelief. He had never realized that his highness had such deep thoughts. He had also never seen such a spirited Li Che, as if a sleeping lion had finally shown its fangs. Yang Shu showed guilt. "Old servant never thought of these, I misunderstood your highness." "Ah." Li Che quickly waved his hand. "We are family, don't refer to yourself like that again." "Yes." Yang Shu's eyes reddened. "Yang Shu, the old me was just enduring, not foolish." Li Che said seriously, "Yesterday, I almost died, and I finally understood that one cannot keep enduring and retreating. If you keep retreating, there will be no way left to retreat." "I understand." Yang Shu wiped away his tears. "Your highness has always been wise and kind-hearted, just like the empress." Mentioning the mother he had never met, Li Che didn't know what to say. He could only step forward to help Yang Shu up. "You still need to pay more attention to the matter of purchasing supplies. Now that the vassal king position is imminent, I truly have my hands full. Your highness need not worry." Yang Shu asked curiously, "What else does your highness plan to do?" "The army is already in place, but the officials of the Ningguo Wang Manor are not all here yet." Li Che smiled and replied, "What is the most important thing in farming and development?" "Talent, talent, and still talent." The Imperial Heart Palace. Emperor Chang was a diligent emperor, rising early every day to work. This was inevitable, as one of the side effects of excessively centralized power was that everything had to be done personally. After placing the last memorial on the imperial desk, Emperor Qing softly spoke, "How is the sixth prince doing?" Huang Jin silently approached, holding a pot of tea at the right temperature. The sixth prince visited the prisoner camp yesterday, recruiting 1,300 prisoners into his personal guard and taking the weapons and supplies of the prisoner army. The colonel of the crown prince's left guard tried to stop him but was killed on the spot by the sixth prince, and both the man and his armor and weapons were seized by his highness. Huang Jin carefully reported, without adding any extra details. Emperor Cheng didn't get angry, but instead smiled. "Good boy, go on. The 10th prince's residence has its doors wide open, and servants keep moving furniture and items in and out, sending them to the pawn shops to sell." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing's mouth twitched, but he still didn't speak. Also, early this morning, the crown prince visited the 10th prince's residence, and after talking with the 6th prince, he left in a huff. Emperor Qing took a sip of tea, then finally spoke. "The crown prince was put in his place by the 6th prince?" When the crown prince left the 10th prince's residence, his face was indeed very ugly. "Poof." Emperor Qing sneered, "The dignified crown prince can't even handle this little setback?"
Placing the tea on the imperial desk, he muttered, "The sixth prince, this little brat, is still angry with me."
Since his ascension to the throne, which prince had not been fearful in front of him, not daring to even breathe too loudly?
Only the sixth prince dared to show him a cold face.
Yesterday, those astonishingly rebellious words still seemed to echo in his ears, ringing loudly and shaking him to the core.
This was the first time a prince dared to express dissatisfaction through action and defiance. Strangely, he felt no anger in his heart.
Forget it, let him be. Emperor Qing waved his sleeve. Has anyone from the court gone to recommend themselves to the sixth prince's manor? No one.
Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes. Ah, that's right, all the officials in the capital have gotten used to living in luxury. Who would want to go to that icy, snowy place to suffer? According to etiquette, the officials of the county king's manor should at least have a chief of staff, but over 30 officials, including Ji-Shur, the professor, and others.
Among them, the highest position can reach the 5th rank, which, for low-ranking officials without any connections, is still a path to promotion.
So whenever a royal prince is appointed to a fief, there are always officials who, seeing no hope of advancement, volunteer themselves, seeking a small position.
But Li Che's reputation was truly bad, and with his fief being in the cold and desolate northern lands, no one in the court had any faith in him.
Emperor Qing suddenly changed the subject. Has the reward and salary for the Prince of Ninggu been prepared?
Yes.
Take it to the sixth prince, and also give him this thing. Emperor Cheng stood up, took a thick book from the shelf behind him, and threw it towards Huang Jin. Huang Jin hurriedly reached out and caught it, holding it steadily in his hands. When he opened his eyes and glanced at the book, Huang Jin's pupils suddenly contracted, and he dared not look at it closely. Tell him that my words still stand, and he can recruit any official below the 7th rank. Emperor Qing said expressionlessly, but whether they are willing to go to that barren northeast land will depend on his own ability.
Yes, Your Majesty, I will go right away. Chapter 12, The one who delivers gifts is a good dog.
Huang Jin stepped out of the Yangshin Hall, still holding the book, when a cold wind blew past him, making him shiver. Looking down, the bright red seal of the Jinui on the book immediately made Huang Jin's heart tighten, and cold sweat broke out. This list of officials, issued by the Jinui, contained basic information about all officials below the 6th rank.
Such things are very taboo.
Aside from the commander of the Jinui, the only person in the entire Daqing who might have carefully read it is Emperor Qing himself. But His Majesty actually gave this thing to the 6th prince.
What does this mean?
It means the 6th prince's position in Emperor Qing's heart has greatly changed.
He is no longer the soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze.
In fact, if something were to happen to the crown prince, that position might not be. Huang Jin shook his head, pushing the ridiculous thought out of his mind. The position of heir to the throne could never go to the 6th prince. Even if something happened to the crown prince, there are still the 2 kings, Jin and Jin. Even the 4th prince, who is far away in Yen, has more qualifications than the 6th prince. But becoming a powerful vassal king is already a done deal. Thinking of this, Huang Jin deeply regretted his actions. Why did he go and please the crown prince and offend the 6th prince so severely? Fortunately, things are not completely beyond saving. Huang Jin quickly turned his thoughts, walking even faster, heading straight for the palace gates. Soon, a procession of carriages and horses laden with rewards left the palace in full force.
Huang Jin followed all the way, arriving outside the mansion of the 10th prince.
He respectfully handed over a letter of introduction and asked to see Li Che. At that moment, Li Che had just finished checking the items sent by the crown prince. When he heard the servant report that Huang Jin had come with rewards, Li Che raised his eyebrows.
This old dog wouldn't take this opportunity to pocket some of my money, would he? Ah Chang, let that old eunuch come in and see me.
In the corner, Hu Chang was chewing on a large wheat bun. Hearing Li Che's words, he immediately threw down the bun and rushed to the door. Huang Jin, who was anxiously waiting, was suddenly stunned when he saw a large man like a black tower standing in front of him, blocking the sunlight like a mountain.
Before he could react, Hu Chang spoke in a deep, booming voice, "Are you Huang Jin?" "Ah.
Yes, it's me." Hu Chang gave him a sideways glance and gruffly said, "Our prince wants you, old eunuch, to go in and see him."
Huang Jin. He knew these words were probably Li Che's exact ones, but was it really necessary to be so direct? Wasn't that a little too blunt?
Huang Jin dared not voice his complaints, so he obediently followed Hu Chang into the 10th prince's mansion. As soon as he stepped through the door, Huang Jin was stunned by the sight before him.
Is this still the magnificent mansion of the 10th prince in his memory?
It looked as though it had been robbed, with wooden beams and scaffolding everywhere, like a bare shell of a house. The carved railings and the screens had been taken down, and there were 2 people carrying a yellow rosewood door out.
Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the door seems to have been taken from the Qin Wan's room, doesn't it? What are you staring at, you old eunuch?
Don't make our prince wait too long, the impatient Hu Chang urged from ahead.
Only then did Huang Jin snap back to reality, thinking to himself, looks like my report this morning was too conservative. This isn't just selling off household goods, this is clearly a demolition. He took a deep breath, adjusted his clothes, and then stepped into the side hall. There were only 3 people in the side hall. The 6th prince was sitting on a seat, playing with a glazed lamp in his hands. Beside the 6th prince stood an old man with a full head of white hair, who was sizing Huang Jin up with a scrutinizing gaze. In the corner stood a young man with a face as white as paper, grinning at him, but the smile seemed fake, his eyes cold and menacing. This servant pays respects to Prince Ninggu. Li Che slowly raised his head and glanced at the old eunuch in front of him, noticing that his gaze seemed to be avoiding his. Why has the eunuch come here? What business do you have? Huang Jin's old face was full of flattering smiles. Ah, the servant has brought something for your highness. His Majesty said that you are about to go to the fief, so your rewards and salary should not be shortchanged. According to tradition, a prince receives an annual salary of 12,000 stone, along with rewards such as cloth, salt, spices, and imperial wine. This servant personally supervised the matter to make sure there were no mistakes. Your Highness, would you like to check it? Li Che looked at Huang Jin bowing and scraping in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong with you today? You never spoke to me so politely before. Huang Jin's heart sank. The 6th prince truly held a grudge against him. Your Highness, the servant was disrespectful before, but now I've truly seen the error of my ways. Li Che looked at Huang Jin, his eyes full of amusement. A eunuch, this was his first time encountering one. They really had no bottom line, changing their face faster than flipping a book. In the memories of the original owner, this old thing had done plenty to drag him down, but now suddenly softening up, it must be because of the emperor's change in attitude. After all, eunuchs were just dogs in the emperor's hand. Who the dog listens to, it all depends on the master's words, right? Seeing Li Che silent, Huang Jin grew even more anxious. He quickly took out a small booklet and respectfully held it above his head. Your Highness, His Majesty heard that you haven't selected your officials yet, so he specially sent me here to let you review this. Yang Shu took the booklet from Huang Jin and handed it to Li Che. Li Che flipped through it briefly, and then couldn't tear his gaze away. This thing came at just the right time. He never imagined that the emperor would actually be willing to give this to him. It seems that yesterday's disturbance really awakened the emperor's rare paternal love. Huang Jin. Li Che suddenly slammed the booklet shut, his tone cold. Yesterday, you were wishing for my death. Do you think I've forgotten that? Huang Jin had a mournful look on his face. Yesterday, the servant was confused and said some filthy nonsense. Your Highness, you are magnanimous. Before he could finish, Li Che impatiently raised his hand. I can't be bothered with that little matter. Since you're here to beg for mercy, you can't come with just your mouth, can you? Upon hearing Li Che's words, Huang Jin widened his eyes in shock. Huang Jin was stunned. In these times, the one giving the orders even had to pay money to send the imperial edicts? But looking at Li Che's bloodthirsty gaze, it seemed that if he didn't give something today, he wouldn't be able to leave. Huang Jin gritted his teeth, feeling the pain in his heart, and said, this servant has a small courtyard in the capital. Li Che interrupted him again. Stop. I'm about to go to the fief. What use would I have for a broken-down courtyard? Huang Jin took a few steps closer and whispered. There are 10 Kunlun slaves, 10 Scylla maids, and 500 taels of gold buried under the willow tree in the yard. These are all for your highness. I beg you to forget the past and show mercy. Li Che remained expressionless. Not enough. Huang Jin's wrinkled, old face twisted in a painful expression. After a moment, as if making a decision. There is also a farm outside the city, with 50 horses, 10 cows, 30 sheep, 300 chickens and ducks, and a quantity of grain and forage. All of them will be given to your highness. And what else? Li Che raised an eyebrow. Huang Jin felt his heart bleeding. Your highness will pass through the town of Jinding. To the west of the city there is a manor with 5,000 shur of grain, some salt, forage, and farming tools. Please take all of them. Finally, the corner of Li Che's mouth curled into a slight smile. Ha! Why is eunuch Huang still standing? Li Che said with a smile. Xiu Bai, quickly give eunuch Huang a seat. No sense of courtesy. No matter if it's an old dog or a eunuch dog, a dog that gives me money is a good dog. Chapter 13, the northeast of Dixing is full of hope. Huang Jin wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly ran out of the 10 kings' residence. This 6th prince is really damn strange. The emperor has been cracking down on corruption fiercely. Is it easy for me to make money? Now, this kid has extorted almost all my family assets. Huang Jin's heart bled, but he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the 6th prince only cares about money, unlike the other princes, who force me to pick sides. After Huang Jin left, Li Che grabbed the little booklet and eagerly flipped it open. Ha ha, talent, all talent. His Majesty has given me a great gift this time. With this list of officials and the memory of the original body, it is enough to pick out a group of capable talents. But the problem is, how do I get these people? The reason why Emperor Qing gave me this list is actually a test. With the original body's reputation, recruiting officials, they are most likely to refuse. If I push too hard, they would rather resign than go to that cold and desolate place with me. What should I do? 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Threats and temptations? Or should I shed tears and persuade them with logic and reason? Li Che thought these methods were all too troublesome. Since I've decided to go to the northeast to make a name for myself, I might as well learn from that king of the northeast, Zheng. 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Threats and temptations? To hell with it, I don't have the time for that. I'll just take them by force. Xiao Bai. Your Highness, what command do you have? Xiao Bai bowed and saluted. Go to the camp, find 50 brothers who are good at fighting and familiar with the city, and bring them here to see me. I will do it right away. Xiao Bai did not ask further and left to carry out the order. Li Che turned to Uncle Yang, the things outside the door, as well as the gifts from that old dog Huang Jin, please help me take care of them. Same old rule, sell all those extravagant and indulgent items, and exchange them for the grain, seeds, medicinal herbs, and tools on the list. Your Highness, please rest assured. Uncle Yang bowed and retired. The 2 of them left the side hall one after the other, and Li Che's gaze returned to the little booklet, a bright smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let me see, which lucky ones will have the chance to follow me to the northeast and accomplish a great cause. Less than half an hour later, Li Che strolled out of the side hall, holding a brand new list in his hand. Outside the door, a large crowd of people stood. The criminals had been cleaned up, changed into new clothes, and had eaten a hearty meal. They no longer looked like dead prisoners but had taken on a more soldierly demeanor. When they saw Li Che come out, everyone scrambled to greet him, some even kneeling and bowing deeply. Li Che frowned. These people have poor discipline, and they need to be trained properly at the first opportunity. All right, get up. Li Che sat casually against the doorframe. How's the rest? We ate, drank, and even took a bath. Thanks to His Highness, we haven't felt this comfortable in years, a rough-voiced man immediately replied. Li Che looked at the speaker. I remember you, the bandit leader Wang Sanchun, right? Wang Sanchun trembled. Your Highness can even remember my name? Li Che smiled without saying a word. He couldn't remember everyone's name, but he could remember those with the greatest skills. To the criminals, it was completely different. For a prince to remember the name of a criminal meant that the prince truly cared for their group of scoundrels. Since you've rested enough, how about helping me with something? Li Che asked again. Wang Sanchun kneeled on one knee. Your Highness commands, we will only serve with our lives, no hesitation. Stop talking nonsense. Li Che grinned. I have my eyes on some talents, but they think Ninggu County is too barren and probably won't serve, so I'll have to send you to invite them. Wang Sanchun froze. What does invite mean? A lean man behind him immediately understood and grinned. You fool, you don't know how to kidnap? Does His Highness need to teach you? The many criminals' eyes all lit up at once. Kidnap? If it were something else, we might not do it well, but this, we're familiar with. We've been worried about how to repay His Highness' great kindness. Li Che called Xiao Bai over and handed him a list. These people on the list, none can be missed, none can be harmed, understand? Your Highness, rest assured, I understand. 50 skilled men dressed in tight clothes, with sacks and ropes tied to their waists, went out through the back door of the 10 Kings mansion in groups. The ones Xiao Bai selected were all people who had roamed the imperial city and knew the streets and alleys well. In no time, they reached the first target's doorstep. Minister of the Ministry of Works Liu Yi? A middle-aged man with a long beard heard someone call him and turned his head groggily. Who calls me? Before he could finish speaking, a thick arm suddenly stretched out from the shadows and tightly covered his mouth. Wang Sanchun grinned, pulled a sack from his waist, and directly threw it over the man's head. Confirm the identity, take him away. Liu Yi felt the world go black, and instantly his heart was filled with fear. Who are these people? The Genie Wei? Kidnappers? My life is over. Xiao Bai took out the list and scratched a mark with his nail on Liu Ye's name. Go, next one. In a remote courtyard of the imperial city, a hurried knock sounded on the door. Wang Shi, who had just finished his shift and hadn't had time to take off his official clothes, responded while running to open the door. Who's there? Coming. As soon as the door opened a crack, it was immediately pushed open from the outside. A group of burly men filed in, surrounding Wang Shi in the courtyard, not leaving him any room to escape. You, who are you? Wang Shi was instantly frightened, his face turning pale. Xiao Bai walked in last, raised his eyes, and looked at Wang Shi, supervisor of the astronomical department. Wang Shi? Indeed, I am the official. Who are you? How dare you break into an official's residence? Whoa. Wang Sanchuan's skill with the sacks became more and more familiar. With just a light toss, he threw Wang Shi over his shoulder. His Highness is really something, only catching these unknown small officials?
Do not question His Highness' decision, His Highness has his own arrangements, Xiaobai said.
Wang Sanchun looked at him disdainfully. You, who do you think you are, to dare lecture me?
Xiaobai's face stiffened, and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a young man rushed out from the courtyard, pointing at them and shouting.
Hey, who are you? Why are you kidnapping my father? Xiaobai frowned impatiently. Who are you?
I am Wang Chongjian, the clerk of the Ministry of Works.
Xiaobai glanced at the list, then looked at Wang Chongjian oddly. He's on the list, kidnap him. Wang Chongjian?
At the Ten Kings mansion, Li Che stood with his hands behind his back. A cart after cart of goods were being continuously transported through the front gate. Sacks wriggled non-stop, being sent through the back door. Li Che watched this scene, a bold feeling surged within him. Ah, this prince's great cause in the northeast is within reach. Chapter 14, Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. In the back courtyard of the Ten Kings mansion, Wang Sanchun threw the last sack into the room.
Ministry of Household Treasury, Qian Bin.
Xiaobai crossed out Qian Bin's name, then turned and respectfully bowed to Li Che. Your Highness, all the people on the list have been invited, not a single one missing.
Li Che glanced at the room full of wriggling sacks and almost laughed out loud.
He cleared his throat. Take off the sacks. The many criminals laughed and walked forward, pulling the sacks off the officials' heads. The sudden brightness made the officials feel uncomfortable. When they squinted to clearly see the person in front of them, it immediately caused an uproar.
Six prince? Someone exclaimed in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. What? He is that useless. That six prince? Six prince? You actually used such despicable means to trick us here, it's simply outrageous. Six prince. I will report this to His Majesty tomorrow.
The crowd erupted into chaos, but Li Che raised his eyebrows indifferently and walked up to one of them.
Alright, let's pause.
Let this prince say a few words.
Li Che spoke calmly, and the crowd immediately quieted down. Wang Shi, you were originally the deputy supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau.
In the third year of Taisha, you proposed the concept of the heavens are like an egg, the earth like the yolk inside, which was not accepted by mainstream thought.
You were later demoted to an officer in the Astronomical Bureau. But you?
Wang Shi looked shocked. It's me.
Your Highness, have you heard of me? Li Che smiled. Has Officer Wang ever been to the seaside?
When you look at ships coming from afar, you always see the mast first, and then the body of the ship.
Why is that?
This. Wang Shi was a clever man, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly felt overjoyed.
Is it because the earth has curvature, and on the vast sea, the ship is magnified? Do you believe in my idea?
To understand things, one must study them carefully.
Officer Wang still needs to practice more.
Li Che patted Wang Shi's shoulder, and after seeing him lost in thought, he turned to look at Wang Chongjian beside him.
Wang Chongjian, son of Wang Shi.
In the 5th year of Taisha, he worked on flood control for the Yellow River. He opposed the main official's idea of dividing the flow and removing all the silt, and was therefore sidelined by the Ministry of Works.
Wang Chongjian's face turned red, filled with anger. The officials in charge of the Ministry of Works are useless.
That river control plan was flawed from the start, causing endless disasters.
What fault is mine?
Li Che gently nodded and then spoke. I believe that to control the river in the long term, we need to build near embankments to restrain the flow, and distant embankments to prevent breaches. Build embankments to control water, use water to fight sand.
What does Wang Ling think of this? Wang Chongjian's eyes widened.
The strategy proposed by Six Prince was in line with his own idea, perhaps even more brilliant.
There are also river floods outside the passes. Wang Ling's brilliant plan would surely be useful there. Li Che looked at Wang Chongjian with deep meaning.
Wang Chongjian still wanted to ask for more details, but upon hearing Li Che shift the topic again, he immediately fell silent.
Li Che didn't mind.
He smiled and turned his gaze to the next person, the head of the Ministry of Revenue's Storage Division, Qian Bin. This was a heavyweight figure, a leading authority in contemporary mathematics, and had once been a teacher of the princes in mathematics.
Master Qian. Li Che bowed respectfully.
Qian Bin remained unmoved. Your Highness, is this method of yours meant to trick me into going to that bitter, cold place outside the passes? Li Che stood up and looked at Qian Bin. Master Qian was once a great scholar of the classics, but later turned to mathematics. In the 1st year of Taisha, the 3rd year, and the 5th year, Master Qian proposed 3 times to His Majesty that mathematics be included as a subject in the imperial exams, but His Majesty did not agree. Because of this, Master Qian was sidelined by the court and his official position became smaller and smaller.
He was even reprimanded multiple times for minor matters.
After hearing Li Che's words, Qian Bin's expression finally softened, and he sighed. The world thinks mathematics is a trivial pursuit, but little do they know, great wisdom is hidden in this small subject.
What can I do about it? Great wisdom? More than that. Li Che's eyes flashed with excitement.
I believe mathematics is the foundation of all subjects. Li Che's words shocked the officials present. In this era, all dynasties still revered Confucianism. Mathematics was considered a minor discipline, far inferior to Confucianism. Strictly speaking, arithmetic in the eyes of scholars was seen as a craft, not a subject with independent status. Being proficient in mathematics was good, but not being so wasn't considered a big problem.
Li Che's statement was a direct challenge to the authority of Confucianism, and it could be considered rebellious.
Not only did the other officials fail to understand, but even Chen Bin, the leader of the field of mathematics, also felt taken aback. They all looked at Li Che with bewildered expressions.
What, do you think what I said is wrong? Li Che smiled slightly. Then fine, let me ask you. Wang Shi, you observe astronomy and calculate calendars in the Heavenly Observation Bureau, do you need to use mathematics? This, naturally, it is necessary. Astronomy involves geometry and algebra, so it requires a foundation of mathematical knowledge.
Li Che then turned to Wang Chongjian. Wang Lingshi works in the Ministry of Works, which builds bridges, roads, constructs machinery, and manages water conservancy, which one can be done without mathematics. Without mathematics as the foundation, these projects cannot even move a step forward, Wang Chongjian replied with a salute.
Li Che turned his gaze to everyone again. Think about it, can any of the matters you are responsible for be separated from mathematics?
Everyone thought carefully, and no one could offer a rebuttal. But some quick-witted people noticed that most of the officials invited by the sixth prince were from the Ministry of Works, the Heavenly Observation Bureau, and the Shaofu Bureau. That's right, in my opinion, you are all the apostles of mathematics, the most capable people in this court. They were seen by others as low-ranking officials engaged in intricate tricks. But in Li Che's eyes, each of them was a scientist with boundless potential.
Mathematics experts, astronomers, engineers, weapon specialists.
Compared to those scholars who only talk in lofty terms, these low-ranking officials are the true talents. Since the world thinks that mathematics is a useless and trivial field, why don't we compete with them? I want to build a school in my fief to specifically teach mathematics, engineering, medicine, and other subjects. You will be the first teachers of this school. When the students you cultivate shine in the government, it will be the day your names will be known across the world. Li Che's voice became more passionate, like a fire, igniting everyone's hearts.
What is the ultimate dream of an official? Isn't it to leave a name in history and establish their own legacy?
If Li Che's words can truly come true, then even these low-ranking officials, who are looked down upon by the mainstream, will have a chance to achieve their ultimate dream. Of course, one cannot live on dreams alone.
Li Che changed his tone. Before that, I need your help to develop my fief.
Beyond the pass is an undeveloped treasure land, like all of you, a pearl covered in dust.
Everyone fell silent again.
Developing the land beyond the pass, though it sounds easy, is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
That cold and barren land has never truly been controlled by the Central Plains dynasty. Li Che noticed everyone's expressions and smiled slightly, raising the stakes again. Those who are willing to join my Ningbo County, your salaries will be doubled. I will give you 3 months' salary now, so you can settle your families.
Dong dong dong. Li Che's words had barely finished when a criminal walked out from behind, placing heavy money bags in front of everyone. At the emperor's request, the salaries of Great Qing officials were very low. Some senior officials, with their relatively higher salaries, could barely meet their living and official duties. These low-ranking officials, if not for having some savings, could not survive in this capital. Seeing the gold and silver peeking out from the money bags, although the officials showed indifferent expressions, their hearts were like cats scratching. Li Che's move, though simple and blunt, had precisely hit their sore spot.
Following the prince means having a future and enough to eat. Of course, I won't force anyone.
Li Che shifted his tone.
Those who are unwilling to join Ningbo County may leave freely. Li Che pointed to the big door behind him.
There, Xiaobai and Wang Sanshun stood at either side, blocking the entrance, smiling at everyone. But their smiles were so eerie, and the sharpness in their eyes made people feel uneasy. Everyone immediately felt a chill. With these two killers guarding the door, it was not like they could just leave at will. Perhaps the moment they stepped out, their heads would be removed.
Chapter 15, The Priceless Seeds.
The room was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard, and the atmosphere was as tense as a tightly pulled bowstring.
Although many officials were moved, they still hesitated.
The main reason was that, outside the pass, it was desolate and poor. Northeast was a wild land, a place for exiled criminals.
Could such a place really bear a dream this grand?
Suddenly, a hand swiftly grabbed the money bag in front, startling everyone. Jenner, you, Wang Shi looked at his son in disbelief. Wang Chongjian tightly held the money bag, his eyes filled with determination.
Father, will your lifelong learning be wasted in a place like the monitoring division? I have the talent to control water disasters and the resolve to manage them. Why should I be a mere errand boy in the Ministry of Works, wasting my life? He stepped in front of Li Che and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I, Wang Chongjin, wish to serve you. Good. Li Chei's eyes lit up, pleasantly helping Wang Chongjin up. Wang Shi looked at his son, sighed deeply, and also grabbed the money bag. I'm getting old, and yet my son has more courage. He slowly walked to Wang Chongjin's side, and the two stood side by side. If your Highness does not resent us, we, father and son, will pour our hearts and efforts into repaying your kindness. Good. Good. Li Chei laughed heartily, stepping forward and supporting the Wang father and son. With you two father and son working together, you will surely create a beautiful tale in the future. The father and son of Wang served together in government, gaining much fame and influence throughout the imperial capital. With their declaration, the other officials could no longer sit still, one after another rising to grab their money bags. I, Lu Yi, am willing to serve your Highness. I, Go Hong, am willing to serve your Highness. I, Zhao Miao, am willing to serve your Highness. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the room came to bow before Li Chei. Only Qian Bin remained standing still, eyes closed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Li Chei did not hesitate to express his joy to everyone, then walked to Qian Bin's side. Master Qian, are you still unwilling to assist me? Qian Bin slowly opened his eyes, a look of contentment on his face. I didn't expect that the most inconspicuous sixth prince back then would become my most outstanding student. Li Chei smiled silently, respectfully looking at him. In his heart, he calculated that if he determined to refuse, he would immediately call Hu Chang to knock him out and take him to the northeast no matter what. Qian Bin smiled and shook his head, picking up the money bag from the ground. Does your Highness have a place for me in your school? Li Chei rejoiced greatly. The position of the chief scholar has been waiting for you. Since your Highness has such a grand ambition, then this old man will accompany you to the border and have another adventure. This leading figure in mathematics also relented, and a heavy stone finally fell from Li Chei's heart. With the addition of these technical talents, he finally had the first batch of foundation to develop his territory. Li Chei immediately ordered his servants to send them to guest rooms to rest and treat them with good food and wine. Going home was impossible now. What if they regretted it if sent back? For those worried about home, he would send people to reassure them. Having subdued a group of scientists, Li Chei was in a great mood, humming a little tune as he walked into the courtyard. Hu Chang followed closely behind, gnawing on a flatbread. At this moment, the Wang residence was bustling with activity. To facilitate the movement of carts, the threshold at the back door had been ordered to be removed by Li Chei. The money spent over the past 2 days was not a small amount, but seeing the piles of supplies in the courtyard, Li Chei felt it was worth it. Uncle Yang was directing the servants in moving supplies when Li Chei walked beside him and suddenly realized, hurriedly bowing, Your Highness. Uncle Yang, how's it going? Li Chei asked with a smile. According to your Highness's wishes, those jewels and jade have all been exchanged for cash, and the items on the list have been mostly acquired. Uncle Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. But the food is hard to transport, and we don't have enough manpower, so we haven't bought much. Li Chei nodded. He opened his mouth and said, Tell them not to buy any more, as long as we have enough food, that's fine. The prices in the imperial capital are already expensive, and there's a lot of loss on the way. It's not too late to buy after we leave the capital. Alright, I'll arrange it right away, Uncle Yang replied. By the way, how many types of seeds did you buy from the market? Li Chei asked another question that concerned him. Your Highness, we collected quite a lot, but most of them are unrecognizable. Li Chei became interested. Let's go take a look. Uncle Yang took Li Chei to a storeroom filled with seeds gathered from various places in the past 2 days. Some seeds had samples of mature plants next to them, while others were just seeds, which ordinary people couldn't identify at all. Fortunately, Li Chei once had a girlfriend who studied agronomy, so he recognized some of these seeds. He stepped forward quickly and began to search carefully, hoping to find a few familiar ones. Cilantro, garlic, green onions, at least we won't lack seasonings. This is chili? Li Chei's eyes suddenly lit up. What a great item for keeping warm, this thing can be promoted for cultivation. There are cucumbers, sesame, tomatoes, peanuts. Wait. Li Chei's gaze suddenly fell on a small bag of unremarkable seeds in the corner. He quickly walked over, opened the package, and out jumped plump, golden yellow seeds. This. Li Chei was so excited he became incoherent. Your Highness, these were bought from several Hu merchants, they call this corn, Uncle Yang explained from the side. Corn? Li Chei carefully picked up a seed and examined it closely. That's right, that's it. Li Chei said enthusiastically, Uncle Yang, this is corn. Corn? Uncle Yang looked at the few golden yellow seeds in confusion. I've never heard of it. Outside, Hu Chang also put down the large pancake in his hand and curiously glanced at the corn kernels in Li Chei's hand. Corn? Is it tasty? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like something that can fill you up, but if the prince likes it, it must be good, right? Hu Chang returned his gaze and continued to deal with his pancake. Li Che frowned, filled with doubt. Logically, this thing shouldn't be here unless those who merchants had been to the Americas, or the people they contacted had been there. If that's the case, perhaps these who merchants have other seeds too? For example, potatoes, sweet potatoes? Li Che suddenly looked at Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, where are those who merchants? Uncle Yang shook his head. Yesterday, I bought all the seeds from them. If I go again today, they'll be gone, and they should have left the capital. Besides this corn, what other seeds did you buy from them? Li Che asked eagerly. Chapter 16, The Sky is High, Let the Birds Fly. Uncle Yang stepped forward and picked out a few seed packets. Li Che looked through them one by one and felt utterly disappointed. Aside from corn, there were only some cabbage, watermelon, and grape seeds. Not a single high-yield crop from the Americas. Is this all? Li Che asked again, unwilling to accept it. Uncle Yang nodded. This is all there is. Li Che's heart sank, disappointment washed over him like a tide, but soon it was diluted by the joy of obtaining corn. Corn. This is corn. A god-level crop with absolutely high yields, it can be considered a blessing in this era. The high yield and adaptability of corn perfectly address the harsh climate outside the borders. Plus, with that magical black soil, Li Che couldn't wait to see what kind of sparks they would produce together. Of course, these corns haven't gone through modern technological improvement yet, so the yield can't compare to those freakish varieties of the future. But absolutely outperforming other crops in Daqing, that would be like child's play, right? Uncle Yang, these seeds I have selected must be kept safe, and please try to preserve the other seeds as well, Li Che earnestly instructed. Understood. Uncle Yang saw how much Li Che valued these seeds and nodded seriously. Li Che carefully tucked the corn seeds into the lining of his clothes. This thing can't be left anywhere, keeping it close to me feels the safest. Don't underestimate this small bag of seeds, it's worth more than all the gold and silver treasures in this courtyard. After getting the corn, Li Che felt even better. He turned around and saw Hu Chang happily munching on a big pancake, which instantly made him laugh. Chang, why do you keep eating pancakes? Go to the kitchen and get some meat to eat. Didn't I say you could have as much as you want? Hu Chang scratched the back of his head, looking a bit silly. Your Highness, I'm fine with pancakes. They fill me up. Li Che helplessly glanced at the fool. This child was truly honest in a lovable way. Fine, let the kid eat whatever he wants. Uncle Yang, please go buy more carts. I think it's almost time. Li Che gently rubbed the seeds in his arms, his eyes flashing with sharp light. What do you mean? Uncle Yang paused for a moment and asked cautiously. Tomorrow morning, when the city gates open, we'll leave the capital and head for the border. The next day, at dawn. Emperor Qing finished his breakfast and looked at the first rays of morning light in the sky. For some reason, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. Huang Jin? The old eunuch quickly entered the room. Your Majesty. Is there anything happening today? Reporting to Your Majesty, there is nothing major in court today, but... Huang Jin hesitated. The sixth prince. The emperor looked at him with a neutral expression. What's wrong with the sixth prince? The Ten Kings mansion opened its gates early this morning. The carts and supplies are already ready. A complex expression flashed in Emperor Qing's eyes as he muttered, is he leaving today? Is he not even coming to see me before he leaves? The old eunuch lowered his head, not daring to answer. The sixth prince is leaving to take up his fief. This vast palace now only has me and the crown prince. Emperor Qing suddenly felt a deeper sense of loneliness. His gaze fell on the window, as if trying to see through the thick palace walls. Your Majesty, your birthday is approaching. If you miss the other princes, you can invite them to the capital to wish you well. Huang Jin said carefully. Forget it. Emperor Qing sighed lightly. The road to the capital is difficult, and I don't know how much wealth this birthday will cost. It's better to save it for helping the people in the southern disaster area. Your Majesty loves the people like your own children. The old eunuch seized the opportunity to flatter. Any news from the crown prince? Emperor Qing suddenly changed the subject. Huang Jin bowed and replied, the crown prince has contacted the bandits of Mangdang Mountain. He plans to ambush the sixth prince halfway. Huang Jin had served by Emperor Qing's side for many years, so he was no fool. When Emperor Chang wanted to support the crown prince, Huang Jin was naturally part of the crown prince's faction. Now that Emperor Qing was displeased with the crown prince, Huang Jin naturally distanced himself from the so-called faction. He knew very well that his loyalty had always been only to Emperor Qing. The crown prince is becoming more capable. Emperor Qing's face turned a bit colder. Your Majesty, would you like to send troops to eliminate the bandits of Mangdang Mountain? Huang Jin asked. Has the crown prince found anyone else besides the bandits of Mangdang Mountain? No, but it's said that the legitimate daughter of the Chang family heard that the sixth prince disrespected the crown prince. She left home yesterday and seems to be heading toward Mangdang Mountain. Emperor Qing's face darkened even more. The legitimate daughter of the Chang family? I haven't issued an order, she isn't even the crown prince's consort yet, and she dares to act like this? Huang Jin could only reply, the Chang family's daughter has always admired the crown prince. The Chang family is all the same, reckless to the extreme. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Emperor Qing's eyes, that Chang Wudi died too early, leaving a bunch of uneducated juniors. Emperor Chang remembered Chang Wudi. That natural-born warrior had followed him early on, killing all enemies, yet he died young. Others said he had committed too many sins and thus died young, his life ending in an untimely death. Forget it, let them be. Emperor Qing's voice was cold and heartless. Without going through blood and storm, how can one sit firmly on the throne? Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, shining on the street. 50 criminal soldiers, dressed in 2 sets of iron armor, stood on both sides of the street. Greetings, Your Highness. The synchronized voice, with the metallic quality, echoed loudly on the quiet street. The sound woke up some of the residents nearby, who quickly opened their window slits, curiously peering outside. A young prince, dressed in splendid armor, slowly stepped out of the gate of the 10 Kings mansion. This young prince had a face as flawless as jade, his eyebrows like a painting, and his pair of starry eyes were deep and bright. The luxurious brocade robe he wore was embroidered with delicate cloud patterns, and as he moved, the hem of his clothes swayed gently, as if clouds drifting in the blue sky. Li Che nodded slightly, and Yang Shu, standing behind him, stepped forward and draped a black cloak with dragon patterns over Li Che's shoulders. A noble and powerful aura naturally emanated from him. Is that His Highness the 6th Prince? A commoner whispered from behind the window. These commoners lived across from the 10 Kings mansion, and they could recognize most of the princes of Deqing. The former 6th prince was the easiest to recognize, with eyes that avoided contact and no princely demeanor whatsoever. The commoners simply could not associate the spirited young prince in front of them with the former timid 6th prince. Li Che walked out of the mansion without looking sideways, and as he passed, the soldiers rose to their feet. Hu Chang led over a fine horse, and Li Che mounted the horse in one smooth motion, clean and swift without any hesitation. The horse took a few steps in place, seeming somewhat impatient. Li Che reached out and gently stroked the horse's mane, and the horse quickly calmed down. Turning around, he took one last deep look at the imperial city behind him. It seemed as though he could feel a deep gaze from within the mighty imperial city, watching him across the void. Li Che expressionlessly turned around and softly said, "Let's go." The sound of hooves broke the silence, stirring up a cloud of dust. Carriages began to move, carrying heavy supplies, making a clattering sound on the street. The long convoy drove down the street, heading toward the city gates. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, the sky high enough for birds to fly. Chapter 17, That is in order. Though it was his first time riding a horse, Li Che felt incredibly familiar with it, as if this body naturally belonged on horseback. Sitting on the horse, he looked toward the convoy, which was made up mostly of ragged refugees, all recruited by Yang Shu from outside the city. The loyalty of these refugees was practically zero, they would probably run at the slightest sign of danger. The direct servants from the 10 Kings mansion were the minority. Suddenly, he spotted a few strangely dressed people in the convoy and curiously asked, "Yang Shu, who are those people?" Yang Shu followed Li Che's gaze, then replied, "Your Highness, they are the servants sent by eunuch Huang for you." Li Che then remembered, there were indeed 10 Kunlun slaves and 10 Silla maidens in the courtyard that Huang Jin had sent to apologize. Though Deqing had not been established for long, it had been dedicated to expanding its territory, with neighboring small countries coming to pay tribute. The Kunlun slaves were, in simple terms, black slaves who had been sold to Deqing as gifts or commodities from neighboring small countries. These Kunlun slaves were all as strong as oxen, mild-tempered, honest, and straightforward, with noble families scrambling to buy them. As for Silla, like Goryeo, it was a country on the Korean peninsula. Unlike Goryeo, Silla was a vassal state of Deqing, paying tribute every year. Silla maidens were young girls selected from the common folk by the Silla government, trained, and then sent to Deqing to be sold to noble families to serve them. These Silla maidens were not only beautiful but also gentle, considerate, sweet-voiced, and graceful in their mannerisms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the first idol group from the Bangi country. "Your Highness, these Kunlun slaves are all eunuchs," Yang Shu whispered beside him. "What? Eunuchs?" Li Che's mouth twitched. This Huang Jin is quite perverse, just because he is an eunuch, he buys eunuchs as servants? Yang Shu wasn't surprised by this, after all, how many eunuchs were mentally normal? He seemed to remember something, looking at Li Che with a hint of hope. "Your Highness, you will need to expand the inner palace sooner or later, these eunuchs can serve you." Li Che looked at the fully black-clad Kunlun slaves, his heart filled with resistance. It wasn't that he was proud or didn't want to enjoy being served by others. In the past few days, he had been served by several of Chiu Wen's maids, and honestly, he enjoyed it. He simply couldn't accept having a group of castrated men around him, constantly staring at him no matter what they did. "Forget it. I heard Kunlun slaves are strong, so let's give them to Hu Chang and have him train them into household soldiers." Li Che remembered that the combat strength of castrated black men was actually quite formidable. Uncle Yang saw that Li Che really disliked the Kunlun slaves, so he didn't say more and instead asked. Then, how about these 10 new slave girls from Silla? Your Highness, why not pick a few that catch your eye and bring them into the harem? Li Che helplessly glanced at Uncle Yang. What's wrong with this old man? Why does he always think about finding women for me? Looking at the small, delicate bodies of the Silla slave girls, Li Che knew they were probably a bunch of underage girls, and he simply had no interest in them. No, just leave them to Chio-1. Upon hearing Li Che's words, the carriage curtain beside him was lifted, and a small head poked out. The little girl smiled sweetly at Li Che, revealing 2 white tiger teeth. Your Highness, did you call for me? Ah. Li Che pointed to the Silla slave girls in the distance. Those people will be under your management from now on. You'll be the female officer of the Ningbo Wang mansion. The little girl nodded blankly. Okay, Chio-1 knows now. While they were talking, the convoy had already reached near the city gate. Li Che looked up, and a towering city wall, over 10 meters high, stood in front of him. At the city gate, a group of fully armored soldiers rushed out and blocked the convoy's path. The city gate officer stood in the middle of the road with a spear and shouted loudly, "Halt, who goes there?" Li Che didn't even look at him and continued controlling his horse to move forward. The surrounding Ningbo soldiers, holding their curved sabers, looked at the armored soldiers with mocking gazes. The city gate officer saw this posture and felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly finding himself in a difficult situation. Seeing Li Che's horse hooves about to trample over him, the officer, unable to bear the psychological burden, kneeled on one knee. Your Highness, please halt. Li Che gently squeezed his legs, and the horse slowly stopped. Who are you? Li Che's lazy voice rang out. The city gate officer lifted his head, and in his sight appeared a giant horse face, snorting loudly at him, the foul breath hitting him directly. I am the officer of the Chunming Gate. May I ask why your Highness is leading soldiers out of the city? The officer said, forcing himself to ask. I am leaving the pass to claim my fief. Li Che placed his hand on the horse's back. Do you have any instructions? Under the immense pressure, the city gate officer was sweating all over. But recalling the order from the one above, he had no choice but to speak firmly. I have not received orders. I cannot let your Highness leave the city. Upon hearing this, Li Che smiled faintly, and for the first time, he looked directly at the city gate officer. The officer immediately felt the weight of a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. Lift your head and see what that is? Li Che used his riding crop to lift the officer's chin. The officer trembled and looked up, only to see a royal flag embroidered with the words Ningbo fluttering in the wind, as if it could block the sky and the sun. Remember the look of this flag, that is the order. As soon as Li Che finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the riding crop made a sharp crack in the air. The officer felt as if a thunderclap exploded beside his ear, and he immediately fell backward. When he came back to his senses, Li Che had already ridden away, leaving only dust on the ground and a group of armored soldiers staring at each other in confusion. Your Highness! The city gate officer wanted to say something but suddenly felt something hard pressed against his lower back. He was instantly startled and turned his head, only to see a hideous face with a mouth full of big yellow teeth right in front of him. Kid, don't move. Wang Sanchun grinned, showing his big yellow teeth. If you move even a little, I'll stab my knife right into the seam of your armor and mess up your kidneys. The city gate officer was instantly petrified. Not daring to move, he watched as Li Che's convoy slowly left the city. Until the last carriage passed, Wang Sanchun finally let go of the city gate guard. With this kind of incompetence, how dare you block our lord's carriage? Wang Sanchun sneered, glancing at him disdainfully, shaking the object in his hand. The city gate guard looked down, and instantly, his vision went black. He nearly fainted from shock. This wasn't a knife, it was clearly a rolling pin he had swiped from a roadside stall. He had been forced to stand there for an entire incense stick's worth of time because of this broken rolling pin. Wang Sanchun casually tossed the rolling pin away, but still unsatisfied, he slapped the city gate guard's face hard. We're leaving, you little bastard. Hurry back and have your mother wash your pants, ha! The city gate guard suddenly realized that Wang Sanchun had already disappeared. He looked down, and saw that yellow liquid was flowing down his armor from his crotch. Chapter 18, The Military's Loyalty. Seeing a few subordinates wanting to come over and help, the city gate guard quickly raised his hand to stop them. Don't come over. His subordinates awkwardly stood still, and the city gate guard yelled even more awkwardly, Who has cloth? Give it to me. He grabbed a piece of rag and tied it around his waist, then staggered off towards the city tower. Atop the city tower, a solitary figure stood facing the wind, watching Li Che's convoy disappear into the distance. The city gate guard ran over, his legs weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Your Highness, I deserve to die. I couldn't stop the sixth prince. The crown prince turned around, gently helping the city gate guard up. It's not your fault, my sixth brother was too impulsive, making you suffer. The city gate guard was moved to the point of tears. Your Highness, The crown prince was so approachable, even showing care for a mere city gate guard. He vowed to repay the crown prince's kindness, even if it meant his life. Go on. The crown prince patted the city gate guard's shoulder and turned to instruct the eunuch beside him. Buy xia, get some money and buy some wine and meat for everyone. Yes. With the crown prince's reward money in hand, the city gate guard left the city tower with reddened eyes. When he had gone far, the crown prince's gentle expression darkened instantly. He took out a handkerchief and carefully rubbed the palm of his hand that had touched the city gate guard's, until it was reddened. Bai Xia saw this and quickly stepped forward to take the handkerchief, carefully wiping the crown prince's palm. The people sent to Mangdang Mountain, have they left? The crown prince asked. As soon as the sixth prince left, I sent someone. They should be on time. The crown prince's face showed disgust. This city gate guard is useless. I wanted him to delay some time to give Fan Chong a chance to prepare, but he got scared and wet his pants. Find an opportunity to send him to the border. Such a useless fool doesn't deserve to stay in the capital. Yes. The crown prince withdrew his hand, pinched Bai Xia's chin, and said, Tell Fan Chong, I spent so much money for him to recruit soldiers in Mangdang Mountain, and it's for this moment. If Li Che doesn't die, he must die. I won't keep useless trash in my ranks. Bai Xia widened her eyes, looking pitiful and weak. I understand. A soft emotion flashed across the crown prince's face as he spoke gently. Don't be afraid, you're different from them. You're one of a kind. Bai Xia nestled into the crown prince's arms, and from a distance, the two indeed appeared somewhat matched, in an unusual way. On the other side, after leaving the city gate, Li Che rode his horse to a carriage. Master Qian. Qian Bin lifted the curtain and saluted Li Che. Your Highness, what are your orders? We've left the city, I came to inform Master Qian. I just saw it, Qian Bin smiled. Your Highness is mighty, you have the same grandeur as His Majesty in his prime. Li Che smiled but said nothing. It wasn't that he was too fierce, it was that the original owner was too cowardly. The former sixth prince was a good person, always gentle with the eunuchs and palace maids, earning the title of virtuous king inside the palace. As a prince, he had no temper, and since he wasn't favored by the emperor, his status naturally declined. But, no matter how unfavored, a prince is still a prince. Can a mere gatekeeper bully us? Master Qian, what do you think? How should we proceed with the exit? Li Che humbly asked for advice. Qian Bin is not a scholar who shuts himself in a room, he has traveled widely in his youth and is quite familiar with the situation in Daqing. There are two roads from the imperial capital to the Shanhai Pass. Qian Bin stroked his beard and began to analyze. The one to the east, along the coast, is blocked due to flooding, so we must take the northern official road. We will pass through the Yin clan's territory and cross the Yin mountain range before reaching the Shanhai Pass. Listening to Qian Bin's words, combined with the memories of his previous life, Li Che gradually formed a clear map in his mind. The road that Qian Bin mentioned was also the route taken by the Central Plains dynasty in his past life, when Xiao Chao used it to attack the Wowan. This road is difficult to travel, and it also passes through the Yin clan's territory, which is the domain of the fourth prince. Li Che doesn't know much about the fourth prince, only that he is the best at fighting among the many princes, and he doesn't know whether he would allow them to pass through his land. Qian Bin looked around and saw that there were few guards, and his face suddenly showed concern. If we take this road, we will inevitably pass through Mangdang Mountain, where bandits are rampant, and the government has failed to suppress them despite several attempts. With our current manpower, I'm afraid. Li Che came back to his senses and smiled, saying, Master Qian, you need not worry. I have an elite force that can ensure our safe passage through Mangdang Mountain. Elite force? Qian Bin looked at Li Che in confusion. Li Che looked into the distance, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Look, they are coming. Qian Bin followed his gaze and saw a black mass at the end of the road, a group of people emerging from nowhere. When he focused, he realized it was a group of soldiers clad in leather armor, wielding sharp blades. Though their formation was scattered and their posture casual, Qian Bin felt deep down that these people were not to be trifled with. It was the murderous aura of those who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their eyes hollow yet filled with bloodthirsty madness. The fierce energy they radiated and the killing intent in their eyes made it clear they were people who had crawled out of piles of corpses. The soldiers marched forward in a grand procession and suddenly stopped in front of the caravan. The scarred man at the head of the group stared at Li Che, then suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice like thunder. Greetings, Your Highness. The soldiers behind him shouted, their voices not quite in unison but still shaking the heavens. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Che reined in the reins and looked at the scarred man at the front. You're Heat Songlong, right? I remember you. Heat Songlong trembled with excitement. Your Highness. Li Che smiled slightly. Ancient people were truly simple-minded. As a superior, sometimes just mentioning their names is enough to make them wholeheartedly devoted. Unfortunately, most superiors are unwilling to lower themselves and walk among the lower-ranked soldiers and common people. Rise, Li Che said. Only then did the others slowly stand up. After 2 days of rest, These people no longer looked like the evil ghosts they had appeared to be at first. They now had the appearance of fierce soldiers. I ask you, Li Che inquired, have you all eaten enough these past 2 days? We couldn't be more full. The group shouted excitedly, their faces glowing with joy. Have you drunk the wine I gave you? Li Che asked again. We have. Have you slept well? We haven't slept so soundly in years, someone shouted in response. Good. Li Che's eyes flashed with brilliance. I have kept my promise to you, now it's your turn to fulfill yours. The group was overwhelmed with excitement and knelt down again, their voices shaking the skies. We are willing to serve His Highness until death. We are willing to serve His Highness until death. The convicts' demands were simple. As long as they could eat enough and live like humans, they would serve anyone who could make that happen. Whoever could do this would be their master. Inside the carriage, Shenbin watched the scene, so shocked that he almost pulled out 2 of his beard hairs. The fierce soldiers who had seemed unruly just a moment ago were now kneeling before the prince, their eyes filled with fervor, with no pretense of falsehood. The military's morale is good. Shenbin thought to himself, His Highness actually knows how to train soldiers? Chapter 19, An Unexpected Acquaintance. Li Che didn't understand the ways of training soldiers, but he understood human nature. He simply gave the criminals the 2 things they needed most. A way to survive in dignity. The criminal army merged with the convoy, and the group finally looked somewhat like an army. The common people on the road hid far away, afraid of inviting trouble. In ancient times, there was no difference between the army and bandits, discipline was extremely poor, and this was the norm, leading the people to fear and avoid them. In Li Che's eyes, the military discipline of this era was completely inadequate. Fortunately, the Ninggu army had just been formed, and he still had time to reorganize it. Li Che ordered everyone not to disturb the people and to focus on the journey. The convoy traveled from dawn until dusk, covering only 40 miles. For an ancient army, this speed was not too slow, but Li Che was still not satisfied. The main reason was that there were too few horses in the team. Most of the purchased horses were pack animals, all used to pull carts, and the soldiers basically marched on foot, greatly slowing down their speed. Li Che quickly realized that to establish a foothold in the northeast, horses were crucial. Once outside the passes, the surrounding tribes were all horseback nations, and infantry were naturally at a disadvantage against cavalry. Before unlocking the firearms skill, cavalry remained the king of land battles. Your Highness, it's getting late, should we find a place to camp? Xiao Bai stepped forward to ask, interrupting Li Che's thoughts. Li Che asked, is there a place nearby where we can camp? If we go 3 more miles, there is a post station where your Highness can rest. The brothers can set up camp around the post station. Li Che nodded slightly and did not refuse. He did not like the act of treating soldiers like sons, sharing the same food and living together. Instead, he admired the method of commanding troops like Hua Tsubing, which was to reward and punish clearly, with strict ranks. As long as they could win battles, soldiers would naturally support their leader. No matter how much you love your soldiers, it doesn't matter if you can't win battles. Ancient post stations were places where officials rested while traveling, and they also had defensive functions. From a distance, Li Che saw that the post station had thick, sturdy outer walls, a square layout, and only one entrance. The 4 corners of the post station also had watchtowers, making it look like a small fortress from the outside. The soldiers formed a circle with their carts, serving as defensive structures. These soldiers, who came from a background of flying bandits, automatically formed a scouting team to monitor the surroundings. Other soldiers took turns patrolling the camp, while the rest stayed behind to make a fire and cook. Li Che then led a group of officials towards the post station. The postmaster had already seen the royal flag among the army and had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing Li Che, the postmaster hurriedly bowed and said, I greet Lord of Ninggu County. No need for excessive courtesy. I am on a mission and stopping here for the night. If your Highness can rest here, it is a fortune for me, the postmaster said with a broad smile. Please, your Highness, the rooms are ready, and the meals are prepared. The postmaster was quite talkative and very respectful. Of course, with over 1,000 fierce soldiers from criminal backgrounds outside, any normal person would be respectful. Li Che politely replied, there is no need to worry, we will cook our own meals. When traveling, one must be cautious about food safety. What if this guy seems respectful on the surface but secretly poisons them? By the time they shout the chicken soup is ready, the high-ranking officials of Ninggu County would probably be wiped out. The group followed the postmaster into the station and saw 2 clerks diligently writing documents, while in the corner were 7 or 8 prisoners dressed in rough burlap prison clothes. Li Che's gaze swept over everyone and abruptly stopped, as if he had discovered something. He slowly walked towards the corner, where the figure of one prisoner felt inexplicably familiar. The prisoner sensed someone approaching, glanced up to see a pair of luxurious leather boots, and looked up in confusion. It really is you. Li Che looked at this person in surprise. Haven't you already been executed by the emperor? The prisoner paused when he heard this, and then tears filled his eyes as his voice trembled. Sixth prince. Your Highness?
This person was indeed the royal physician who had once treated the sixth prince. The original body was already dead beyond salvation when Li Che arrived, and this unfortunate soul was thus implicated.
This guilty servant has a death exemption medal at home. The royal physician said with a trembling voice. Li Che then noticed that in the corner, the prisoners were of all ages, likely the family of this unfortunate royal physician. Wait a minute.
Li Che suddenly thought of something. I remember, since the founding of Dichang, we have never issued a death exemption medal.
The royal physician wiped away his tears. The medal in the guilty servant's family is from the Liang dynasty. Li Che was immediately stunned. The Liang dynasty was from a time before, separated from Diqing by another dynasty. Does the emperor recognize the death exemption medal from the Liang dynasty?
The royal physician explained, Your Majesty is merciful, took back the death exemption medal, and spared the guilty servant's life, instead exiling his entire family to Ningdu County. Looking at the miserable state of the royal physician's family, Li Che couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. This unfortunate soul was suffering a great disaster, and he bore some indirect responsibility. Anyway, you are also exiled to Ningdu County, so you can follow me from now on.
Li Che reached out to help the royal physician up. What is your name? This guilty servant. Hua Chang'an. Hua Chang'an? Your surname is Hua?
Li Che repeated softly, then suddenly smiled. Not bad, that surname sounds like a miraculous doctor. Hua Chang'an was puzzled in his heart, unable to understand how the sixth prince could judge a doctor's skill just by a surname. But this did not stop him from being grateful. After all, he had misjudged the sixth prince's illness back then, yet he did not hold a grudge now. Although they were both exiled to Ningdu County, being by the prince's side was far better than being with a group of prisoners and wandering helplessly. You two, go unlock their shackles. Li Che's gaze was sharp as he looked at the two bailiffs. The two bailiffs exchanged glances, and one of them bravely replied, Your Highness, we are ordered to escort the prisoners to Ningdu County. If we let them go without permission, it will be hard to report to the court.
Li Che frowned. What are your names? I am Dong Chao. I am Shui Ba.
Li Che's mouth twitched. From these names, they really didn't sound like good people.
You dare to disobey my order?
Dong Chao stood firm, gently cupping his hands. I have orders from the Ministry of Punishment, it is difficult to comply. He didn't believe that the sixth prince, who had just been conferred a title, would dare to kill court officials for a mere royal physician. Not to mention there were already rumors in the capital that the sixth prince was timid and kind-hearted. This kind of prince, accustomed to luxury, was probably too scared to even kill a chicken, let alone a human.
Good, very good. Li Che smiled slightly and then spoke.
Dong Chao and Shueba have privately released exiled criminals, violating the laws of Dicheng.
As a prince, I certainly cannot sit idly by and watch such illegal acts. Who will help me take down these two fugitives?
Upon hearing this, Dong Chao and Shueba felt as if their world had gone dark.
In just a few seconds, they had gone from bailiffs to fugitives? This sixth prince was a bit too insidious, wasn't he?
Before Li Che's words had faded, from behind, Shoubai responded and drew a long knife, its cold light glaring. The two men looked at the courier with pleading eyes. The courier, that old rascal, averted his eyes, pretending to see nothing.
How much salary could a month bring? Why risk their lives?
Dong Chao and Shueba felt a chill in their hearts, their legs went weak, sliding down to the ground.
Your Highness, spare us. Chapter 20, Filling the Stomach. Hua Chang'an looked dumbfounded as the two bailiffs slid down to their knees before him, respectfully removing the shackles from him.
He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, bad people need to be tempered by worse people. These two bailiffs had bullied him and his family all along the way. If it weren't for the sixth prince's righteous rescue, perhaps he and his family would have met their demise before reaching Ningdu County. But the problem was, the sixth prince, who was usually kind to others.
When did I become a villain?
Just as Hua Chang'an was quietly wondering, he saw Li Che step forward, warmly shaking his dirty hand and saying gently, Mr. Hua, go wash up first.
I have something to ask of you.
Hua Chang'an felt the warmth of Li Che's palm and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and a sting in his nose. The prince truly was generous. Just a moment ago, he had wrongly thought of him as a villain, and he truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths.
Your Highness, feel free to give orders. This guilty servant will do it right away. No rush, no rush.
Li Che smiled, then turned to look at Dong Chao and Shueba. His expression suddenly changed.
You too. Li Che kicked Dong Chao in the buttocks.
Take care of Mr. Hua and his family.
Understood?
Yes, we understand. Dong Chao and Shueba immediately froze, bowing their heads and nodding repeatedly. After watching Hua Chang'an and his family go upstairs to change, Li Che spoke, You all go ahead and get busy, I'll walk around on my own. Only Hu Chang wouldn't leave, so Li Che simply let him follow. Outside, the sound of people shouting and horses neighing filled the air. The criminals basked in the long mist sunlight, each face filled with joy.
Li Che pondered quietly to himself, how should he maximize the combat power of this group of criminal soldiers?
In ancient times, the evaluation of an army's combat power could be boiled down to a few factors: morale, formation, equipment, logistics, and the quality of individual soldiers.
Li Che once had a history major ex-girlfriend, so he was somewhat familiar with ancient military systems.
However, military systems cannot be perfected overnight, and neither can formations, equipment, or logistics. At present, the morale of the Ninggu army was high, and the immediate priority was to quickly improve the individual quality of the soldiers. With this in mind, Li Che hurriedly walked into the camp. Wang Sanshun, He Long, and other bandit leaders were instructing the soldiers to start a fire and cook food. Upon seeing Li Che approach, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed.
Li Che nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the army pot on the stove.
Inside the pot, the rice soup was thin, and there were some dry, hard pieces of bread on the stove. The criminal cooking the rice threw a dirty cloth soaked in vinegar into the pot, as if to add flavor to the rice soup.
"This is what you're eating?" Li Che frowned and asked. Wang Sanshun stepped forward, scratching his head.
"Your Highness, these thieves have had meat and wine for 3 days, it's enough. But Ninggu County is far, and the rations should be saved.
It's not easy to have even this." Li Che gave him a look and scolded, "Nonsense."
After saying that, he casually called over a soldier, rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm as thin as a withered twig.
"Look for yourself, look at how skinny they become."
Wang Sanshun scratched his head again. "In the criminal camp, we eat only 1 meal a day, sometimes we don't even have enough to eat.
This is already pretty good." "The criminal camp is the criminal camp. You are soldiers of this prince now." Li Che interrupted sternly. "I will not allow any soldier in the Ninggu army to go hungry. Don't forget, your lives belong to me.
Only when you're well fed can you go fight those savages." The soldiers around them were silent, tears gleaming in their eyes.
How many years had it been?
Their lives were nothing but bloodshed and pain. They were criminals, no one treated them as human beings, even though the people they killed on the battlefield should have more than atoned for their sins.
Could people like us really eat 3 full meals a day?
Starting today, the Ninggu army will have 3 meals a day, each with meat, and as long as there is no waste, there will be no limit to the staple food.
Wang Sanshun stared blankly at Li Che.
He had never seen an official like Li Che, and Li Che was still a prince.
Li Che gently let go of the soldier's sleeve. "I'll give you a task, kid."
The soldier, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Your Highness, tell me, I will risk my life to complete it."
"It's simple, just eat more food every day." Li Che smiled gently. "Before we reach Shanhaiguan, I want to see your arm get a full circle thicker." The soldier's tears welled up in his eyes, and he choked out, "I can."
"Good boy." Li Che patted his head, then turned to Wang Sanshun, "Go fetch some dried meat, tear it into strips, and put some in each pot of porridge."
Wang Sanshun grinned, "Got it."
By the time Hua Chang'an had changed his clothes and come to Li Che's side, the soldiers were already eating the fragrant meat porridge with glowing faces.
Hua Chang'an smelled the meat and instinctively swallowed. "Your Highness." "Mr. Hua." Li Che's gaze was still fixed on the soldiers. "How do you assess the physical condition of these soldiers?" Hua Chang'an remained silent for a while, then spoke, "They are brave and fierce, but their bodies are a bit frail, and their blood and energy are deficient. They are prisoners from the criminal camp, who go to bed hungry every day and must perform labor. Their bodies have been greatly overexerted." Li Che looked at Hua Chang'an. "I want to ask you to help them create a method to restore their health." Hua Chang'an stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. "I will do my best, but I will need some herbs. Before I left, I specifically collected a lot of herbs." "You can use all of them."
"Even if the herbs are enough, I am only one person, and I am stretched thin." Hua Chang'an showed a troubled expression. "I will need some helpers, at least ones who have some knowledge of medicine." Li Che sighed. "That will be difficult. When we pass through other cities, we will see if we can recruit some doctors." Hua Chang'an shook his head. "Ninggu County is a cold and desolate place. I am afraid no other doctors will be willing to come. In ancient times, doctors were considered a rare profession. They could always find a meal wherever they went, so why would they go suffer in the wilderness?" Li Che smiled slightly. "It's all right. I have my own ways. Just a few doctors. If I can't persuade them, can I not even recruit a few? Those with official positions have all been recruited, let alone a few doctors." Hua Chang'an saw Li Che's warm smile, but for some reason, he had an uneasy feeling that there was something not quite right in that smile. Perhaps he was mistaken? His Highness had the appearance of a benevolent king, how could he have any ill intentions? In other armies, these prisoners would be treated as expendable, but only His Highness, being kind, treated them as human beings. I hope these prisoners will remember their kindness and repay His Highness's great favor.
Hua Chang'an thought for a moment.
His Highness had also saved his life, so he should find a way to repay him in return. Unfortunately, his family had been confiscated, and he had nothing left but the company of his family.
Wait, family? Hua Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up.
His daughter, 28 years old, was quite beautiful. I wonder if His Highness would like her. If she could be sent to His Highness's side, even if she couldn't be a concubine, becoming a personal maid would still be good. Hua Chang'an stroked his beard and began to quietly make plans.
Chapter 21. I think his wife still has some charm.
The night was deep, and the candlelight in the relay station flickered.
Li Che sat upright at the table, spreading out a piece of yellowed parchment.
With a light touch of his brush, the ink flowed smoothly, and a long sword, 1 yard long with a sharp tip, came to life on the paper.
Your Highness, what kind of weapon is this?
Hu Chang stared at the strange long sword on the paper.
Li Che put down his brush and smiled slightly. This is an mo dao. Is it powerful?
Very powerful. It's many times stronger than any weapon we have in the Great Qing.
I will make you the best one when the time comes.
Hu Chang scratched his head. The sword's too light.
I'm not used to it. Your Highness, could you give me a heavier weapon? This sword is not light. Li Che smiled and replied.
The mo dao is the pinnacle of ancient cold weapons. 8 words in the history books are enough to describe the ferocity of this cold weapon: shatter both horse and man, advance like a wall. Since crossing over, Li Che had been thinking about how to create a sharp army that could dominate the world. A strategy of mass forces wouldn't work, since what he lacked most right now was soldiers.
Moreover, when facing the nomads, numbers were never the deciding factor. Too many soldiers could even drain the logistics.
The way to go was a policy of elite soldiers.
Li Che couldn't help but sigh at this point.
The mo dao was good, but given the current conditions, trying to forge it was no easy task. He put away the mo dao blueprint he had drawn, pressing it under a stack of parchment of the same size. On these papers, without exception, were drawings of various weapon designs. Clear bow, horse lance, tang straight sword, divine arm crossbow. For Li Che, drawing these designs wasn't difficult. After all, it was with the skill of drawing that he successfully won over his history-loving ex-girlfriend. The real difficulty lay in how to have the industrial foundation to mass-produce these weapons. Rome wasn't built in a day. Great achievements still had to be built from the ground up. Li Che carefully stored the weapon blueprints and took out a stack of blank paper. He ground some ink and picked up his brush, neatly writing 3 big words on the paper. The theory of mathematics. Mathematics is the foundation of all science, and to climb the technological tree, the popularization of mathematics is an inevitable path. Although Li Che did not have a mathematics-loving ex-girlfriend, as a high-achieving student from a science and engineering background, he still retained a lot of mathematical knowledge in his mind. Rather than let this knowledge fade away over time, it was better to organize it into a book and pass it on to Qian Bin and others. After writing furiously for a while, a knock sounded on the door. Xiao Wen, who had been lying on a small table nearby, lifted her little head and sleepily looked towards the door. Your Highness, I'll go see, said Hu Chang softly from behind. Li Che tidied up the scattered papers on the table and nodded slightly. Hu Chang strode over and opened the door.
Your Highness. Hua Chang'an entered with a smile on his face. Mr. Hua, come and sit.
Li Che called out. Xiao Wen, serve tea.
Hua Chang'an knelt and sat at the lower end of the table, then spoke.
Your Highness, I have finished counting the medical herbs brought by the army.
There are still some usable items.
By adding medicinal food to the soldiers' meals daily, it can slightly supplement their energy and blood.
This is very good. Li Che breathed a sigh of relief.
But those soldiers who have suffered serious losses still need to be slowly nurtured back to health. I fear I alone may not manage. Mr. Hua, work a little harder.
Once I recruit more doctors, it will be easier. Li Che reassured him. I will do my utmost.
Hua Chang'an looked around the room, seeing that there was only a guard and a maid.
He secretly thought to himself. Your Highness, I have one more thing to say.
Feel free to speak, Li Che said, taking a sip of tea. Your Highness does not yet have a female companion. I have a daughter, 28 years old, who knows a little medicine, and is reasonably pretty. She is willing to serve your Highness to repay the life-saving grace you have shown. Xiao Wen, upon hearing this, immediately widened her eyes, and the teacup in her hand nearly slipped.
What does it mean by no female companion? Am I not a woman?
Xiao Wen looked down at her chest, and then saw the entire top of her feet.
It seems.
I really don't count as a woman, but I'll grow up eventually. She angrily put down the teacup, silently adding a lot of boiling hot water to it before sending it over to Hua Chang'an. Hua Chang'an thanked her, picked up the cup, and took a sip, his face immediately turning bright red.
Li Che gave Hua Chang'an a glance, his brow furrowed. Mr. Hua, what do you take me for? A petty person seeking to repay kindness with ulterior motives? I never intended such a thing. Hua Chang'an, despite the pain in his tongue, was shocked and startled. This matter shall not be mentioned again. Mr. Hua, please leave. Li Chai's tone was harsh, and Hua Chang'an, feeling deeply ashamed, had no choice but to withdraw. After closing the door, Hua Chang'an was filled with regret. He raised his hand and gave himself a slap across the face. Your Highness is of noble character, yet I had such vile thoughts. I really deserve to die. In the room, Jiuwen smiled as she sat behind Li Chai, gently massaging his shoulders. Your Highness, why didn't you agree to Mr. Hua's offer? That old man has no sincerity. Li Chai curled his lips. A little girl not yet of age, what use would she be to me? If he truly had good intentions, I'd rather look at his wife, she still retains some charm. Xiaowen froze upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Hu Chang scratched his head awkwardly. He secretly thought to himself. It turns out that His Highness has such a peculiar preference. I must be more careful in the future. If there is a beautiful, captivating married woman, I will definitely snatch her for His Highness. At the same time, news of the sixth prince leaving the capital to be exiled to the remote Ninggu County in the frontier to govern criminals had already spread throughout the imperial capital. As soon as the news came out, it shook the entire court and the common people. Some people sighed in regret, some secretly rejoiced, and some watched indifferently. No one believed that a prince, who was the least favored, could make a name for himself in the dangerous and hostile frontier. What's more, the sixth prince was always weak and kind-hearted. If he went to a rich and peaceful fief, he might live a carefree life. Now, being sent to the cold northeast, where survival is uncertain with the barbarian cavalry lurking, let alone accomplishing great things. Compared to the unnoticed sixth prince, the officials were more concerned with the crown prince. The emperor's youngest son had left the capital, and on the surface, it seemed that the crown prince's position as heir was secure like a mountain. But is it really that simple? In the left chancellor's residence, Du Fuqing sat upright, coldly watching his only son, Du He. At this moment, Du He had a proud look on his face, speaking with enthusiasm. That sixth prince is truly foolish. To go to the frontier with only 1,000 criminal soldiers is like seeking death. In my opinion, before he even reaches Ninggu County, he will be betrayed and killed by those wicked criminals. He will be the first captured prince of our great Qing. How ridiculous. What benefit does the death of the Ninggu County king bring to you? Du Fuqing asked coldly. Du He was so caught up in his excitement that he was speechless from the sudden question from his father, and immediately felt flustered. Du Fuqing furrowed his brows, his heart full of sorrow and disappointment. How did he end up with such a stupid and clueless son? If it weren't for him being his only heir, he would have really wanted to slap this idiot to death. I thought, with the sixth prince leaving the capital, there will be no adult princes left in the imperial capital. The crown prince's ascension to the throne is already a done deal. Du He explained. Sigh. Du Fuqing sighed softly. Does the crown prince really have nothing to worry about just because there are no other princes in the capital? Father, why do you say that? Of course, he will be secure. Fool. Du Fuqing said with a face full of sorrow, His Majesty is a great emperor. How could he tolerate a crown prince with no rivals? I know you are close to the crown prince, and that was fine before, but starting today, you are not allowed to go to the Eastern Palace anymore. But, Du He said, feeling aggrieved, the crown prince was personally supported by His Majesty. Du Fuqing sneered, his tone full of meaning. Ha, who told you that just because the crown prince was personally supported by His Majesty, he is guaranteed to become the future emperor? The feudal lords hold military power and govern the borders, having complete control over their fiefs. They are like independent little courts. His Majesty is raising them like poisonous insects, using this method to find the most outstanding prince. In other words, every feudal lord, including the sixth prince in the distant Ninggu County, has the possibility of inheriting the throne. Except for the crown prince. Du Fuqing's eyes were deep. The crown prince is already a discarded pawn. He has no chance of ascending the throne. Chapter 22, Please give me a big wave. Unlike the left chancellor's residence, which remained calm, the Duke Shang's residence was in complete chaos at this moment. Although Chang Wudi had died young, as a founding hero, his descendants enjoyed the protection of his legacy. Not only did they inherit the title of Duke Shang, but they also held important positions in the court. In such a prominent family, the legitimate daughter had been missing for an entire day and night. The Duke Shang was so angry that he almost fainted. All the servants and private soldiers in the house were sent out to search for the young lady. A whole day and night. In an era when unmarried women rarely left the house, this was a very serious matter. What's more, everyone knew that the young lady was about to become the crown prince's consort. Since the first crown princess passed away, the crown prince has not remarried for 3 years. How many people are eyeing that position? The Chang family finally seized this opportunity, but unexpectedly, the person went missing. What if someone with ulterior motives finds out and uses this to slander the young lady's purity? This good thing would fall apart. The Duke of Zheng, Chang Pan, was sitting in the main seat of the hall, his face ashen, listening to the report from his house generals below. My lord, we have searched the capital city, but we haven't found the young lady. Then go search outside the city. Chang Pan blared angrily, what use are you? After so long, you still can't find a young girl? Yes. The house general broke out in cold sweat and dared not speak further, only taking his orders to leave. Chang Pan could not sit still, rising and pacing back and forth in the hall. Madame Lu was crying and wailing, which made his headache even worse. Cry, 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 what use is crying? Chang Pan could not help but scold, that girl, Ning Shui, has been spoiled by you. She liked practicing martial arts before, and now, she doesn't return home at night. What use is talking about this now? Madame Lu's eyes were red, why don't you quickly go to the palace and meet the emperor, begging him to send the imperial guard to search for her? You foolish woman. Chang Pan was even angrier after hearing this, the emperor has not yet issued a marriage decree. If this matter reaches the emperor's or the crown prince's ears, how am I supposed to explain it? Upon hearing this, Madame Lu cried even harder. The maidservant said that Ning Shui ran away because she heard the sixth prince insulted the crown prince. Do you think it's related to the sixth prince? The sixth prince has always been weak, he would never do something like that. But your bold and reckless daughter. Chang Pan paused, a flash of fear appearing in his eyes. She has always admired the crown prince. If she goes to assassinate the sixth prince because of this, our Chang family might face total destruction. No matter how incompetent the sixth prince is, he is still a royal prince. The emperor can kill a prince, and the crown prince can frame his brothers, but as subjects, if we attempt to assassinate a prince, our entire clan would be annihilated. Let's hope Ning Shui hasn't been foolish enough to really try and assassinate the sixth prince. Chang Pan sat pale on the steps, sighing repeatedly. As the evening darkened, the moon was faint, and 100 miles away from the capital, in Yi City, the towering city walls appeared even more majestic under the night sky. At the city gate, a bright lit up the night, and on the roof, a woman leaned on the railing, gazing into the distance, her expression filled with impatience. Why hasn't Li Che come yet? The woman murmured softly, her tone tinged with anger. Miss, it's already late, and the city gates have been closed. It seems he won't be coming today. A woman in black respectfully replied from behind. Indeed, useless. He can't even make it to Yi City in a day? Chang Ning Shui sneered disdainfully, this useless prince dares to disrespect the crown prince? Although Chang Ning Shui was young, she had bright eyes and white teeth, skin as smooth as snow, and a graceful figure. Perhaps it was because the Zheng family had good food, her chest was noticeably high, and it was hard to believe she was just a young girl in her teens. The woman in black showed a worried expression, Miss, perhaps we should go back. What, are you afraid? Chang Ning Shui turned to ask. We owe our lives to you, Mississippi. How could we be afraid? The woman in black replied, but assassinating a prince is a great crime. If it gets exposed. Don't worry, I will cover my face. Who will be able to recognize me? Chang Ning Shui smiled confidently, moreover, I've never heard that the sixth prince has martial arts. You just need to hold off the guards. I only need one strike to take his life. The woman in black sighed inwardly, no longer trying to persuade her. Although the young lady was very kind to them, her mind was too simple, and she showed no signs of being the daughter of a noble family. No matter how useless the sixth prince may seem, he is still a proper prince of the royal family, not someone they could handle. Did she really think that relying on these women with limited martial skills could assassinate a prince? She could only hope that when the sixth prince arrived, the guards with him would be more alert. Let the young lady back down. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Che ordered the caravan to continue on their way. Xian Bin rode along and cupped his hands, saying, Your Highness, Yi City is the barrier of the imperial capital. We can reach it today. Why not enter the city and rest for a while, and also replenish supplies and provisions? Li Che raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Not only do we need to buy supplies and food, but we also need to recruit some workers. Workers? Xian Bin asked curiously. The common laborers in the team should be enough for now, right? Not common laborers, but skilled craftsmen, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, bricklayers, and even doctors, Li Che said. Li Che had thought about it the night before. Since he was planning to hire doctors, why not take the opportunity to invite other skilled talents as well? It's about uniting all possible forces. Your Highness, most of these people would not want to leave their homes. I fear it will be difficult to find them. Xian Bin raised the same concern as Hua Chang'an. No problem. Li Che smiled kindly. Did Master Qian forget how you were invited by me? Xian Bin's mouth twitched. That invitation, was that really an invitation? When was a sack thrown over someone's head considered an invitation? Your Highness, if you keep inviting people like this, there may be trouble, Xian Bin advised. Why not go to a slave market and see if any of those traders have the people you need? Hearing Qian Bin's words, Li Chei's eyes lit up. Right, this is ancient times. There are slave markets that specialize in the trade of people.
Those traders may have runaway slaves or fugitives, and perhaps a few of them are skilled. Most importantly, these traders are not good people, so robbing them would not weigh on anyone's conscience.
It could even be seen as a righteous act, right? Master Qian, your idea is excellent. I will go visit the slave market. Li Chei said.
Qian Bin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The prince still listens to advice, but I don't know where he learned these bandit habits. He never imagined that Li Chei wasn't giving up on inviting people, but instead, planning to do a big inviting spree.
Chapter 23, The Slave Market, Like Cattle and Horses Together. By the time they reached Yi City, it was already afternoon. From afar, they saw the imposing city walls. Li Chei ordered the camp to be set up right there, taking only 50 of his personal guards to disguise themselves and enter the city. These 50 men were skilled at the inviting task, making them useful for the job. Li Chei simply assigned them as his personal guards, responsible for his safety. In order to avoid drawing attention, Li Chei took off his slightly extravagant robe and replaced it with a simple scholar's robe. Apart from Uncle Yang, Hu Chang, and Xiu Bai, the rest of the guards were dispersed among the crowd, hiding in plain sight to provide covert protection. The tea shop was street-facing. Chang Ningxue, bored, idly fiddled with her teacup, occasionally casting her gaze toward the city gate. Suddenly, a warm voice spoke, "Miss, may I ask for directions?" Chang Ningxue turned to look, only to see a graceful young man standing in front of her. He wore a green robe, his brows shaped like a crescent moon, his eyes shining like bright stars. His demeanor was noble yet elegant, making it impossible not to feel a sense of admiration. Chang Ningxue smiled sweetly. What place does the young master seek?
My household is short of servants, and I wish to find a place to buy some people, Li Chei answered.
Upon hearing Li Chei's words, Chang Ningxue's expression suddenly turned cold. Though she was naturally pampered, she couldn't stand such matters as the buying and selling of people. She immediately responded coldly, "I do not know. Try somewhere else." Li Chei was slightly taken aback, but he wasn't angry. He casually grabbed the restless Xiu Bai behind him and, in a gentle tone, said, "I've disturbed your pleasure, Mississippi. My apologies. Farewell." With that, he turned and led his group away. Hu Chang, as they left, glanced at Chang Ningxue a few times, confirming that she wasn't the type of woman His Highness liked. Only then did he silently put away the sack at his waist. Chang Ningxue stared at Li Chei's retreating figure, thinking for a moment, then suddenly stood up. "Wait here. If that Li Chei arrives, report to me immediately."
"Miss," several black-clad women beside her hurriedly tried to dissuade her.
"What are you going to do?"
"I see that young man doesn't seem like a good person," Chang Ningxue said. "Suspicious behavior, take a quick look at the past."
Chang Ningxue replied hurriedly, then she rushed into the crowd.
A few women in black exchanged glances, sighed helplessly, and quickly followed her. Not long after Li Chei bid farewell to Chang Ningxue, he learned from a local scholar where the human market was located. In Deqing, the trade of people was forbidden, and relevant laws had been enacted, but the enforcement of those laws was inadequate. After all, the aristocratic families and powerful clans needed many people as slaves, while common folk, unable to survive, had no choice but to sell themselves. Thus, the law was as if non-existent, and the government often turned a blind eye.
The so-called human market was the place where these human traffickers traded people.
What Li Chei didn't expect was that such an illegal act dared to be so blatant. The human market was set right in the middle of a bustling market, with no attempt at concealment.
"Young master, would you like to buy some servants?"
The manager behind the counter of the human market's shop saw the visitor and his eyes lit up, eagerly approaching him.
"Our shop has concubines, song girls, maids, cooks, seamstresses, rough servants, everything you could want."
"Oh? Everything?"
Li Chei's lips curled into a slight smile.
"Young master, you don't know, our shop is the largest human market in Yi City.
Whatever you want, we can guarantee your satisfaction."
The manager looked Li Chei up and down, and his smile grew even more ingratiating. This young master, at first glance, was someone from a prestigious family, a rich person. As a human market manager, knowing how to judge people was a necessary skill. He wore fine silk and had a jade pendant at his waist, the color was glossy and smooth, clearly valuable. Not to mention the attendants behind him, the maid was young but already had a beautiful face, and with time, she would undoubtedly become a great beauty. The bodyguard, tall and strong, with such a physique, if sold in the human market, could easily fetch 100 taels of silver. No matter how you looked at it, this was definitely a rare and valuable customer. Li Chei, uninterested in the manager's wrinkled face, walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered, a stench hit him, mixing with sweat and filth. It was enough to make him nauseous. Inside were rows of wooden cages, containing slaves of all shapes and sizes, men, women, the old and young, all naked and emaciated. Beneath the wooden cages was filthy material that the slaves had stepped on, dried and hardened, forming block-like lumps of a brownish-black color. And just a wall away from them were pens for selling cattle and sheep. The livestock had room to move and were somewhat cleaner than the wooden cages containing humans. But these people, they were stacked together like goods, with no dignity left. Young master, young master. The manager followed closely behind, grinning, these are low-grade items, not worth your attention.
Let me take you to see the higher-class beauties. Oh? Li Che's smile widened. People, you call them goods?
Of course, these people are worth less than livestock, they're to be sold to the brothels as servants and slaves. There are also those worthless women who can't have children, they'll pick a pleasing one to take home, and it costs no more than a single beast. The manager spoke casually, as though discussing something perfectly normal. Behind Li Che, Shen Bin and Uncle Yang both had shocked expressions. Bai said nothing, while Lu Chang tightly bit into the big flatbread in his hand. Wen clung tightly to Li Che's thigh, her eyes filled with fear. The market for slaves, the same as cattle and horses. Li Che gently touched Wen's hairpin, murmuring. The manager froze for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Young master has great literary talent, indeed. Li Che looked at him deeply, then smiled kindly.
Lead the way. Let's see the higher class goods you mentioned.
Yes, of course.
Please follow me.
The manager eagerly led Li Che further inside. Li Che coldly looked at the numb goods, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He said nothing more, simply lifted his foot and followed.
The manager chattered on, introducing, young master, what kind of goods would you like to see?
If you want to buy concubines, we have beautiful young girls, exotic beauties, and slender women from Jiangnan, all top tier. If you're looking for bodyguards or servants, we also have fierce warriors captured from the grasslands, Southview, and Tubo.
If you're in need of weavers or craftsmen, we have them all. Take a look. Li Che responded with a smile. Sure, please follow me.
The steward's eyes shone even brighter after hearing Li Che's words. After bypassing a few walls, the space behind became much more spacious. The slaves here were separated by fences, each compartment containing one person. The first thing Li Che saw was an exotic woman wearing nothing but a chest wrap. Upon noticing the newcomers, she immediately began to sway her body, desperately showcasing her graceful form.
Other slaves in the adjacent compartments also stood up.
The women were naked, and the men tried to puff up their muscles. The slave traders, holding whips, coldly scanned these goods. Li Che's gaze swept across these people, and finally, it stopped on a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, her eyes hollow, her bare back covered in scars. She just stood there silently, her vacant gaze meeting Li Che's.
Li Che's heart inexplicably tightened, as though an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. Young master, have you made your choice?
The steward's voice came from behind. Li Che took a deep breath and said to the steward behind him, I've made my choice.
Which one do you want?
The steward's face lit up with joy. I want too many, I fear you won't be able to make the decision.
Li Che said softly, go and bring your master to me.
I'll speak to him personally. The steward was stunned for a moment, this.
I'm afraid that won't do. Our master is of noble status, he never comes to places like this.
Li Che interrupted, just tell him I want everything, and that I will send him a great gift.
Is that not possible? Upon hearing this, the steward's face immediately showed an expression of wild joy. Everything? Young master, are you serious?
Of course, but I didn't bring the gift with me.
I need to borrow it from you.
Li Che turned around, smiling as he stared at the steward. The steward, seeing the coldness in Li Che's smiling eyes, immediately felt uneasy.
What do you want to borrow?
I need to borrow the life on your neck. As soon as Li Che finished speaking, Bai behind him drew his sword in a flash.
Shii.
In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered before the steward's eyes, and he felt a chill around his neck. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly felt his vision start to tilt. The figure of the young master in front of him gradually sank. Then came a dizzying spin, and in the last second before losing consciousness, he heard exclamations. Perhaps due to Bai's lack of strength, the sword didn't completely sever the head, leaving it still half attached to the body. Seeing this, Hu Chang stuffed the large pancake in his arms and stepped forward. He grabbed the steward's hair and lifted it up effortlessly. With a nauseating crack of bones, the head was torn from the body. Hu Chang held the bloody head and walked over to Li Che, grinning as he handed it over with both hands. Your Highness, here's the head you wanted. Li Che reached out and covered Wen's eyes, helplessly looking at Hu Chang. This child was simple-hearted, but he was just too straightforward, carrying out orders without compromise. Li Che suppressed the fear in his heart, forcing himself to look at the head that could not close its eyes. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with a dead body, and it was someone he had ordered to be killed. Although he had killed before, that person fell too quickly, and he hadn't really observed up close. Unlike now, where he could clearly see every feature of the face, and the nauseating smell of blood was stabbing his nose, almost making him gag. He fought to suppress it, casually picking up the head and tossing it toward a slave trader.
The slave trader was immediately startled, trembling as he clutched the head, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground.
Go, take this great gift to your master. Li Che tried to keep his voice calm. Tell him, I am here waiting for his return gift. The tooth peddler's gaze was vacant, as if he had been scared silly, standing frozen in place. Seeing Li Che frown slightly, Xiaobai understood and stepped forward, thrusting her sword through the tooth peddler's throat. Xiaobai picked up the head of the steward from the tooth peddler's arms and grinned at the others. Is there anyone left who can still move? Saying this, she shook the sword, splattering blood everywhere. One of the bolder tooth peddlers quickly got up, grabbed the head, and frantically ran outside.
Still some smart ones.
Xiaobai smiled slightly and looked at Li Che. Your Highness, how should we deal with the rest of these pups? Li Che glanced at the remaining tooth peddlers, seeing their pale faces, their expressions full of pleading. Li Che's face remained expressionless as he coldly uttered two words. Kill them. Yes. Xiaobai bowed and accepted the order, licking her lips, raising her long sword again. Blood splattered as several tooth peddlers fell, collapsing into a pool of blood. Li Che quickly walked to the wooden cage where the little girl was, stretched out his hand to pull the cage gate, but it wouldn't budge. A Chang, open the door. Hu Chang stepped forward, gripping the gate and yanked it back with force. The gate shattered instantly, splinters of wood flying everywhere. Li Che extended his hand and gently lifted the little girl out. Uncle Yang quickly took off his outer coat and handed it over. Li Che carefully wrapped the little girl's body.
Do you have a name?
Li Che asked softly. The little girl numbly glanced at him but said nothing. Li Che furrowed his brow slightly. Was it possible that those brutes had made her mute? The little girl, seeing Li Che's furrowed brows, seemed frightened and suddenly struggled to jump out of his arms. Li Che was stunned for a moment, about to pick her up again, when he saw the little girl, barefoot, standing on the ground. She skillfully began to dance a flirtatious Huxian dance, her tiny body swaying. Li Che swallowed hard, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Why degrade yourself like this?
To survive. A foreign woman inside the cage suddenly spoke.
Li Che looked at her, and she smiled bitterly. Usually, when those brutes frown, we get beaten. This little girl is also here to please the nobles. She knows that if she dances well, she can avoid being beaten. You just frowned, and that's why she did this. Li Che felt struck by lightning, staring blankly at the little girl. The little girl wore a smile, but it was hollow, numb, and lacked any beauty. Li Che only felt waves of fear. Behind him, Xian Bin trembled, muttering, this kind of beastly behavior, truly unheard of. It should be condemned by heaven. Li Che slowly turned around, looking at the slaves inside the house. The people imprisoned in the wooden cages had eyes filled with numbness and despair.
Li Che took a deep breath and said, a Chang. Hu Chang stepped forward, Your Highness, I am here.
Tear down all these wooden cages. Okay. Hu Chang walked towards the wooden cages, casually gripping the gates, and tore them down as if they were made of toy blocks. The slaves regained their freedom. Some of them wept as they crawled out of the cages, thanking Li Che for saving their lives. Others acted as though they didn't see it, still curled up inside the cages, even though the gates were open before them. Li Che walked up to a strong man, squatted beside him, and gently asked, the cage is open, why don't you leave?
The strong man gave him a hollow glance and muttered, where can I escape to? I'll only be caught again. Li Che nodded and said nothing more.
This man was already broken. Even though the cage had been destroyed, the shackles in his heart were still unbreakable. Even a little girl knows how to struggle to survive, yet this strong man's spirit is weaker than that of the little girl. A person without the will to survive is not worth saving, and there is no need for such people under my command.
Xiaobai, gather those willing to follow me.
Yes, Your Highness. Li Che then looked at the little girl, who had now been lifted by Qiu. The little girl was very thin, almost weightless, and even Qiu, a weak woman, could easily carry her. Those children, if they have no home, take them all away. Li Che sighed softly. His heart is still not hard enough. However, although children are a burden, they are easy to shape. With good training, they can be of great use in the future. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Wang Sanchun, who was at the door, entered and bowed to report, Your Highness, someone is coming this way. Chapter 25, Kneel down for me. The main character has arrived. Li Che grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Your Highness, Uncle Yang quickly said, the visitor doesn't seem friendly, we should avoid the confrontation.
Avoid his confrontation? Li Che interrupted. I'm actually waiting for him.
He wanted to see what kind of person could act so recklessly in Yi City, just 100 miles from the capital. Everyone else stay here, release all the slaves.
A Chang, come with me.
After saying this, Li Che turned and walked out, with Hu Chang following closely behind. People on the street quickly moved aside as several fierce-looking strong men made way, and a luxurious carriage slowly stopped at the pedestrian entrance. The citizens showed fearful expressions, whispering to each other.
This seems to be the Wang family's carriage? Such a big show, is something going on? This family is indeed the Wang family's property.
Just now I saw a person hurriedly running out, holding something bloody and mangled, and then the Wang family people arrived.
Hiss. In this Yi city, how can someone dare to strike against the Wang family?
The moment the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a thick fragrance wafted out. Hidden in the crowd, Chang Ningxue turned her gaze at the sound and saw a middle-aged man stepping down from the carriage. The man frowned, disgustedly scanning the filthy ground. A servant beside him immediately lay down on the ground, allowing the man to step on his back as he walked off the carriage without looking sideways.
Where is he? The tooth dealer who had escaped earlier knelt down abruptly. Master, he is inside.
The head of the Wang family looked towards the path and happened to lock eyes with Li Che, instantly shrinking his pupils. With a face like a crown jewel, sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was of remarkable presence. Such bearing, surely not an ordinary individual.
But among the prominent families in Yi City, he seemed to have never seen this person.
Who are you, sir? The head of the Wang family asked.
Li Che slowly walked out of the door, his step steady, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Did you receive my gift?
The man frowned slightly, inwardly thinking that this person was very rude, but seeing the other's extraordinary demeanor, he could not retaliate and had to suppress his anger. This is just a mere servant. If he has offended you, then it's his deserved death.
I am Wang Bingi, head of the Wang family in Yi City.
I see your demeanor is exceptional. Surely you are not an ordinary person. Please step to my humble home for a chat. If there is a misunderstanding, we can clear it up. Wang Bingi had to be said to be quite gracious, polite and refined. In comparison, Li Che seemed more aggressive. There is no misunderstanding, but there is one thing I want to ask the head of the Wang family.
Please speak.
The law of Diqing clearly states that human trafficking is strictly prohibited.
Why does your Wang family break the law and engage in such heinous acts?
Li Che sternly questioned.
Hearing Li Che's words, Chang Ningxue in the crowd showed a surprised expression.
This was somewhat disrespectful. In high society, it is often about an unspoken understanding. After all, which family does not have some dark dealings? These illicit affairs, prominent families usually do not mention publicly. Chang Ningxue initially thought Li Che was just a rich, idle youth out to buy concubines, but now it seemed she had misjudged him.
Who could he be? Could he be an imperial envoy sent by the court? Even if he were an envoy, would he dare to question Wang Bingi so harshly?
After all, the Wang family is one of the 8 great families, with immense power. Even the county magistrate of Yi City would not dare to be so rude in front of him.
Indeed, seeing Li Che's attitude, Wang Bingi's expression also became ugly. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Are you determined to go against my Wang family?"
So what if I am?
Li Che retorted. Is it just because my Wang family has broken the law?
I don't want to care about such laws. Li Che slowly stepped forward, but there is one grudge that must be avenged.
What grudge do we have?
Wang Bingi asked, confused. Li Che's mind flashed with the image of the little girl's tragic face, and his hand slowly moved to the sword hilt. This is the hatred of class. In the next moment, the sword was drawn, its cold light like water, reflecting the shocked face of Wang Bingi. As Wang Bingi was stunned, several of his guards rushed forward, brandishing long knives straight at Li Che's vitals. Li Che's iron arm shot out behind him, knocking the guards back several steps, spitting blood. A towering figure like an iron tower, Hu Chang, stood in front of Li Che, his face filled with fierce light. Wang Bingi's mind shook, everything in front of him seemed to fall into confusion. He couldn't understand why Li Che suddenly attacked, nor could he comprehend what the class hatred Li Che spoke of was. Li Che thrust his sword into one of the guards' chest and laughed at Wang Bingi. Do you think you are so noble? Do you think the common people are just merchandise? Do you think the Wang family should be high above, with these commoners as ants to be trampled on by people like you? The surrounding guards surged forward, but Li Che paid them no attention, staring only at Wang Bingi, who was surrounded by his guards. Since you are so noble, why do you hide behind others? Wang Bingi's face turned ashen, and he fell silent. Li Che stopped caring about him and, seeing more and more guards gathering, shouted, Wang Sanchun, make your move. Before his voice had even died down, dozens of black shadows shot out from the crowd. They were lean, armed with sharp blades, exuding a chilling aura that made them look like evil ghosts crawling out of a sea of corpses and blood. 50 elite guards, born from criminals, rushed at the Wang family's guards like hungry wolves, striking deadly blows without mercy. One guard swung his knife, but the criminal didn't dodge. Instead, he grinned and charged at him. The guard was horrified, hurriedly retracting his knife to block, but was knocked to the ground by the criminal's headbutt. The flash of the knife, and the guard didn't even grunt before being pinned to the street, dead. The criminal howled like a mad dog and pounced on another Wang family guard. With such reckless, fearless fighting style, the Wang family guards, though strong, were being forced back by the suicidal criminals. And there was the terrifying Hu Chang, like a demon, every charge as if a wild ox plowing the earth, knocking a dozen guards flying like straw. Quick, go call the magistrate, quick, call the city defense army. Seeing his guards fall one by one, Wang Bingyi no longer cared about the face of his family, screaming desperately. His shout only attracted Hu Chang's attention. Hu Chang ran up in just a few steps, casually grabbing a dead guard's body as a weapon, and slapped every guard in his path aside. He came in front of Wang Bingyi and, as if picking up a chicken, lifted him from behind his guards, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Wang Bingyi struggled to get up, his fine clothes covered in mud and blood. Before he could steady himself, a cold, gleaming long sword was pressed against his neck. Don't even bother calling the magistrate, even if you go to the western heaven to ask Buddha for help, it won't work. Wang Bingyi looked up at Li Che and trembled. Who are you, and why do you oppose my Wang family? I am the head of the Wang family. How dare you humiliate me? Are you not afraid of my Wang family's revenge? Again with that damn theory of bloodlines. Li Che looked down at Wang Bingyi. Just because the Wang family bloodline is noble, does that mean you can treat people like goods? If that's the case, my bloodline is even nobler than yours, and you, Wang Bingyi, should be my slave. Wang Bingyi's pupils shrank sharply. My lord? You are. Li Che impatiently stomped on Wang Bingyi's leg. The sound of cracking bones was clear and audible. To me, you are also a lowly commoner. Lowly commoner? It should be given to this king. Kneel down. Chapter 26, The Worthless Patriarch of the Wang Family. Wang Bingyi's leg bones cracked in response, and he collapsed to the ground, letting out a mournful wail. The cries echoed through the long street, penetrating heavy courtyard walls, reaching the ears of the slaves. The slaves halted in unison, as if something deep in their souls had been touched. Someone, as if possessed, took a step forward, heading toward the pedestrian gate. Hey, where are you going? Xiu Bai asked, looking at the slave. Let him go take a look. Uncle Yang stopped Xiu Bai. If it can awaken the bravery in his heart, it will be easier to use him for the prince in the future. Li Che felt a gaze upon his back, slowly turning his head. Before him were filthy faces, hollow, numb eyes fixed upon the collapsed Wang Bingyi, flashing with a hint of hatred. Li Che's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said, Can you all see clearly? This so-called Wang family patriarch's blood is also red, just like yours. After saying this, he stepped down heavily again, right onto Wang Bingyi's other leg. The sound of bones shattering made one's teeth ache. Blood flowed from the root of the leg, staining the ground red. Blood is red. The slaves' hearts trembled, as if a string had been lightly plucked. Does such a high-up figure also have the same blood flowing in his body as we do? If so, why does he treat us like goods? Why does he not see us as humans? The watching commoners gasped in shock at Li Che's brutal actions, falling silent as if frozen. That is the Wang family. The all-powerful Wang family in Yi City. A flowing dynasty, an ironclad family. Even amidst the changes of dynasties and chaos in the world, no one dared to treat the great clans this way. Li Che's actions today were akin to challenging the authority of the entire clan. No one heard what Li Che and Wang Bingyi said. The commoners only knew that this person treated the Wang family patriarch like this. Surely he was near death. How dare you, how dare you? Wang Bingyi's weak voice reached Li Che's ears. Li Che bent down, softly asking, What did you say? Even the current emperor would not dare to treat a member of a noble family this way. Wang Bingyi's face showed a twisted expression. Let alone you are merely a useless prince, how dare you? Do you know me? Li Che asked with interest. Among the princes still in the capital, besides you, there is only the crown prince left. Sixth prince, I do not understand, what benefits does this bring you? They are just some slaves, their lives or deaths have nothing to do with you. Wang Bingyi's voice was weak as a mosquito, yet the resentment and madness within it could not be concealed. Li Che smiled at Wang Bingyi. It's good that you recognize the sixth prince. Today, let me introduce myself again, I, Li Che. Wang Bingyi looked at Li Che's cold smile and felt a chill running from his feet straight to the top of his head. The rumors are completely untrue. The sixth prince is not some kind and weak prince? For just a few lowly commoners, to offend the entire Wang family? This is a madman. He has no idea what crazy thing he will do next. Despairing, Wang Bingyi looked around. At this moment, all the Wang family guards had already been killed, and the criminals were methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Li Che waved his hand, and Hu Chang immediately ran to his side. Lift him up, let everyone see clearly. Hu Chang nodded and single-handedly lifted Wang Bingyi by the neck. The once mighty patriarch of the Wang family, like a pig awaiting slaughter, was held high, exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Li Che then turned around, facing the onlooking commoners, loudly proclaiming. The Wang family patriarch said, buying and selling you lowly commoners is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Many commoners just stared blankly at Li Che.
With little awareness, even facing such evil deeds, they could not stir their emotions for resistance. I am not someone who does not speak reason. Li Che smiled and said, next, I will also follow the Wang family's rules. Li Che held the sword sheath, pointing at the helpless Wang Bingi who was hanging in midair. An adult male, the head of the Wang family, literate, with some knowledge of literature and art, skilled in playing the lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting, proficient in everything. Is there anyone who wants to buy him back? Whether as a scholarly servant or as a slave, though he is disabled, he still has some use. This statement made the already quiet street feel as if a needle could be heard dropping. Everyone looked at Li Che in fear, then at the pale Wang Bingi. Some whispered that it was bad news, quietly retreating from the crowd, afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves. That is the head of the Wang family. How dare he treat the head of the Wang family as a slave and sell him on the street? It was not safe to stay here, seeing the humiliating image of the Wang family head would surely incur his wrath, and one would have no good outcome in the future. However, at this moment, Wang Bingi felt as if struck by lightning, with endless humiliation and anger rising in his heart. Wang Bingi let out a heart-wrenching scream, Li Che, how dare you insult me like this, how dare you? In the crowd, Chang Ningxue widened her eyes, staring at that figure. Li Che? He is Li Che, the sixth prince Li Che? How is that possible? Isn't Li Che a weak and despicable person? Chang Ningxue fixed her gaze on Li Che's face. That handsome face with a mischievous smile seemed impossible to blend with her imagined image of the sixth prince Li Che. At that moment, a sudden sound of hooves echoed from afar. At that time, the sound of hurried hooves approached, and dozens of armored cavalry rushed around the corner, quickly dispersing the crowd. The leading figure wore the uniform of a sixth-grade official, with a serious expression. Upon seeing Wang Bingi hanging in mid-air, his pupils suddenly shrank. In Deqing, the county magistrate is generally a seventh-grade official, but Yi City is near the imperial capital, a place of authority, so the county magistrate here is appointed as sixth grade. Wang Bingi saw the arrival of reinforcements, as if grasping the last straw of salvation, and shouted hoarsely, Qin Shang, kill them. Leave none. Qin Shang came back to his senses, anxiously shouting, how dare you? Quickly release the head of the Wang family. After saying this, the cavalry behind him all drew their swords, exuding a murderous aura. The county lord arrives quickly. Li Che said with a cold smile. You bold madman. In broad daylight, you dare to kill on the street. Quickly release the head of the Wang family. Qin Shang reprimanded angrily. The lord arrives just in time. Li Che smiled as he patted Wang Bingi's thigh, a good slave, are you interested in buying him back? The lord is swift and decisive, surely a clean and responsible official. I will suffer a little loss today, just sell him to you, for 1 copper coin, how about that? Chapter 27 Li Che? The sixth prince? Hearing Li Che's words, Qin Shang almost fell from his horse. This thief's mouth really does not spare anyone, it's one thing to sell Wang Bingi as a slave in public. The head of the Wang family, the current head of a 1,000-year-old family, is only worth a copper coin? Such humiliation cuts straight to the heart, what hatred could have led to this? At this moment, Wang Bingi's face turned ashen, unable to speak. He knew that even if he didn't die today at Li Che's hands, he could no longer hold his position as head of the family. The Wang family is a 1,000-year-old clan, how could they tolerate the family head suffering such extraordinary humiliation? Is it not allowed? Li Che still had a smile on his face, my lord, this is a small business, I really can't lower the price. Puchi Wang Sanchun next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. He thought to himself, since we've followed the prince, when have we ever done small business? It has always been a no-cost deal. Qin Shang's face turned ugly, wait. You must first release the head of the Wang family, the ransom can be negotiated. Not possible, my lord, since you are not sincerely offering a price, this merchandise has to be smashed in my hands. Li Che raised the long sword in his hand. I have no extra food for this pig to eat, if Master Qin is unwilling, then let him die. After saying this, he didn't pause for a moment. The sword's tip thrust out without a trace of hesitation. Wait! Qin Shang shouted loudly. Li Che turned his wrist, the sword's tip barely stopping at Wang Bingi's chest, if it moved forward but a fraction, it would pierce through flesh. 1 copper coin, I bought him, don't kill him. A drop of sweat flowed down Qin Shang's forehead. Now, he couldn't care less about Wang Bingi's dignity. If the head of the Wang family died here, his position as a county magistrate would come to an end. Puff! Hearing Qin Shang's words, Wang Bingi's throat felt sweet, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Qin Shang, you. But Qin Shang didn't even glance at him, he took a copper coin from his bosom and threw it at Li Che. Here's the copper coin, quickly release him. Li Che raised his hand to catch the coin, after playing with it in his palm, he smiled, thank you for your patronage. Ah Chang, give the goods to him. Hu Chang nodded and swung his arm, about to throw Wang Bingi out.
Scared, Qin Shang repeatedly shouted, be gentle, I want him alive. Li Che patted Hu Chang's rock-hard bicep, just put him down, let them take him themselves. Hu Chang nodded, casually tossing Wang Bingyi aside like a worn-out piece of clothing.
Wang Bingyi rolled on the ground like a dead dog. Quickly invite the head of the Wang family over.
Qin Shang hurriedly commanded his subordinates. Several soldiers moved at his command while Li Che waved his hand, signaling his guards to clear a path, and only then did they carry the barely breathing Wang Bingyi away. Qin Shang immediately dismounted to check on Wang Bingyi's condition. He saw Wang Bingyi was covered in filth, his skin purple and blue, both leg bones completely broken, clearly a useless person now. Qin Shang raised his head, fury shooting from his eyes towards Li Che, arrest him. The surrounding soldiers and officials drew their swords, the cold light shining all around, surrounding Li Che and his group tightly. Due to the long delay, the patrolling guards in the city came running, hundreds of them crowding the street. Wang Sanchun and the other criminals remained unafraid, even when heavily outnumbered, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes.
This is how it should be. Wang Sanchun laughed loudly, his voice shaking the wilderness, come, let me bleed you little kids. Ever since joining the prince, the criminals had been taking advantage of their strength, either kidnapping old men or bullying servants. They were all veterans of death, born to fight bloody battles. The deal is made, and the county magistrate wants to go back on his word? Li Che questioned. You rascals, when have I ever made a deal with you? Qin Shang declared righteously, gathering in the street to commit violence, where does it leave the law of the Great Qing? Li Che smiled at these words, retorting, when the Wang family trafficked people, why didn't I see you mention the law of the Great Qing? Whether the Wang family broke the law, the court will decide. Qin Shang respectfully gestured towards the capital, however, you committing violence in the street is an undeniable fact and is unforgivable. After speaking, he drew his saber and pointed it at Li Che, why not surrender now? What are you waiting for? Li Che was unmoved, calmly asking, what if I say no? Qin Shang replied coldly, given the current situation, I am strong, you are weak, if you do not surrender, I'll kill you on the spot. Li Che burst into laughter, I see, what you mean is, power is truth, and what the strong say counts as the law of the Great Qing? Qin Shang scoffed, neither replying nor denying. In that case, Li Che's lips curled slightly, you look again, who is strong now, you or me? As his voice fell, a sea of figures surged from behind Li Che's people at the doorway. A group of emaciated, ragged slaves appeared, holding wooden sticks and farming tools, stumbling to stand behind Li Che. The slaves were weak, barely able to stand, but their eyes were fixed on the officials and soldiers like they wanted to devour them. Hundreds of slaves filled the street, instantly eliminating the numerical advantage of the officials and soldiers. In the crowd, Chang Ningxu silently drew her slender sword, eager to try. Seeing this, a subordinate quickly grabbed her hand. In a low voice, Miss, you absolutely cannot. In broad daylight, attempting to assassinate the sixth prince, the Chang family will be destroyed. Chang Ningxue frowned and looked at her, who said I was going to assassinate Li Che? Then what are you planning, miss? This damn official deserves to die. The Wang family also deserves to die. Chang Ningxue gritted her teeth, speaking with hatred, wait until Li Che and they fight, I'll take advantage of the chaos and rush out to stab him several times. Subordinate. Seeing more and more slaves gather around, the soldiers grew anxious and involuntarily retreated. Seeing the situation was bad, Qin Shang quickly shouted loudly, do not panic, it's just a bunch of powerless slaves, unarmed, they will scatter with a touch. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, the soldiers did not regain confidence, instead, they retreated even faster. Although they were slaves, there were so many of them, wasn't it too much? How many sins had the Wang family committed over the years, how many people had they trafficked, to accumulate such a number of slaves? Qin Shang saw the morale of his side sinking and was about to offer large rewards to stabilize the situation, when he saw a rider coming from the street corner. Before the person arrived, the voice reached, report. Sir, there are troops approaching outside the South City Gate. Qin Shang quickly asked, what flag are they flying? I only saw a royal flag with the words Ninggu written on it. Ninggu? Sixth prince? Qin Shang was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed with wild joy, heaven helps me. Ha ha, it must be the sixth prince's army coming. He pointed to the direction of the city gate, shouting hoarsely, quick, go to the city gate to welcome the sixth prince, tell him I am here waiting, please have his highness enter the city and wipe out these treacherous officials. Chapter 28, Seeing the royal seal, why not bow? Hearing Qin Shang's words, Li Che almost laughed aloud. I'm going to wipe out myself? Earlier, to avoid unnecessary complications, Li Che had stationed most of his troops far outside the city. And after he killed the person in charge, he immediately sent word to the army to approach the city. Otherwise, how could Li Che be so arrogant? He still carried the grand ambition of revitalizing the Northeast, the Wang family's entire clan's life was worth less than his own. That madman, just wait.
Qin Shang continued to provoke, once the sixth prince's army arrives, you will die without a burial place. Li Che watched as the dignified sixth-grade county magistrate jumped around like a monkey, unable to help but smile.
Mr. Qin, how can you be so sure the sixth prince will help you? Qin Shang sneered, nonsense, the sixth prince is his majesty's son, the newly appointed vassal king. Would he not help the imperial officials, but help you, a treacherous rebel? Then let me ask you, do you know what the sixth prince's name is?
Qin Shang froze for a moment. The sixth prince had such a low presence in the court that he had truly forgotten his name. It was only when a person dressed like a scholar beside him leaned over and whispered, Sir, the sixth prince's name is Che. Qin Shang nodded, then remembered the sixth prince's name was Li Che.
Now think about it, what did the head of the Wang family just call me?
Li Che looked at Qin Shang with a smile. Qin Shang instinctively looked at Wang Bingi, who was barely alive. Wang Bingi's eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been drained. When their eyes met, a hint of mockery and sadness appeared. Qin Shang suddenly vaguely remembered that when he had just arrived with his troops, Wang Bingi had indeed shouted something like, How dare you insult me, Li Che?
Wait. Li Che? Sixth prince? Li Che? Could it be?
Qin Shang widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Li Che as if seeing a ghost.
Li Che teased with a smile, are you sweating yet? Old Qin? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Qin Shang staggered back several steps, you have so much courage.
How dare you impersonate a prince?
Before Li Che could speak again, behind him, Uncle Yang had already taken off the bundle from his back and respectfully brought out a golden royal seal.
The Ninggu County King's seal is here.
Don't be fooled by Uncle Yang's age, his voice was strong. This shout directly sent a cold sweat down Qin Shang's spine. Looking again at the royal seal in Uncle Yang's hand. It was made of pure jade, covered with a golden shell, and carved with a dragon, vivid and lifelike, soaring through the clouds.
Li Che walked slowly, with Yang Shu holding the imperial seal and following him.
Wherever they passed, the guards bowed and stepped aside. Until Li Che reached the front of the officers and soldiers. The officers and soldiers were already dizzy from the series of reversals, their hands shaking uncontrollably as they held their weapons. The smile on Li Che's face vanished, his expression suddenly turning solemn, and he shouted.
Having seen the royal seal, why do you not kneel?
The shout was like a thunderclap, startling the officers and soldiers to the point where their hearts almost stopped, and they could no longer hold onto their weapons, which clattered to the ground. Li Che took a step forward, his walk steady, moving directly toward the officers and soldiers. Wherever he passed, everyone was overwhelmed by his presence and kneeled to the ground. Li Che walked straight to Qin Shang, his gaze locking onto the other man's panicked eyes. His tone was commanding and slow as he said, What are you staring at? Qin Shang was stunned, standing frozen, unsure of what to do. Li Che also felt a little awkward, after all, he had transmigrated, and some things were deeply etched into his soul. He felt like he was missing something if he didn't say this. Lord Qin, Li Che adjusted his tone and asked in a deep voice, Now, who is stronger, you or this prince? Hearing this, Qin Shang's face turned ashen, and he slowly lowered his head and kneeled to the ground, trembling as he said, I, Qin Shang, County Magistrate of Yi City, pay my respects to His Royal Highness, Prince Ninggu. With even Qin Shang kneeling, the other officers and soldiers naturally did not dare to resist. They all dropped their weapons and knelt, shouting in unison. We pay our respects, Your Highness. The surrounding commoners were slower to react, still trying to understand why the man who was just a wild thug in the street had suddenly turned into a prince of high status. But that didn't stop them from kneeling and paying their respects. Chang Ningxue saw that everyone else had kneeled and felt awkward standing. She could only snort softly and quietly squat down. After the imperial policy for the princes to guard the borders was established, Emperor Qing set a rule. When a prince showed his procession, officials of the second rank or lower, no matter what they were doing, had to bow in respect. Even if you were the prime minister, if you encountered a prince's procession, you still had to stop your car and respectfully stand by the road until the prince's procession passed. The implementation of this rule indirectly promoted the strategy of sending princes to the border. After all, the senior officials were all old, and no one wanted to kneel to a bunch of young, immature princes every day. Sending the princes out of the capital meant they wouldn't have to deal with such bothersome things. Li Che looked at Qin Shang, who was kneeling before him, and couldn't help but sigh. The imperial power was truly a wonderful thing. No wonder everyone wanted to be emperor. He shook his head, looked at the surrounding commoners, and said in a soft voice, Everyone, please rise. The commoners and officers slowly stood up. Qin Shang also tried to stand but was immediately pressed down by Li Che's foot on his back, stomping him heavily to the ground. Not you. Qin Shang was caught off guard, slammed into the dirt, sprawled out in a humiliating position. He stared ahead, dumbfounded, meeting the gaze of Wang Bingi, who was barely alive, their eyes locking in a strange, awkward moment. The two were forced into an intimate gaze, almost too ambiguous.
Li Che, still standing on Qin Shang, loudly declared.
This prince was passing through Yi City and personally witnessed the Wang family's tyranny, openly defying the laws of Diqing, forcefully capturing innocent civilians to make them slaves. Qin Shang, the county magistrate of Yi City, instead of controlling the Wang family, became an accomplice, allowing their evil deeds. The two attempted to assassinate the king and kill the royal carriage.
This is a major crime of rebellion.
Li Che's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone quickly lowered their heads, too afraid to make eye contact.
Where is the clerk?
The clerk, a lower-ranking official who assisted the magistrate, managing tasks like catching thieves and handling prisoners, timidly stepped out of the crowd and bowed respectfully.
I am here, Your Highness.
Take these two to the dungeon, and wait for this prince to report to the court before their crimes are judged. Hearing Li Che's words, Qin Shang struggled wildly. Sixth prince, you, as a feudal lord, have no right to judge court officials.
You are acting this way, breaking the court's rules. The officials will not let you go, and His Majesty will never tolerate you.
Li Che ignored this, and with a swift kick, he struck Qin Shang's chin. Blood splattered immediately, and a few teeth were sent flying. Qin Shang screamed in pain, muttering something incomprehensible, but no one could hear it clearly.
Li Che lowered his head and sneered, saying, Master Qin, have you forgotten? Now, I am strong and you are weak.
According to your logic, my words now are the law of Diqing.
Chapter 29, Subduing the Slaves.
Li Che's kick crushed Qin Shang's last struggle and shattered his laughable court rules in his heart. The surrounding commoners fell silent, and their eyes on Li Che held not just respect, but a hint of fear, mixed with an unspoken excitement. Your Highness, the records officer cautiously stepped forward, afraid to anger this king who seemed like a god of death. Li Che then withdrew his leg and impatiently said, Take them away.
Watch them closely.
If I find out they were released.
The records officer shuddered and replied, I dare not, I dare not.
The records officer obediently took away the two unconscious culprits, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a crowd of commoners who dared not even breathe.
Li Che looked around, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes.
These commoners had no idea how much they had been oppressed by the royal family in the past. Today, I killed Wang Bingi and exposed the royal family's crimes, but instead of sparking a rebellion, they feared me even more.
This is human nature. Ordinary people actually have no clue who is abusing their power over them. They never feel the pain until the knife strikes them.
It wasn't until he turned around and looked at the slaves who had just dared to stand up that his mood calmed down.
You are free. Li Che said in a deep voice, the Wang family has already been raided by me. From now on, you are no longer slaves.
At first, there was complete silence in the crowd, as if they hadn't processed the news yet.
Freedom?
To them, this word was too distant, so distant they had almost forgotten what it meant. After a moment, a weak figure trembled and knelt, banging their head on the ground.
This humble citizen thanks the prince for his great kindness. The prince's great kindness and virtue, this humble citizen will never forget.
With the first, there was a second. Soon, a sea of people knelt, and the resounding shouts of thank you, prince, filled the sky. Li Che looked around, his face still calm, but his heart was somewhat moved.
At this moment, someone shouted, will the prince still leave Yi City? Li Che nodded, I am ordered to go to the frontier and will leave Yi City shortly.
That person knelt again, sincerely saying, we have no land, no property. After the prince leaves Yi City, we don't know when we will be captured again and turned into slaves.
Prince, could you take us with you to the frontier?
Even if we must be slaves, we would rather be your slaves. Someone took the lead, and the crowd of slaves immediately stirred. They had no homes, no land, no identity. According to Diqing's laws, they were already considered runaway slaves. Although the Wang family had fallen, there might still be the Lu family, the Yang family, or the Zhao family who would capture them and sell them as slaves again. And this Prince Ninggu was a bit brutal, but everyone could tell that he sympathized with them.
Following this prince was better than being stuffed into a cage and sold as goods, right? I, too, am willing to follow the prince.
Prince, take me to the frontier.
As long as you give me enough food, I am willing.
I can plow the fields, and I have strength. I will serve the prince with all my efforts. The crowd began to stir once more, this time their eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. Li Che focused on the crowd, then shook his head, I do not take slaves under my command. The crowd fell silent immediately, and the fire in their eyes slowly faded.
As expected. A noble prince like him. Even if recruiting people, only good families will be chosen, how could they ever look at people like them?
But Li Che changed his tone, and everyone looked up in unison. I need a group of willing commoners to go beyond the borders and become my subjects. I know many of you are scared, confused, and don't know what to do next. Li Che paused and continued, follow me, and I will take you to the northeast, where there is vast undeveloped land. There, the land you clear and the houses you build will belong to you. There, your safety will be guaranteed, the soldiers under my command will kill all who dare to invade. There will be no slaves, only commoners.
Everyone living there will be a citizen of my Ningu country.
As soon as Li Che finished speaking, the scene fell silent. After a moment, a frail old slave gathered his courage to ask.
Your Highness, is what you said true?
Of course.
Li Che said firmly, I swear in the name of the Li royal family, the promises I give you today will never be broken.
The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and the slaves all knelt on the ground, saying things Li Che could no longer hear clearly.
Li Che could only smile, looking at Uncle Yang, who was equally excited by his side.
Uncle Yang, register those willing to come with us, ask their professions and ages, and make sure to note those with skills. Uncle Yang nodded seriously, Your Highness, don't worry. After the cheering, Uncle Yang quickly called on a few literate inmates to help with the registration. These people had helped record in the inmate camp before, so they were familiar with the process.
Don't crowd. Line up properly. One at a time.
Uncle Yang shouted, as this group surrounded him in layers, afraid of falling behind. Li Che stood aside, watching this scene unfold, with mixed feelings in his heart. The population is always the most important resource of a country. It has only been a few years since the founding of Dacheng, and already so many people had become refugees, losing the land they relied on to survive.
Land consolidation has always been a deadly issue for ancient feudal empires.
Your Highness, we have compiled the statistics. Uncle Yang approached with a list, his face unable to hide his joy. A total of 827 people are willing to follow us beyond the borders.
More than 800?
Li Che frowned slightly, this number surprised him. He took the list and began to examine it carefully. Your Highness, among these people are many experienced farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, and even a few scholars. Uncle Yang pointed at some names on the list and said, once they reach beyond the borders, they will surely become the backbone of the territory's construction. As Li Che listened, he silently calculated in his heart. Over 800 people, while not a small number, it is still too few compared to the vastness beyond the borders.
People are a good thing, there can never be too many.
It seems that throughout the journey to the border, the recruitment of refugees cannot stop. Your Highness, there's one more thing. Uncle Yang hesitated for a moment before speaking. We found some.
What?
Some gold and silver treasures, and Uncle Yang paused and lowered his voice. There are also quite a few weapons, and even armor.
Upon hearing this, Li Che was suddenly shocked. Is the royal family so bold? Chapter 30, Hidden Armor.
Hiding armor has always been a great crime in every dynasty. Historical records state that one armor is worth 3 crossbows, meaning that the crime of hiding a set of armor is equivalent to hiding 3 sets of crossbows. If the number of hidden armors reaches 3 sets, the penalty can be the death sentence. In all martial arts novels, there are many heroes with swords and knives in the rivers and lakes, but except for military generals and soldiers, it is rare to see martial artists wearing armor. The reason for this law is that armor was far too powerful in the era of cold weapons. A soldier clad in armor and wielding weapons. A single person can easily slaughter a group of ordinary people. How many sets of armor do we have? Li Che asked in a deep voice. Uncle Yang replied, 70 sets of iron armor, 20 sets of scale armor, 5 sets of chainmail, and some leather and iron pieces that haven't been assembled yet.
Li Che immediately took a sharp breath. Nearly 100 sets of armor?
Luckily, I acted fast back then and didn't waste time talking with them before cutting them down. To make it easier to enter the city, neither I nor my men wore armor. If those slave dealers had worn armor and attacked in a group, I would have probably died on the spot. When the emperor ascended the throne, he ordered all armor in the land to be collected. The Wang family's hidden armor might indicate treasonous intentions, Uncle Yang said again.
Li Che thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, not necessarily.
The great families have always been like this, they like to hide valuable things, even if they don't need them.
A bunch of fools.
Li Che snorted coldly, his words full of disdain. Hearing the prince speak so disdainfully about the aristocratic families, Uncle Yang was speechless. If we're talking about it, the Li family is the largest family in the land. Before Li Che ascended the throne, the Li family was also a powerful clan in Longxi. Not to mention, Li Che's mother was a princess from the previous dynasty, making her family even more prestigious. With 2 of the most noble bloodlines in his veins, Li Che actually loathed the great families. Put all the armor away, these are the Wang family's weak points, Li Che ordered. By the way, how much silver did we find? About 50,000 taels, Uncle Yang replied.
50,000? Li Che's eyes widened. 50,000 taels? Is human trafficking this profitable?
To put it into perspective, the taxes for Dacheng this year only amount to a little over 20 million taels, and the 6th prince has barely saved up 500 taels over the years.
It really is 50,000 taels. This place should be one of the Wang family's hidden treasure locations. Ha ha ha.
Li Che grinned, take it all, it turns out that robbing money is much faster. If I can keep going like this, I might become the wealthiest person in the country even before reaching the frontier. But this is the Wang family's money. If we take it, they might report it to the emperor, Uncle Yang said worriedly.
What are we afraid of? Li Che said with a wicked smile, these idiots put the money and armor together, covering it up, they can't possibly expose it on their own. Such huge wealth must be ill-gotten, and I'm just carrying out justice for the heavens. The Wang family fools are probably losing sleep over this. Without any hesitation, Li Che claimed all the possessions in Rinqing City for himself, leading the slave convoy toward the city gates. A long line of several hundred people snaked through, and the commoners and soldiers didn't dare stop them, making way for them. Among the crowd, Chang Ningxue stared at Li Che's distant figure, her beautiful eyes growing brighter and brighter. Miss? The woman in black softly reminded. Chang Ningxue came to her senses, what is it? Miss, are you still going to kill the sixth prince? If not, we can return to the manor early. I'm sure the Duke and the Madam have been waiting for a long time. Who said I'm not going to kill him? Chang Ningxue replied, the sixth prince is quite interesting, I plan to observe him for a few more days.
The woman in black saw her mistress in such a curious mood and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed like her mistress wasn't planning to go home anytime soon. When the young miss saw the old duke practicing martial arts years ago, she had the same expression, and from then on, she became obsessed with martial arts, right up until now. And now, this sixth prince was able to intrigue her mistress like this. But, what about the crown prince? The young miss is about to become his consort soon. Meanwhile, Li Che and his men left the city, meeting up with the main army. He from Long left behind to guard the army, hurriedly greeting them, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities, Li Che waved his hand, pointing to the slaves behind him, find something for them to eat. Yes. He from Long responded and immediately ordered his subordinates to distribute the dry food in water bags to the slaves. The scent of food spread through the air, and the slaves carefully took the food and devoured it as if it were the most precious delicacy in the world. Li Che's eyelids twitched. How long had these people gone without food? They all looked like starving ghosts. He quickly called over a few of his personal guards and said, give out less food. They haven't eaten in a long time. Eating so recklessly can kill someone. People in ancient times had little common sense. If a person goes without food for a long time, their stomach will shrink. At this point, if they overeat, there's a chance of causing vital organs to fail, even leading to death. The guards obeyed and left, while Li Che called over He Tsonglong. How's the task I gave you earlier? He Tsonglong grinned and said, I had the brothers search all afternoon. We found more than 30 craftsmen, including doctors, blacksmiths, and stonemasons, all willing to follow your highness. Did you not tell them where we are going? Li Che glanced at him. Look at what you're saying. He Tsonglong rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. If I had told them where we were going, no amount of money would have made them willing to follow. You brat, you're clever. Li Che laughed and scolded him, well done. These are skilled people, and they surely wouldn't want to go to the frontier to suffer. For such special talents, special measures are needed. At worst, we can offer them better compensation later. Li Che asked again, how's the food purchase? We've stocked up quite a bit, enough for us to use for 7 days. That's good. Li Che thought for a moment, for the next few days, we won't buy any more food. We'll resupply after we pass Mangdang Mountain. Mangdang Mountain. He Tsonglong's face showed signs of deep thought when he heard this. Li Che glanced at him, what, are you familiar with that place? I used to pass through often when I was trading salt. The mountain bandits there were very fierce, frequently robbing passing caravans, sometimes even daring to rob government officials. He Tsonglong said truthfully. So how did you handle it? We drew our knives and charged. He Tsonglong smiled awkwardly, our salt gang wasn't a bunch of softies. Back then, we even had over 20 heavy crossbows. Ordinary bandits would only run when they saw us. Li Che nodded. Now, with so many people under his command, ordinary mountain bandits wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But what if they encountered something other than ordinary bandits? Chapter 31 Li Che's Training Methods, Part 1. After settling the newly joined slaves, Li Che refocused his attention on the army. For now, the workforce in the team was enough, but the armed forces only consisted of a little over 1,000 convict soldiers. The convicts were tough and fearless, experienced, but their physical fitness was really concerning. Although they had just wiped out the Wang family guards, it wasn't a total crushing victory. It was mostly due to their blood courage, not superior skills. Furthermore, the Wang family had lived in luxury for too long, and their guards were mostly drunkards and gluttons, easily defeated. There was still a long way to go before leaving the pass, and after that, they would need to be ready for sudden attacks from barbarian tribes at any time. Improving the army's fighting ability was urgent. Li Che thought for a while and decided to talk to Hua Chang'an. To improve the soldier's physical fitness in a short amount of time, he would still need this former palace doctor. After asking around, Li Che learned that Hua Chang'an was helping to settle the slaves, so he rode over to find him. From a distance, he saw soldiers distributing small amounts of food to the slaves according to Li Che's orders. When they saw someone eating too quickly, the soldiers would step in to stop them. Hua Chang'an stood by watching, exuding an air of someone with the grace of an immortal. But when he saw Li Che, that graceful aura instantly vanished, replaced by a face full of smiles as he hurried over to bow and said, "Your Highness, you're here. Please, take it easy. Let me help you off your horse." Li Che gave him an exasperated look and dismounted. This old Hua was good in every way, but he was just too polite. "How's everything going?" "Most of the food has already been distributed." Hua Chang'an asked curiously, "Your Highness, why don't you let them eat freely?" Li Che looked at him in surprise. "You're a doctor and you don't know that the stomach can shrink? After hunger, overeating can cause it to burst?" Unexpectedly, Hua Chang'an exclaimed, "The stomach is within the human body, how did you know these things?" Li Che then remembered that the first person in history to order human anatomy experiments was Wang Mang, the emperor of the Xian dynasty, and at that time, doctors knew very little about the internal structure of the human body. And in this timeline, there was no Han dynasty, so naturally, there was no Wang Mang. Although there were professions like coroner, they merely observed the corpses after dissection without ever researching the human body's structure in depth. "Mr. Hua, if you have the chance, find a corpse, open the abdomen, and observe it closely," Li Che suggested. Hua Chang'an's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "The body and skin are given by our parents. Such an act would be a great disrespect to the deceased. Where is the disrespect in this?" Li Che said seriously, "To understand the internal structure of the human body allows for proper treatment in the future. You can also record what you see, even make a drawing for future doctors to study and learn from. Dissecting one body can save the lives of millions, both for you and for the person being dissected. This is an immense merit." Upon hearing Li Che's words, Hua Chang'an's heart was somewhat moved. But the long-standing shackles of thought left him feeling conflicted, and he could only silently lower his head and not speak. Li Che noticed this and patted his shoulder. "All right then, when I find a heinous capital offender, would you be willing?" Hua Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. "If so, I am willing to serve." "No more of this." Li Che changed the topic. "I have brought doctors and medicinal materials. You will take charge of improving the physical condition of the soldiers. Your Highness, rest assured, the soldiers' foundation is not bad. With careful nurturing, they will definitely be full of vigor," Hua Chang'an assured. "Not enough." Li Che shook his head. "I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I want them to at least be able to participate in training normally. This. I will do my best." Hua Chang'an showed a difficult expression. "Don't worry, it's just some simple training." Li Che smiled kindly and comforted him. Seeing Li Che smile, Hua Chang'an silently shivered. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw his prince smile like that, he always felt a bit uneasy. 4 days later. Do. The urgent whistle cut through the night sky, waking Hua Chang'an from his dream. He suddenly sat up, lifting the tent curtain, and outside was still dark. "Father, is something wrong?" a petite girl timidly asked as she opened another tent curtain. Sigh. Hua Chang'an sighed deeply. "It's nothing, His Highness is practicing the troops again." Outside the camp, figures rushed out of the tents. Though somewhat flustered, their movements were still fairly quick. Li Che stood neatly dressed on a high platform, overseeing the chaotic group below. When the ranks finally quieted down, he glanced at the incense burner in the corner, noticing that a third of it had burned away. A hint of helplessness rose in his heart. One stick of incense lasts about 30 minutes, meaning it took a full 10 minutes from the first whistle to the assembly. Li Che sighed helplessly. Their obedience and discipline were still too lacking. "Everyone, stand at attention!" Xiao Bai shouted loudly. A few scattered sounds arose as the convict soldiers barely stood straight under Xiao Bai's order, still swaying and disorderly. Li Che stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, at ease. Another round of awkward leg movements echoed, and Li Che felt his obsessive-compulsive disorder kick in. "All right." Li Che spoke. "This time is indeed faster than last time." Hearing Li Che's words, everyone immediately looked pleased. "But it is still far from enough." Li Che's tone turned. The smiles on their faces froze. Li Che looked seriously at everyone. "It took a third of an incense stick to complete assembly. If we truly had an enemy attack at night, they would have already reached my big tent." "What is a soldier?" "A soldier represents the nation's great matters, the path of life and death. Orders must be followed strictly, or we cannot defeat the enemy. They are not bandits coming down the mountain. They are not just a group of thugs fighting. Be disciplined. Learn to focus everyone's strength." Seeing that the crowd below was listening carefully but remained silent, Li Che suddenly felt like a summer insect trying to speak to ice. Li Che knew in his heart that these soldiers, who came from criminal backgrounds, had no idea what military discipline meant. 3 kilometers cross-country. Li Che commanded, "The last team to return will be the last to have breakfast." Though the soldiers didn't understand Li Che's intentions, they understood the command, and each of them cracked their knuckles, eager to avoid falling behind. Remember, the team must return together. No one can fall behind, Li Che added. In addition to discipline, team cooperation was also crucial. With a single order, over 1,000 criminal soldiers surged out of the camp, disappearing into the night. Wang Sanchun ran at the front of the group. He'd so long quickened his pace and kept up beside him. Old Wang, do you think His Highness's method of training really works? He'd so long asked in a low voice, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I've never heard of an army training like this. Do you know how to train soldiers, or do I? Wang Sanchun glanced at him and quickened his pace. Just do what His Highness says. He'd so long gritted his teeth and suppressed his doubts, speeding up his pace. He couldn't shake the feeling that His Highness's method wasn't very reliable. Not practicing combat, not training formations, what use were these fancy drills? But breakfast was definitely a must, and there were only so many meat pies. If his team was last, they'd probably only get crumbs. Chapter 32, Li Che's Method of Training, Part 2. Li Che divided the 1,300 criminal soldiers into 13 teams, each with 100 soldiers. Each team had a leader, chosen from among the prisoners who had earned some respect. Leaving Yi City meant officially leaving the capital region. On the official road, the population began to thin, and the landscape grew more desolate, perfect for military training. Li Che had never been a soldier, but he had participated in a few military trainings, so he was still somewhat familiar with the basic structure of modern armies. Modern recruit training focuses on obedience, discipline, and teamwork, which are exactly what the criminal soldiers lack. It took nearly 2/3 of the incense's burning time before the main group slowly trickled back to the camp. In the army of Li Che's previous life, this time would have been a passing mark for a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run, but thankfully, no one had fallen behind this time. The first few cross-country runs had been even worse. When the order was given, the soldiers rushed out like a swarm, and the formation quickly became a long line. In the end, 3 people even got lost, but they were eventually found in a mountain gorge. Wang Hu's team, last place. Li Che looked toward the people at the end of the line. You will eat last. A strong man, his face full of shame, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Yes, Your Highness. The strong man turned around and angrily shouted at the last few soldiers, what's wrong with you? Boss, it's not their fault. I really couldn't keep up, said a young soldier with a pale face. I know. Wang Hu glared at the others. He runs slowly, didn't you think to help him? All you did was run ahead, a bunch of fools. Li Che watched the scene with great interest, not interrupting. One person's mistake, the whole team pays. The rule he had once struggled to understand during military training had now become a powerful tool for training soldiers. All right, eat now. After breakfast, we begin morning training. Li Che called out and turned to walk into the big tent. After leaving Yi City, Li Che didn't hurry to travel, he practiced the soldiers as they moved forward. Every day, they trained 3 times, morning, noon, and evening. For the first 3 days, fearing the soldiers' bodies wouldn't handle it, only simple drills of marching formations were practiced. Now, thanks to the medicinal meals from Hua Chang'an and 3 full meals each day, the criminal soldiers' health had mostly recovered. Starting today, training would focus more on real combat situations. After breakfast, the soldiers gathered outside the camp for training. Li Che was already waiting there, with dozens of archery tables lined up beside him. The bows and arrows were arranged in rows, with cold light gleaming sharply. Today's morning training will be archery. Li Che looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. Once, the convict army was a death squad, and there was no need for bows and arrows, so most of the convicts didn't know how to shoot. Many people have misconceptions about ancient archers, thinking they were weak and had to hide behind infantry to attack from a distance. In reality, ancient archers were all strong men, requiring great strength and physique. Normally, a qualified archer would need at least 2 to 3 years of training. The future battlefield of the Ninggu army is outside the pass, fighting against the mounted barbarian tribes, so horseback archery is an essential skill. The way of archery lies in being steady, accurate, and ruthless. Li Che said in a deep voice, taking a longbow and knocking an arrow with carved feathers. His movements were steady, flowing like water, completing the action in one go. Feet like tree roots, body like a pine. Draw the bow like a full moon, the arrow flies like a shooting star. As his voice fell, Li Che released his grip on the bowstring. Whoosh, the arrow shot out, tracing a slightly curved path through the air, and then landed firmly on the target. Everyone looked at the target, where the arrow was right at the center, its tail feathers trembling slightly. Good. Amazing. Your Highness, you are a master archer. In an instant, the training ground erupted in cheers. No matter the time, the personal bravery of a leader can greatly boost the morale of the army. This body had excellent coordination, both in swordsmanship and archery. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking, he could only draw a light bow, not a heavy one.
All right. Li Che raised his hand, and the crowd quieted down. Who wants to try? Everyone immediately fell silent. Archery was a sport for noble families. These poor convicts had never even touched a bow before. Your Highness, I'll give it a try. Wang Sanchun volunteered and stepped forward. Li Che nodded. Pick a bow. Wang Sanchun was someone Li Che had been observing for a long time. This guy had extraordinary talent and, with a little refinement, could definitely become a fierce general. He was a former bandit leader and should have used a bow before. Wang Sanchun didn't hesitate, walking up to the rack and scanning the bows before finally picking up a large bow. Li Che's eyelids twitched. This guy had picked up a 3-stone bow. In ancient times, a 1-stone bow was already considered strong, and a 3-stone bow was equivalent to a modern pull of 160 pounds, definitely a weapon for a mighty general. Go ahead. Li Che gave him an encouraging look. Wang Sanchun slowly stood 50 paces from the target and took an arrow. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and shouted in a deep voice. Release! The 3-stone bow was drawn with visible speed, and the crowd cheered with a sense of awe. Wang Sanchun remained calm, slowly pulling the bowstring to a full moon. Go! Whoosh! A sharp whistle of the arrow, which pierced the target center and went straight through. Not bad. Li Che's expression relaxed. Team leader Wang, you truly have the spirit of a fierce general. Wang Sanchun grinned. Your Highness, you're too kind. The 3-stone bow is my limit. I've heard there are warriors in the imperial capital's 3 main camps who can draw a 5-stone bow. A 5-stone bow? Li Che looked thoughtfully to the side. Hu Chang was sitting there eating a steamed bun with great enthusiasm. Ah Chang. Ha? Hu Chang looked up at Li Che. Li Che smiled. I just happen to have a 5-stone bow here. Would you like to try it? A 5-stone bow was too heavy, and probably only Hu Chang could draw it in the army. Hu Chang scratched his head. Your Highness, I don't know how to shoot. No problem, at worst, you'll miss the target. How far could you possibly shoot? Li Che waved him over. Come, give it a try. Hu Chang had never refused Li Che, so he stuffed half a steamed bun into his pocket and walked up in 3 steps. The 5-stone bow was massive, its length almost equal to a person's height even when not fully drawn, and both ends of the bow were equipped with large bullhorns to increase its power. If this thing could actually shoot. It seems that any armor is like paper, instantly pierced through. Hu Chang casually picked up the 5-stone bow, and such a strong bow in his hands looked like a toy. Come on. Li Che gave the order. Hu Chang suddenly exerted force, and the 5-stone bow was instantly drawn to its fullest, the whole process flowing smoothly without any hesitation. Hiss. Everyone immediately gasped in surprise. What kind of strength is this? Did he really pull it? Li Che already knew that Hu Chang had divine strength, so he wasn't surprised and calmly said. Put an arrow on it. Wang Sanchun picked up an arrow and moved forward to help Hu Chang place it properly. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Hu Chang placed the arrow on the bow and suddenly let go. The bowstring snapped like a thunderclap. The arrow shot out directly, but its path wasn't forward, it shot straight into the sky. The others were dumbfounded, not knowing how to describe what they had seen. But Li Che understood. This damn arrow, it missed the target, that's normal, but it can't be this outrageous, right? Is this launching a space rocket? Where did it land? It didn't fly out of the country, did it? Chapter 33, The Soup Arrives. Li Che watched as the arrow flew higher and higher, like a wild horse breaking free, shooting straight into the clouds, disappearing from view. Helplessly, he glanced at Hu Chang. Try again, aim a bit this time. Li Che was still not giving up. With Hu Chang's strong arm, it would be a waste not to train him into a divine archer. Perhaps it was because Hu Chang first drew the bow and then placed the arrow, which caused him to lose his aim and send the arrow into the sky. This time, learning from the lesson, Hu Chang steadily pulled the bow and placed the arrow with Wang Sanchun's help. Aim a bit more carefully. Li Che couldn't help but remind him. Hu Chang nodded, trying hard to steady the bow and squinting his left eye slightly. He released the arrow. The arrow shot out again, but this time, it didn't fly into the sky. Instead, it veered off to the side. Li Che immediately had a bad feeling. The arrow flew in a strange arc, bypassing several targets, and flew out of the training grounds. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. The training ground fell into silence, everyone looking over at the sound, and saw a passing Kunlun slave standing stiffly, fallen to the ground, with an arrow sticking out of his backside, trembling with its tail feather. After a brief silence, Li Che was the first to react. Quick, save him! Where is Hua Chang'an? A few observant soldiers quickly ran out of the training ground, dragging Hua Chang'an back. Hua Chang'an hurriedly checked the injury. Fortunately, the Kunlun slave is strong and healthy, the arrow didn't hit a vital spot, his life is not in danger.
Wang Sanshun squatted beside, clicking his tongue in amazement. Look at how much this kid cares. His face turned as black as charcoal.
Kunlun slave?
Hu Chang stood there, looking like a child who had made a mistake, helpless and unsure what to do. Li Che, seeing this, had no choice but to comfort him.
Never mind, with your skill in archery, you don't need to push yourself too hard.
When the time comes, I'll make a few short spears for you.
You can throw them and still kill the enemy.
Hu Chang's archery talent was too extreme, and Li Che was afraid that one day in battle, Hu Chang might accidentally shoot an arrow and end up piercing his own back.
It would be better to learn from Dian Wei.
With his brute strength, even ordinary throwing weapons could be used with impressive power. Hu Chang retreated, disgruntled, and the other offenders began to take turns trying the bow. Li Che carefully observed, using this method to pick out the best candidates to become archers. And far from the camp, on a small hill, Chang Ningxue squatted by the fire, holding a dry branch, absently poking at the campfire that flickered in front of her.
Damn Li Che, he's been running for so many days, doesn't the army need supplies? After Li Che departed, she followed behind the army at a distance with a few attendants.
They had endured hunger and cold, and the dry food they carried was already gone. But she never expected that Li Che had no intention of stopping to resupply, he was only focused on marching.
Since yesterday, Chang Ningxue hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Guliolu.
A growling sound came from her stomach, and Chang Ningxue gently rubbed her flat belly, sighing softly. Miss, today we hunted a wild chicken, please eat some. A woman in black clothes held a bowl of steaming chicken soup and gently offered it to Chang Ningxue.
Chang Ningxue looked at the bowl of chicken soup floating with oil droplets, silently swallowing her saliva. Although her hunger was unbearable, she still asked, have you all eaten?
Miss, rest assured, we ate some wild fruits earlier and we're not hungry. The woman in black respectfully replied. Chang Ningxue nodded, and just as she was about to reach out to take the soup, she suddenly heard a sharp sound tearing through the air from the sky. An arrow, carrying a fierce gust of wind, descended from above. With a crisp crack, the ceramic bowl in her hand shattered, and the soup splattered everywhere. Chang Ningxue was holding 2 pieces of the broken bowl, her expression frozen in daze. Several women in black saw this and quickly drew their swords, standing in front of Chang Ningxue, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. However, apart from the howling mountain wind, the surroundings were eerily silent, as if everything just now had been a hallucination. After a moment, Chang Ningxue, crouching on the ground, suddenly cried out, Wah!
Wah wah wah! The chicken soup, my chicken soup! Your Majesty, the chicken soup has arrived.
Huang Jin carried a bowl of chicken soup and gently placed it on the emperor's desk.
The emperor put down the memorial in his hand, glanced at the soup, and his expression shifted slightly. Why is there so much liao ginseng again?
Huang Jin awkwardly smiled. Your Majesty, you've worked hard, so this servant thought to help replenish your health. The emperor couldn't be bothered to reprimand this old servant, casually saying, don't waste so much next time.
I understand, Your Majesty. Huang Jin nodded repeatedly.
The emperor picked up the chicken soup, took a small sip, and then returned his focus to the memorial. The taxes this year from all regions are still disappointing. The emperor sighed, feeling as though the chicken soup had become even harder to swallow. Huang Jin, observing the emperor's expression, waited until it softened a little before speaking up to remind him. Your Majesty, Wang Shizhong, Qin Shangshu, and others have been waiting outside the hall for an hour.
Only then did the emperor put down the memorial, his face expressionless, saying, is it about the 6th prince again? This servant doesn't know. Let them come in.
The emperor raised his head, his eyes cold.
As you command. Soon, Huang Jin led 2 middle-aged scholars in round-collared robes into the Yangxin Hall.
As soon as they saw the figure behind the emperor's desk, they knelt down and paid their respects.
I, Wang Yongyan. I, Qin Huizhi. We greet His Majesty. The emperor raised his head and asked, why this great courtesy? The great Qing did not practice kneeling, except during major rituals or ceremonies. Ministers who met the emperor only needed to bow. The 2 exchanged glances, then Wang Yongyan suddenly stepped forward, choked with emotion, and cried out. Your Majesty, I have grievances. Please, Your Majesty, help me. What grievances do you have? Your Majesty, I am wronged. My family is in Yeqing, and a few days ago, the Prince of Ninggu passed through the region and, without any explanation, destroyed my family's business, killed dozens of my servants, and severely injured my nephew Wang Bingi. Then, he ordered the local magistrate to imprison my nephew, who later died from his injuries. I have no previous conflict with the Prince of Ninggu, why should I suffer such a calamity? After speaking, Wang Yongyan became speechless, unable to continue, and could only kneel on the ground sobbing. Seeing this, Qin Huizhi quickly added. Your Majesty, my son is the newly appointed magistrate of Yeqing. That day, when he intervened to stop the Prince of Ninggu, the prince, without any reason, knocked out all my son's teeth and had him imprisoned as well.
My son, as a public servant, was fulfilling his duty.
What crime has he committed?
After speaking, the two of them knelt again and shouted in unison.
Your Majesty, please be wise and decide for us. The emperor lifted his eyelids, his face devoid of joy or sorrow. What do you want me to do to the Prince of Ninggu?
Wang Yongyan raised his head, enraged. The Prince of Ninggu is lawless, disregarding the court's laws. Please, Your Majesty, strip him of his title. Escort him back to the capital for trial.
Chapter 34, Exile to Ninggu County.
That makes sense. Emperor Qing nodded slightly. A prince who breaks the law is no different from a commoner in terms of punishment. Under the imperial desk, Jin Huizhi and Wang Yongyan exchanged a glance, both catching a trace of barely noticeable joy in each other's eyes. They both understood silently, knowing that the sixth prince had always been disliked by His Majesty, which was why they dared to take this risk and enter the palace together to report the matter. If it were another prince, even if they felt wronged, they could only hold their resentment in silence.
Your Majesty, my son is still imprisoned in the prison of Yeqing, may I?
Jin Huizhi cautiously tested. If he is innocent, of course he can be released, Emperor Cheng responded.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness.
Jin Huizhi quickly bowed and thanked him.
You may rise, my ministers.
Emperor Qing's tone softened slightly. It's almost time for the morning court, so let us go together and discuss the crimes of the Prince of Ninggu.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The two ministers bowed.
Huang Jin.
Emperor Qing called out. Your servant is here, the head eunuch responded, stepping forward and standing with his head bowed to the side. Serve the two ministers some chicken soup, to drive away the cold and warm their bodies.
As you command.
The two ministers intended to decline, but were unceremoniously interrupted by Emperor Qing. No need for politeness, both of you are the pillars of the country, it is important to take care of your health. Only then did they accept the soup with gratitude, taking the small bowls from Huang Jin. After taking a couple of sips, both of them frowned slightly. The soup tasted bland, with only salt and no other seasonings, making it hard to drink. Emperor Qing was indeed frugal, rarely using any expensive spices in his meals, only enough to satisfy hunger. But since it was a royal gift, the two ministers still drank it all with gratitude. They didn't notice that Emperor Qing's deep gaze remained on them, observing every slight change in their expressions.
The time is late, let us go to the court.
Emperor Qing headed to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where civil and military officials had already gathered. Seeing Wang and Qin enter behind the emperor, the ministers' expressions varied, whispering to each other. It seemed that today, something would be said about the sixth prince's matter.
Ever since Li Che ended the Wang family's slave trade, the entire court had been paying attention to the matter.
This was not just Li Che's issue, but also a significant matter regarding the emperor's attitude toward the princes and noble families. Emperor Qing took his seat on the dragon throne, and all the ministers cried out, "Long live the emperor," signaling the official start of the morning court. Emperor Qing spoke first. My two ministers, please repeat what was just said, and let us discuss it with all the ministers.
Wang and Qin exchanged a glance, stood, and repeated the events.
After they finished, a buzzing sound filled the hall as many ministers whispered, making the Hall of Supreme Harmony become noisy.
Silence! Huang Jin shouted sharply. There is something I do not understand. Could the two of you enlighten me?
Emperor Qing asked softly.
Your Majesty, please speak, we will answer without concealment. You say that the Prince of Ninggu destroyed your business. I am not clear on what kind of business it was. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyan became somewhat nervous.
It was just a shop dealing in livestock.
Livestock? Emperor Chang sneered. You mean human livestock, right? Both ministers' pupils widened, and they looked at the emperor in disbelief. How did the emperor know about this?
After the matter in Yeqing, the memorial had been sent to the imperial censorate, and they had already contacted the noble families to seal the news. The emperor must have seen the revised version of the memorial from the imperial censorate, which never mentioned the slave trade.
Your Majesty, Wang Yongyan's heart sank.
No matter what kind of business it was, the Prince of Ninggu should not have allowed soldiers to loot. That's right, the Prince of Ninggu is at fault here. Emperor Cheng nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold.
But your Wang family is guilty. Wang Yongyan's face turned pale with shock, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. Where is the Minister of Justice?
Emperor Cheng asked in a harsh voice. The Minister of Justice hurriedly stepped forward.
I am here, Your Majesty. Tell me, what is the punishment for officials involved in the slave trade?
According to the laws of the Great Qing, those who sell people as slaves are to be executed by strangulation, those who sell them as soldiers are to be exiled 3,000 miles, those who sell them as wives, concubines, children, or grandchildren are to be exiled for 3 years, the Minister of Justice answered truthfully. Emperor Chang nodded and looked at Wang Yongyan.
Did you hear that? Wang Yongyan gritted his teeth and replied, although the law is like this.
This matter is one where if the people do not bring it up, the officials will not investigate.
This has been the case for many years.
Emperor Qing coldly stared at him, his tone suddenly rising.
If it has always been this way, does that make it right? Wang Yongyan froze in place, not knowing how to answer.
Emperor Qing pulled out a memorial from his sleeve and forcefully threw it in front of Wang Yongyan.
Take a look.
The taxes this year, compared to last year, have decreased by a full 10%. In these years, except for some water damage in the south, the rest of the country has been free from disasters, yet the tax revenue is decreasing more and more.
Why is that? Can Wang Shizhong answer me? Wang Yongyan shook his head. Your servant does not know.
Good.
Emperor Qing sneered, let me tell you.
That's because fewer and fewer farmers are paying taxes. Their lands have been swallowed by you, their children sold by you, and they are left with no choice but to sell themselves to wealthy families. My people have become your servants, and all the land in the world has become your private property.
If I continue to turn a blind eye, will you not take apart the entire Qing dynasty?
As soon as these words were spoken, many of the ministers in the court could not stand and immediately knelt down.
Wang Shizhong, raise your head. Emperor Chang looked down in anger. Now, do you know your mistake?
Wang Yongyan's face turned red, and he muttered, I have only provided some servants for my colleagues, never doing anything harmful to heaven or reason. What crime have I committed?
Emperor Qing immediately scolded, those people just want to live. What crime have they committed? Wang Yongyan heard this and knew that there was no turning back today.
He collapsed to the ground in despair. Emperor Qing looked at him as if he were trash and spoke, the Wang family buying and selling people is an unforgivable crime.
All involved shall be executed. Wang Yongyan failed to supervise, using his power for personal gain, banished to Ninggu County. Your Majesty. Wang Yongyan suddenly raised his head. Exile was bad enough, but how could he be exiled to Ninggu County? That was the domain of the king of Ninggu. How was this different from a death sentence?
Emperor Chang remained unmoved and looked over at the trembling Qin Huizhi. Qin Shang, as the magistrate of Yi City, actually colluded with the Wang family, helping them commit evil.
He shall be stripped of his official position and never be employed again.
Qin Huizhi failed to properly educate his son. He will be demoted by 3 ranks and ordered to reflect on his actions in isolation. Qin Huizhi immediately knelt and thanked him. Emperor Qing's gaze swept over the court, and all the ministers lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact, none daring to look up at him.
From today onwards, those who engage in the buying and selling of people shall face even greater punishment.
The Ministry of Justice must swiftly draft a law, and anyone caught in such activities will be severely punished. The Minister of Justice bowed and responded.
Emperor Chang nodded slightly, and Huang Jin immediately understood, shouting. If there is any matter, petition. If there is nothing, dismiss the court. Wang Yongyan suddenly stood up and shouted hoarsely.
Your Majesty, our guilt is already determined, and we have nothing more to say. But the king of Ninggu County, he led soldiers into Yi City, plundered wealth, killed servants, and beat officials.
This serious crime, will you just ignore it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Yongyan as if he were dead.
Those who could stand in the court were all sharp and had long understood the emperor's attitude. Emperor Qing appeared to be favoring the king of Ninggu County, but in reality, he aimed to suppress the aristocratic families, in order to completely eradicate the trade of people.
Wang Yongyan was merely a trivial sacrifice in this game, and his exile to Ninggu County was a foregone conclusion.
But he remained stubborn. Instead of seeking to reconcile with the king of Ninggu County, he foolishly insisted on pursuing the matter, closing off the only path he had left. Emperor Qing's gaze was deep as it fell on Wang Yongyan, his tone calm but with hidden sharpness. The king of Ninggu County is in the wrong, and I will certainly punish him severely. The king of Ninggu County is arrogant and overbearing. I will harshly reprimand him and order him to copy the great Qing laws 10 times. We will investigate the slaves bought and sold in the human trafficking trade and send 10,000 of them to Ninggu County, ordering the king of Ninggu County to personally supervise them, and ensure there are no mistakes.
Having said this, Emperor Qing's face darkened as he looked at Wang Yongyan. Will this punishment suffice? Wang Yongyan's eyes went black upon hearing Emperor Qing's words, and he almost fainted. I was exiled to Ninggu County, and they even killed my entire family. When it comes to your son, copying the book 10 times is enough? What kind of punishment is this? This is clearly a reward.
The crown prince, who was listening to the court discussions, also felt mixed emotions. He wore a smile as gentle as jade, but inside, a storm was already raging.
Is my father beginning to favor Li Che? How could a bloodline from the remnants of the previous dynasty receive such favoritism? Li Che, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Calculating the time, he must be nearing Mangdang Mountain, right? Your Highness, up ahead is Mangdang Mountain, said Xiu Bai.
Li Che raised his eyes and saw the towering, endless peaks, majestic in their might. Indeed, Mangdang Mountain was not a single peak but a natural barrier made of many perilous peaks. Its terrain was treacherous, easy to defend but hard to attack, making it a haven for bandits. To the north of the main peak, there was a narrow pass, the only way through the mountain range, and it was also the official road.
Such dangerous peaks! Li Che couldn't help but exclaim.
The people beside him nodded. The mountains here were as if sliced by a knife, truly perilous.
He Changlong, how did your salt gang cross this Mangdang Mountain back then? Li Che asked.
He Changlong beside him replied, back then, I had some fame in the martial world, and with the salt gang's flag raised, the bandits in the small mountain villages wouldn't dare to act rashly. As for the larger mountain villages, we just paid them a little silver as a toll, and they were happy to let us pass.
What He Changlong said was true.
The Salt Gang had always been known for their formidable fighting strength, and ordinary bandits were no threat at all. Whenever there was turmoil, the Salt Gang would usually be the first to rise up, quickly forming separatist forces. The fierce general of the early Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin, the rebel leader Huang Chao, and even Zhang Shicheng and Fang Guozhen from the end of the Yuan dynasty all came from the Salt Gang.
Large mountain villages, small mountain villages? Li Che asked curiously, from what you're saying, Mangdang Mountain has more than one group of bandits?
Your Highness, you don't know, in the deep mountains and old forests, there are far more than just one or two bandit groups, He Changlong explained. In the past, there were 18 large mountain villages and over 30 small ones. But now, with the passage of time, I don't know the exact situation.
Li Che nodded slightly, deep in thought. Currently, he had more than 1,300 criminals under his command.
After a few days of training and rest, they had all regained peak combat strength. Additionally, among the rescued slaves, there were several hundred young and strong men who could fight. The rest were children, or maidservants and singers, mostly a drag on the team, and of no use in the battle. With just these people, sweeping through Mangdang Mountain would probably be beyond their reach, but if it was just to pass through safely, it should not be a problem. Unless, all the bandits in Mangdang Mountain went mad at the same time and united to attack him. Issue an order, have the entire army put on armor and string the bows and crossbows. Li Che ordered in a deep voice, be extra cautious, and be ready to fight at any time.
Yes. Let Wang Sanshun take a few riders to scout ahead.
The Mangdang mountain range was steep and rugged, with its main peak towering majestically, known as Tiger Head Mountain. In the large stronghold of Tiger Head Mountain, 9 chairs were arranged in a row, with 9 leaders already seated, leaving the topmost chair, covered with a tiger skin, empty. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, and a burly man with a face full of coarse features impatiently asked,
Wang Laosi, do you know why the bandit leader sent us here?
The man called Wang Laosi had a thin face, wearing plain clothes, and looked out of place compared to the other rugged leaders in the hall, almost like a fallen scholar.
Wang Laosi glanced at the man and coldly replied, I don't know. The man sneered, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth, still not convinced? Wang Laosi did not respond.
If it were up to me, we bandits are all just trying to earn a living.
The bandit leader is also a man of honor, why should we clash with him?
Wang Laosi didn't reply, and the man lowered his voice and continued.
I look at the bandit leader's subordinates,
Everyone is skilled, not like the usual rogue forces of the Jianghu, there must be someone backing them.
We, the small ones, can't fight them, you should stay low.
As this man said, the Mangdang mountain range originally had 18 large strongholds, and over 30 small ones, each living happily, not obeying each other.
The big stronghold was larger, each group having hundreds of people.
The small strongholds were much weaker, each group having about 30 to 50 people.
These forces were intricate and complex, none of them yielding to the others.
For over 10 years, no one had claimed the title of the king. Until a few years ago, Fan Chong appeared out of nowhere, leading a group of elite soldiers, sweeping through Mangdang Mountain like a thunderstorm. Fan Chong, the leader, held a death-bringing great sword, with 24 spears sticking out of his back. His martial arts skills were exceptional. He brought along more than 100 bandits, each one skilled beyond belief. He first took Huado Mountain as his main stronghold, then, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he swallowed the other strongholds one by one. The small strongholds were uprooted, and if any large stronghold dared to disobey, they were massacred, burned to the ground. From then on, all the bandits of Mangdang Mountain surrendered, leaving only 9 relatively powerful large strongholds, who accepted Fan Chang's unified command, barely surviving. Fan Chong then consolidated all the mountain strongholds' forces, his subordinates numbering over 10,000, his momentum unmatched. That fat man and Wang Laosi were both the original leaders of the large strongholds who had surrendered. Just as they were speaking, a tall figure appeared at the door. The previously noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone stood up, bowed their heads, hands by their sides, not daring to make a sound. The person who entered was none other than Fan Chong, the lord of Huado Mountain. Fan Chang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over the crowd, then he directly walked to the stone chair covered with tiger skin and sat down with a bold and imposing manner.
Everyone is here.
Fan Chang's voice was hoarse, and his tone cold, let's get down to business. The 9 stronghold leaders all lowered their heads, silent as if frozen, clearly very afraid of this leader.
Fan Chang's expression darkened, slowly saying, "Down the mountain, a big deal has arrived."
Fan Chong suddenly stood up, walked to the center of the hall, his eyes sharp as he looked at everyone. "This deal involves a big figure. If we succeed, we will enjoy endless glory and wealth."
"I wonder which fat sheep this is that makes Lord Fan so interested?" a one-eyed bandit leader asked with flattery. Fan Chong snorted coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just know, if this deal goes through, there will be plenty of benefits for all of you." With that, he took out a portrait from his chest and unfolded it in front of everyone. The portrait was of a young man, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, full of heroic spirit, unmistakably Li Che. This person is traveling with over 1,000 guards, carrying large amounts of gold, silver, and jewels, preparing to pass through Mangdang Mountain on his way to Yuzhou. Fan Chong pointed to the portrait, his tone grim. "For this plunder, I will only take 3/10, the rest will be shared among you." The other stronghold leaders stopped breathing, their eyes instantly becoming greedy. 7/10, that's quite a lot.
A caravan with over 1,000 guards shows that this person is not ordinary. The wealth he carries must be enormous.
Such wealth, even though they didn't know his identity, was enough to make them take risks.
Fan Chong looked around, his eyes falling on Wang Laosi.
Seeing him remain silent, he sneered, "What? Wang Laosi, are you still thinking about your missing brother, hoping he'll come back to help you?"
Wang Laosi raised his head, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm, sayingly, "Lord, you jest.
Our Erlong Mountain has already submitted, we will follow your orders." "Humph, as long as you know."
Fan Chong snorted coldly, patting the portrait in his hand.
"But there's one thing I need to say first.
No matter who encounters this person, he must not be let go.
His head must belong to me." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." "All right, next we will distribute the dangerous areas each stronghold is responsible for." Once the assignments were made, each stronghold leader left. Wang Laoxi's face turned ashen, and with large strides, he directly walked out the door.
Outside, the trusted aide of Erlong Mountain had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him come out, he hurriedly asked, "Fourth brother, how is it?"
Wang Laoxi said in a deep voice, "What else can it be?
I, Erlong Mountain, am the tip of the spear, the first wave of attack, and I still have to defend the mountain path. This Fan Chong is clearly targeting us at every turn." Hearing this, the aide was also filled with anger. This treacherous Fan Chong.
Wang Laoxi took a deep breath and said nothing. Who let Erlong Mountain be the strongest among the 9 major strongholds?
Fan Chong was afraid the other leaders would lose heart, so he didn't dare to directly encircle Erlong Mountain and could only suppress them in secret. If only the elder brother were still here. Thinking of this, Wang Laoxi felt a wave of sadness in his heart.
Wang Sanshan rode on a horse, leading more than 20 soldiers into the mountain path first.
Seeing the peaks surrounding him, towering into the sky, with only a beam of light falling, he couldn't help but sigh. This really is a treasure place. If I had settled here back in the day, I would have made a bigger name. A soldier beside him laughed and chimed in, "Isn't the place where the team leader first settled less dangerous than here?"
Wang Sanshan waved his hand, "Not even close. My brother and I originally occupied a lonely peak.
Let's not even talk about how remote it was, and the way up and down was only one path.
If the officials blocked it, we would have been done.
Unlike here, where the mountains connect, it can be defended and attacked.
This path is so narrow that a horse-drawn cart can't even turn around, you can't escape even if you wanted."
The more Wang Sanshan looked, the more greedy he felt. This place was simply a bandit's paradise. If it weren't for following His Highness, he would wanted to stay here to make a name for himself.
His Highness is brilliant.
Wang Sanshan vigilantly scanned his surroundings, if there are ambushers on this mountain path. Having said only half, Wang Sanshan suddenly stopped. The soldier beside him was startled. "Team leader, what's wrong?" Wang Sanshan did not answer, but smiled broadly. "Is there really a blind little brat coming right at you, my lord?" The soldier was confused, but saw Wang Sanshan suddenly leap off his horse and dash towards the woods at high speed. Wang Sanshan was strong, but once he entered the forest, he was like a tiger released from a cage, suddenly agile beyond belief. In an instant, he was several zhang away. The cold light flashed through the long knife in his hand, and he shouted sharply, "Who dares to rob the way of your lord?" Several soldiers exchanged glances, unsheathed their knives, and dismounted to chase after the direction Wang Sanshan had disappeared into. After running a few steps, they saw Wang Sanshan's figure appear at the edge of the woods. He was holding a knife in one hand and dragging a bloody, messy person with a fierce smile on his face,
casually throwing the person on the ground.
The young man is from Erlong Mountain, and the leader sent him and his group to investigate, but they did not expect to be caught by this warrior.
Erlong Mountain? Li Che looked toward He Tsonglong.
He Tsonglong shook his head, indicating he had never heard of this bandit group.
"What is your leader's name? Why did he send you to spy on my army?" Li Che asked again. At this moment, the young man had completely let his guard down and honestly confessed. Our leader also takes orders from the great chief of Hu Taotian. He said there is a big business, so ere long Mountain will take the lead. As for our leader, his full name is Wang Sikun. People in the village call him Brother C. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Wang Sanchun, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head, took a step forward, and lifted the young man up with one hand, his feet off the ground and hanging in the air. What did you say? What is your leader's name? Chapter 37, Why Aren't You Afraid? Wang Sanchun, from Yuzhou, was the third child in his family, with two older sisters above him. And ere long Mountain's bandit leader, Wang Laoshu, was his full-blooded younger brother. The two brothers worked as farmers in Yuzhou in their early years, and their two sisters were quite beautiful, coveted by local gentry who wanted to take them as concubines. When their parents refused, the gentry, in a fit of rage, killed them and took the two sisters away. When the two brothers returned from the fields and saw this tragedy, enraged and filled with grief, they charged into the gentry's mansion. Wang Sanchun had great strength since childhood, and though Wang Sikun was just a farmer, he had some cunning strategies. The two brothers managed to get rid of the guards and rushed to the back courtyard of the mansion, killing 13 members of the gentry's family. However, after searching the entire mansion, they did not find any sign of their two sisters. Having caused such a catastrophe, the two brothers had no choice but to turn to banditry. Wang Sanchun was highly skilled in martial arts, and Wang Sikun was good at strategizing. The two brothers' fame quickly spread as they took control of the mountain. But Wang Sanchun always missed his two lost sisters and frequently went down the mountain to search for them. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Not only did he fail to find his sisters, but during one of his trips down the mountain, he ran into the imperial army sent to suppress the bandits. Although Wang Sanchun was brave, he was outnumbered and was eventually captured and taken to the convict camp. So you are the elder brother of the leader. The young bandit's eyes shone brightly. No wonder you are so strong. Stop with the nonsense, what happened to my little brother? Wang Sanchun asked anxiously. The leader, he's not doing well. The young man weakly said. Our Erlong Mountain is quite powerful, but ever since Fan Chong united Mangdang Mountain, he's been constantly suppressing. The young man continued to describe the situation of the bandits on Mangdang Mountain. Li Che did not interrupt and kept his mind racing. If what the young man said was true, then Mangdang Mountain hid more than 10,000 bandits, a number that was quite alarming. In ancient cold weapon battles, when the numbers were this uneven, there was almost no chance of winning. Fortunately, the terrain was rugged, so although the enemy had many men, it wasn't easy to deploy them. Moreover, with Wang Sichuan's elite forces, there might still be a chance to strategize. In a brief moment, Li Che had already formed a plan in his mind. Old Wang, do you have confidence in persuading your brother to surrender to me? Li Che asked first. Wang Sanchuan's eyes turned red at the words. He pounded his chest and said, I will stake my life on it. If he knows I'm under your command, he will definitely lead the troops to surrender. Li Che nodded slightly and then looked at the young man. Can you bypass the other bandit groups and lead my men to find your leader? At this moment, the young man realized that Li Che was a prince, and his eyes were filled with awe. He spoke tremblingly. I'm familiar with these mountain roads, I don't think it will be a problem. Xian Bin, observing the situation, seemed to understand something. He stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Li Che looked around, his tone calm as he said. The disparity in troops is too large, and the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. A direct confrontation has no chance of success. The only solution for now is to send out an elite force and break the deadlock. Strike the horses before the men, capture the leader first. We need to select the finest soldiers, bypass other mountain peaks, and strike directly at Fan Chang's lair. The bandits have no leader, they will scatter on their own. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with difficulty. Although there were rough and heroic figures like Wang Sanchun present, none of them were skilled in military tactics. Even so, everyone still felt that Li Che's plan was extremely dangerous. Your Highness, the mountains are full of bandits, how can we quietly approach where Fan Chong is? Yang Shu also asked. This is not a problem. Let the convoy continue normally, it will attract the attention of the bandits. Then, I don't know who His Highness plans to send to raid the mountain stronghold? Xian Bin asked again. I have never fought in battle, so I may not be able to take on this task. Li Che looked to the side. Wang Sanchun, He Long, you two are both brave and strong. It must be you two to raid the mountain stronghold. Xian Bin and Yang Shu had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Li Che say again. I will personally lead the convoy and wait for the good news from you two. At this, everyone was shocked, and Wang Sanchun and He Long both spoke up in unison to advise against it. Your Highness, no, absolutely not. Your Highness, think again. This kind of risky approach is not a wise move.
The convoy was supposed to lure the enemy deeper, but Li Che using himself as bait was even more dangerous than raiding the mountain stronghold. No need for more words, Li Che said firmly. Fan Chang's goal is clear, he is coming for me.
If I do not appear, how will he come out with everything he has?
No, your highness only needs to leave the royal flag. I am willing to take your place in this mission, Yang Shu quickly said. The bandits, seeing the royal flag, will surely think your highness is here. The royal flag can deceive the enemy, but it cannot deceive our own people, Li Che said seriously. All the elite troops are gone, only common people and the elderly are left in the convoy.
If I do not fight alongside the soldiers, how can they be willing to risk their lives?
Shen Bin and Yang Shu still wanted to persuade him, but they were decisively interrupted by Li Che. No more words, go and carry out the orders quickly. Although Li Che was usually gentle, speaking softly to everyone, every time a decision needed to be made, he showed thunderous resolve, which greatly increased his prestige among the soldiers. Seeing that Li Che had made up his mind, no one dared to advise further and they all quickly accepted their orders to act. Wang and he were ordered to select 800 elite soldiers from the convict army, each one skilled in climbing mountains and excelling in martial arts. These 800 men were all armored, carrying sharp swords at their sides, and some skilled archers brought bows and arrows. They were led by a young guide and quietly infiltrated the forest, heading toward Erlong Mountain to meet with Wang Sikhun. Li Che had only 500 convict soldiers left, along with nearly 1,000 common workers and slaves. There was not much armor left, only some makeshift, roughly stitched leather armor, enough to equip one-third of the convict soldiers. The weapons were sufficient. A lot of swords and knives were borrowed from the Wang family, ensuring every soldier had one. After the preparations were made, Li Che estimated the time, and believing Wang Sanchun and the others had already gone deep into the forest, he ordered the convoy to begin moving.
The Ningguo royal flag waved in the wind as the convoy marched steadily into the Mangdang Mountains.
Li Che sat in his carriage, calmly sipping tea with an indifferent expression. Autumn One, who was serving him, quickly poured more tea, her voice tinged with unease. Your Highness, why aren't you avoiding?
Li Che calmly replied, because I am not afraid. Then why aren't you afraid?
Li Che smiled lightly and raised his teacup. I am not afraid, that's why. Before he finished speaking, a countless number of whizzing sounds filled the air. Hundreds of arrows rained down from the surrounding mountains, hitting the carriage, creating a dense sound. Li Che was shocked, his teacup fell from his hand, and he instinctively protected his head with one hand while pulling Autumn One up with the other. He kicked open the carriage door, tossed Autumn One out first, and then rolled to the ground and jumped out of the carriage. Autumn One tumbled and landed in a pile of dirt, staring at Li Che in shock.
But, Your Highness, weren't you not afraid?
Chapter 38, Chaos. At this moment, Li Che had no time to answer the little girl's inner questions. The sky was filled with arrows, like locusts, coming down in waves, attacking the convoy. Turning around to look, the endless rain of arrows.
The cart has been shot at and is now tilted and skewed.
Li Che's cart was the first to take the hit, becoming the focus of the rain of arrows, with nearly a third of the arrows landing on it. The driver sat on the cart frame, an arrow sticking out of his neck, continuously spitting out blood, and it was clear he was beyond saving. Li Che's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he pulled up Chiolwan, constantly dodging the flying arrows as he escaped the cart's range.
Your Highness, don't panic, I'm coming. With an angry roar, the voice arrived before the person did.
Hu Chang strode forward like a giant iron tower, standing in front of Li Che. In his hand, he held a large wooden board that he had somehow obtained, continuously blocking the incoming arrows. Seeing Hu Chang's tall figure, Li Che felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Looking at the convoy, after the arrow rain attack, it had begun to fall into chaos. Amid the confusion, he saw many laborers shot down, blood staining his vision, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He shouted sternly, "Enemy attack, do not panic." When someone saw Li Che, they were immediately shocked and exclaimed, "His Highness is here, quickly protect His Highness." As soon as this was said, several slaves who had just collapsed in fear bit their teeth and stood up, gathering towards Li Che.
Your Highness, rest assured, we won't let these bandits harm you, someone shouted, trembling as they spoke.
More and more slaves gathered, and with the surrounding convict soldiers, soon dozens of people had formed a human wall, tightly protecting Li Che in the center. Looking at these loyal faces before him, Li Che felt a flood of mixed emotions in his heart. Unknowingly, he had already earned so much loyalty. Yet he had given them nothing but freedom and the right to have enough food each day.
Just then, the rain of arrows finally stopped, leaving only a few stray arrows falling into the convoy.
Li Che looked around and saw shadows constantly flashing in the mountain forest, the leaves of the trees shaking, countless birds frightened and fleeing from the woods. His gaze shifted to the edge of the forest, where a robust one-eyed man emerged, holding a ghost-headed machete, his voice booming. "Kill for me." Before his words faded, a crowd of bandits surged out behind him.
In an instant, the mountains echoed with the frenzied and excited howls of bandits.
Clad in tattered clothes, the bandits rushed from all directions, wielding sharp weapons, all charging towards the convoy. "All units, stay calm, act according to plan,"
Li Che commanded with piercing eyes. Hearing Li Chei's order, the soldiers awoke from their daze, quickly urging the laborers and slaves to get up. The carts were driven to the edge of the mountain path, linked end to end, forming a defensive line. The soldiers took simple wooden shields crafted from boards beneath the carts, placing them at the forefront of the line. Behind the shields, the laborers and slaves held long spears, trembling with fear yet still doing their best to stand in a straight line. As the bandits drew closer, the soldier at the front gulped down, sweating as his palm gripped tightly on the simple shield. Then, Li Chei's calm and decisive order reached them. Prepare! Li Chei's words acted like a calming pearl, causing the soldiers to instinctively raise their shields as commanded. Swish, swish, swish. The shields came down, and the soldiers braced themselves, slamming the shields into the bandits who were within arm's reach. Boom! The bandits crashed against the line like a flood hitting a shore, violently colliding with the formation. Caught off guard, the frontline bandits were knocked to the ground by the soldiers' shields, throwing the outer line into chaos. Stab! Li Chei's command rang out again. The laborers and slaves behind were taut with nerves, the echoes of Li Chei's order resounding in their minds, instinctively thrusting their long spears forward. The cold gleam flashed like falling stars, piercing the fallen bandits, whose desperate wails echoed around. Due to the laborers' inexperience, some unlucky bandits were even pierced by 7 or 8 long spears at the same time, instantly turning into blood cords. Stop! Receiving Li Chei's command again, the laborers hurriedly withdrew their spears and gasped for breath, retreating behind the soldiers. Although the coordination was clumsy, the effect was extremely remarkable. The bandits rushed forward in a chaotic crowd, but not only did they fail to shake the line, they instead left behind hundreds of corpses. Li Chei appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a drum. His ex-girlfriend, who studied history, really didn't lie to me. Commanding ancient non-elite troops, whether it's the 8 trigrams formation, the 8 gates golden lock formation, or the 3 talents formation of heaven and earth, actually doesn't do much. If the soldiers lack coordination and courage, there's no cooperation, and forcing them into formations only backfires. In this situation, the commander only needs to give the simplest commands to keep the military formation intact. After the Ninggu army pierced through hundreds of their companions, the remaining bandits immediately felt fear and stopped in their tracks. A bunch of cowards. The strong man glared angrily, cursing. What are you all standing there for? There are only a few of them on the other side, what's there to be afraid of? Go on, all of you, charge. Seeing the bandits remain motionless, the strong man angrily raised his ghost-headed saber and killed several hesitant bandits. Behind the strong man, dozens of armored bandits emerged. These men were clearly different from the ordinary bandits, filled with a murderous aura, and were trusted subordinates of Fan Chong. These dozens of people held sharp blades and stood in a line. Seeing some bandits retreat out of fear, without saying a word, they moved forward and struck down with their knives. After killing more than 10 people, the bandits finally realized that retreating also led to death, so they all stopped. Listen up, all of you. The one-eyed strong man shouted. Charge in. Kill all the men, take all the women, I allow you all to have your fun. If this deal goes through, we'll return with good wine and meat. Anyone who dares hesitate, don't blame my big knife for not recognizing you. Fear of death and the desire for wine and women suddenly descended upon them. The bandits' eyes immediately glowed red, and they charged again. This time, more bandits came charging, and from a distance, it looked like a sea of black. Li Chei looked out and saw the bandits, a black tide rushing toward the convoy. He quickly ordered the frontline soldiers to form a shield wall, while the rear laborers gathered their spears. However, the bandits kept coming, despite the heavy losses at the front. The rear ones had already reached the front. Shouting, screaming, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the air, and Li Chei's commands were drowned out by the deafening noise. The two sides engaged in close combat, locked in a life-and-death struggle, and blood stained the official road red. Chapter 39, The Scholar's Sword May Not Be Useless. The shouts of killing never ceased. Behind the cart frame, Wang Chongjian's face turned red as he tightly gripped the sword at his waist. Seeing a laborer with 8 knife wounds still bravely thrust his spear into a bandit's chest, Wang Chongjian immediately felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. Clang! He drew his sword from his waist and suddenly stood up. His old father beside him was so scared that he jerked, then quickly pulled him back. Scoundrel, what do you think you're doing? Wang Shi glared angrily. Wang Chongjian didn't look away, speaking passionately, a farmer is still fighting to the death, how can I sit idly by? Nonsense! Wang Shi's beard puffed up in anger. My Wang family has been passed down for 3 generations, you brat aren't allowed to die for nothing. A true man, born between heaven and earth, how can he fear death and hide behind a farmer? After saying this, Wang Chongjian shook off Wang Shi's hand, bypassed the cart frame, and charged toward the battlefield. Swish! A throwing axe flew by, grazing his scalp and nailing into the back of the cart, sending wood chips flying. Wang Chongjian was so scared that his face turned pale, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Death, is this how close it is? A thought suddenly emerged in his heart, one he couldn't shake off. Turn around, run. With his identity, he didn't need to fight desperately on the front lines. And what about those farmers and soldiers? Anyway, His Highness has also said that there are floods beyond the pass. Keeping oneself alive could be useful in the future for great deeds. Wang Chongjian had just thought of escaping when he saw a figure flying towards him. It was a scrawny slave, with a horrifying knife wound on his chest, blood pouring out profusely. The moment the slave saw Wang Chongjian, the pain in his eyes turned peaceful. He struggled to raise his hand, using his last ounce of strength to say, "Sir, hurry and run, the bandits are coming." Before he could finish speaking, a long spear pierced through his chest. "Ha, you filthy creature!" The bandit licked his lips and pulled out the spear. As if sensing Wang Chongjian's terrified gaze, he turned to look, the smile on his face growing more cruel. "Oh, there's still a pretty boy?" The bandit sneered, raising the spear in his hand. Watching the tip of the spear getting closer, Wang Chongjian felt his lower body go numb. He wanted to stand up and run, but he couldn't muster the strength. The bandit was about to casually end Wang Chongjian when he felt his leg being held tightly. Looking down, he saw the dying slave, somehow mustering strength, gripping his leg tightly, blood constantly flowing out of his mouth. "Go, sir, hurry and go. You are useful for His Highness," the slave shouted with all his might. "You have knowledge, you are more useful." Wang Chongjian stared blankly at the slave's gaunt face, as if something in his heart had been touched. "You seek death." The bandit shouted angrily, thrusting his spear down fiercely at the slave's back. Pooh! The sound of flesh being pierced by the spear echoed. Alongside it was the sound of a long sword piercing through a chest. The bandit widened his eyes and looked back, seeing a pair of blood-red eyes. "Ah!" Wang Chongjian roared, pulling out his sword with all his might and stabbing it through the bandit's chest. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. The bandit unwillingly widened his eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Chongjian stumbled to the dying slave's side, only to find his eyes wide open, already lifeless. He looked around in confusion, smoke mixed with the smell of blood hitting his face. Looking out, the two armies were locked in a deadly fight. In the chaos of swords and knives, countless people lay in pools of blood. The brutality of the battlefield was so real, far from what a few words in a book could describe. Wang Chongjian let out a long howl to the sky, his cry filled with sorrow and determination. With red eyes, he charged into the enemy ranks, and where the sword's edge passed, blood sprayed like flowers. His movements became more skilled. The long sword, usually just for decoration, became a deadly weapon in this moment. Wang Shi watched as his son fought desperately against the bandits, his heart filled with shock and anger. He drew his sword from his waist and shouted loudly, "We are all subjects of His Highness, how can we linger here like scared rats? Let these bandits see that a scholar's sword can also be deadly." With that, he drew his sword and plunged into the enemy ranks. Inspired by the father and son, the other officials also stopped hiding behind the soldiers, drawing their swords and joining the fight against the bandits. Under the banner of the Ningbo king, farmers, criminals, officials, and slaves abandoned their prejudices and fought side by side against the enemy. Bai chopped down a bandit with a single strike, hearing the increasingly tragic cries around him, and turned to shout, "Your Highness, there are more and more robbers, you should hide." Li Che held a decorated bow, aiming and replying, "Hide my ass. If I leave, the line will collapse immediately." With that, he released the bowstring, and the arrow flew out, piercing a bandit's chest. "Your Highness is the soul of the Ningbo army. If you can escape, the Ningbo army can be rebuilt." Bai urged persistently. "Don't speak nonsense, kill the enemy with all your strength." Li Che ignored him, concentrating on shooting enemies with arrows. He realized that his original archery skills were really strong. Before, he hadn't noticed because his muscle memory hadn't fused yet. Now, as he consecutively hit several live targets, he felt more and more at ease. Almost every arrow hit the target. Especially as the enemy got closer, just a few dozen steps away, I didn't even need to aim, I could hit them just by feeling. Another arrow pierced a bandit's skull, and Li Che instinctively reached for the quiver on his back, but found nothing but air. He quickly shouted, "Bai, where are the arrows?" "There are none left, Your Highness," Bai replied. Li Che gritted his teeth, threw down his carved bow, and drew the sword at his waist. "Damn it, I'll fight until the end." Cursing inwardly, Li Che charged forward. "Wang Sanchun, Heat Songlong, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Hutu Mountain. Wang Laosi, wearing simple cloth clothes and a long sword hanging at his waist, walked into the village gate. Two strong men followed closely behind him, wearing bamboo hats that covered their faces. The gatekeeper saw them and quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Head Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Laosi gave a cold glance. "I have urgent news to report to the village chief." The gatekeeper looked troubled. "This. Step aside. If you delay the village chief's important matters, I'll chop off your head." With that, he unsheathed his long sword, its cold gleam intimidating.
The gatekeeper, seeing this, was frightened and stepped back quickly. By the time he regained his senses, the three had already entered the hall. On the stone chair, Fan Chong raised a large cup of wine and poured it into his mouth, the liquid flowing down his neck. Seeing Wang Laosi and the others arrive, Fan Chong put down the wine bowl and squinted his eyes, asking, "Wang Laosi, have you caught the person I wanted?" Wang Laosi walked forward and replied, "Not yet." "Humph." Fan Chong sneered, "Then what are you doing here? Hurry up and go catch him." "I came here to ask the village chief to come with me." Fan Chang's brows furrowed slightly. He sharply sensed that something was off about Wang Laosi's behavior today. Especially the two men behind him, they were unfamiliar. Such strong and mighty men should be known to the mountain bandits. "Wait a moment, stay right there," Fan Chong quickly said. Wang Laosi suddenly looked up and shouted loudly, "Go and meet my master." Chapter 40, Fan Chong, a soldier dies for his true friend. Fan Chong was greatly shocked, and the drunkenness quickly faded away. He saw the two strong men behind Wang Laosi toss aside their bamboo hats, revealing the cold gleam of sharp short knives at their waists. These two men were none other than Wang Sanchun and He Long. "Ha ha, you're Fan Chong?" Wang Sanchun sneered, "With that small body of yours, how dare you call yourself a king and dominate?" Fan Chong quickly reached for a weapon behind the stone chair, but Wang Sanchun had already closed in, moving like lightning. The cold gleam flashed, and a short knife flew from Wang Sanchun's hand, accurately pinning Fan Chang's palm to the stone chair. "Ah!" Fan Chong screamed in agony, "Who are you?" Wang Sanchun stepped forward and kicked him hard in the stomach. "You've been bullying my brother for so long, don't you know he has an older brother? I am Wang Sanchun. When I was roaming the green forest, you were still in your mother's womb. Someone! Fan Chong yelled at the top of his lungs, his eyes about to pop out of their sockets. The guards in the hall heard the shout and rushed forward. But He Long grabbed one of them, smashing him into the crowd, then single-handedly charged forward. The short blades in his hands danced in the air, each strike precise and ruthless, aiming for the vital points, throat, chest, and tendons. In no time, more than 10 guards were slain by him. Fan Chong was about to shout again. Wang Sanchun casually grabbed a cloth rag and shoved it into his mouth. "Stop shouting, just listen." Fan Chang's pupils widened in horror. Damn it, the rag was for wiping feet. Around the mountain stronghold, the sounds of battle filled the air. The 800 criminal soldiers charged at the front, followed by the bandits of Erlong Mountain, like divine soldiers descending from the sky, rushing into the main stronghold. Although the mountain bandits fought fiercely, they collapsed under the relentless assault of the criminal soldiers. These criminal soldiers, clad in armor and wielding sharp blades, were like tigers descending the mountain, unstoppable. They had just eaten and drank to their fill, their bodies protected by armor, and no longer under the watchful eyes of the commanders with long blades. This was the most comfortable battle they'd ever fought. On the other hand, the mountain bandits, who usually acted arrogantly, had never faced such a situation. Suddenly, the troops were in disarray. The criminals rushed in like tigers among sheep, instantly slaughtering the bandits without a trace, breaking through from the gates to the main hall. The main door crashed down, and Fan Chong looked up in shock, only to see two bloodied soldiers step into the hall, the smell of blood rushing in with the mountain wind. Fan Chang's face turned pale at once. He did not recognize these two people. The soldier surveyed the situation in the hall, then quickly approached Wang Sanchun and knelt on one knee. "Captain, the thieves outside have been wiped out." Wang Sanchun nodded, looking at Fan Chang's ashen face, smiling as he patted his cheek. "Are you done hoping? Do you really dare to assassinate my prince?" Fan Chong fell silent, saying nothing. Wang Sanchun lifted him up and instructed the two men, "Tell the brothers not to be greedy for treasure, quickly gather together. We don't know what is happening with the prince, we need to rush over as fast as we can." Having finished, he turned to Wang Laosi beside him. "Laosi. Brother, what do you want? Have your men secure the mountain stronghold, you guide the way, and we'll go support the prince." Wang Laosi frowned, leaning close to Wang Sanchun's ear and said, "Brother, are you really planning to side with that Ninggu County king?" Wang Sanchun looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "Brother, this is a rare opportunity. This mountain stronghold is easy to defend and hard to attack, you still have so many soldiers, why bother with the life or death of that Ninggu County king? Why not just watch those thieves kill the Ninggu County king and then seize this place for ourselves?" Wang Sanchun shot him a sideways glance. Wang Laosi looked at him hopefully. Slap. A palm the size of a fan came down hard on Wang Laosi's face. Wang Sanchun hadn't held back, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of Wang Laosi's mouth. Wang Laosi stared at Wang Sanchun in shock. The two brothers had always had a great relationship, although Wang Sanchun was fiery, he had never laid a hand on his brother. "Laosi, this is the first and the last time." Wang Sanchun suppressed his anger. "If you say such things again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother." On the mountain path, the battle had reached a white-hot state. Xiao Bai and the others had urged Li Che multiple times to break through and escape, but each time they were firmly rejected by Li Che. It wasn't that he was not afraid of death, but that he really could not leave. His home was here, with them, he could stand firm in Ninggu County. If he ran off alone to that borderland, not to mention developing and growing, he would probably be torn to pieces by the mob on the first day. Power comes from the barrel of a gun, Li Che understood this well, so even if it meant death, he had to tightly grip the rifle. After fighting for a long time, the sword in his hand, due to too many swings, was already filled with nicks. At this moment, Li Che was using a large knife snatched from a bandit's hand, fighting fiercely. His strength was nearly exhausted, relying solely on willpower to hold on. If it weren't for Hu Chang and Xiao Bai risking their lives to protect him, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Li Che swung the large knife with all his might, and an enemy bandit's arm flew off. He kicked the man away and swung the knife horizontally, severing a head. Then he stuck the knife in the ground, breathing heavily. This body was still a bit weak, he needed to exercise rigorously when he got the chance. Just then, a sudden cry of battle rang out from the mountains and forests. "Your Highness, look!" Xiao Bai, quick-eyed, exclaimed in delight to Li Che. Li Che's heart shook, and he quickly looked toward the forest. An army of 800 criminals burst forth from the mountains like divine warriors, appearing behind the bandits. With bows and crossbows drawn, arrows whistled sharply, instantly taking down a large number of bandits. Wang Sanchun led Fan Xiong, with his face swollen, and Wang Laosi next to him, holding a broken gong in hand. Seeing his brother's miserable face, Wang Sanchun kicked him in the rear, "Make some noise." Wang Laosi pouted but dared not resist, so he desperately began to strike the broken gong. Clang clang clang. The sound of gongs echoed loudly, attracting the attention of most of the bandits, who stared in confusion. Their eyes landed on the towering figure of Wang Sanchun. And the person he was holding in his hand. The chieftain? The bandits were dumbfounded. The once proud chieftain was now in such a pitiful state? The bandits had no idea how their strong chieftain had fallen into enemy hands, but Fan Xiong's miserable appearance pierced through their last bit of fighting spirit like a sharp blade. "The traitor Fan Xiong is here." Wang Sanchun roared like thunder, "You have lost, those who surrender shall not be killed." Behind him, 800 criminals shouted in unison, "Those who surrender shall not be killed. Those who surrender shall not be killed." Fan Xiong saw the scene, and his eyes instantly dulled. He knew too well what kind of people his followers were. They could rob and steal, but they would never fight to the death. Things had gone wrong. How would he explain this to the prince? Thinking of the prince's kindness towards him, a look of desperation flashed in Fan Chang's eyes. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. He struggled desperately in Wang Sanchuan's grip and raised his head with all his might. With a hoarse voice, he shouted towards Li Che, "Prince of Ninggu Province, I, Fan Xiong, am willing to surrender to you. It's true that a soldier dies for his confidant, but I am not a soldier, I am a thief." Chapter 41, Shoot the Eye of the One-Eyed Dragon. "Everyone, drop your weapons." Fan Xiong shouted hysterically, "We surrender, we surrender." He looked towards Li Che, who was like a star surrounded by the moon, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The prince completely underestimated the lord of Ninggu province. This royal was not a weakling to be bullied. He was clearly a dormant tiger, and once he left the imperial city, he would become an unstoppable dragon. Seeing their leader surrender first, the bandits, already disheartened, now had no fighting spirit at all. Just as everyone was about to drop their weapons, a loud shout came from the one-eyed man, "We cannot surrender." His roar shook people's hearts, and the bandits involuntarily looked at him. The one-eyed man held a broad blade, his eyes wide with anger. "The enemy is weak, we are strong. The enemy is tired, we are strong. Now is the time to counterattack. How can we surrender? Chao Hun, what do you want to do?" Fan Xiong shouted furiously, "I am the master of this stronghold, you dare disobey me?" The one-eyed man let out a cold laugh. "Fan Xiong, the moment you surrendered, you were no longer the master of this stronghold." Fan Xiong looked at Chao Hun in disbelief. This man was his confidant, the one he trusted the most, which is why he handed over the command to him. He never expected that when he was in trouble, the first to betray him would be this very person. Chao Hun ignored Fan Xiong and turned to the carts and the convoy, greed evident in his eyes. "Brothers, these carts are so heavy, they must be filled with gold and treasures. If we take them down, we can share this wealth. Each one of us can return home as a wealthy man and marry several beautiful wives." Chao Hun's words sparked longing in many bandits' hearts. After all, who can resist the temptation of riches and glory? Seeing his persuasion taking effect, Chao Hun raised his large blade and shouted, "We seek fortune in danger, charge with me ah!" Before he could finish, a terrible scream escaped his lips as he fell straight to the ground. An arrow shot out swiftly from the convoy, piercing into his remaining eye. The crowd turned to the source of the sound and saw Li Che indifferent as he lowered his bow and arrow, speaking blandly, "Those who stubbornly resist shall be killed without mercy." Silence. The battlefield became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, leaving only the one-eyed man's anguished wails. "I can't see.
My eyes. My eyes. Kick the crippled leg, shoot the good eye of the one-eyed man. Do you even know your own weight? With the one-eyed man as a warning, the bandits' resolve to resist finally extinguished.
The knives, guns, staffs, and clubs were all thrown onto the ground, with everyone kneeling, begging for mercy. Li Che instructed the convict soldiers to round up the prisoners and clean up the battlefield. However, the battlefield was too large, and the forest was too dense. Some of the bandits on the outskirts did not want to be captured and secretly escaped through small paths. Li Che did not stop them and let them flee. After all, the convict army had only a little more than 1,000 men, while the bandits numbered over 10,000. It was impossible to stop them. Moreover, most of the escapees were experienced bandits, and even if they were forced to surrender, they would be unstable elements. It was better to focus on recruiting those who genuinely surrendered. Come, bring that bandit leader to me. Li Che sat confidently on the cart beam. On the left, civil officials like Chen Bin, Wang Shi, Wang Chongjian, and others lined up. On the right, military officers like Wang Sanchun, He Tsonglong, and Xiao Bai stood with their swords drawn. Yang Shuwa and Hu Chang stood behind Li Che. The foundation of the newly established Ningguo kingdom was already quite solid. When Fan Chong was escorted over by 2 soldiers, what he saw was this scene, and his fear of Li Che grew even more. Li Che was dressed in military attire, not wearing a royal robe, and his waist was not adorned with a jade pendant. Yet, the commanding presence he exuded was many times more overwhelming than the crown prince. Thinking of this, Fan Chong hurriedly kneeled on the ground, repeatedly saying, I, Fan Chong, have offended the royal authority and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I come to beg for forgiveness. Li Che lowered his head and examined this bandit leader who was famous in Mangdang Mountain. He immediately felt disappointed. With such little dignity, he was even inferior to the leaders of his own convict army. Although his physique was strong, he was like a silver decoration on a spear, looking good but useless. He pondered for a moment and said nothing, just staring intently at Fan Chong. The longer Li Che remained silent, the more anxious Fan Chong became, with cold sweat pouring down his body, nearly fainting. Just as Fan Chong was soaked in sweat and about to collapse, Li Che finally spoke faintly. So, you're Fan Chong? I will give you one chance. Speak honestly, and there will be a way for you to live. Fan Chong knocked his head on the ground. I understand, I will definitely speak without holding back, tell everything. Go ahead. Just as Fan Chong was about to reveal everything, someone came to report. Your Highness, we found several women being surrounded by bandits behind the army. After rescuing them, the woman in charge claimed to know Your Highness. Know me? How is that possible? Li Che was confused. The original personality was extremely socially anxious. Apart from a few princesses, it was impossible for him to know any other women outside. Although puzzled, Li Che still said, bring them over. Soon, under the lead of the soldiers, Chang Ningxue came walking, her eyes red. Only 3 or 4 female attendants followed her. Chang Ningxue followed Li Che along the mountain path, completely unaware of Li Che's plan to act as bait. When the bandits rushed out, it was only thanks to the female attendants around her fighting to the death that she survived. Although she survived, half of the more than 10 attendants brought by the Chang family had been lost. As soon as Chang Ningxue arrived, she heard Fan Chong say, I was originally the deputy leader of the Eastern Palace, appreciated by the Crown Prince, and ordered to secretly recruit bandits for his use. When Chang Ningxue heard this, it was as though she had been struck by lightning. These ferocious criminals were actually under the Crown Prince's command? The Crown Prince is the heir to the throne. Why would he secretly build up power? Li Che asked in a deep voice. Fan Chong hesitated for a moment, then decided, the Crown Prince is worried that due to his leg injury, His Majesty may not pass the throne to him, so he has been making plans early and scheming. Li Che narrowed his eyes, scheming for what? Scheming. Fan Chong paused, a big thing. Li Che understood immediately upon hearing this. Scheming a big thing? Could it be that he was planning a rebellion? Since you're secretly accumulating power, why did you ambush me? Li Che asked again. As for the specifics, I'm not too clear, but the Crown Prince truly hates you to the bone. He ordered me to make sure to take your life. Li Che nodded and asked, you are not particularly capable and not a die-hard loyalist to the Crown Prince, so why did he entrust such an important task to you? Fan Chong heard this and immediately turned red with embarrassment. In the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he stammered. The Crown Prince likes men, and I have been favored by the Crown Prince, so... Chapter 42, Casualties. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone creating 1,000 ripples. The crowd? Chang Ningxue? The Crown Prince actually likes men? Others were okay, just slightly surprised. In ancient times, homosexuality was not considered a heinous crime, and many royal families had such tendencies. But for Chang Ningxue, it felt like the sky was about to fall. She was the crown prince's fiancée, although they had not yet officially engaged, the families had privately agreed on the matter.
And now, you are telling me the crown prince likes men?
Li Che, on the other hand, showed a look of disgust. It wasn't that he discriminated against homosexuality, but looking at Fan Chang's crude and rough appearance, it was hard to evaluate the crown prince's taste.
So, the crown prince has been supporting the bandits of Mangdang Mountain?
Li Che changed the subject. Fan Chong nodded and said, the crown prince gave me some men, and every year secretly sends grain, money, weapons, and armor.
Oh. Hearing this, Li Che's eyes lit up. Where is it?
It's all hidden in the secret caves beneath Hushou Mountain. I am willing to lead the prince there, just beg the prince to spare my life.
Poof. Li Che sneered, those things belong to me, and your life also belongs to me. You want to trade my things for your life?
Yes, yes.
Ah. No, no.
Fan Chong sweated heavily. Li Che's expression grew colder. Pointing at the scattered bodies around, he said sternly, open your eyes and look, how many of my people have died because of you? I promised to take them to the northeast to live a peaceful life, but now they have lost their lives here.
How can I spare you?
Fan Chang's face changed drastically, but, just now, the prince said that surrendering would not lead to death. Are you going back on your word?
Li Che, upon hearing this, looked around as if in doubt, and asked, did I say that?
Wang Sanchun behind him grinned, stepped forward, and said, Your Highness, that was what I said.
I lied, please punish me.
Li Che nodded lightly, lying is bad, I'll punish you by making you eat half a bowl of rice less tonight. Hu Chang behind him trembled all over.
Such a heavy punishment. All right. Wang Sanchun grinned and stepped back.
Seeing the two of them acting in concert, Fan Chang's eyes widened. You guys?
Don't worry, you're still useful, I can't be bothered to kill you. Li Che smiled slightly, the crown prince sent you to kill me. Though he's cruel, I cannot be unjust.
Fan Chong had just relaxed a little, but then heard Li Che say. Since you're the crown prince's male lover, I will send you back to continue serving him. But the crown prince harmed me, I won't let him feel too comfortable.
Ah Chang, go and call a few Kunlun slaves to come over, chop that thing off, and send it to the crown prince. The crowd instantly felt a chill below.
Fan Chong trembled all over and almost fainted. Your Highness, please spare me, spare me.
Li Che impatiently waved his hand, and 3 dark-skinned Kunlun slaves stepped forward, dragging Fan Chong away.
In no time, a scream echoed throughout the mountain path.
Li Che, listening to Fan Chang's wailing, silently said, I wonder if the crown prince is the dominant or the submissive, cutting it off might still be useful? Should I seal his back door too?
Xiao Bai, standing beside him, felt a chill all over her body upon hearing Li Che's words. No wonder His Highness was able to subdue these criminals. Compared to him, the worst criminals seemed like great people. Everyone listened attentively, only Chang Ningxue stood frozen in place.
Li Che finally noticed the woman, looking surprised. It's you.
They had met once in Yeqing before, and at that time, Li Che thought this woman had an extraordinary presence, far from ordinary. He didn't expect to meet her here. Chang Ningxue's eyes were hazy, the shock from what she had just heard was too great, and she hadn't yet come to her senses. Seeing that the young lady was silent, the woman in black behind quickly stepped forward to apologize. Your Highness. My young lady was just startled, please excuse us.
Li Che asked again, how did you end up here?
The woman in black hurriedly explained, we were heading to Shanhai Pass, but unexpectedly encountered mountain bandits. Fortunately, the prince came to our rescue.
Li Che nodded gently.
So, they were the family of the Shanhai Pass guard commander.
No wonder the woman had a bit of a heroic aura.
In that case, follow my convoy, Li Che spoke kindly, the road is treacherous and steep.
We can look out for each other.
The woman in black quickly glanced at Chang Ningxue, but saw that she was still absent-minded, so she could only reluctantly agree.
Li Che paid no attention, treating it as a small act of kindness. At this moment, the battlefield cleanup was drawing to a close.
The official Li Che had sent to count the losses returned with a grim face, holding a long list covered with dense records of the casualties from the battle.
What are the casualties? Li Che asked in a deep voice.
Your Highness, our soldiers had 100 light injuries, 80 serious injuries, and 53 deaths. The civilian laborers had 300 light injuries, 120 serious injuries, and 81 deaths. Li Che slightly furrowed his brows, each report like a heavy hammer striking his heart. This casualty rate was already quite ideal, considering they had faced nearly 10,000 bandits in fierce combat.
Li Che sighed, then spoke seriously.
Make sure to carefully record the names of all the deceased, and bury them in a place with good feng shui. If they have family members, be sure to give them full compensation. Order Hua Chang'an, he can command everyone in the convoy, and do everything possible to save the seriously injured.
Even the lightly injured must be properly treated and cared for. We'll set up camp here and give them extra meat to help them recover. Understood. The people around looked at Li Che with even greater respect. It seemed they had not followed the wrong person after all. The prince was not a harsh, ungrateful person. He treated the dead with such care, let alone the living. What about the prisoners? Li Che asked again. The official's face eased slightly. Preliminary count shows over 4,000, all young and strong. There may be some bandits' families still up in the mountain.
Over 10,000 bandits, some were killed, some fled, and there might still be some left in the mountains. Capturing over 4,000 was already a good result.
Your Highness, what should we do with so many prisoners? Li Che thought for a moment and looked at Xiu Bai. The prisoners are your responsibility. Pick out the reliable ones and form a team. You know my standards, right? Xiu Bai answered, we don't take human traffickers or flower thieves. Good. Li Che nodded in satisfaction. Let them report on each other, and make sure to enforce these 2 points. Xiu Bai hesitated for a moment, then asked, Your Highness, what should we do with the people who are filtered out?
Li Che's eyes flashed coldly. Scum like that has no place in this world.
Kill them all and bury them in this Mangdang mountain, to show our respect to the mountain god. Mercy does not suit a military leader.
My army's ranks are already disorganized enough.
I can't take in scum like them. Letting them go free might harm other innocent people. It's better to just kill them all, it's the easiest solution. Xiu Bai quickly bowed, yes. All right, the matters here are settled. Let's go see the prince's great gift. Chapter 43, The Bandit's Treasure Cave.
Seeing that Li Che was heading to Tiger Head Mountain, Xiu Bai hurriedly ordered 50 personal guards and 10 Kunlun slaves to accompany and protect him. It's worth mentioning that these 10 Kunlun slaves, though slaves, had fought bravely in the battle. Despite their massive frames, they didn't wear heavy armor, yet they dared to shield Li Che from blows, showing no fear of death. Perhaps Li Che was the only one who treated these slaves from distant lands as true humans, so they, in return, offered their loyalty without hesitation. The group walked towards Tiger Head Mountain, and along the way, they saw civilian laborers collecting weapons lost on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the bandits' equipment was poor, mostly consisting of crude spears and simple knives. There were few bows and arrows. The first wave of arrows wouldn't have lasted so short. The armor rate goes without saying, only small bandit leaders wear leather armor, and ordinary bandits would be lucky to even wear clothes. Leading the way in front was Wang Laosi. He constantly felt that Li Che's gaze was occasionally falling on his back, making his heart grow more anxious. Born a mountain bandit, though he had some quick wit, he still held a complex mix of fear and hatred toward the royal family. He had always thought that princes were born with golden keys, useless wastes who didn't know the hardships of the world. But Li Che's swift and decisive actions just now completely shattered his stereotype. This prince of Ningbo County was someone who would eat people without spitting out the bones. At that moment, Li Che's voice drifted from behind him, cold and faint. What are you trembling for? Wang Laosi was already terrified, and though the voice was not loud, it still frightened him so much that he trembled all over. Your Highness. Wang Laosi forced a bitter smile, kneeling on one knee. I feel guilty in my heart. Li Che looked at him with interest. Oh? What guilt do you feel? Earlier, I did not recognize Your Highness, and I spoke disrespectfully with my older brother. Now that I see Your Highness's might, I deeply regret it. Wang Sanchun, standing nearby, quickly knelt and pleaded, Your Highness, my brother has been a bandit for many years, and his bandit ways haven't changed. He didn't mean to offend. Please forgive him. Li Che said nothing, his gaze on Wang Laosi growing more intrigued. This man was smart. The words the brothers spoke in private, even if not directly to him, were likely ones he would never know. But Wang Laosi chose to reveal it, sending this small but significant handle right into his hands to show his true loyalty. It seemed reckless, yet in reality, it was quite clever. Rise. Li Che's voice was gentle. It's no big deal for a young man to stray from the path. Being able to correct oneself at the edge of a cliff brings me great relief. Wang Laosi felt both grateful and somewhat speechless. What young man? He was already 27, and his highness looked barely over 10. Little did he know, Li Che, having been tempered by his past life, had a psychological age much greater than his physical age. I see that you have talent, so I will appoint you as the team leader, to lead your mountain gang again. Thank you, Your Highness. Wang Laosi respectfully bowed. With another capable general under his command, Li Che was in a good mood, patting Wang Laosi on the shoulder. Let's go, take me up the mountain. Yes. At this moment, the guards of Hufeng Mountain Stronghold were all Wang Laosi's subordinates. When they saw their leader coming from afar, these bandits hurried to greet him, intending to salute. But they saw Wang Laosi desperately signaling to them with his eyes, glancing toward Li Che behind him. Seeing Li Che's imposing demeanor, it was obvious he was no ordinary person. Bandits led by a smart man were also clever. They quickly had an epiphany, kneeling to salute Li Che. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Li Che smiled and nodded, then suddenly asked, Old Four, do these subordinates of yours have any flower thieves or tooth pullers? Wang Laosi's heart jolted, and he quickly replied, absolutely not.
These are all people I brought from my hometown. Though they are not good men, they have never done such vile things. Li Che did not speak further, stepping forward into the stronghold. According to what Fan Chong, the youth castration version, explained, the treasure cave was directly beneath the tiger skin stone chair of his. The stone chair was carved from a solid mountain stone, not particularly exquisite, but weighing several hundred pounds. This should have a switch or secret door, right? Xiao Bai stepped forward, curiously knocking and tapping it. But Li Che couldn't be bothered to think that much, looking toward Hu Chang behind him. Chang, go tear the chair apart. Hu Chang grinned and took large strides toward the stone chair. He raised his palm, as large as a fan, and slammed it onto the backrest of the stone chair, which immediately shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned, except for Li Che, who maintained his smile. Chang was truly the most precious legacy left to him by his former self, loyal, immensely strong, and pure-hearted. He was basically a human bulldozer. Several Kunlun slaves stepped forward to move the broken stones aside. A black hole appeared beneath the stone chair. Your Highness, I will go down and take a look. Xiao Bai rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush down. But Li Che grabbed him and said, why are you in such a hurry? Wait a moment. That person. Li Che pointed at a bandit, go catch a few birds for me. The bandit looked puzzled but obediently went out to catch the birds. Everyone was equally confused. Wang Chongjian curiously asked, Your Highness, what do you need the birds for? Li Che shook his head, just wait and see. For the bandits, catching birds was no big deal, as they relied on the mountains for a living. Soon, several bandits came in holding a few birds, their species unrecognizable. Li Che glanced at them, none of them were familiar. If it were in the future, each of these birds would be over 10 years old. Find a longer rope, tie it to the bird's legs, and then release them into the hole, Li Che ordered. Xiao Bai quickly followed the order. The moment the bird was released, it flapped its wings in panic and flew deep into the hole. Your Highness, what now? Li Che sat calmly on the nearby chair and said indifferently, wait. Xiao Bai held the rope and squatted at the hole's entrance, waiting. At first, the rope moved erratically as the bird flapped its wings. After about a stick of incense's time, the rope suddenly went limp and stopped moving. Li Che frowned and instructed Xiao Bai to pull the rope back. When it was pulled back, the bird that had been lively just a moment ago was now stiff and motionless. Xiao Bai's face changed drastically, a wave of fear surged in his heart. If he hadn't released the bird, wouldn't he have ended up motionless like that? Everyone was amazed. Your Highness, why did the bird die? Either there's no oxygen in the hole, or there are poisonous gases inside, Li Che explained. What? Your Highness, what is oxygen? Heben stroked his beard, confused. This is hard to explain. You just need to know that without oxygen, a person cannot survive. Heben nodded slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Li Che. Such mysterious and profound knowledge, something he had never heard of before, where did His Highness learn this? Chapter 44, A Windfall. After waiting for another half an hour, Li Che felt it was about time and instructed Xiao Bai to release another bird. This time, the bird flew for a long time inside the hole. When pulled back, it was still full of life, showing no signs of poisoning or oxygen deprivation. The oxygen level in the hole should have increased after such a long time. Li Che nodded, it should be fine now. 10 Kunlun slaves with shields and short swords led the way, while the others followed into the hole. The leader, Xiao Bai, raised his torch, the flame flickering in the dim hole, casting light on the wall's worn marks from being manually dug. The sound of footsteps lightly scraping against the gravel echoed through the empty cave. As they went deeper, the cave gradually became wider, and everyone's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. In this environment, everyone felt uneasy. The darkness and coldness made them feel anxious. But Li Che felt no discomfort. Instead, he enjoyed looking around. In the past, when he went on field research in various mine caves with his mentor, he had visited many such places. Mining tunnels, secret soldier caves, and underground passages, he had been to them all. After getting used to them, there was nothing to fear. Your Highness, there's a fork ahead, Xiao Bai whispered. Li Che nodded slightly, let's go left first. Xiao Bai turned left into a passage while holding the torch. After clearly seeing what lay ahead, he exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness, it's grain. Li Che's mind was shocked, and he looked forward, following the torchlight. In front of him was a huge storage room, the walls covered with dried meats, neatly hanging in rows. The air was filled with the scent of cured and smoked meats, which had been well preserved in the cool environment. Nearby, large earthen jars were filled with various grains, the jar openings sealed tightly with thick cloth to prevent moisture and pests. In a corner of the cave, there were several huge wooden barrels filled with clear spring water. This must be the drinking water intentionally stored by the bandits for their long stay. Xiao Bai, raise the torch higher, don't ignite the grains. Li Che shouted quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai quickly raised the torch above his head. With so much food, if he accidentally set it on fire, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to pay for it.
Li Che looked around and then turned to instruct Zhenshi, quickly take people to count the supplies. Without needing Li Che to say much, Zhen Bin had already brought several officials skilled in mathematics to start counting the food. Moments later, Zhen Bin, with a joyful expression, hurried to Li Che and cupped his hands to say, "Your Highness, preliminary calculations show that there are at least 2,000 shur of grain in this cave, not including vegetables, jerky, and other miscellaneous items. One shur in Diqing weighs about 100 jin, so 2,000 shur equals 200,000 jin of grain. Enough for Li Che's troops to eat for over a month."
Good, good, good. Li Che smiled broadly. What did I say? It's still faster to make money through looting.
Finding 50,000 taels of silver from the Wang family didn't make Li Che this happy. In ancient times, grain was worth much more than money. Money itself has no value, it is only a tool for trade, while grain is different. Since ancient times, with grain comes soldiers. Especially in those ghostly places beyond the frontier, where you can't spend money, but having grain allows you to quickly gather an army. Pack it all up and have it transported down the mountain, be sure to pay attention to losses, Li Che ordered. After accepting those surrendering bandits, Li Che's men had already surpassed 5,000, nearing 10,000. Just when he was worried about not having enough food, the Crown Prince sent a wave of support. What a qualified good brother! At this moment, Zhou Bai's surprised voice came from the other end of the cave.
Your Highness! Windfall! A windfall! Li Che's heart tightened, and he quickly walked toward the source of the voice.
On the left side of the cave were piles of old grain, and on the right side was Fan Chang's treasures accumulated over many years. When Li Che arrived, boxes upon boxes of gold and silver treasures lay before him, almost dazzling his eyes. Most of them were copper coins, likely the salary the Crown Prince ordered Fan Chong to distribute to the mountain thieves, but this dog had secretly hoarded it all. A small portion were silver ingots, and the gold was even less. The rest included pearls, gemstones, luminous pearls, silk, and all sorts of items, likely extorted from various merchant caravans.
Li Che felt dizzy just looking, so he decided not to look anymore and let Zhen Bin and others count it.
Your Highness, there are helmets and armor over here, Zhou Bai called out again.
Li Che followed the sound and saw Zhou Bai's head poking out from a gap about one person wide. This gap was very concealed, if one did not search carefully, it was hard to discover its existence. The gap was blocked by a heavy curtain, stepping inside brought a cool breeze to his face. Lifting the curtain, he saw various armors neatly hanging on the wall. From light leather armor to heavy chain mail, and exquisite crafted plate armor, there was everything, well maintained and without rust. Below the armors were various weapons, long swords, battle axes, spears, etc. Each weapon was sharpened to perfection, its blade gleaming coldly. On one side of the cave, there were rows of crossbows, and as he got closer, he could smell the scent of tung oil, clearly well preserved. Crossbow bolts were neatly placed in nearby wooden boxes, their tips shining with a metallic luster, all made from high-quality materials. Li Che picked up a hand crossbow and drew the string with a bolt. Aimed at the rock wall, he pulled the trigger, and the bolt shot out, firmly pinning into the stone wall. Good crossbow! Li Che caressed the hand crossbow, unable to let go. Unlike a bow, a crossbow requires little training for a shooter to use it against enemies. Although the crossbow is slightly inferior in portability and durability, its excellent accuracy and range completely make up for that. With these crossbows, Li Che could completely form a crossbow team, gaining the long-range suppression power that the Ninggu army desperately needed. The only pity was that most of the crossbows here were light ones, which would be much weaker in power. Weapons are easier to account for than food and money. After a short while, Zhou Bai walked over to Li Che's side. Your Highness, there are about 1,000 weapons of various kinds, 500 sets of armor, 200 light crossbows, and a number of arrows. In addition, there are several barrels of black liquid over there. We can't tell what they are. Oh? Take me to have a look. Li Che said curiously. In a secluded corner of the cave, several wooden barrels were placed. These barrels were made of thick wood, covered with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, suggesting that they had been placed here for a long time. Li Che gently lifted the lid of one of the barrels, and an intense and unique smell immediately wafted into his nose. The smell was somewhat sticky, with a slight sweetness and a pungent sulfur odor. Li Che looked down, and inside was a thick, dark liquid. His eyes immediately lit up. This thing made him instantly think of a strategic resource that was in high demand even in modern times. Chapter 45, The Act of a Beast. Oil. In ancient times, this thing should be called fierce fire oil. Aside from breeding mold, there were no drawbacks to this energy source, though this world didn't have mold. Its uses were vast, modern industrial development couldn't do without it, and it was called the blood of industry. Northeast China also had oil, but the deposits were farther north. The closest to the Shanhai Pass was the Liuhua oil field. The farthest, the Daqing oil field, was the largest oil field in China, with an astonishing storage capacity. Although there was oil in his own territory, it was impossible to extract it anytime soon. In this situation, these few barrels of oil were extremely valuable. Take care of it, store it separately, and make sure it doesn't come into contact with open flames. Li Che instructed Xiu Bai. Xiu Bai asked curiously, Your Highness, what is this? Fierce fire oil. Once it catches fire, it cannot be extinguished, and it can even burn in water. Be sure to handle it carefully. Upon hearing this, Xiu Bai nodded repeatedly. Goodness, it can burn in water? This seemingly unremarkable substance is so terrifying? These few barrels of oil were the final surprise. There was nothing else noteworthy in the cave. Li Che felt the cave was a bit stifling. He assigned Xin Bin and the other officials to record and transport the items, while he led Hu Chang, Xiu Bai, and the others to leave. Just as they exited the cave, they suddenly heard a series of shouts and battle cries from outside the camp. Li Che furrowed his brows. What's going on? A personal guard quickly ran over. Reporting to Your Highness, we discovered a hidden camp, and there are still some remnants of bandits resisting. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and bandits are no different. Huta Mountain is Fan Chang's main base. Besides the inner and outer camps, there is also a hidden camp inside the mountain itself. If it weren't for Wang Sanchun and the others launching a surprise attack when the camp door was open, it wouldn't have been so easy to take this camp. Let's go. Take me to see it. Li Che said. The hidden camp was under a huge stone, with stone walls on both sides, only allowing one person to pass through. When Li Che arrived, several soldiers were charging in with knives and shields, but because the bandits inside were holding spears and stabbing out continuously, it was difficult to break through. Li Che saw this and waved at Wang Laosi, asking, What is this place inside? Fan Chong has been captured, but these remaining bandits are still resisting, which shows this hidden camp is not simple. I don't know, Your Highness. Wang Laosi shook his head. Huta Camp is Fan Chang's territory. Other mountain leaders can only enter the hall during meetings, and they are not allowed to enter any other places. Li Che nodded. He saw bandits inside peeking out and looking outside, and he immediately felt impatient. All right, have them all retreat. Li Che ordered. Then bring the light crossbows over. If they can't break in, then they won't fight. The newly acquired weapons. Just in time to test its power. Before long, 200 light crossbows were neatly arranged in front of Li Che. Let the brothers each take one. Li Che called out to Xiu Bai. The brothers Li Che referred to were, of course, the 50 personal guards. From kidnapping officials in the imperial capital to the bloody battle on the mountain path just now, these 50 men had been by Li Che's side the whole time, making them his most trusted group of people. The 50 personal guards stepped forward, each picking up a light crossbow, curiously fiddling with it in their hands. Li Che did not rush them, occasionally stepping forward to adjust their posture, until all 50 were ready and the 50 crossbows were aimed at the dark stronghold. A smile curled at the corner of Li Che's mouth as he gave the order, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 50 bolts shot out like locusts towards the dark stronghold, wood chips flying, and screams filled the air. After one round of firing, cries for mercy came from the dark stronghold. Don't shoot anymore, we surrender. Before Li Che could give another order, the door to the stronghold was pushed open from the inside. 3 bandits stumbled out, still with crossbow bolts sticking out of their bodies. Just the 3 of you? Li Che raised an eyebrow. The rest were shot dead. A voice replied timidly. In this close-range alley combat, the power of the light crossbow was still significant. A small area volley could turn even the strongest warriors into sieves. Xiu Bai, take people inside to check it out. Xiu Bai accepted the order and led several personal guards into the dark stronghold. After a short while, he walked out with a grim expression. What's wrong? What's inside? Li Che asked. Xiu Bai glared fiercely at the 3 bandits before speaking. Your Highness, perhaps you should go see it for yourself. Li Che looked at Xiu Bai with confusion. Knowing Xiu Bai, he was not one to leave people hanging. The fact that he said this meant that whatever was inside was truly serious. Li Che stepped forward towards the dark stronghold, with the others quickly following behind. The stronghold was dimly lit, and the air was foul. As Li Che entered, he saw that the ground was littered with the bodies of bandits, all of whom had been shot dead by crossbow bolts. Behind the bodies were a number of disheveled women. Li Che couldn't tell for sure. He walked closer to get a better look, and his face immediately turned a deep shade of disgust. One by one, the women were chained up, naked, some lying motionless on the ground, already devoid of life. These women were mostly pale and emaciated, their bodies filthy, their skin covered in a mixture of dirt and unspeakable substances. Among them were several women who were heavily pregnant, looking as if they were about to give birth at any moment. When someone approached, the women showed no reaction, merely staring blankly ahead, their eyes hollow as if they had lost focus. Some had even instinctively spread their legs, seemingly long accustomed to their fate. It was clear that these women were nothing more than the bandits' outlets for their desires. Seeing this, Li Che's body began to tremble slightly. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and charged toward the three kneeling bandits outside. "You sons of bitches, all poor people, and you dare to do this? You worthless dogs!" Li Che kicked the nearest bandit to the ground, then crouched on top of him and raised his fist. He punched the bandit's face again and again, breaking his nose and causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose, yet Li Che showed no sign of stopping. Li Che could accept the bandits struggling to survive by robbing homes. After all, people were selfish. But he could not accept that, as someone who came from a life of hardship himself, these beasts would wantonly strip away the last bit of dignity from others. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Li Che, seemingly mad, went on, not one person daring to step forward to stop him. In the end, it was Qiu Bai who hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and gently asking, "Your Highness." Li Che suddenly turned his head, his eyes wild like a bloodthirsty beast. Qiu Bai silently swallowed his saliva. "Your Highness, perhaps, you should take a rest. Let me handle it for you?" Seeing Li Che say nothing, Qiu Bai finally stepped forward to help him up. He turned around and took over from Li Che, hammering the bandit's head with every punch. He beat him for half a minute, until the man had no breath left, then he stopped. Qiu Bai turned to look at the other bandits nearby, and the two of them instantly got scared, tears and snot flowing, and quickly knelt in front of Li Che. Your Highness, spare me." Li Che didn't even glance at him, drawing his sword casually, and instantly sliced his throat in two. Only one bandit remained, trembling in fear. "Your Highness, spare my life. I never laid a hand on them." Li Che finally stopped, coldly snorting as he sat down on a nearby step. The soldiers had found 23 women from the hidden camp. Among them, only 7 could barely walk. The others, after being imprisoned for so long, were so emaciated that walking was nearly impossible. There were also 4 pregnant women, one of whom was about to give birth. Li Che's face turned ashen as he looked down at the trembling bandit on the steps. According to this bandit, this hidden camp was used by Fan Shong to specifically imprison women. Unlike other mountain bands, Hoto Mountain's bandits were all under the prince's command, and none of them brought their families. But a group of men stuck on the mountain all day naturally had needs. Fan Shong would raid innocent women and imprison them in this hidden camp, so the bandits could satisfy their desires. "You say you never touched them, but do you have proof?" The surviving bandit cowed out desperately, "Your Highness, please see. I am a eunuch. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the strength to do it." Li Che glanced at him with disgust and understood in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Then Fan Shong must die. Li Che gritted his teeth, rage burning. "Qiu Bai. At your command. I've changed my mind. Kill Fan Shong and hang his body by the mountain road to warn future generations." "But what about the prince?" Qiu Bai asked cautiously. Li Che had spared Fan Shong before to annoy the prince, but now he was ready to kill. "Send his genitals to the prince." Li Che sneered, "Since the prince has used them, he'll recognize them." Qiu Bai trembled all over and quickly cupped his hands in agreement. Li Che then turned his gaze to the women, his eyes full of complexity. The Great Qing had been founded for more than 10 years, and while it wasn't a time of chaos, had the common people's lives really become this desperate? No wonder the ancients said, when a dynasty rises, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. Who were these women's daughters? Who were their wives? If their families knew, how heartbroken they would be. After a moment, Li Che adjusted his mood and spoke, "Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone escort you down the mountain." Soldiers came forward, handing a few pieces of broken silver to the women. "Go back home. I'm sure your families are waiting for you." One woman, wearing a soldier's robe, held the silver in her hands in a daze, suddenly lowering her head and sobbing. Her crying seemed contagious, and soon, a series of sobs echoed in Li Che's ears. Li Che couldn't bear to hear women cry and pretended to be angry, scolding, "Why are you crying? Didn't I say you could go home?" The woman who cried first sobbed, "Your Highness, we have no home to return to." Other women also cried out, "Yes, we can't go back. Your Highness, please take us in. We can wash clothes, cook, serve tea. We can't go back. We can't go back." Hearing the women's cries, Li Che fell silent. He understood that not all of these women were without homes. It was the feudal values of this era that made these poor women unable to return home, even if they had a home. A woman captured by bandits, even if she returned home, would be pointed at behind her back. The twisted view of chastity and the idea that victims are guilty would bring them even greater suffering. Not to mention that some of them were pregnant. Looking at the women sobbing uncontrollably, Li Che finally softened his heart. "All right. Li Che said, then let them stay in the army for now. Hearing Li Che's words, several women immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in gratitude. Li Che looked at the bodyguards beside him and said coldly, remember, if you want women in the future, you can go to the brothels or find those barbarian women. But there is one rule, do not force the women of Diqing, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Everyone has desires, but the difference between humans and beasts is that humans can suppress their desires. Although the Ninggu army did not yet have a systematic military discipline, basic humanity should still exist. The many bodyguards quickly replied, we understand. As dusk fell, Li Che led the team back to the convoy. Besides the Tiger Head village, there were other mountain strongholds that needed to be looted, and it was impossible to set out today. Fortunately, they found an empty area to set up camp and prepared to rest for the night. As night deepened, the camp was dotted with lights. While inspecting the camp, Chang Ningxue approached. At this moment, Chang Ningxue's expression had returned to normal, and she gathered her skirt and bowed. This humble girl thanks your highness for saving my life. Li Che nodded, it's just a small effort, no need for excessive courtesy. As for the earlier matter, I must confess, I am not the daughter of the garrison general of Shanhai Pass. Li Che smiled, I had already seen through it. The daughter of a general would not only bring along these few women. Chang Ningxue looked at Li Che in surprise, why didn't your highness expose me? Exposing you would only embarrass you and create another lie, what good would that do? Li Che said lightly. Upon hearing this, Chang Ningxue quietly lowered her head. After a moment, she spoke, may I ask, can I accompany your highness to Ninggu country? Li Che did not directly answer. Ninggu country is a county of Diqing, naturally welcoming all Diqing citizens. Chang Ningxue bit her lip, as if having made a great decision. To be honest, I escaped from home. My father holds considerable power in the capital, will your highness be afraid of my father's resentment? Li Che raised an eyebrow, asking with a half-smile. If your father resents me, should I not fear that my father will resent him? Was this a gamble involving her father? Now I'm curious. Her father is the emperor of Diqing. Chang Ningxue was stunned upon hearing this, realizing she had misspoken, and turned red in embarrassment. Seeing her awkwardness, Li Che no longer teased her, but said in a calm tone. If the young lady wishes to go to Ningdu country, this king naturally welcomes you. However, Li Che's tone changed. Chang Ningxue tightened her fingers, feeling a bit nervous, but what? Once you enter Ningdu country, you must contribute to the country. I have many pitiful women in my army. Chang Ningxue's gaze shifted slightly, feeling a pang of sorrow. Since ancient times, women's only identity in the army has been military prostitutes. Does Li Che intend to use these women as tools to satisfy desires? But then Li Che said, I see that the maidservants around you have some skills in martial arts, so I presume you also know how to train women in self-defense techniques. I wonder if you could teach them a move or two, so they have some means to protect themselves. Chang Ningxue widened her eyes and asked, why would your highness want women to learn martial arts? Li Che smiled, what of it? Even though women may be physically weaker than men, they can still fight in battles. This king wants to establish a medical camp in the army, specifically to treat the injured, but lacks manpower, and these women are just right. Chang Ningxue murmured, women can also go to the battlefield? Of course. Li Che said seriously, the women of Diqing can also hold up half the sky. Chapter 47, The Initial Scale of the Ninggu Army. The next day, as dawn broke, the Ninggu army camp was vibrant with flags fluttering. The soldiers, after practicing, stood in orderly rows outside the camp, ready for action. Li Che, dressed in a suit of dark iron scale armor, stood under the king's flag, his gaze stern. Beside him, heaps of copper coins were strung together, shimmering brightly in the morning light. Ninggu Army's Wu Team Spear Bearer Liurden, during yesterday's fierce battle, beheaded 3 enemies. 20 taels of silver reward, record a small achievement. Xiaobai shouted, and a soldier stepped forward, taking the reward silver from the official dot. He immediately bowed to Li Che, his eyes filled with a hint of fanaticism. Thank you, your highness. Li Che slightly nodded in response. On the battlefield, killing enemies and rewarding or punishing clearly is the rightful way. Moreover, when distributing rewards, Li Che himself must be present. It is crucial for every soldier to know who is giving them money, that is the most important thing. Once all the rewards were distributed, Li Che looked at the soldiers in high spirits and said loudly. From today onwards, you are no longer the vagrant army, but the regular army of my great Qing, the soldiers of my Li Che's Ninggu army. Hearing this, everyone cheered in unison, shaking the sky with their voices. A soldier should look like a soldier, send the orders down, all soldiers will receive a new set of clothes, a new pair of shoes, and a set of leather armor. Previously, only a few of the vagrant army could wear armor, and their clothes were in tatters, which was truly a hindrance to appearance. Now that Li Che had enough supplies, he naturally had to provide uniforms for the soldiers, winning their hearts, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. The crowd cheered again. Li Che looked at the few people standing at the front and said solemnly, Wang Sanchun, Yi Long, you ambushed the enemy camp yesterday, capturing their chief. Your achievements are outstanding, therefore I promote you to the vice commander of the Ninggu army. Wang Sanchun and Yi Long hurriedly stepped forward to thank him, filled with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. Team leader, just a low-level martial officer. But the vice commander is already 1 foot in the door of a general. In the future, if someone calls them general, they can accept it calmly. Hu Chang, Xiu Bai, you have protection contributions. Hu Chang is appointed as the commander of the personal guard camp, Xiu Bai as the deputy commander. Hu Chang was a little confused, being pulled out by Xiu Bai to express thanks. The Ninggu army is the direct line, and the personal guard camp is the direct line of that direct line, linked to Li Che's life. Li Che glanced at the simple Hu Chang, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and continued. Wang Hu was appointed as the commander of the cavalry battalion, Hua Ying is the commander of the crossbow battalion, and Yan San is the commander of the scout battalion. Wang Hu was an old member of the vagrant army, from Xiliang, who made a living by horse trading in his early years and was excellent at horsemanship. Hua Ying had once served as a crossbowman in the previous dynasty's army, with superb archery. And Yan San was a famous thief, skilled in likeness skill and adept in reconnaissance. The 3 of them each had talents and had achieved merits in previous battles. Li Che decided to highlight them separately, allowing them to play to their strengths in their respective fields. Compared to Wang Sanchun and Xiu Bai, these 3 appeared even more excited. Thank you, Your Highness. We will strive hard and not disappoint Your Highness's expectations. The positions of the remaining people remained unchanged, although the former 13 teams of the vagrant army were reorganized into 10 battalions. Each battalion still had a team leader, paired with 100 old soldier criminals, assisted by 200 new recruits. New soldiers were selected from slaves, laborers, and captives, and each old soldier had to be responsible for guiding 2 new soldiers. If there was a problem with the new soldiers, the old soldiers would be held accountable. Through this method, the Ninggu army expanded directly from 1,300 to nearly 4,000 men. In addition to over 2,000 laborers, the total number reached more than 6,000. Unfortunately, there were fewer horses, especially the cavalry's mounts. With the ones scavenged from the mountain strongholds, there were only a bit more than 200, barely meeting the needs of the cavalry battalion. Even so, Li Che still felt that his troops were insufficient. These men were enough to sweep the bandits within the Great Qing, but if they were to go beyond the pass and fight the barbarians, at least 10 times more would make him feel a little more secure. Once the rewards were distributed, the army once again set out, laden with spoils. On the trees by the roadside, laborers pulled ropes, hanging one corpse after another. At the forefront, Fan Chang's unrooted corpse was hung the highest, with a wooden sign clearly stating Mongdao Mountain Bandit Leader Fan Chong, 6 large characters. Li Che rode past the corpse without looking sideways, riding straight towards the direction of the rising sun. An hour later, passing merchants finally discovered the bodies hanging along the mountain road. When the local government troops arrived to investigate, they found that all the mountain strongholds on Mangdang Mountain had been reduced to ashes. The news of the Duke of Ninggu sweeping through the bandits of Mangdang Mountain quickly spread far and wide. The imperial capital has recently been stirred with undercurrents, and the people are in a state of panic. Emperor Qing's face was not happy, and he had repeatedly scolded the crown prince for his incompetence in handling affairs, causing the crown prince's faction within the court to panic. And the news coming from the north nearly shocked the ministers to the point of dropping their jaws. That usually inconspicuous Duke of Ninggu, after his action in Yi City, had done another remarkable thing. Since the founding of the Great Qing, the bandit problem of Mangdang Mountain, which had never been eradicated, was finally swept away in one fell swoop by the Duke of Ninggu. Everyone in the courtside, regretting their previous misjudgment. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak prince would be so adept in the art of war? In the crown prince's east palace. From behind the curtain, a soft and weak voice of begging for mercy could be heard. Your Highness, please be gentler, I can't take it. Shut up. The crown prince shouted, unable to contain his anger. Why is he not dead yet? Fanchong, you useless fool. Useless. After a heavy gasp, the crown prince, bare-chested, lifted the curtain, and the servant, Bixia, rose in pain to serve him. Your Highness. The voice of a maid came from outside the door. What is it? Bixia asked in a strained voice. Someone requests an audience, saying they are from Mangdang Mountain. The crown prince's eyes flashed coldly. Let him wait in the side hall, I will be there shortly. Bixia quickly increased his speed with his hands. After a moment, the crown prince adjusted his crown and belt and went to the side hall with Bixia. Inside the hall, a man knelt shivering, holding a wooden box. The crown prince glanced at him. I recognize you, you were one of the guards sent to Mangdang Mountain. Upon hearing this, the man lowered his head even further. Your Highness, I deserve to die. The crown prince's expression was indifferent as he sat down and asked, where is Fanchong? I don't know, the man said, his face showing fear. After Duke Ninggu conquered the mountain strongholds, he killed all of our men, leaving only me alive to deliver something to you. Why didn't Li Che kill you? The man stammered, because I am a eunuch. The crown prince frowned and looked at him. What kind of nonsense is this? Not wanting to waste time on such a small person, the crown prince turned to look at the box in the man's arms and asked, "What is this?" "I don't know, Duke Ninggu ordered me not to open it." Bixia, seeing this, stepped forward, took the wooden box from the man, and slowly opened it under the crown prince's approval. "Ah!" Bixia screamed, and the box slipped from his hands, falling to the ground. A bloody object rolled out and landed right at the crown prince's feet. The crown prince lowered his gaze. Chapter 48 The Great Qing does not need an incompetent heir. The crown prince fixed his gaze, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the object. A murderous aura appeared on his gloomy face. "Your Highness, this is..." Seeing Bixia's words stumble, the crown prince, in uncontrollable anger, swung his hand and slapped him hard. "Shut up!" Bixia was slapped so hard that blood came from the corner of his mouth, and the words he hadn't finished speaking were forcefully swallowed back. How could the crown prince not recognize this object? Apart from the bathhouse attendants in the future, perhaps no man in the world had seen more of this item than he had. The key question was, why would Li Che send this to him? Unless he knew something. If that's the case, this object must have come from Fanchong. Thinking of this, the crown prince's fury slowly turned into boundless fear. If Li Che told his father about his preference for Dragon Yang, his situation might become even more precarious. The crown prince trembled and dared not think further. He suppressed the raging emotions in his heart, lowered his head, and coldly looked at the man still kneeling on the ground. "You, come here." The man scrambled forward, crawling a few steps, coming to the crown prince's feet. A cold light flashed in the crown prince's eyes, and a dagger suddenly slid out from his sleeve, swiftly stabbing into the man's neck. "Your Highness, you..." The man stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The crown prince's face turned red, and the dagger continued to strike, each blow aimed at the man's vital points. In an instant, the man fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. Looking at the cold corpse on the ground, the prince's cruelty slightly eased. Bixia quickly stepped forward and gently wiped the blood off the prince's hands with a handkerchief. At that moment, a maid's voice came from the door again. "Your Highness." "Your Highness, Lord Huang has arrived." The prince suddenly raised his head, a flash of hatred in his eyes. What does this old dog want? Huang Jin, as the emperor's trusted eunuch, had once tried his best to win him over. But when the prince was slightly at a disadvantage, this old dog had been avoiding him like a snake or scorpion. Bixia quickly said, "Your Highness, it seems His Majesty has a decree to deliver." "Let him go to the main hall." The prince hesitated briefly, slowly rising. "Someone, clean up this place." As soon as he finished speaking, several little eunuchs emerged from the darkness, silently lifting the body from the ground. As Huang Jin entered the eastern palace, he caught the faint smell of blood in the air. However, he did not make a sound, only quietly standing in the center of the main hall with his eyes closed, resting. When the prince emerged from behind the screen, Huang Jin finally opened his eyes. At this moment, the prince's eyes held no more malice, and with a gentle and elegant tone, he greeted, "Lord Huang, how have you been?" "Thanks to your highness, I am well," Huang Jin replied with a smile, though his smile carried a hint of aloofness. The prince, seeing his attitude, felt a flash of coldness in his eyes. "Your highness, His Majesty sent me to deliver a decree." The prince quickly adjusted his attire and respectfully knelt. Huang Jin took the imperial edict from his sleeve and read aloud in a respectful tone. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor commands, I have heard that virtue is the foundation of the nation, and diligence is the responsibility of the ruler. The prince, as the heir to the throne, must set an example for the world, abide by the righteous path, and work diligently for the people. However, recently, I have heard that the prince's virtue has faltered, and his actions have been lacking. This greatly troubles me. Therefore, I decree that from this day onward, the prince shall be confined to the eastern palace, to reflect on his mistakes and shall not interact with outsiders as a form of punishment. Thus it is decreed." After the edict was read, the prince still remained bent, as if he had not heard a thing. Huang Jin smiled faintly, handing the edict to Bixia who was standing nearby. He leaned in close to the prince and whispered, "His Majesty also has some words for you, to be delivered by this servant." The prince still did not respond, but Huang Jin was not bothered. He continued to speak to himself. "I punish you, not because you harmed the sixth prince, but because you, as the heir, could not even manage to strike first and still ended up in such a situation. Truly incompetent. De Cheng does not need such an incompetent heir." Having spoken, Huang Jin left without waiting for the prince to respond. Bixia quickly rushed over and supported the prince, his voice trembling, "Your highness, you..." "Ah. The prince suddenly let out a beastly roar, his whole body shaking violently, looking almost mad.
Moments later, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, his face pale as paper.
Your Highness, Your Highness.
Bishia's voice grew shaky with a sob. Please don't scare me, Your Highness, I will call for the imperial physician immediately.
The prince grabbed Bishia, gritting his teeth. Li Che. I will eat him alive.
Seeing that the prince still had some sense, Bishia felt slightly relieved. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He whispered in the prince's ear, Your Highness, if we calculate the time, Li Che should be arriving at Yinfan soon.
Prince Yen is your brother. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been granted the Yen territory. Why not write a letter and ask Prince Yen to find an opportunity to?
Upon hearing this, the prince's eyes lit up, and he urgently said, Quickly bring me ink and paper, I need to write a letter myself, to be sent to Yen. Yun Mountain stood tall and imposing, its silhouette darkened by the twilight.
Li Che reined in his horse, indifferently watching as soldiers escorted bandits past him.
The soldiers forced the bandits to the ground, and with a flash of blades, heads began to fall, their blood staining the yellow earth. Li Che frowned, turning his head away to avoid watching. He was kind-hearted and could never stand these bloody scenes. He raised his hand and waved. From a distance, Xiao Bai quickly came over.
What did these mountain bandits do to deserve execution?
Li Che asked. Xiao Bai respectfully answered, They raided a village.
It has harmed many common women. According to your rules, such evil thieves should be executed immediately.
Li Che snorted coldly, These dogs, bring me a knife, I will personally chop a few heads. Your Highness, please calm down, this kind of filthy thing, let me handle it, Xiao Bai quickly persuaded. After leaving Mangdang Mountain, Li Che had not been idle on his journey. Whenever passing a mountain occupied by bandits, he would send the Ninggu army to eliminate them with a thunderous method. The purpose of this was, 1. To collect resources and manpower, and 2. To train the troops. Unfortunately, the bandits on Mangdang Mountain were already among the most elite of their time, and the ones they encountered later were just mountain thieves and petty bandits, not many usable ones were recruited. However, the continuous battles had made this army more and more steady and skilled, subtly giving off the momentum of an elite force. The group of bandits who surrendered at Mangdang Mountain also gradually started to be assimilated as members of the Ninggu army. Swish, another row of heads fell to the ground. Li Che raised his head and stared at the Yenyun Mountain in front of him, asking, After passing this Yenyun Mountain, we will be in Jiangwu County, right?
Xiao Bai thought for a moment, then replied, Your Highness, that is correct. Jiangwu County. Li Che's lips curved into a faint smile. We're finally entering Yen territory, fourth brother, I hope you're well. Chapter 49, King of Yen, Li Lin. Li Che didn't have many impressions of his adopted fourth brother.
However, the title Xianwang, Wise King, for himself was only something passed down from the palace, highly inflated. On the other hand, the title Xiaowang, Hero King, for the King of Yen was truly earned. A hero, someone who acts as a chivalrous person. In this world, there is no such thing as a hero who sacrifices for the country and the people. The word hero isn't entirely a positive term either. The King of Yen, named Lin, was born to the late Empress, and he was a brother to the Crown Prince, sharing the same mother. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, and was known in the capital for his skills in archery and horsemanship as a young man. He valued martial arts and didn't like reading, instead preferring to associate with heroes of the martial world, where he earned significant fame. This was also the origin of his title, the Hero King. After coming of age, he joined the military and never relied on his royal status. He won great respect in the army purely through military achievements. This personality led the civilian officials in the court to not be close to him, and the military generals were even less likely to be close. Emperor Qing had no way of dealing with this son, and in the end, following the Crown Prince's suggestion, he made Li Lin the King of Yen, assigning him to the Yin region, which was closest to the border of Deqing. Of course, that was not the case now, as Li Che's Ninggu County had become the true border of Deqing. Your Highness, what is your relationship with the King of Yen? Xiao Bai asked curiously. Having spent many days together, Xiao Bai had gained some understanding of Li Che's temperament, so he dared to ask this kind of question. The young master is decisive and ruthless with his enemies, showing no mercy, even cruel at times. But when it comes to his own people, he is as gentle as a spring breeze, and even if he occasionally offends with his words, he does not mind. Li Che shook his head, I have no impression. When Li Lin was appointed as a prince, the original body was only 11 years old, at the most sensitive and timid period. He almost stayed at home every day, having little interaction with this fourth brother, let alone any brotherly affection. Li Che thought to himself that the King of Yen probably did not have a good impression of him either. After all, to avoid misunderstanding with the guarding army of the county, I saw a cloud of dust rolling in from the meeting point of heaven and earth, coming closer with overwhelming momentum. The sound of thundering hooves echoed across the plain like rolling thunder. In an instant, hundreds of knights, riding on the rolling yellow sand, were now right before our eyes. They wore iron armor, and their steeds were also clad in heavy armor, like a steel flood, sweeping toward the Ninggu army.
The distinctive yin character banners fluttered in the wind among the knightly ranks, emanating a chilling aura. The knights held long spears and sharp blades, their helmet decorations danced wildly in the wind, glinting coldly. The earth trembled beneath their iron hooves, the sound of hooves like the booming of war drums. It was clearly a squad of armored cavalry. "Form up," the leader Wang Sanchun shouted fiercely. The Ninggu army quickly reformed, crossbowmen at the front, spear formation behind, archers at the back. The cavalry camp protected the flanks, ready to strike at any moment, while the carts formed a triangular defensive formation, guarding the laborers within. How could they not be afraid? That was armored cavalry. Armored men and horses, unstoppable against those who stand in their way. Armored cavalry have unparalleled battlefield dominance on open plains. Sometimes, just a few hundred riders are enough to change the course of a war. And such things are extremely expensive to build and maintain. The whole of Daqing might not gather even 10,000 armored cavalry. Li Che tightened the sword at his waist, calmly watching this cavalry unit, pondering strategies in his heart. He still did not know what this cavalry was intending to do. If they charged, the Ninggu army's current weaponry could not withstand it at all. Light crossbows simply could not penetrate their defenses, the spear formations could not hold them back, and arrows for them were merely an itch. Unless they used fire oil, employing a mutually destructive strategy against these iron beasts. Fortunately, this cavalry unit showed no intention of attacking. It seemed that upon seeing the bows and crossbows of the Ninggu army, they tightened their reins and stopped just outside the range of the crossbows. After a moment, a knight rode out alone, approached the front of the Ninggu army, and asked loudly, "Who are the newcomers?" Wang Sanchun looked back at Li Che, and Li Che nodded slightly before replying loudly. "The king of Ninggu is here, quickly clear the road." The king of Ninggu, the knight laughed disdainfully as if he had heard a joke. When did our Daqing gain such a king? These words caused a stir among the Ninggu army, countless furious gazes shot at that knight like arrows. After days of bandit suppression, Li Che had already built a high reputation among the troops. How could the soldiers tolerate such humiliation towards their lord? The bows and crossbows that they had just lowered were raised again, and even the new recruits tightly gripped their weapons. Even if the opponent was armored cavalry, everyone had the courage to fight to the death. Li Che frowned slightly. He always felt that the knight's voice sounded somewhat familiar. "What's wrong?" The knight, seeing no reaction from the Ninggu army, added a hint of mockery in his tone. "You, the great king of Ninggu, lack even the courage to speak?" Li Che smiled faintly, gently squeezing his horse's belly, and rode forward before the awestruck soldiers. Looking at the knight in the distance, he cupped his hands and spoke softly. "Fourth brother, how have you been?" "Ha ha ha!" A hearty laugh erupted from beneath the visor. The knight lifted his visor, revealing a youthful and heroic face. "Sixth brother, long time no see, I've missed you like crazy." Chapter 50, A Greeting Gift from the Fourth Brother. Li Che carefully examined this benefactor, his fourth brother. Li Lin also inherited the handsome face of Emperor Qing, his brows and eyes resembling Li Che somewhat. Same brows and eyes, same tall stature, but compared to the emperor's majesty, this royal brother had more of a bold spirit of battlefield conquests. It was this personality that seemed a bit unreliable. A dignified prince mingled among the cavalry, and even personally came out to challenge? Was he not afraid that with a single command from him? What if 1,000 arrows were shot at once? No matter how strong the armor is, it can't withstand hundreds of crossbow bolts hitting it one by one. But Li Lin didn't think too much about that. He rode his horse up to Li Che and, smiling, gently punched Li Che on the chest. "You've gotten stronger and taller. My sixth brother is now a grown man." Li Che smiled and replied, "It's been 5 years, and fourth brother's style is even better than before." "Ha ha, of course." Li Lin turned around, speaking with boldness. "Look at my cavalry team, aren't they mighty? Each soldier and horse is fully armored, naturally they're extraordinary." Li Che sincerely praised, then shifted the topic. "But raising such a cavalry team must cost quite a lot, right?" "It does cost money, but in my Yen region, there aren't many things, just lots of horses, so it's still manageable." Li Lin casually waved his hand. The biggest expense for armored cavalry is not the armor, but the horses. War horses not only need to be carefully selected but also have special feed requirements, often eating high-quality feed like beans, which increases maintenance costs. Even the most expensive armor is a one-time purchase, but maintaining horses requires continuous and ongoing expenditure. Yen region is famous for its horses, which is the key to Li Lin being able to form an armored cavalry. Thinking about this, Li Che's gaze toward Li Lin suddenly became much more eager. "My good fourth brother, you don't lack horses, but I'm in desperate need of them." Li Lin seemed to sense Li Che's gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy, and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. Sixth brother, let's not talk about this anymore. This is your first time in Yen, come with me to the city, let me properly welcome you." Although Li Che didn't know exactly how Li Lin felt about him, at least he was outwardly very warm. Li Che thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, let me arrange things, then I'll enter the city with you." Behind him, Wang Sanchun quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Your Highness, no. The army is still outside the city, how can you easily enter?
Wang Sanchun was a bit anxious, even ignoring Li Lin beside him, and spoke out to stop him. Hearing the prince's words, it seemed like he wanted to leave the army outside and enter the city alone.
How could that be? If the enemy in the city has ill intentions, wouldn't that be like a fish waiting for slaughter?
Li Lin glanced at Wang Sanchun and thought to himself, the sixth brother's general is really loyal.
Then he smiled and said, it's fine, sixth brother has traveled a long way and worked hard. Let the soldiers also enter the city to rest.
This time, Li Che was secretly shocked. This cheap fourth brother is even bolder than I imagined.
He just let 6,000 troops into the city without fear of a sudden betrayal? But since Li Lin was so straightforward, Li Che no longer refused and immediately ordered the entire army to enter the city.
The two armies joined forces and marched together toward Dongping County. Li Che and Li Lin rode side by side at the front of the team. Li Lin's gaze often swept over the strong man who stayed close to Li Che. Hu Chang was chewing on a flatbread, his legs moving swiftly, yet still able to keep up with the horse's pace. Such a remarkable person made Li Lin curious. Just as he was about to ask, Li Che spoke first, fourth brother, you found us so quickly, do you have some secret method?
Of course I have my ways, Li Lin smiled and said, lifting his head to the sky, suddenly blowing a whistle.
Screech! A clear eagle's cry came from the sky.
Li Che looked up and saw a black shadow rapidly growing larger in the sky, a pure white bird of prey diving down.
The strong wind passed, and it finally landed steadily on Li Lin's arm. The bird had splendid feathers, a strong physique, and was agile in flight, like a celestial bird from the 9 heavens.
Could it be a Hai Dongqing? Li Che's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, sixth brother has a good eye.
Li Lin was also surprised, that's right, it's a Hai Dongqing.
Hai Dongqing, also known as a spearhawk.
This bird has a strong body, large wings, and a fierce temperament, skilled in battle and bravery. It often fights with prey many times its size, even taking on cunning wild wolves. And dared to fight with it. Because of its fierce and brave hunting method, it was loved by the nomadic people, and for a long time, it was the hunter's assistant, the hawk.
The Hai Dongqing was very hard to catch, and even harder to tame.
In the Qing dynasty, capturing and handing over a Hai Dongqing could even grant a pardon for a death sentence.
This was given to me by tribe when I first took office. Li Lin gently touched the Hai Dongqing's feathers, it can hunt, and it can scout. If there is an enemy, it will cry out. Upon hearing this, Li Che looked at the Hai Dongqing with even more eager eyes. No wonder the ancient royal families and nobles flocked to this bird. This is simply the ancient version of an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. If trained properly, it could be used as a radar. Does sixth brother like it? Li Lin suddenly asked. Li Che nodded, such a divine bird, who wouldn't love it? Ah, that's easy.
Li Lin said heartily, I have 2 chicks left, they are siblings, 1 male, and 1 female. Since sixth brother likes it, I will give you the female as a gift, but you must take good care of it, don't let it die.
Li Che came back to his senses, shaking his head repeatedly, no, no.
Li Lin looked at Li Che, a displeased look appeared on his face, didn't sixth brother like it? Why refuse?
Li Che said, a dignified man should tame a male eagle. If I take a female, wouldn't it be a joke?
Li Lin was stunned at first, then burst out laughing loudly, ha, sixth brother, you speak plainly, I will give you the male eagle. Li Lin's gaze lingered on Li Che for a long time, as if re-evaluating him. In his memory, Li Che had always been a silent and inconspicuous prince. But now, he sensed a similar aura in Li Che. Now, upon seeing him again, Li Che seemed to radiate a sharp aura similar to his own, one that only a battle-hardened hero would possess. It was something a pampered prince could never have. In just 5 years, what kind of fate had led to such a dramatic change in the sixth brother? The group arrived at the eastern city gate of Dongping County, and Li Che looked up at the towering city walls. The city gate was wide open, crowds of people came and went, and the sound of vendors shouting filled the air, creating a scene of prosperity. The strong atmosphere of life was unmistakable. The people here seemed to have better living conditions than those Li Che had seen along the way. The people were living in peace and contentment, and it seemed that his fourth brother not only had military fame but also had a good hand at governing the region. The people are living in peace, fourth brother has done great work in protecting the people, Li Che praised. 5 years ago, this place was not like this. Li Lin's gaze dimmed, to achieve this peace today, countless soldiers under my command died in battle. It was all bought with the lives of the soldiers.
Although I am arrogant, I would never take this credit.
Life in Yen was also hard. Yen was located on the frontier, bordering the barbarian tribes to the north and northeast, and the sea to the east.
Although the Shanhai Pass in the northeast was a natural defense, the barbarians from the north often came south to raid.
If a weak, unskilled prince had come here, they really wouldn't have been able to defend Yen. Li Che was about to speak when he suddenly saw several dark figures flashing ahead.
Several masked men in black, wielding sharp blades, were heading straight for Li Lin.
Yan Wang, die, one of the men in black shouted.
Chapter 51, The Assassination of the Yen King. Two dark figures, as fast as ghosts, rushed directly toward Li Lin.
Li Lin's gaze became sharp, his waist knife flashed as it came out of its sheath, and with a flash of cold light, one of the attackers flew backward. However, the danger wasn't over. Another assassin was already within striking distance, holding a short blade aimed directly at Li Lin's back. Although the weather in Yen was cool, the heavy armor weighing dozens of pounds was uncomfortable to wear. So, after entering the city, Li Lin had taken off his armor. At this moment, the short blade was coming at him, and his back was completely unprotected. If the blade hit, he would undoubtedly die. The street they were on was too narrow, and the soldiers behind them couldn't provide support in time. Feeling the cold gleam of the blade approaching his back, Li Lin felt a deep sense of despair. His dream of pacifying the northern plains had not yet been realized.
Am I really going to die here? Clang.
In the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed by, and the assassin let out a muffled groan as an arm flew to the ground. Li Lin turned in shock to see Li Che holding a long sword, blood dripping from its tip. The assassin groaned again, fierce light flashing in his eyes as he drew a dagger with his left hand and lunged forward once more. Li Che's expression was calm. He twirled the long sword in his hand and swung it behind him. Without looking back, he fiercely thrust the sword backward, instantly piercing through the assassin's chest.
Sixth brother, you.
Li Lin stared in disbelief at Li Che. The person in front of him was decisive in killing, entirely different from the cowardly figure in his memory.
Fourth brother, don't be dazed.
There are more assassins. After saying this, Li Che pulled out the long sword from the assassin's chest and scanned the surrounding streets like a hawk. More assassins emerged from behind the market stalls on both sides of the street, brandishing sharp blades. Li Lin came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Sixth brother, get off the horse.
You're too big a target."
After speaking, Li Lin leaped off the horse, hiding his figure behind it. His movements were smooth and skilled, clearly having experienced many assassination attempts. Li Che quickly followed suit, but as soon as he landed, a cold gleam came rushing at him. In a critical moment, there was a dull thud, and beside him, Hu Chang had already knocked the assassin away. The assassin crashed hard onto the ground, his shoes, dagger, and other equipment scattering everywhere.
Your Highness, hide behind me.
Hu Chang muttered, slapping another assassin on the head. The assassin's skull broke instantly, his brain and blood splattering everywhere as he breathed his last.
With Hu Chang by his side, Li Che felt an immense sense of safety.
Looking around, dozens of assassins were surging from the street, most of them heading straight for Li Lin.
Chang, I'm fine.
You go help the King of Yen, he's the real target of the assassins. Hu Chang ignored this, continuing to protect Li Che without moving an inch.
What does it matter about the King of Yen? 10 of them aren't worth a single hair of my prince.
Li Che found Hu Chang's inaction somewhat amusing, but he didn't have the heart to scold him. There were still 2 horses between himself and Li Lin, it was hard to reach him. Fortunately, the King of Yen fought well, holding his own against many enemies without losing ground. Wang Sanshan also led the Ninggu army soldiers to arrive, wearing light armor and moving swiftly, quickly engaging with the assassins. Wang Sanshan wielded a big knife, slicing down several assassins before finally arriving in front of Li Che, panting heavily as he clasped his hands.
Is your Highness unharmed?
Li Che shook his hand, saying, I'm fine. Quickly take your men to protect the King of Yen.
Wang Sanshan took the order and turned to rush toward Li Lin.
With Wang Sanshuan's help, Li Lin finally managed to exit the battle circle safely. He clutched his left arm and retreated to Li Che's side, blood oozing from his right hand, clearly wounded moments ago. Li Che hurriedly moved forward to support him, asking with concern, Fourth brother, are you seriously hurt? Li Lin forced a smile, saying, just a little flesh wound, it's nothing. If it weren't for you today, sixth brother, I fear I would have lost my life. Li Che shook his head, we are brothers. How could I stand by and watch you die? But who sent assassins after you? Li Lin's eyes flashed coldly, who else could it be?
It must be those noble families from Yen.
Li Che's face showed confusion, were the northern noble families so fierce as to dare assassinate a prince in the street? But seeing Li Lin's pale face, he knew it wasn't the time to talk about this, quickly saying, Fourth brother, let go.
Allow me to examine your wound.
Li Lin released his grip, puzzled, Sixth brother, you know medicine? Li Che nodded as he carefully examined Li Lin's wound, I know a little. He had a former girlfriend who studied clinical medicine. During their time together, he had attended her classes and learned some first aid and basic medical knowledge. He certainly couldn't treat serious illnesses, but handling some external injuries was within his capability. Li Che glanced at the wound and knew it was just a regular knife cut bleeding. As long as he stopped the bleeding in time, it wouldn't be life-threatening. He quickly pressed down on the bleeding artery at its proximal end. Block the blood source, then tear off a cloth strip from his body to tightly bind the injured limb. Fourth brother, don't worry, the injury is not severe, as long as there is no infection, there will be no danger to your life, Li Che comforted. Seeing Li Che bandaging his wound despite being covered in blood, Li Lin felt a stir in his heart. Thinking back to how Li Che had just saved him, his feelings of gratitude deepened. Born in a royal family, this kind of brotherly affection is indeed rare. Why had he not realized before that the sixth brother was such a devoted and righteous person? The shouts and cries around them gradually faded, as the assassins had nearly been wiped out by the Ninggu army. Seeing the situation turn against them, the remaining assassins turned and ran into the surrounding alleys. Wang Sanchun brandished his large knife, wanting to chase them down, but Li Che quickly stopped him. Don't chase a desperate thief. In an unfamiliar place like this, rushing forward could easily get them mistaken for assassins by the Yen army. The deputy commander of the Yen army's cavalry finally arrived, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said with shame, I arrived late to rescue, please punish me, your highness. In the recent battle, it was the Ninggu army that did all the fighting. The narrow road prevented the heavy cavalry from squeezing in, leaving them anxiously watching from the back. Li Lin shook his head, it has nothing to do with you, it was my carelessness. The deputy commander remained filled with self-blame, refusing to get up. Li Lin kicked him, get up. Stop being so wishy-washy. I've said it's not your fault. Only then did the deputy commander stand up. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Let's go back to the mansion and make plans, Li Lin said. With the protection of the arriving Yen army and the guards of Ninggu County, the two safely reached the Yanwang mansion. The Yanwang mansion was not luxurious, in fact, it was less grand than some high-ranking officials' residences in the imperial capital. The outer walls were tall, with watchtowers around, it was more like a fortress than a royal mansion. It seems that Li Lin had suffered a lot of assassination attempts over the years, or else he wouldn't have built a home like this. As soon as they entered the mansion, a physician rushed over to examine Li Lin's wounds. Oh. This wound is bandaged quite well, the physician said in surprise. The physician looked astonished. Li Lin glanced at Li Che, seeing his expression unchanged, before smiling and asking, how is the injury? Your highness is blessed, with medicine and a few days of rest, you will be fine, the physician replied. Only then did Li Lin feel relieved. After the bandaging was complete, Li Lin sighed and looked at Li Che. This ordeal has embarrassed you, sixth brother. Li Che shook his head, puzzled. Fourth brother, what grievances do you have with the gentry? How dare they assassinate you in public? Chapter 52, The Yanwang's Thank You Gift. Isn't it all because of the land? Li Lin said angrily, I am implementing a land equity system in Yen, which threatens their interests. Li Che showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. It seems fourth brother's methods are even more resolute than he thought. The land equity system means distributing land according to population. After farming for a certain number of years, one can obtain permanent farmland, and a portion will be returned to the government after death. Thus, publicly owned land can be given to the common people to farm, but the powerful gentry who possess countless fertile lands naturally see this as a thorn in their side. Therefore, the laws of the Qing dynasty exclude the land of the gentry from the land equity system. Li Che tentatively asked, Fourth brother, did you divide the gentry's land too? What else can be done? The government cannot collect taxes, Li Lin said with a look of grief and anger. The wealthy families hold vast amounts of land but evade taxes. The trends of land consolidation are getting worse. The common people have no land to farm, the government cannot collect taxes, yet they are profiting immensely. Yen is located on the border. If there is no money or grain, how can I support the army to resist the invasion of the Hu people? Li Che looked helplessly at Li Lin. No wonder he could afford to maintain equipped cavalry. It turns out he was raising funds from the gentry. Do you think what I am doing is wrong, sixth brother? Li Lin asked. Li Che shook his head. The ways of the gentry are like a flesh-eating parasite. Land consolidation is a disaster for the country and the people, so of course, I stand with my elder brother. Li Lin's expression relaxed a bit, but then he heard Li Che say. But fourth brother, your actions are too hasty. The land is the foundation of the noble families. Suddenly stripping them of their foundation, they will surely fight to the death with you. Li Lin slightly nodded and asked, Sixth brother, what do you think I should do? Li Che smiled faintly. Of course, you should be a little softer. First, take their lives, then seize their land. Without life, they naturally can't fight to the death. Li Lin was momentarily stunned, then laughed aloud. The sixth brother, he really is more and more to my taste. What a soft method. Unfortunately, the power of the noble families is deeply rooted. Otherwise, I really would want to follow what sixth brother said and wipe them all out. Li Che smiled, without saying another word. Li Lin might have thought he was joking, but he didn't know what Li Che was truly thinking. Every word was true. At least in the future, Ninggu County will never allow noble families to exist. He would never allow such parasitic creatures in his fief. Alright, let's stop talking about these unpleasant things. Li Lin stood up. Sixth brother, you haven't met your sister-in-law and nephew, right? Let me take you to see them.
He then ordered his servants to invite the Princess of Yen and the young heir.
In a short while, a young woman dressed in elegant clothes, graceful in manner, entered, holding the hand of a delicate child. Li Che hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Greetings, sister-in-law."
"Uncle, there's no need for such formalities." The Princess of Yen spoke gently, her manner dignified, clearly from a noble background.
She tugged at the boy beside her and said softly, "Xianer, come and greet your sixth uncle." Little Li Xian, with a strong build, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, looked somewhat like a warrior. He stumbled over to Li Che, bowed with great seriousness, and said, "Li Xian greets sixth uncle." The child's innocence and liveliness were endearing.
Li Che couldn't help but smile, reaching into his chest to find something.
Back in his hometown in the northeast, it was customary to give a small gift when meeting relatives' children for the first time. He took out a jade pendant, which was clear and translucent, finely carved, a rare treasure he had found in the mountain bandit's treasure. Li Che was very fond of it and had kept it with him all this time.
"Here, sixth uncle is giving this to you." Li Che crouched down and tied the jade pendant to little Li Xian's waist.
Li Lin smiled while watching this scene, but his gaze unknowingly fell upon the jade pendant. His pupils suddenly contracted, but he quickly returned to normal.
Smiling, he said to Li Xian, "Xianer, don't you want to thank your sixth uncle?" "Thank you, sixth uncle,"
Li Xian said in his childish voice.
Li Che patted his hair and stood up.
Although Xianer is still young, he already shows signs of bravery. Fourth brother truly has a successor.
Ha ha, my son will certainly be a wise king one day. Li Lin didn't hold back.
The four of them sat down again. Although Li Xian was young, he was well behaved, sitting quietly in his seat.
Li Lin then told the Princess of Yen about the earlier incident.
Hearing that her husband almost lost his life and was saved thanks to Li Che's help, the Princess of Yan's gaze towards Li Che became warmer.
"My lord, the Prince of Ninggu County saved your life, you should think of a way to repay him."
Li Lin slapped the table. "What your sister-in-law said is right. Sixth brother, if there's anything you lack in your fief, just tell me."
Li Che feigned modesty. "The sea eagle you gave me earlier was already a generous gift. How could I dare ask for more? How can it be the same?"
Li Lin pretended to be displeased.
"That sea eagle was a meeting gift from your brother to you. Now we're talking about a thank you gift from the Prince of Yen to the Prince of Ninggu County."
Seeing that Li Lin was not pretending, Li Che also stopped holding back.
"In that case,
I'll shamelessly speak up."
"Quickly say it."
"I'm preparing to go to the frontier and have already made arrangements to fight the barbarians to the death," Li Che said calmly. "Although my soldiers are brave, we simply don't have enough war horses. If we fight those barbarians, we might lose out."
Li Lin laughed and scolded, "Good boy, were you already eyeing my war horses? Yen produces fine horses, who wouldn't love them? I too long for them."
Li Lin pondered for a moment, then said with a sigh, "Since you've already spoken, how can I refuse? I'll give you 1,000 war horses, all equipped with fine saddles."
"How about the reins?"
Li Che blinked and said, "Fourth brother, is this too difficult for you?
How about we forget it?"
"Why do you say that, sixth brother? The Yen army also needs horses.
If you give me these 1,000, I still won't be able to form a proper cavalry unit. It would be better if you kept them."
Li Lin was slightly stunned, then laughed heartily. "Good, you little sixth brother, are you saying this is too few?" Li Che smiled and cupped his hands in apology. "Fourth brother, please don't be angry.
It is indeed a bit too few. All right then, I'll send you 3,000 war horses."
"I can't give you more, I still need some horses for backup."
Li Che was overjoyed. "This is enough, thank you, fourth brother." 3,000 war horses were enough to form a sizable cavalry force.
One should not be too greedy. After all, the area outside the pass was all plains and grasslands.
As long as one could stand firm, horses were abundant, right? Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, I also have something to ask of you.
Li Lin changed the subject.
"What is it?"
Li Lin's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at the strong man outside the courtyard, Hu Chang. "I have always loved brave warriors."
"That strong man outside, could you part with him and give him to me?" "Don't worry, this man under my command will never be treated unfairly."
Li Che's expression changed instantly. He said seriously, "Fourth brother, Hu Chang has followed me since he was young. He is called an attendant, but in truth, he is like a brother. Even if I have to give up these 3,000 war horses, I cannot hand him over to you." Hu Chang was the closest person to him after he crossed over. Though they had no blood relation, he was like family.
Family is priceless. How could it be used for exchange?
Li Lin saw Li Che's firm stance. Though he was disappointed, he felt more relieved. The sixth brother not only shared the same personality as him, but also did not have the bad habits of the royal family. In the eyes of the nobles, not to mention attendants being exchanged, even a concubine could be brought out to entertain guests.
Li Lin sighed, all right, it seems I am not fortunate enough. Looking at the strong man squatting on the steps outside, Li Lin asked again, such a warrior, why is he not wearing armor, and without any weapons? Li Che replied, fourth brother, you don't know, Hu Chang has extraordinary talent. Common weapons are burdens to him, and it is easier for him to fight barehanded. As for armor, he is so sturdy that regular armor cannot cover his body. Such a warrior, how can he be without a proper weapon? Li Lin pondered for a moment, as for armor, there's nothing I can do, but I might be able to help with the weapon. Sixth brother, take him to my weapon vault, and let him pick a weapon he finds suitable. This. Li Che felt a bit embarrassed, in that case, I'll thank fourth brother on behalf of Hu Chang. Between us brothers, why be so polite? Li Lin laughed heartily, waving his hand to show no need for thanks. He then called the housekeeper over and personally wrote a note. Sixth brother, take this note to the horse station to pick up the war horses. The housekeeper will take you to the weapon vault, and if you find a weapon you like, you can pick one as well. Li Che was at a loss for words. No wonder people called Li Lin the chivalrous king. His generosity and righteous ways really earned admiration. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Li Che stood up to leave. Li Lin warmly invited Li Che to stay at the palace for a while, but it was politely declined. Li Che understood. Although he and Li Lin had a pleasant conversation, they were both feudal kings. If their relationship was too close, it might be reported to the capital, raising suspicion with the suspicious emperor. Also, the Yen king's palace was heavily guarded and resembled a military camp. It was clearly often attacked. Staying there was less safe than returning to the camp. After sending Li Che off, Li Lin returned to his room and said to the Yen queen, I never imagined that the sixth brother, who was once too shy to speak, would turn out so successful. The Yen queen helped Li Lin sit down. It seems the prince really admires the Duke of Ningwa? Yes, sixth brother speaks frankly, unlike the other brothers who pretend to be close, but have their own hidden agendas. If that's the case, why doesn't His Highness get closer to the Duke of Ningwa? If we can befriend him, it would be a good thing for us. Oh? Li Lin asked curiously, what do you mean, my beloved? The Princess of Yen smiled and said seriously, although Yen and Ninggu County do not border each other, they are not far apart. If the king of Ninggu can hold back the Hu people in the northeast border, the pressure on Yen will be greatly reduced. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. No matter how close you are with other princes, at a critical moment, the king of Ninggu is more reliable. Li Lin laughed heartily, my beloved is very wise, that is exactly the point. At that moment, a voice from outside the door called, my lord, the crown prince has sent a letter. Hearing this, Li Lin suddenly stood up excitedly and said, the crown prince has written to us? My beloved, quickly bring the letter. The princess of Yen took the letter from the guard and handed it to Li Lin. Li Lin eagerly tore open the envelope, but after reading a few lines, the excitement on his face vanished completely. After a moment, he slowly lowered the letter, his expression shifting between dark and light. On the other side, Li Che and several guards walked out of the Yenwang mansion, accompanied by an old steward. Your Highness, the weapon storehouse is this way. The old steward said with great respect. Thank you, old sir. Li Che replied politely. Oh no, oh no. The steward quickly waved his hand, I cannot accept the king of Ninggu being so called. Li Che nodded and did not say much more. Due to the vast differences in values between ancient and modern, Li Che was still more familiar with the idea that polite people are not blamed, whereas in ancient times, there were strict rules of respect for elders. The private weapon storehouse of the Yenwang was located in the north of the mansion, heavily guarded. Upon reaching the door, Hu Chang looked at the narrow store door and voluntarily stopped. Your Highness, I will wait outside. Li Che smiled and said, come in together. Hu Chang rubbed his neck, it's too narrow inside, I'm afraid I'll bump into you. You fool. Li Che laughed and scolded, this trip is to choose weapons for you, how can you not go? Ha? Hu Chang was surprised for a moment. If it were anyone else, they would have begun to express their thanks, but Hu Chang did not have such complicated thoughts. If the weapons are too light, I don't want to use them, it's better to come barehanded. Li Che liked Hu Chang's straightforwardness the most, immediately joking, don't worry, I will definitely select one that is thick and big for you. Hearing this, the old steward almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This king of Ninggu was similar to his own master, also a person who spoke without holding back. As soon as they entered the weapon storehouse, Li Che felt a wave of cold air assail him. The weapons in the storehouse gleamed with sharp lights, and the killing intent was repressed. Looking around, there were swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, dazzling and impressive, all powerful weapons used in battle. The king of Ninggu and this strong man may look around freely, my master has instructed that any weapon can be taken. The old steward bowed. Li Che nodded and began to wander around the storehouse with Hu Chang. Hundreds of weapons laid out together looked quite intimidating, but soon, Li Che realized a problem. He could not tell the quality of these weapons.
The weapon styles of De Qing were different from those of the various dynasties in his past life, not to mention the Yanwang had also collected many weapons from different ethnic groups. Now, facing these myriad weapons, he felt as if he were in a fog. Li Che simply stopped looking and asked the old steward for help in selecting. The old steward repeatedly bowed and said he dared not. Li Che's attitude surprised him and also touched him, so he took down an ancient long sword. This sword is named Silence, its blade is simple and unadorned, yet it is incredibly sharp, a top-grade weapon in the storehouse. Li Che shook his head, this sword is too light. The old steward put down the long sword and pointed to a long spear on the wall. How about this chase wind spear? It is one of my master's favorite weapons, traded for with 10 excellent horses. Li Che smiled and said, the spear is a good spear, but Ah Chang relies on brute strength in battle, he is afraid he cannot use the spear's finesse. The old steward shook his head regretfully, his gaze falling upon a huge battle axe. This battle axe is called Earth Splitter, a relic of a general from the previous dynasty, weighing 89 pounds. Li Che saw that the battle axe was wide and sharp, with an iron material incredibly thick, and he nodded slightly. Ah Chang, what do you think of this one? Hu Chang casually picked up the battle axe, lifted it in his hand, shook his head, and said, it's still too light. After saying that, he put the axe down and walked directly toward the deeper part of the weapons room, pointing at one of the weapons, this one looks good to me. The old housekeeper, upon seeing it, was immediately shocked and hurriedly stopped him, warrior, wait. This thing must not be touched. Li Che heard the old housekeeper's urgent tone and quickly turned around, fearing that Hu Chang might act recklessly and cause trouble. But he saw Hu Chang standing in front of an iron pillar, gently stroking it, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Warrior, this is the load-bearing pillar of the warehouse, not a weapon, the old man said hastily. A pillar? Li Che was curious too, a pillar should be made of wood or stone, right? How come it's made of iron? The old man hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of Hu Chang. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and then spoke, Your Highness, this is not originally a pillar, but a war trophy that His Highness took from the Hu people. The old man then told the story of the iron pillar. When the Yen army was first formed, King Yen, eager to achieve a great feat, led a troop deep into the grasslands. They found a small Hu tribe, and the Yen army crushed them effortlessly, storming their nest. In the center of their territory, they found this pillar, which seemed to be worshipped as some sort of totem by the Hu people. The young King Yen, eager to show off his military achievement, decided that this totem would be the perfect trophy, so he ordered his men to move it. Surprisingly, even 4 strong soldiers couldn't lift it. In the end, it was only after 3 warhorses were used to drag it back that they succeeded. But the thing was just too heavy to use, and King Yen couldn't bear to melt it down. So it had been left in the weapon warehouse, used as a load-bearing pillar. After hearing the old housekeeper's explanation, Li Che became even more curious and stepped forward to lightly tap the iron pillar. A crisp metallic sound rang out, confirming that this was definitely made of metal. Upon closer inspection, the iron pillar was about 3 meters tall and at least as thick as an adult's arm, certainly not something an ordinary person could grip, let alone use as a weapon to kill. Li Che shook his head quietly, thinking to himself that this item was probably useless. But seeing how fond Hu Chang was of it, like a child with a beloved toy, his heart softened. Old man, is there only this one load-bearing pillar in the room? The old housekeeper hesitated for a moment before answering, that's not the case, there are 3 others. Why don't we let Ah Chang give it a try? If he can lift it, we'll take it. If not, we'll return it and continue using it as a pillar. The old housekeeper, unable to refuse Li Che's request, reluctantly agreed. Ah Chang, go ahead and give it a try, Li Che said to Hu Chang. Hu Chang, delighted, stepped forward. His hand was larger than usual, and he was able to grip the iron pillar with just one hand. With a little force, dust from the ceiling fell in showers, startling the old housekeeper, who immediately called out, slow down, slow down. But Hu Chang paid no attention, using his strength to pull the entire iron pillar out and hold it in his hand. Li Che, amazed, said, you kid, you're really able to move it. The old housekeeper stood with his mouth wide open, almost able to fit an egg in it. Hu Chang also grinned broadly, Your Highness, this room is too cramped for me to show my full strength, may we move outside to try? Li Che had no objections, let's go, let's go. The 3 of them stepped outside the weapon warehouse, where the space was much larger. Hu Chang raised the iron pillar with both arms, swinging it in midair. At first, it was slightly sluggish, but it caught the attention of the surrounding soldiers. As he adapted to the weight of the iron pillar, his swinging speed gradually increased. The iron pillar traced blurred arcs in the air, tearing through the air and letting out a sharp, whistling sound. After a series of dazzling actions, Hu Chang raised the iron pillar high and suddenly smashed it down to the ground. With a loud bang, dust flew up, and a deep pit appeared in the open space. The gathered soldiers stood in shock, looking at Hu Chang as if they were looking at a god. Such divine strength on the battlefield is truly invincible. That was really, a slight pull can lead to death, a minor knot can cause ruin, a scrape can break the skin, and a brush can injure the muscles.
Li Che was the first to regain his senses. After laughing a few times, he happily said, "Indeed, Ah Chang is a born warrior. Old steward, this pillar is useless to keep. Just give it to us, how about?" Seeing Hu Chang's incredible strength, the old steward dared not refuse. If he angered that guy, a swing of the stick would turn his old bones into dust. Li Che chose the long sword named Silence for himself. The sword was the weapon he was most familiar with. Other weapons were also good, but he didn't know how to use them. After exiting the pass, he could not avoid going into battle. If he could find a famous master, he also wanted to learn another long weapon that could be used on horseback. After selecting his weapon, Li Che bid farewell to the old steward and walked towards the horse supervisor's office. Hu Chang followed behind, carrying the iron stick and grinning widely. "You brat!" Li Che laughed and scolded, "Holding that stick like you are hugging a wife, no one is competing with you." "Hee hee, your highness is really good to me." Li Che helplessly shook his head. "What is this?" "Just a stick." However, Hu Chang's thought process was different from others. "If your highness has a woman you fancy, just tell me, I'll take this big stick and help you snatch her." Ah Chang is all about gratitude and repaying kindness. Hearing this, Li Che stumbled and almost lost his balance. Looking at the confused Hu Chang, he was both angry and amused, saying irritably, all right, I'll find you when I need you." Moments later, Li Che arrived at the entrance of the horse supervisor's office with a group of loyal guards. The horse supervisor's office was a court directly under the throne, managing the horse affairs of the world and keeping track of horses in various regions. Li Lin had long sent orders to the horse supervisor's office. As soon as Li Che arrived at the door, a sharp-eyed little official greeted him with a bow and said, "I see your royal highness, King of Ninggu." "Whom?" Li Che nodded. "Where are my horses?" The little official glanced at the big stick in Hu Chang's hand and the group of intimidating guards, and suddenly felt a bitterness rise in his heart. Stammering, he said, "Your highness, this." Li Che swept his gaze around. "What's wrong? Did the Yen King not inform you?" "The Yen King sent someone to say something, but my position is low and my words are light. I only handle registration. To allocate horses, we still need the permission of the Sir Supervisor." "Then where is your Sir Supervisor?" Li Che's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Sir Supervisor, he went to a feast. He might not be back today." The little official wiped his sweat. Li Che suddenly sneered. Did he go to the feast early, or did he go after receiving the Yen King's order? The little official suddenly felt a murderous aura enveloping him, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. After receiving the Yen King's order, he went out. Chapter 55, Sir Supervisor Wang foots the bill. When a prince establishes his fief, he holds most of the power, including military and political, but only horse affairs are excluded from this. The Deqing dynasty was founded on military strength and relied heavily on the number of horses. Thus, a separate system was established for horse affairs concerning various princes and regional officials. The prince has ownership over the horses in his territory, but the intake, outgo, and loss of the horses must be reported to the horse supervisor's office and cannot be disposed of privately. The horse supervisor's office is directly under the court, with the intention of supervising horse affairs across the land. This prevents the outflow of Deqing's horses, making it easier for the court to manage them uniformly. As a result, the horse supervisor's office holds considerable power. After discerning the situation, Li Che sneered, roughly understanding what was going on. He continued to ask, "What is your Sir Supervisor's name?" "It is Sir Wang Luan." Li Che turned to look at Yang Shu, who pondered for a moment and then spoke. It must be a descendant of the Wang family of Langya. Li Che thought to himself, indeed, a person from a prestigious family. Where is he going to attend the banquet? The official dared not hide anything anymore and truthfully replied, "It should be to the Jiangyun Pavilion." "Lead the way." Li Che grabbed the official and coldly said, "Lord Wang has a noble identity. Since he is unwilling to meet me, I shall boldly go to meet him." The Jiangyun Pavilion is a brothel, but in ancient times, brothels were not only dirty places for flesh trade, they were also places for listening to music, drinking, and composing poetry. At this moment, in the Jiangyun Pavilion, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, and the fragrance of makeup and powder spread. The guests sat around tables, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. The dancers swayed with graceful postures, and the musicians played soft, melodious tunes. In a private room, Wang Luan, his face slightly flushed, leaned sideways against the carved window frame, listening to the flattery from the people around him. He occasionally raised his wine cup, wearing a look of self-satisfaction. "Prince Ningguo?" Wang Luan sneered, heavily slamming his wine cup on the table. "He's just a useless prince exiled from the capital. Only the foolish Prince Yen would send him 3,000 war horses. What if he is a prince? If he wants to take the horse transfer document from me, then let him pay with real gold and silver." Wang Luan picked up a piece of fish and took a sip of wine, his mood rising even further. It is said that 100 years of dynasty, 1,000 years of noble families. The more a noble family is far from the capital, the less respect they have for the royal family. The people at the table were all from noble families, and the Wang family of Langya was a prominent family among them, so they flattered him even more eagerly. At this moment, a dense sound of footsteps mixed with the clanging of armor came from the entrance of the Jianyun pavilion. The guests eating and drinking instinctively looked up. They saw a handsome young man dressed in military attire, with a sword hanging from his waist, walking in. Behind him was a burly man whose height nearly reached the ceiling. Further behind, more than 10 soldiers in full armor, fierce and intimidating, followed. A murderous atmosphere rushed in, dispersing the luxurious air in the tavern. "Your Highness, the private room is on the second floor." The official had sharp eyes and, through the window frame, saw Wang Luan and the others. Li Che did not say a word and directly walked toward the stairs. The waiter stepped forward to block him, but just as he was about to speak, he felt his legs lifted off the ground. Hu Chang, like lifting a chick, picked him up and casually hung him on a beam protruding from the ceiling. When the people around saw this, no one dared to step forward. Li Che walked unobstructed to the second floor, and with a single push from Hu Chang, the wooden door of the private room was instantly shattered. Wang Luan looked up to see Li Che with a cold smile, and immediately had a bad feeling. But the foundation of the noble family gave him the courage to scold, "Who are you? How dare you act so rudely? I heard that Lord Wang did not want to meet me." Li Che walked over, casually picking up a drumstick. "Prince Ningwa?" Wang Luan looked at the smiling Li Che and immediately sobered up. "What do you want?" "With so many horses, the court has its own rules. I will slowly review." "Did I just not hear what you said?" A sound of air braking came, and Li Che swung the drumstick with force. Bang! New. He picked up a clean wine glass and poured himself a drink. "What happened just now disturbed everyone's mood. I will drink this cup as punishment." After saying this, he lifted the glass and gulped it down in one go, showing the bottom of the cup to everyone. Seeing that no one moved, behind him, Xiaobai abruptly drew his sword with a clang. Everyone's heart tightened, no longer daring to hesitate. They all raised their cups. Among them, one person's cup shockingly revealed half a white tooth. That person felt Li Che's gaze on him and immediately felt a chill in his heart. He grit his teeth and drank the wine mixed with teeth. Only then did Li Che warm up with a smile. "I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. To show my apology, today's banquet." He paused, turned, and left, his voice echoing in the distance. "Let Wang Sai pay the bill." Until Li Che's figure disappeared at the door, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The man who had drunk the teeth was now crouching on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. This prince of Ninggu is more ruthless than the king of Yen, perhaps even worse. Someone trembled as he said. Everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with fear. As for Li Che, he led Wang Luan out of Jianyun Pavilion and headed straight for the Ninggu army camp. The king of Yen was indeed generous. The camp arranged for the Ninggu army was spacious and clean, located at the north gate of the city. Entering the camp, Li Che went directly to the central military tent and sat in the top position. Two personal guards threw the dizzy Wang Luan onto the ground, bowed to Li Che, then stepped aside. Li Che, what do you want to do?" Wang Luan slurred his words. Li Che chuckled. "It seems Wang Sai is still a bit confused. Is my name something you can call out?" He looked at the two guards, indifferent, and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help Wang Sai sober up." The two guards understood and immediately drew their swords, tossing them aside, and beat Wang Luan with the sheaths. Wang Luan was from a noble family. He had never experienced such a ruthless beating and immediately curled up, crying out in pain. Li Che frowned. "Get him out for some real punishment. Don't you know this prince is kind-hearted and can't bear to see such a scene?" The two guards cupped their hands in acknowledgement, grabbed Wang Luan by the neck, and dragged him out of the tent. Before long, a series of pig-like screams could be heard from outside the tent. Chapter 56, Destroying a Few Families for Fun. By the time the two guards returned with Wang Luan, who was now bruised and looked like a bloodied gourd, he was nearly out of his mind. Li Che ordered someone to bring a bucket of cold water and poured it over Wang Luan's head. Wang Luan used all his strength to open his eyes a crack and saw Li Che's kind smile. His body suddenly stiffened. "Wang Sai, are you a bit clearer now?" Li Che asked gently. Wang Luan was now terrified of Li Che to his core, his voice weak and trembling. "Your Highness, what do you really want?" The Yen family's noble clan and the King of Yen had their struggles, even to the point of assassination, but ultimately, it couldn't be made public. How could Li Che act openly, kidnapping and beating people in broad daylight? "The King of Yen sent me 3,000 horses. I wonder if Wang Sai is willing to discuss this." "Of course we can talk," Wang Luan hurriedly said. "Your Highness can send someone to fetch them, and I will prepare the documents right away." Li Che smiled slightly. It seems there could be cooperation. It looks like the Yen family's noble clan is not as unreasonable as the King of Yen said. "I want real war horses, understand?
Not all horses are war horses. According to their functions, horses can be divided into pack horses, draft horses, breeding horses, and war horses, etc. War horses are precisely the category with the least proportion. If Wang Luan were to pretend to comply and pick out 3,000 pack horses that could only pull carts to pass off as war horses, Li Che himself wouldn't mind so much. At worst, he'd have to exert himself a little and beat him again.
But Wang Luan's small frame probably couldn't withstand a second beating.
Li Che considered himself to think of others. He didn't want to see him suffer more, so he kindly reminded him. Wang Luan trembled as if he were a leaf in the wind. It will definitely be the best war horses.
Very good. Li Che stood up, helping Wang Luan from the ground, and said with concern. Wang Xiqing, drink less next time. How could you be so careless to fall like this? If I hadn't bumped into you, I fear your reputation would have been ruined. Wang Luan was bitter and speechless, only nodding repeatedly.
Go, get a set of clean clothes for Wang Xiqing, Li Che ordered to Zhou Bai beside him, then take him to the horse monitoring office and bring back my 3,000 war horses.
Zhou Bai suppressed a smile, took the order, and left.
As they were escorting Wang Luan out of the military camp, they happened to encounter the old steward from the Yin Wang manor, carrying a birdcage.
The old steward had met Zhou Bai once and nodded politely.
His eyes caught sight of the swollen face beside Zhou Bai and he felt it looked somewhat familiar. But he didn't think much about it and proceeded into the camp to ask to see Li Che. When he heard that the old steward was asking to see him, Li Che immediately knew that the Yin Wang had sent him the sea eagle. Li Che's heart was filled with joy, and he stood up, walking to the entrance of the tent to personally help the old steward who was about to bow. Did you come here to deliver the bird to me? The old steward hurriedly said, Your Highness is wise. My master ordered that the sea eagle be delivered to you as soon as possible. Li Che happily took the birdcage from the old steward and looked inside. Inside the cage, a pure white sea eagle stood proudly, its feathers as pure as fresh snow, and its eyes were full of life, staring intently at Li Che. The little creature seemed to know that the man in front of it was its future master, and its gaze never left Li Che. This bird has already been trained by a falconer, and it can perform some basic tasks, the old steward continued, but it is not yet of age, its bones are not fully formed, so it will still need your highness to spend some time and care. Li Che nodded and said, Don't worry, in my spare time, I've read some books on training pets, so I know a little about this. At this point, Li Che couldn't help but think of his ex-girlfriend, who had worked as a trainer at a zoo. Back then, when Li Che accompanied her on duty, he even touched the backside of a tiger. A sea eagle that had been trained for some time would still be manageable. Seeing that the sea eagle had been successfully delivered, the old steward stood up to take his leave. Li Che, however, called him back, asking for more details about the sea eagle, and then had some rewards prepared to personally send the old steward out of the camp. On the way out, they coincidentally encountered Zhou Bai returning with the war horses. The sound of hooves was like thunder, yellow dust billowing, and the 3,000 war horses neighed nonstop, which was quite spectacular. This drew a crowd of soldiers who came out to watch. The squad leaders were even more eager, stepping forward to begin fighting over the horses. Li Che stood with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed slightly, and shouted loudly. What's all this noise? Get back here now. A group of fierce soldiers, upon seeing Li Che, immediately became as obedient as mice seeing a cat and walked toward him honestly. Li Che gave an order, Where is Wang Hu? Wang Hu, the leader of the cavalry regiment, excitedly stepped forward and saluted, I am here, your highness. Expand the cavalry regiment to 1,500 men. Immediately select the best from each regiment, and the war horses will be chosen by your cavalry regiment first. Wang Hu clasped his hands in salute and left eagerly to select the soldiers. It wasn't that Li Che didn't want to expand his cavalry more, but not all soldiers were suitable for mounted combat. Generally speaking, the Southerners were skilled in naval warfare, while the Northerners excelled in cavalry and archery. And most of Li Che's soldiers were Southerners, many of whom had never ridden a horse. Even if they barely learned to ride, they would only be infantry on horseback. The remaining war horses from other regiments will be divided equally, Li Che ordered again, make sure every soldier learns to ride. Even if they can't fight on horseback, they should at least be able to march on horseback. The soldiers all responded in unison and followed Wang Hu to go. Only Zhou Bai and the other bodyguards remained, looking at Li Che with pitiful eyes. Li Che saw this and couldn't help but smile, You all go pick horses too, each of you gets one. Zhou Bai and the others quickly thanked him and happily went to pick their horses. After the bodyguards left, the injured Wang Luan stood out more than ever. The old butler looked at him closely and finally recognized his identity, surprised, Your Highness, this person is from the Wang family. Oh, Li Che said casually, this is my friend. Fortunately, because of him, I smoothly brought in these horses. Wang Luan trembled upon hearing this, his eyes turned red, almost bringing tears. The old butler's gaze became even more peculiar. Friend? He came out of your camp like this? What a strange way to make friends. However, since Li Che always treated him with respect, the old butler could not help but advise. Your Highness, treating the Wang family this way may invite hatred from the northern aristocrats.
Li Che smiled slightly. It's nothing. My fourth brother treats me so generously, gifting me weapons and war horses. I should return the favor and find a way to repay him. The old butler was shocked. Your Highness, what do you mean? This aristocracy is not a headache for fourth brother? Li Che said gently with a smile, as the Prince of Yen, fourth brother can't take action against them, but I have no worries. If they trouble me, it's just the time to take out a few families to play with, and this counts as helping fourth brother solve his troubles. Chapter 57, This world belongs to our aristocracy. After the old butler took his leave, he hurriedly left the camp, clearly to report to the King of Yen. Li Che smiled and didn't mind. Turning to Wang Luan, who bowed his head in silence, he waved his hand. Take Wang Xiqing back. Wang Luan looked up in shock, as if he couldn't believe Li Che actually dared to let him go. Li Che ignored him and turned to step into the central command tent. He really wasn't afraid of the aristocracy's revenge. Emperor Chang and the King of Yen feared the aristocracy because they had assets and land, and the aristocracy was part of it. What does Li Che have? The desolate lands beyond the pass, the aristocracy looked down upon and had no way to intervene. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. If the aristocracy dares to take revenge, he is bold enough to sever their heads. Back at his desk, Li Che had someone bring the eagle closer to him. Companionship is the quickest way to establish a bond with animals. This young eagle wasn't rushed into training, instead, it was time to cultivate feelings first. Li Che spread out a piece of paper and began to sketch on it. This was Li Che's personal habit. Whenever he made plans, he liked to write something down. The Ninggu army wouldn't stay in Yen for too long. After replenishing supplies, they would set out again. Beyond Yen, there lay the Shanhai Pass. Once past the Shanhai Pass, it would be the land outside the pass, with Ninggu County located 200 kilometers from the Shanhai Pass on a hilltop. At this time, the central plains were in early spring, but outside the pass was still in the bitter cold of winter, with temperatures often dropping below freezing. Keeping warm continued to be a major issue. Unlike the previous life, although the geographical environment of this world roughly corresponded, some things were still worlds apart. Li Che was also unclear whether the coal mines he was familiar with still existed here. Therefore, it was crucial to buy enough furs, stoves, and high-calorie food in Yen, at least to avoid causing soldiers to freeze to death. Aside from the warmth issue, the most urgent problem was intelligence. Li Che knew nothing about the situation outside the pass. Who exactly was in charge of Ninggu County now? Are they those loyal to the previous dynasty, officials sent by the court, or exiled criminals, or even barbarian tribes? Would diving right in lead him into an unknown conflict? Thinking of this, Li Che looked up at the guard at the door. Go, bring Yen San to me. The guard received the order and soon brought in a short, ordinary-looking man. Scout Yen San, paying respects to your highness. Get up. Yen San straightened up, his eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Li Che. As a captain of the scout camp and a mid-level officer in the Ninggu army, Yen San undoubtedly held the lowest status. Coming from a background of banditry, even among a crowd of criminals, he was at the bottom of the social hierarchy. The other families didn't speak up, but in their hearts, they still looked down on him. It was Li Che who, against the consensus, strongly supported Yen San as the leader of the team. Thus, in the Ninggu army, Yen San's loyalty to Li Che was almost the highest. I have a task for you. Li Che spoke. Choose 50 agile brothers, prepare winter clothes, and ride fast horses. Yen San nodded, taking note. May I ask, your highness, where shall we go this time? You are to leave the pass first, then break into small groups and enter Ninggu County. Gather information there, the more detailed, the better. Understood. Li Che stood up and patted his shoulder. Go to Uncle Yang and take some gold. The area outside the pass is bitterly cold. Buy more winter clothes. Yen San's eyes reddened slightly. Thank you, your highness. Li Che nodded, signaling that Yen San could leave. Yen San bowed deeply again. Your highness, take care, I am leaving now. Watching Yen San's figure disappear, Li Che finally exhaled softly. Go, tell those little bastards outside. Li Che spoke to his personal guards. Once you finish choosing the horses, go to the market and buy what's needed for the trip outside the pass. Yes, your highness. On the other side, in the Wang family mansion. After Wang Luan returned home, the servants hurriedly came to meet him and helped him into the yard. Have the other families sent people? Wang Luan weakly asked. The Fan family, Xiao family, Yang family, and Lu family have all sent people. The servant quickly replied. When Wang Luan was taken away by Li Che and his men, so many people were present. The northern aristocratic circle was not large, consisting only of several ancient clans, whose younger members served in the imperial court and secretly controlled the entire north. Wang Luan, supported by a servant, walked into the hall. He was stumbling, his face as pale as paper, and everyone sent by each family rushed forward. Wang brother, are you all right? Damn it, how could the king of Ninggu County be so ruthless? His father wouldn't dare treat us aristocratic families this way.
The king of Ninggu County has signed his death sentence. Everyone was filled with righteous anger, as though Li Che had dug up their ancestors' graves. Wang Luan sat in a chair, his body in unbearable pain, hearing the clamor around him, and an uncontrollable surge of rage filled his heart.
Enough! Hearing Wang Luan's roar, the hall instantly quieted down. The Langya Wang family had the most power.
Although they were not the main family in the Yan region, they were still not comparable to any other family.
What good does cursing him do? Everyone should think of a way to turn the tables.
Wang Luan's eyes flashed with hatred. Li Che is just temporarily resting in the Yan region, who knows when he will leave for outside the pass.
By then, it will be impossible to find him.
Hearing Wang Luan's words, someone from the Fan family clenched their fists angrily. We can send assassins to kill him.
Wang Luan shook his head. Assassinate him?
You couldn't even take down the king of Yan, and now these two are colluding. It's even harder to make a move. He had just come out of the Ninggu army camp, where every soldier was strong, even more elite than the Yan army. In such a military camp, an assassination would be the same as sending one's head to the guillotine.
Someone else suggested, why not report to the imperial court and pressure His Majesty to severely punish the king of Ninggu County? As soon as this was said, someone retorted, haven't you heard of what the king of Ninggu County did in Yi City? The Yi family almost got exterminated, and His Majesty never moved a finger. Others suggested several ideas, but they were quickly rejected. The group's opinions were divided, and the argument was endless. The hall once again became a chaotic mess. At this moment, Wang Luan coldly spoke, all right, listen to me. Everyone fell silent again.
Everyone, the king of Ninggu County came to Yan simply to gather food and supplies. What you don't know is that the markets in Yan are under our control. You all go back and give orders that no shop is to sell even a single grain of rice, a piece of cloth, or a bundle of furs to the Ninggu army. A flash of ruthless determination crossed Wang Luan's eyes. Including everything on the way from Yan to Shanhai Pass, buy back all supplies at a high price. I want to make the Ninggu army run out of food and turn on each other, so they can't get out of Shanhai Pass.
The Li family should know.
This day belongs to our family, not to the Li family. Chapter 58, Why did you provoke His Highness, this killer?
Good, eat some more.
Hai Dongqing squatted on Li Che's wrist, using its sharp beak to hold a piece of fresh meat from Li Che's hand.
Li Che took this opportunity to secretly reach towards Hai Dongqing's back. Silky and smooth, it feels quite relaxing to pet.
At that moment, an urgent voice suddenly came from the door, Your Highness, it's bad. Hai Dongqing, frightened, flapped its wings and hurriedly returned to its cage.
Li Che looked at the flustered Xiaobai and helplessly said, What are you doing, acting all mysterious?
Xiaobai, who was usually calm and steady, had clearly encountered something that he couldn't handle. Your Highness, our people had a conflict with some merchants at the market, and there was bloodshed.
Li Che's expression immediately turned serious. Did our people die?
Xiaobai paused for a moment, shaking his head. Not exactly, but the other side got their head broken, and a few others were lightly injured.
Li Che's expression relaxed slightly, then he furrowed his brows and asked, What happened? Did they lose their minds? He knew his subordinates well enough.
The vast majority were criminals and bandits, so if there was a small argument and their violent nature flared up, it was inevitable they'd start fighting. It seems it's because those merchants refused to sell us grain. Xiaobai's face was filled with frustration. They still have plenty of stock, yet they'd rather sell it to the common people than to us. Not just grain, but all the merchants in the market refused to sell us anything, no matter how much money we offered. Li Che nodded, thinking for a moment, and quickly understood what had happened.
Since arriving in Yan, he hadn't offended anyone's interests.
The only person he had made an enemy of was Wang Luan.
A single Wang family shouldn't be able to control the entire market, and if they could do this, it meant other powerful families were involved too.
After all, in this world, there are no anti-monopoly laws, and it's not unusual for families to manipulate grain prices.
Go, send orders.
Li Che narrowed his eyes, his expression calm. Gather the personal guards, cavalry, and archers.
Yes.
Xiaobai eagerly rose and left. A short while later, Li Che, fully armed with a long sword at his waist, stepped out of the tent with Hu Chang protecting him. Outside the tent, soldiers from the three camps were already armored and waiting. Li Che's face was grim, and without saying a word, he mounted his horse and headed straight for the camp's exit. The soldiers closely followed Li Che. At that moment, Shen Bin, leading a group of civil officials, rushed over, blocking Li Che's path, loudly advising him.
Your Highness, please don't act impulsively.
Shen Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead.
This is the Yan King's territory. If you mobilize troops so publicly, it could cause a misunderstanding.
Li Che stopped his horse, paused for a moment, and said thoughtfully, Xianxue is right. Shen Bin was about to relax, but then he heard Li Che's loud command. Xiaobai, send someone to Yan Wangfu to inform the Yan King of what happened. Tell him I'm going after the families, and his people should avoid the market, so we don't cause any misunderstandings. Zhou Bai took the order, but Qian Bin's face turned pale. Your Highness, you can't.
The families are excessive, but they haven't broken the law.
Instead, our people took the grain by force and injured someone, which violates the law of Duqing. If you march in like this, it will be a nameless attack.
Hitting people is a crime?
Li Che sneered.
If they don't let me eat, I'll kill someone.
After speaking, he gave a look to the soldiers around him. Immediately, someone came up and dragged Qian Bin and the others away, clearing a path. Li Che squeezed his legs against the horse's side and led the army straight towards the market. It wasn't until they had left the camp that the soldiers released Qian Bin. Qian Bin sat on the ground, pale-faced, regretting as he hammered his hand against the earth. It's over. With the soldiers robbing grain, His Highness's bad name will spread far.
Wang family, oh Wang family, why did you provoke His Highness, this killer? At this moment, outside the Wang family's grain shop in the market,
10 Ninggu soldiers stood in a circle, their backs to each other, holding sabers. Around them, there were servants and workers holding sticks, looking fierce and menacing. A group of dozens surrounded the soldiers, blocking any escape.
What are you trying to do? We are the Ninggu army. Attacking soldiers is a serious crime.
A sergeant shouted angrily, his eyes wide with fury.
So what if you're the Ninggu army? One of the shopkeepers sneered. Can the Ninggu army steal food and beat people?
A bunch of filthy soldiers, do you even know whose land this is? Hearing such harsh words, a soldier immediately retorted, trying to defend himself. We were ordered to gather military provisions.
You clearly still have food, so why aren't you selling it to us? We gave you money, we're not eating for free.
Brothers, once we eat this food, we'll go to the border and fight the barbarians.
What if I don't sell it to you? Who we fight has nothing to do with you.
The shopkeeper laughed coldly. It's my Wang family's food, I can sell it to whoever I want. I'll tell you straight, the master has already said, this batch of food will be sold to the Eastern H people and the Jurchens, but not to your Ninggu army. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' faces instantly changed, their teeth grinding in anger, wishing they could strike him down with a single blow. But throughout the journey, Li Che had constantly instilled basic military discipline in them, holding them back from raising their arms.
Got it?
If you got it, drop the food and get lost. The shopkeeper's mocking tone grew even more intense. If you're too late, don't blame us for being ruthless and beating you half to death. The sergeant's expression fluctuated, looking at the soldiers beside him, and said in a deep voice, give me the food. The soldier tightly hugged the sack of food, showing a look of determination. Sergeant, His Highness ordered us to come for the supplies. If it violates military orders, I will take full responsibility, the sergeant said firmly. We cannot make His Highness suffer. We've come all the way here, we can't fail now. His Highness still plans to take you all to the border. Upon hearing this, the soldier's eyes dimmed, and he reluctantly handed the sack of food over. The sergeant held the sword in one hand, and took the sack of food with the other. Can we let them go now? The sergeant said coldly. The shopkeeper sneered, gesturing for the evil servants behind him to reluctantly make way. The soldiers were filled with righteous anger, but they had no choice. They could only clench their fists and leave in frustration. The shopkeeper then extended his hand. Give me the food, and you can leave too. The sergeant sneered, holding the sack of food tightly. My master ordered me to sell the food, this is a military order. Not a single grain will return, how can I face His Highness? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh? You dare to trick me? A ruthless light flashed in the sergeant's eyes. Since following His Highness, no one had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. With a determined heart, he kicked out. Trick you? How about I kick you instead? The kick landed squarely in the shopkeeper's stomach, making him see stars, and he collapsed to the ground instantly.
The Wang family's evil servants around them were stunned at first, then enraged.
They swung their clubs down viciously. As the clubs were about to fall, the soldiers who had left earlier, filled with righteous indignation, turned back to assist the sergeant. But then, from the end of the street, the sound of a bowstring vibrating rang out, filled with murderous intent.
Fire! Li Che's cold voice echoed. The first row of crossbowmen instinctively pulled the trigger, and a volley of crossbow bolts flew, instantly toppling a group of evil servants.
Before the evil servants could react, the first row of crossbowmen withdrew, and the second row stepped forward.
Fire again!
Another rain of arrows shot out, and the evil servants' guts were shattered, their cries filled with fear. After 2 waves of crossbow bolts, the evil servants' courage had already been shattered. They abandoned their clubs and knelt, begging for mercy. Ignoring the cries and pleas for mercy around him, Li Che rode forward without turning his head, with his bodyguard camp close behind him. When he reached the sergeant, the latter kneeled respectfully with one knee. Your Highness. Why didn't you fight back? Li Che asked. The sergeant tightly hugged the sack of food, trembling as he replied, according to military rules, we can't lay hands on the common people. Open your eyes and look, are they common people? Li Che's voice rose, his gaze sweeping across the soldiers.
You all better open your eyes and see who is for the people and who is a beast. The soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to respond. In the grain shop, a scholar dressed in a long robe ran out, and upon seeing the servants lying on the ground, his face instantly turned pale. Prince Ninggu, the scholar shouted, what wrong has my Wang family committed? You slaughter innocent lives without reason. Do you plan to force trade by violence? Li Che looked at the scholar and sneered, force trade? As a prince of the court, would I ever do such a vile thing? The scholar breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard Li Che continue to speak. Once I take the goods, as long as no money is paid, isn't it no longer forced trade? The scholar's face changed drastically, his lips trembling. What are you going to do? All soldiers, listen up. Li Che no longer paid attention to him, shouting loudly. The soldiers gathered and punched their chests in unison. Yes. All soldiers, listen up. We are here to gather provisions for the army. All family stores are free to be taken. Anyone who dares to stop us? Kill without mercy. The soldiers eagerly responded, understood. Without the restraint of military discipline, the soldiers were like tigers descending the mountain, rushing into each store, taking anything they saw, kicking anyone who dared to block their way. They were already a group of ruthless bandits, and looting was quite in line with their expertise. Li Che was not idle either, commanding the personal guards to supervise the soldiers, ensuring that they would only target the wealthy families. In the marketplace, it was easy to distinguish between the wealthy families and the common people. The wealthy families had their own stores, with attendants dressed in uniforms, looking very formal. While common people mostly set up small stalls on the street, most of them shouted to sell their goods. Li Che had no interest in robbing the poor people. They were poor, unable to offer much, and looting them would only tarnish one's character. As the scene descended into chaos, the scholar from the Wang family's grain shop, taking advantage of the confusion, turned and ran toward the outside of the marketplace. Xiaobai approached Li Che and pointed at the scholar's back. Your Highness, this person is likely going to report this, should I capture him? Li Che smiled and shook his head. No rush, let the bait go first, then we can catch the big fish. The Wang family estate was not far from the marketplace. When the scholar stumbled into the gate, Wang Luan happened to approach. Chonger, what happened outside? Uncle. The scholar was still shaken. Li Che. Li Che. What about Li Che? Wang Luan had a bad feeling in his heart. Li Che has gone mad. Wang Chong finally caught his breath. We refused to sell him the grain, and he let his soldiers steal it. Now the whole marketplace is in chaos. Wang Luan was speechless upon hearing this. Everyone in the upper class played the game of power. Who would ever act like Li Che? If he couldn't outplay others, he just started robbing openly. What was the difference between him and a bandit? At this moment, other wealthy families also received news of the chaos in the marketplace, and they rushed to the Wang family mansion. Brother Wang, Prince Ninggu is out of control, our family store has been looted. Brother Wang, what should we do about this disaster? My store has been accumulating goods for 3 months, and I already made a deal with a buyer. We cannot let that madman take it. Wang Luan's face darkened. The loss of goods was a minor issue, but what the wealthy families couldn't afford was the loss of credibility. Wealthy families could dominate a region and wield power because they had more credibility than the local authorities. The common people only knew the wealthy families, not the court. Moreover, many of the goods in the stores had already been sold. The buyers who could afford to trade with wealthy families were naturally either rich or noble, mostly other wealthy families, high-ranking officials, or even foreign tribes. If they lost their trust, the consequences would be unimaginable. Enough! Wang Luan shouted, what's the use of all this noise? The most urgent matter is not letting Li Che take the goods. Otherwise, if the master finds out, we will all be blamed. Someone asked, but Li Che has soldiers. How do we stop him? Li Che has soldiers, don't you have them? Wang Luan's eyes widened, don't think I don't know. Your family keeps guests and private soldiers. If not now, when? Everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak. Raising private soldiers was illegal, but it was a common practice among aristocratic families, an unwritten rule in this circle. However, letting private soldiers attack a prince's army would be a grave offense. What are you still hesitating for? Wang Luan angrily said, Li Che dares to steal grain, does he not dare to attack your houses? By then, which family could resist his fierce army? Upon hearing Wang Luan's words, everyone was jolted awake. Yes, Li Che is so reckless, he might raid their homes after plundering the shops. He is right, we can't just wait to die. My family has 800 private soldiers, ready for Brother Wang's command. My family has 600 guests, all desperate people, willing to die for Brother Wang. My son works in the city guard, I can order troops from him. My family can send 700. My family can also provide 800 private soldiers. The group chattered, and soon they had gathered 3,000 private soldiers,
plus a group of city guards not under the control of the Prince of Yen.
Wang Luan nodded in satisfaction and then spoke, "You all hurry back and prepare. When I give the signal, we will charge toward the market." "What is Brother Wang going to do?"
"I'm going to the Prince of Yan's residence." Wang Luan narrowed his eyes. "The Prince of Ningguo is fighting in the territory of the Prince of Yen.
As a prince, how can he just sit by and watch?
I will pressure him, and if necessary, make him send troops." As for the Prince of Yen, he had already received a report from his subordinates.
Another soldier from Ningguo came to report Li Chei's intentions.
The normally decisive Prince of Yen hesitated at this moment. Li Lin furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in the study, silent for a long time.
The Princess of Yen, seeing her silent husband, spoke up to comfort him. "Is the prince having doubts?" Looking at his usually virtuous wife, Li Lin sighed deeply and complained, "Do you remember the jade pendant that my sixth brother gave to Xiener?" The princess nodded.
Li Lin continued, "That jade pendant belongs to the crown prince. I have seen it at his residence.
It was a gift from his second brother when he was 12. The princess was shocked and asked, "Does the prince mean the Prince of Ningguo and the crown prince have a connection?" "Not just a connection, but a deep hatred."
Li Lin sighed, taking out a secret letter from the crown prince. "This letter is from the crown prince, and it is harsh in tone, urging me to find an opportunity to eliminate my sixth brother." The princess took the letter, quickly scanning through it. As the prince said, the words were intense, and one could sense the deep hatred from the text. The princess hurriedly advised, "My prince, this matter must be carefully considered.
Do not act impulsively." Li Lin spoke in a deep voice, "Am I not aware of this principle?
Our great Qing is troubled by the barbarian tribes outside and corrupt aristocratic families inside.
Why should the princes fight among themselves?
Not to mention, my sixth brother is quite a hero, and we get along well.
How could I harm him just because of a letter?"
Li Lin painfully crumpled the letter and lowered his head. "But the crown prince has done much for me.
If it weren't for him, I would."
The princess gently patted his back, softly saying, "Gratitude is one thing, and hatred is another. You have no grudge with the Prince of Ningguo.
How can you harm him just because of the crown prince's personal grudge?"
Upon hearing the princess, Li Lin raised his head, his eyes shifting as if he had come to a realization. He knew that his wife was right, but the crown prince's favor weighed heavily on him, and he was torn. The princess continued, "Moreover, the Prince of Ningguo is at war with the aristocratic families. It may be his way of clearing obstacles for you. You must not repay kindness with harm."
Li Lin's tightly clenched fist loosened.
At that moment, a bodyguard came in to report, "Your Highness, Wang Luan from the Wang family is here to see you."
Li Lin stood up.
The indifferent voice said, "This king understands.
Bring him to the hall."
Seeing her husband's gloomy face, the Princess of Yen instinctively grabbed his sleeve, "My lord." The Prince of Yen patted her hand gently and said softly, "Do not worry, my dear, I already know what to do. Your Highness, we have ransacked 11 stores, and the food, leather, cloth, medicinal herbs, and other supplies have all been replenished." The personal guard stood beside Li Chei, bowing and reporting. "But there is too much, and we are afraid we cannot carry it all.
We may need a convoy to transport it."
Li Chei nodded slightly, turning to look at the piles of supplies stacked up along the street, feeling a bit excited inside. So many supplies, enough to support the army's journey to Shanhai Pass, and there will still be plenty left.
The wealthy families are indeed so rich they could rival a nation.
In this remote place, only they could gather such supplies.
You return to the camp now and deliver my order.
Li Chei threw the military token to him, order the entire army to break camp, carry all supplies, and gather here.
Everyone? Yes, we leave now. Li Chei said firmly, "We've stolen so much, if we don't leave quickly, do we wait for the victims to come knocking?"
The personal guard was stunned for a moment, then quickly left to carry out the order. About a quarter of an hour later, the massive army of the Ninggu army entered the market. The soldiers and porters began loading the carts, and every shop had been thoroughly looted, not even a grain of rice left. Li Chei then ordered the cavalry to clear the way, escorting the loaded carts to leave first. He personally led the personal guard camp, crossbow camp, and 200 cavalry veterans, waiting at the market entrance. The army stretched like a long dragon, winding toward the northern city gate.
Suddenly,
at the street corner, a group of city defense soldiers armed with spears, wearing leather armor, appeared in disarray. Behind them followed more than 3,000 men of various clothing, all private soldiers of the wealthy families, holding swords and knives, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Li Chei sat calmly on his horse, a faint sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. As expected, the aristocratic families could not hold back. The leading officer was initially uneasy, but when he saw that the main force of the Ninggu army had already retreated, leaving only Li Chei and a few hundred soldiers at the street corner, his confidence grew, and he shouted loudly, "Li Chei, you are committing a crime, plundering and violating the laws of the Great Qing. Why don't you quickly dismount and surrender?" Li Chei sneered upon hearing this.
Seeing the disorganized state of the enemy, their overall quality was still lower than the mountain bandits, and they dared to bark like dogs here? Don't talk too much, come on. Li Che drew his sword silence from his waist, feeling his blood beginning to boil. The battles on this journey had fully awakened the warrior spirit of the Chinese people in his veins. After days without seeing blood, he felt somewhat empty inside. The officer, seeing Li Che acting so arrogantly, immediately burned with rage. "You arrogant child. Why say more with him?" Behind the officer, an elderly scholar from a noble family spoke up. "My son, lead the men and kill him, capture this rebellious person." The officer nodded, said no more, and ordered the city defense troops to attack first, with the private soldiers of the aristocratic families following closely behind. In an instant, the sound of shouting and killing filled the air, and thousands of soldiers surged toward Li Che like a tide. Li Che remained indifferent, quietly holding his sword and watching the enemy get closer. Until most of the enemy was within the designated range, he suddenly pointed his long sword to the sky and shouted like thunder, "Fire!" Swish, swish, swish. On the eaves, beside the carts, behind the windows, bows and crossbows extended out one by one. The crossbow camp, already lying in ambush, immediately attacked, and arrows rained down from all directions like locusts, killing most of the city defense soldiers who had rushed forward. In an instant, the city defense troops were thrown into disarray, their horses overturned, and the sound of wailing filled the air. The previously overwhelming attacking formation was completely disrupted. Li Che's eyes glinted with brilliance, and he shouted loudly, "Ninggu army! Here!" Dozens of personal guards, along with 200 veteran cavalry soldiers, all shouted in unison. The Ninggu cavalry moved in perfect unison. They all pulled out their sabers from their waists in unison. The personal guards even took down their spears from the side of their horses, letting them naturally hang in front of the horse's head. Li Che led the charge, riding ahead, with Hu Chang, who held a huge iron rod, closely following behind. The city guards on the other side had not yet reacted when more than 200 cavalrymen surged like a wave, slamming toward them. Li Che's voice contained a trace of uncontrollable excitement. "Follow this king and kill." For a moment, war horses neighed, their hooves kicked up the wind, and their manes flew. The gleaming battle knives reflected sharp glints of cold light, and the riders' battle cries and the sound of pounding hooves echoed throughout the marketplace. Li Che was in the lead, his long sword hanging down at a 45-degree angle. With the acceleration of the warhorse in its charge, there was no need to swing the sword, just the speed alone could inflict fatal wounds on the enemy. The cavalrymen just needed to keep charging without slowing down, their sword edges aimed at the enemy. The city guard general had just raised his head when he saw a sharp sword coming straight toward him, the cold light reflected in his pupils. The next second, his world turned upside down as his head was sent flying high into the air. After decapitating the general with a single sword strike, Li Che didn't even glance at him, urging his warhorse to speed up, continuing deeper into the enemy's formation. However, Xiu Bai, who was nearby, saw it clearly and immediately shouted, "The king personally slayed the enemy general." Xiu Bai's voice rang out so loudly that the entire army could hear it clearly, and the soldiers of the Ningwa army were instantly filled with renewed energy. "Au! The king is invincible and mighty. Charge!" Leading the charge, breaking through the formation, slaying the general, and seizing the flag, these have always been the most glorious military achievements. What's more, this was the King Li Che himself who personally slew the general, causing the morale of the Ningwa army to soar to its peak. The personal guards lowered their spears and charged into the enemy formation with the force of thunder. The sharp spear tips pierced through armor, impaling flesh, creating a chilling sound of impact. 50 personal guards, like bulldozers, knocked down the enemy one by one, tearing open gaps in the enemy's line. A few lucky soldiers narrowly avoided the cavalry's spear attack, but before they could regain their footing, the next wave of 200 cavalrymen followed, wielding their sharp sabers, mercilessly hacking them down. The moment the two lines met, the city guard army instantly collapsed. The Ningwa cavalry tore through the enemy formation as if it was an unguarded land, their horses trampling the remaining soldiers and sweeping toward the private soldiers of the noble families in the rear. The elderly noblemen were taken aback, quickly pulling two private soldiers over and shouting, "Hurry, block them!" Terror filled their words as an arrow soon followed. Whoosh, the elder fell to the ground, an arrow piercing through his throat, and his blood instantly soaked his clothes, spreading across the ground. The head of the Yang family has been struck by an arrow. Screams of terror echoed among the crowd, soon turning into an overwhelming wave of fear. Li Che lowered his bow and shouted, "Follow this king to break their formation." The personal guards accelerated once again, their spears, now stained with enemy blood, raised once more. Facing the rapidly advancing Ningwa cavalry, the private soldiers' formation began to loosen. The men in the middle of the formation began to drop their weapons and fled to the left and right, heading for the shops. The private soldiers in the front, with no retreat and no escape, had no choice but to charge forward with all their might. No matter how terrified they were, the Ningwa cavalry had arrived at their doorstep. Li Che, as the tip of the wedge formation, led the charge, deeply embedding himself into the enemy's ranks.
The personal guards behind him were like blades, cutting through the enemy formation. Hu Chang swung his iron rod with each strike, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard as dozens of private soldiers flew out. The enemy's formation began to crumble under the impact, but the Ningbo cavalry's charge never stopped. The warhorses neighed, dust swirling, and Li Che suddenly yanked the reins, making his warhorse rear up, halting right in front of several noble family members dressed in fine clothes. These noblemen thought they were safe behind their formation, firm as an iron wall, but Li Che's bravery was beyond expectations. In an instant, he tore through two defensive lines and killed his way forward. The remaining private soldiers were still blocked at the marketplace entrance, unable to provide timely support.
There was no resistance left around them. Do the aristocratic families want to capture and kill this king?
Although the few men were not the heads of the aristocratic families, they held high positions in their respective families and had never witnessed such a bloody scene, akin to a battlefield of demons. At this moment, they were already terrified, pale, their minds blank, unable to speak. Looking at Prince Ninggu's battle armor, his warhorse towering over 2 meters, covered in blood, even the horse's breath reeked of the heavy smell of blood. With a fierce and dominating presence from above, exuding an aura of bravery soaked in blood, he seemed like a ferocious deity descending from the heavens. Although many private soldiers remained behind him, their master's life was now firmly in Li Che's grasp, and those private soldiers, cautious of their own lives, naturally dared not advance.
Among the crowd, some collapsed in fear, their legs giving way.
Others, still holding onto a sliver of sanity, knelt and begged for mercy, saying, "Your Highness, spare me. Spare me this time, the Shao family will repay you greatly." Seeing the aristocratic family members in such a pitiful state, Li Che sneered coldly, "Haven't you heard, those who kill, will always be killed by others?" The man widened his eyes, "I am the elder of the Shao family."
"Your Highness, do you truly dare to kill me? Are you going to be enemies with the Shao family of Hebei?"
Li Che glanced at him with disdain, then calmly uttered 2 words, "Chop him." The next second, the private soldiers of the aristocratic families behind them witnessed a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. Those fierce and menacing cavalrymen raised their spears high and pierced through the body of the once high and mighty Shao family elder, pinning him to the ground. Li Che looked down at the Shao family elder, seeing the look of disbelief frozen on his face, and couldn't help but mock, "Killing you doesn't even make me happy." Looking back, his own convoy had already exited the street.
Is this all the aristocratic families have to offer?
Li Che felt utterly bored, urging his horse onward, "Let's go, out of the city, to the frontier." His personal guards drew their weapons and followed. A few bodies lost their support and instantly collapsed to the ground. The 200 riders were quick to come and just as quick to leave, like a whirlwind, leaving behind the panicked private soldiers. Seeing their masters had lost their lives, the private soldiers were left utterly helpless.
What should we do?" someone asked.
"Our masters are dead. If we just go back like this, our families will never spare us." Another voice, filled with despair, said, "Why don't we chase after them, kill that man, and redeem ourselves? That would give us a slim chance of survival." With a leader emerging, the desperate private soldiers clung to this last hope and rushed towards the direction Li Che had gone. Xiaobai rode alongside Li Che and, upon seeing this, whispered, "Your Highness, they're chasing us."
Li Che glanced back calmly and said, "Don't mind them. They're just a bunch of defeated dogs."
These private soldiers, raised with notions of loyalty and righteousness, had long become tools for their masters. Now that their masters were dead, they would undoubtedly seek revenge at any cost. Li Che's group, with only over 200 riders, had managed to kill the leading aristocratic family members because they had caught them off guard. Now that their goal had been achieved, there was no need to fight these private soldiers to the death. The sound of hooves grew faster and more intense as Li Che and his men sped along the street, soon approaching the north gate of Dongping County. Just as he thought he would smoothly exit the city, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness, look ahead." Li Che raised his eyes and saw the city gate darkened by a mass of soldiers, a military force that had blocked their way like an iron wall. This army was well organized and disciplined, clearly an elite force, far superior to the half-hearted city guards they had just encountered. Under the setting sun, the cold gleam from the soldiers' armor reflected a terrifying light, making one's blood run cold. The formation slowly parted, and a general clad in geese-feather armor rode out, a long sword hanging from his waist, his expression stern.
It was none other than Prince Yan, Li Lin. "Stop."
Li Che raised his hand and pulled the reins tightly. The cavalry behind him gradually came to a halt. Li Che silently looked at the man in front of him, the two staring at each other through the dust, silent for a long while.
Li Che broke the silence first and asked, "Fourth brother, are you truly going to meet me in battle?"
Li Lin remained silent, only shifting his gaze to the silenced sword at Li Che's waist, pausing for a moment.
Then he slowly spoke, "Is this sword still easy to handle?" Li Che grinned, "Unstoppable, it has severed several heads of the noble families. Thank you, fourth brother, for gifting me the sword."
Upon hearing this, Li Lin smiled as well. "In that case, very good." He reached into his bosom, took out a long cylindrical object, and tossed it toward Li Che.
Li Che reached out and caught it. Before opening it, he heard Li Lin's loud voice. This is the map of the frontier, a map drawn after countless scouts of the Yin army sacrificed their lives over the years. Today, I give it to sixth brother. Li Che opened it to find a parchment map, clearly showing mountains, rivers, roads, passes, and the distribution of tribes. Then he heard Li Lin say, "The journey ahead is long and arduous. Brothers, we do not know when we will meet again. I ask nothing of you, sixth brother, except that you take care of yourself." Hearing Li Lin's words, a warmth rose in Li Che's heart. Since coming to this world, it was the first time he had truly felt brotherly affection within this royal family. "Fourth brother, do not worry," Li Che replied, "there will come a day when we meet again between the White Mountain and Black Water, laughing and drinking the blood of the barbarian tribes." Ha ha ha. Li Lin laughed heartily, "I will wait for that day to come." Li Che tightly held the map, feeling that 1,000 words had turned into a single sigh. "Fourth brother, take care." Li Lin smiled and raised his hand, and the soldiers of the Yin army behind him stood in perfect formation, turning to the sides to clear a path out of the city. Li Che said no more, turned his horse, and led his guards through the Yin army's formation, galloping north. As they were halfway through their journey, Li Lin suddenly called out, "Send off the Duke of Ninggu!" Clang! The soldiers of the Yin army stood in formation, shouting in unison, "We bid farewell to the Duke of Ninggu." Li Che trembled all over, urging his horse forward and laughing as he rode out of the city gates. A small group of about 50 armored cavalry followed closely behind, escorting Li Che and his men north. After they left, Li Lin's gaze gradually turned cold. He turned around and sternly ordered, "Form the army." The soldiers of the Yin army closed ranks and stood ready for action. Before long, the family soldiers chasing them arrived at the city gates. They did not see Li Che and the Ninggu army but saw the long spears of the Yin army lined up like a forest. The leader of the private soldiers was taken aback and asked, "Why did the Yin king let the Duke of Ninggu go? You rebellious traitors, how dare you commit violence and plunder in the city, raiding the market?" Li Lin glared coldly at them. "What are you talking about, Yin king?" That was clearly. Before the words could finish, Li Lin impatiently waved his hand. Countless arrows rained down from the city gate, instantly striking the private soldiers' formation, scattering them in all directions. Then, the Yin army surged forward, engulfing these family private soldiers. On the other side, Li Che sped forward for several hundred meters and finally saw the banners of the Ninggu army fluttering in the wind ahead. He looked at the armored cavalrymen guarding him and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you all for the escort. We have successfully left the city, you may return and report now." But unexpectedly, those armored cavalrymen all pulled their horses to a stop. Led by their captain, they knelt on one knee in front of Li Che. Li Che was surprised and said, "What are you doing? Please rise." The cavalry captain removed his helmet, revealing a young and handsome face, and respectfully said, "We wish to follow His Highness and go to the frontier." Li Che furrowed his brow and dismounted. "What are you saying? You are all elite soldiers under the command of the Emperor's brother. How can I take fourth brother's men?" The cavalry captain looked up and said, "Your Highness does not know, I was once from a good family, but after joining the Yin army, I fought courageously, achieving many victories. Once, during a patrol, I encountered a young man from the Fan family who was forcefully taking a woman from the village. I struck him down, severely injuring him, and since then, the Fan family has held a grudge against me. If it weren't for His Royal Highness, King Yen, who protected me, hiding my face and having me join the armored cavalry as a soldier, I would have long been killed by the Fan family. But the Fan family is powerful, and staying in Yin territory, I would eventually fall victim to them. So, His Highness ordered me to follow you, my lord, to the northeast to establish a foundation." The cavalry commander stood up and pointed to over 50 armored cavalrymen behind him. "These people all have enmities with the noble families and are willing to follow His Highness to the border to fight the barbarians." After speaking, he knelt again. "Please, my lord, accept us." Everyone shouted in unison, "Please, my lord, accept us." Li Che's heart trembled, and his gaze swept over the resolute, determined faces. Finally, his eyes landed on the cavalry commander, and he asked, "What is your name?" "I am Yu Yun." Li Che smiled and asked, "Have you ever taken a courtesy name?" Yu Yun was puzzled but still answered, "I joined the army at a young age and have not taken a courtesy name." "Then I shall give you one. How about Zilong?" "You? Zilong?" Yu Yun's face showed joy, and he knelt. "Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing me a name." Li Che quickly moved forward to help Yu Yun up, growing fonder of him the more he looked. He noticed that Yu Yun was over 6 feet tall, with a majestic build, a fierce face, and an aura of a warrior. He wore a white robe over his iron armor, making him look even more imposing. Such a cavalry commander perfectly matched his perception of the fierce general from Shijiazhuang. Li Che couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness. "Zilong, you will temporarily be in charge of the team and lead our cavalry," Li Che said. In the future, if I can train more elite armored cavalry, I will entrust them all to you. Yu Yun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." After accepting Yu Yun, Li Che's mood improved, and he felt even more grateful to Li Lin. Armored cavalry in this era were strategic-level weapons. For him to give them to Li Che, the king of Yen truly treated him well. With these 50 armored cavalry as a foundation, as long as the productivity of his territory could keep up, he would soon be able to raise an entire force of fully armored soldiers. After organizing the troops and accounting for the losses, Li Che was surprised to find that not a single soldier had been injured during the skirmish. Only one of his personal guards had dislocated his arm while stabbing someone too forcefully. This also indicated that the strategy of suppressing bandits and training soldiers along the way had been quite effective. At least, that group of veteran criminals had already transformed into battle-hardened elites and could become the backbone of the army in the future. Leaving Dongping County, the troops marched on. The next destination was the famous Shanhaiguan, known as the First Pass Under Heaven. Chapter 63, The First Pass Under Heaven. As the first light of dawn appeared, dry grass rustled along the dirt road, and the cold air grew stronger as they traveled north. A carriage rolled over withered branches and fallen leaves, heading further north as the air became even colder. Today, Li Che rarely did not ride a horse. Instead, he sat across from Qian Bin in the carriage, with Xiao Wen serving beside them. Qian Bin made a move in their game of chess and noticed that Li Che, absent-mindedly staring at the board, frowned slightly. He then spoke up. "Your Highness, are you troubled by something?" Li Che came back to his senses and sighed. "The closer we get to Shanhaiguan, the more uneasy I feel. I always think we are unprepared." Qian Bin smiled and said, "Your Highness, what is troubling you? You don't need to keep it inside. Feel free to speak, I am willing to listen. It's just a bit of a lament. Even someone like Fourth Brother, with all his land, can't guarantee peace. There are still restless people causing trouble. This shows how difficult it is to govern a land. I now realize I was too naive back then." Qian Bin, while making a move, spoke to console him. "What do you think needs to be done to manage a place properly?" Li Che thought for a moment before answering. "It requires military, politics, agriculture, industry, and commerce, 5 areas to be managed simultaneously." Very insightful, Qian Bin clapped and praised. "So, Your Highness, how much have you achieved in these areas so far?" Li Che gave a bitter smile. "The army is just beginning to take shape. The structure is not yet complete, and many of the officers are temporarily filling in roles. The military and political aspects are still in their infancy. Now, it is not yet time to reach the fief, and no specific issues have been encountered, but there are very few literate people under my command, making it difficult to be of great use. As for agriculture, industry, and commerce, there's even less to speak of. Only craftsmen are somewhat sufficient, while the fields of farming and commerce haven't even formed the basic scale yet. Considering this, the army under my command is actually the most outstanding, the only force that can be shown off." Qian Bin helplessly shook his head. "Your Highness's worries are too far-reaching. I am but a scholar of mathematics, I can't be of much help. But in my old view, what Your Highness needs most right now is a strategist who can plan and command." Hearing Qian Bin's words, Li Che suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, what he lacked was exactly a strategist like Zhuge Kongming, someone with the talent to manage the world and capable of strategizing. People like Qian Bin, they are professionals, more than enough to lead a specific department. But when it comes to overseeing the overall situation, making decisions from 1,000 miles away, there's still something lacking. Your Highness, do not worry. Among the thousands of criminals exiled in Ninggu County, there must be those with the intelligence Your Highness needs. Qian Bin reassured. Li Che nodded gently, his mood slightly alleviated. After placing a move, he smiled confidently. Master Qian, you lost. Qian Bin widened his eyes and looked at the chessboard, his smile gradually fading. How did this kid manage to connect 5 pieces and claim that I lost? Shanhai Pass is nestled between high mountains and the sea, the only strategic passage from central plains to the regions beyond the pass. In the 3rd year of the Taishu reign of Great Qing, Emperor Qing ordered Duke Shuizhong of Wei to lead an army northward. The barbarian tribes were terrified and fled at the mere rumor of it, never daring to turn back south. Subsequently, Shuizhong was ordered to build a fortress here. Since it was located north of the Yin Mountains and south of the Bohai Sea, it was named Shanhai Pass. As the first line of defense against the barbarians to the north, Shanhai Pass had always been guarded by generals of the Shui family. On this day, Shuizhen was discussing matters in his residence when he suddenly heard the urgent sound of a bell from the city tower. He swiftly rose and hurried to the city walls. On the city walls, the guards had already acted upon the sound, preparing for battle in a tense and orderly fashion. Quick, quick, quick! Close the city gates. Load the crossbows, prepare to face the enemy. Arm the entire army and defend the city walls. Seeing Shuizhen approach, the deputy commander on duty quickly came over and reported. General, scouts report that a force is approaching from the south, approximately 10,000 strong.
There are many horses in the force, about half of them are cavalry, but they are still far away, and we cannot make out their flags.
Shuizhen nodded slightly and gazed into the distance.
A dark shadow could be faintly seen on the horizon, slowly moving toward Shanhai Pass.
Could it be the army of King Yin?
The deputy commander asked with a puzzled expression.
Who else could field such a large cavalry? But King Yin is not stationed in Yen, what would he be doing here?
Shuizhen gently shook his head. In my opinion, it is not King Yen, but rather King Ninggu.
King Ninggu?
The deputy commander widened his eyes in disbelief.
How is this possible? Didn't the rumors say that King Ninggu was not favored by His Majesty and only brought 1,000 or so criminal soldiers when he was sent to the fief? Shuizhen couldn't answer the deputy commander's doubts.
He simply couldn't imagine how a prince who wasn't even a royal could have expanded his army tenfold in such a short time.
But he didn't need to figure that out.
As a general guarding the frontier, the most dangerous thing was getting involved with a feudal prince. Soon, the force drew closer, and some of the soldiers with sharp eyes were able to make out the inscription on the flag.
General, it's the flag of King Ninggu. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were in an uproar. Ordinary soldiers were not as well informed as the generals.
They had never even heard of King Ninggu, and had no idea why he was leading an army here. But they did know that if they went north from Shanhai Pass, a little further ahead, there was a place called Ninggu County. It is also nominally under the jurisdiction of Daqing.
Silence.
With a sharp command from Deputy General Shuizhen, the noise on the city wall gradually faded away. He turned to look at General Shuizhen beside him and cautiously asked, General, since the Prince of Ninggu has arrived, should we open the city gates to welcome him?
Shuizhen remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the banners and troops below the city walls, and he responded with a question, what is our duty in guarding the Shanhai Pass?
Without hesitation, the Deputy General replied, it is to defend against enemies from beyond the pass and protect our Daqing territory.
Then who are the enemies beyond the pass?
Shuizhen's tone was calm, yet it struck the Deputy General like a thunderclap. Of course, they are the barbarians. The Deputy General's voice suddenly stopped, cold sweat forming on his forehead.
Enemies beyond the pass.
Ninggu County is also beyond the pass.
As border soldiers, while we guard against the barbarians, do we not also have the responsibility to monitor the Prince of Ninggu?
Looking at Shuizhen's calm face, the Deputy General dared not think further and felt a chill run down his back.
If I had rashly opened the gates earlier to welcome the Prince of Ninggu, wouldn't that have confirmed the accusation that the border troops were colluding with the vassal king? If that led to His Majesty's suspicion, my position as Deputy General would be finished.
When the Prince of Ninggu arrives, we must thoroughly inspect him, not a single detail should be missed. Shuizhen looked up at the sky, his tone indifferent. It is getting late, and even if his identity is confirmed, he cannot be allowed to pass through the pass today.
Chapter 64, Breaking the Pass and Entering the City.
The setting sun was like blood, the flag of the Prince of Ninggu fluttering in the wind, soaring high beneath the towering, majestic pass. Li Che halted his horse before the pass, gazing at the towering fortifications before him, his heart full of emotions. To the soldiers of the Ninggu army, beyond this mighty pass was a barren land covered in snow. But to Li Che, the Shanhai Pass held special significance. If in his past life, crossing this pass meant he could report to his family that he was safe. Even if his home was far north in the greater Xing'an Mountains, crossing this pass was like stepping into his home. Beyond the pass was his beloved homeland, and though there were many dangers, there was always a way home. However, the road home for Li Che, compared to other wandering northeasterners, was 1,000 times more difficult. The autumn wind howled beneath the pass, and the flags flapped in the breeze. After a long silence with no movement from the pass, Li Che turned his horse back and ordered in a deep voice, Xiu Bai, go knock on the gates.
Yes. Xiu Bai bowed and received the order, spurring his horse forward.
After reaching the base of the city wall, he tilted his head and shouted loudly. The Prince of Ninggu is here to take up his vassal position, open the gates to welcome him. Shuizhen heard the shout and looked down at the city gates. He saw the soldiers below, their ranks orderly and their figures strong. Although there was no hostility, there was a fierce, murderous aura in the air, rising into the sky. Shuizhen, coming from a military family, could naturally see that this army was extraordinary, a force that had been tempered by blood and fire.
He silently lamented that rumors were indeed unreliable. The Prince of Ninggu could lead such a fierce army. How could he possibly be a weak and incompetent prince? He was clearly a tiger that had been lying in wait for a long time, and now, having been unleashed, he would likely cause a great stir in the world. As his thoughts swirled, Shuizhen remained composed and subtly gestured to his deputy. The deputy general understood the signal, stepped forward, and said loudly, does the visitor have the passage permit?
Ancient people were not fools, knowing that people were the most important resource for a country.
Ordinary citizens could not leave the country without permission.
Only those with a passage permit would be allowed to pass the border, otherwise, they would be considered illegal immigrants.
Hearing the deputy general's words, Xiu Bai frowned.
My lord has received an imperial order to take up a vassal position, and we have the royal seal and imperial edict as proof.
Why would we need a passage permit? The deputy general looked awkwardly at Shuizhen.
Shuizhen's expression remained unchanged, neither humble nor arrogant as he replied, in that case, please show the imperial edict or royal seal to verify its authenticity.
Impudent! Xiu Bai was furious.
The royal seal and imperial edict are not something you can just look at.
Without proof, I cannot open the gates. Shuizhen said calmly. You! Xiu Bai's eyes widened in anger.
The general upstairs, with a bad temper and stubborn nature, had no way to deal with it, so he turned to look at Li Che. Li Che pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding something, then smiled lightly. In that case, let him see it. Uncle Yang brought out the royal edict with the king's seal from the carriage and walked towards the city gate.
Xiu Bai shouted again, did you all see clearly? Hurry and open the city gates.
Shuizhen frowned and replied, the sky is dim, it's hard to distinguish, please bring the royal edict here so I can examine it carefully.
Xiu Bai's anger grew even more, don't push your luck. This is my duty as a general.
Shuizhen did not budge an inch. Li Che watched from behind, feeling that this person was quite interesting. He smiled and spoke, the royal seal is not convenient to show, but giving the edict to him is no problem.
Your Highness.
Qianbin opened his mouth to advise, but was stopped by Li Che raising his hand.
Master Qian, don't worry. He wouldn't dare to show disrespect to the royal edict.
A hanging basket slowly descended from the city wall. Xiu Bai carefully placed the edict into it, and the basket slowly rose.
Then came a long silence.
Xiu Bai waited a long time without the city gates opening.
He grew anxious and couldn't help but loudly ask, I say, that damn guard up there, have you finished reading it? There are only a few hundred words. Do you need to wait until tomorrow? If you've finished, hurry up and open the gates for His Highness. Shuizhen's figure finally reappeared on the city wall. He cupped his hands in salute to Li Che below and loudly said, this humble general greets the Prince of Ninggu. Seeing that he acknowledged Li Che's identity, Xiu Bai hurriedly urged, then why aren't you quickly opening the gates to welcome His Highness into the city? When His Highness arrives, the city gates should naturally be opened, Shuizhen said indifferently, slowly continuing, but since it's already late, night has fallen. According to the rules, no one can enter or exit the city after sunset. Moreover, His Highness is leading many people, and their identities are unclear. At this point, he purposely paused and then continued, please have His Highness rest outside the city for the night, and tomorrow at dawn, I will send someone to verify their identities before allowing them to pass. Shuizhen's reasoning was so transparent, not just Li Che, but even Wang Sanchun and the others could tell that he was clearly stalling. A group of former bandit leaders, now military officers, burst out cursing. Damn you, what are you saying? How rude of you. My prince traveled thousands of miles. Go to hell, I'll rip your filthy mouth off. This bastard is clearly making things difficult. Your Highness, let me go cut him down. Other officers were all shouting at full force, but only Yu Yun seemed a bit at a loss, wanting to join in cursing but unable to get the words out. The mid and senior officers of Ninggu army had little education, so their insults were vulgar. A simple damn you was already an extremely dirty curse. Damn is itself an insulting word, and for someone to get angry upon seeing their own mother, resulting in a certain part of their body stiffening, could be said to be both dirty and insulting. Shuizhen, born into a military family, was the legitimate son of Wei Guogong Shuizhong, and had never heard such filthy words. His face immediately turned livid. Rules are rules. Shuizhen shouted loudly, as a general, I have a duty to protect this land. How can I abandon my duty because of your threats? As for the Prince of Ninggu, you indulge your subordinates to be disrespectful and insult a border general. I must report to His Majesty and accuse you. Li Che looked at the young officer closing the gates and found him even more interesting. He waved his hand, signaling for his men to stop the verbal assault. That young officer, does he really not allow me to pass? Li Che's tone was calm, but carried a bit of pressure. Shuizhen straightened his neck and said firmly, it's already late. I have no authority to let your highness pass. If your highness insists on passing, then command your army to attack the city and destroy the gates, stepping over my dead body. Upon hearing this, Li Che's smile grew even wider. Attacking one's own city gates was a great crime. Only someone with no brains would do something so foolish. Thinking this, Li Che turned to look at the other soldiers, smiling kindly as he spoke. Did everyone hear that? This is what your general wants me to do. In my life, I have never heard such a demand. Naturally, I must satisfy him. At these words, Shuizhen was instantly stunned. Not only Shuizhen, but even those few team leaders who had just been cursing the most were frozen in place. What are you dazed for? Li Che looked at Wang Sanchun and others behind him and drew his sword from his waist. Ninggu army, obey the order. Let this king break through the gates and enter the city. Chapter 65, 3 Whips and 3 Golden Medals. Hearing Li Che's command, the Ninggu soldiers exchanged glances. Everyone was certainly a criminal, but they also knew that storming their own fortress was a grave sin, nearly the same as rebellion. This command from the prince is even crazier than us criminals, isn't it? The army was silent, only the wind and sand howled, and everyone hesitated, afraid to step forward. Suddenly, a black shadow dashed by, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, charging towards the gate with an overwhelming force. Shueishan focused his eyes and saw a tall man over 2 meters, like a steel tower, holding a 3-meter-high iron rod. Whether it was an illusion or not, at the moment that strong man ran over, Shueishan felt the mountains and seas vibrating beneath his feet. Seeing that strong man arrive at the gate, he raised the iron rod high above his head. The guards at the gate whispered among themselves, "Is this man crazy? Does he really intend to smash open the city gate with that rod? He overestimates himself, he just invites humiliation upon himself. The prince's men are all brutes, they just insulted the general, and now they think they can break the gate alone." Ancient city gates were made of solid wood, the lightest weighing about 800 pounds, while the heaviest weighed over 1,000 pounds. For important fortresses like the Sanhedrin, the city gate weighs as much as 1,200 pounds, even if the guards inside did not defend the door, no man could shake it. And then, the iron rod came crashing down. Boom! Everyone felt a huge bang near their ears, and their vision blurred a bit. The guards standing in the gate aimlessly brushed off the dust that fell on their heads and stared wide-eyed at the bolt on the gate. To their shock, a shocking crack had appeared on the solid wood bolt that was as thick as a bowl. That soldier rubbed his eyes, seeming unable to believe it, and stepped forward to touch the crack. As soon as his finger touched the bolt, there was another loud bang. The bolt broke with a snap, sending splinters flying and cutting his hand until it bled. "Get out of the way, quick, get out of the way!" The gate officer shouted hurriedly, and only then did the soldiers in the gate come to their senses and crazily retreat. Just as they rushed out of the gate, another loud bang echoed from behind. After barely escaping the gate, a thundering crash came again as the heavy city gate collapsed, kicking up dust that obscured the sky. Amidst the clouds of dust, a demonic figure emerged, holding an iron rod, stepping forward one by one. For a moment, everything fell silent. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Li Che remained calm, lightly tapping the saddle with his heel, as his warhorse slowly entered Sanhedrin. A group of guards stared in shock at the sight of Li Che riding into the fortress, too stunned to stop him or to run. Xiaobai came to his senses and shouted, "Quick, protect the prince!" The bodyguards snapped out of their daze and rushed forward to firmly control the city gate, while the Ninggu soldiers filed in one after another. After Li Che entered Sanhedrin, he did not hurry to leave, but halted his horse in front of the command platform and casually called over a soldier, "Go, bring that guy who just argued with me over." That soldier stiffened his neck and said, "Your Highness, our general is the guard of Sanhedrin, the young Duke of the Wei State. Although you are esteemed as a prince, you should not disrespect him." Li Che looked at him with a half-smile. "Which is more honorable, the Duke's son or the prince?" The soldier bowed his head in silence. "Your Highness, do not make it difficult for him, Shueishan is here." Shueishan walked down from the city tower, looking calmly at Li Che. Li Che looked up and saw the newcomer was tall, with sharp and bright eyes, clearly a fierce general, but oddly had a feminine face. Just looking at that handsome face, one would think he was some noble young master who had come. "General Shui, such great power you have." Li Che snorted coldly. Shueishan looked up at Li Che and cupped his hands, saying, "I am just carrying out the orders of the court. But today, your Highness allowed the soldiers to destroy the gate and break in. I must report the truth to the court." What a stubborn son of the Shui family. Li Che, instead of getting angry, laughed, raising his whip and striking Shueishan hard. Slap. 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 The soldiers only heard 3 cracks of the whip, and Shueishan knelt on the ground, holding his face. The deputy general was shocked, quickly rushing forward to stop him. "Your Highness, please calm down, General Shui." Li Che's eyes turned cold, and he kicked the deputy general's helmet with force. "Get out! Who do you think you are, to talk to me like this?" The deputy general was stunned by the kick, standing in place, not knowing what to do. The soldiers at the Shanghai Pass lowered their heads, tightly gripping their weapons, their teeth clenched. Shueishan had great prestige in the army, and seeing him treated this way by Li Che, the soldiers felt secretly unfair for him. At this moment, Shueishan only needed to give the order, and the soldiers around would rush forward and kill Li Che. Xiaobai and the other bodyguards were also aware of this, each gripping their waist knives, vigilantly guarding Li Che on both sides. Li Che snorted coldly, turning to look at the northern gate. "Open the gate, I am leaving the pass." Seeing the soldiers stand still, Xiaobai led several bodyguards over, fiercely smashing through the guarding soldiers and opening the northern gate. Li Che turned back to glance at Shueishan and threatened, "Next time you see me, be more perceptive." After saying that, he left with his bodyguards, swaggering away. The Ningwa army followed behind, marching out of the pass in a mighty manner. When the king's carriage was far away, the deputy general quickly rushed over to help Shueishan up. "General, are you all right? This Ningwa duke is really despicable." To treat General like this, even kicking me, it's just outrageous. He reached out to remove Shuizhen's hand from his face and suddenly froze in place. How could this be? Shuizhen's face was pale and smooth, with no trace of injury at all. Don't make it public. Shuizhen whispered. The prince whipped the air and did not harm me at all. Ha? The deputy general was confused. Why would the Ningwa Duke do this? Don't you understand? These 3 lashes confirm that the Ningwa Duke and I are at odds. Once this matter reaches the court, it will prevent the emperor from being wary of me. Even if the Ningwa Duke rebels in the future, these 3 lashes will absolve me of any involvement. The prince didn't lash me. Those 3 lashes are clearly 3 death-free golden medals. The deputy general suddenly understood, looking at Li Chei's distant figure with increased respect in his eyes. So that's how it is. The deputy general said with regret, damn, why did the prince only kick me one time? The deputy general looked at Shuizhen, uneasy. General, I have a bad feeling about this. Should I chase after him and ask the prince to give me a few more lashes? Get lost. All right. On the other side, Li Chei had left Shanhai Pass. Xiaobai rode up and asked with some confusion, Your Highness, I see that Shuizhen is also a loyal and brave general. Did you perhaps treat him too harshly? It is exactly because he is loyal and brave that I gave him 3 lashes, Li Chei said indifferently. Xiaobai, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Then Li Chei spoke again. If it were a useless general, I would have rewarded him with 3 sword strikes. Xiaobai? Chapter 66, The Barbarian Army Has Come. Outside Shanhai Pass. The ground still had a layer of old snow, and the horses' hooves made a creaking sound as they stepped on it. Li Chei silently tightened his cloak. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt like the temperature had dropped a few degrees the moment he left Shanhai Pass. After leaving the pass, Li Chei ordered the army to rest. He then took out the map his 4th brother had given him before leaving, and studied it carefully. On the map, the mountains, rivers, counties, and cities outside the pass were all marked. The destination of this journey was Ningwa County. Li Chei silently repeated the name, referring to the memories of his past life in his mind. He quickly confirmed the location of Ningwa County. That land would later be known as Chaoyang, a major town in the northeast, historically a place of great military importance. However, what the current state of Ningwa County was like, Li Chei had no certainty at all. The land outside the pass is a place where barbarian tribes rampage, and even to this day, there are at least several barbarian forces entrenched here. Khitan, Xianbei, Shiwei. And the most powerful, the Mo, H, He, and the Jurchen tribe that separated from the H tribe. Every time Li Chei thought of the Jurchen, a shadow would fall over his heart. There is an ancient saying, if the Jurchen army reaches 10,000, it cannot be defeated, which speaks of an incredibly powerful nomadic people who once built a strong empire, entered the Central Plains, and became the 2nd ethnic minority to rule China after the Mongols in Yuan dynasty. After the Jurchens fully crossed into the pass, they carried out a massive slaughter, causing the Han population to drop sharply from over 160 million to just over 90 million. The 10 days of Yangzhou and the 3 massacres of Jiaoding were both the result of the Jurchens' butchers' knives. According to historical inertia, if Li Chei stood by and allowed the Jurchen to grow stronger, history might not have unfolded this way in this timeline. Has there been any news from Yan-san? Li Chei raised his head and asked. Xiaowen handed a baked bun to Li Chei's hand, and gently said, Your Highness, the Yan team has not yet returned, but several scouts have already returned to camp with reports. Li Chei nodded, taking the bun. Tell them to come here. In a moment, several scouts in leather armor quickly approached. Greetings, Your Highness. In just a few days, their faces had been turned red by the wind and snow outside the pass, and their skin was cracked. Li Chei handed the bun to one of them. Don't rush, warm yourselves up first. The scout quickly reached out, and the coldness in his body immediately turned warm. Have you been able to scout the situation in Ninggu County? The scout quickly replied, Your Highness, I have already arrived at Ninggu County. What's the situation like? I only looked from a distance. Yan-san ordered us to return and report first, the scout explained. He has already led the others into the city to investigate the situation in detail. Li Chei nodded lightly. Yan-san was still very thorough in his work. But, although I only looked from a distance, I felt that the situation inside the city is not good. Why do you say that? The city walls are broken in many places, and there are very few people in the city. Many buildings have collapsed, making it look like a deserted city, the scout recalled as he spoke. Even the city walls are missing in several sections, clearly indicating that they haven't been repaired in a long time. Li Chei's heart suddenly burned with unspoken anger. With such broken walls, what kind of officer is in charge of the city? Without walls, how can they defend against the barbarian invasion? How many innocent civilians must have died under the hooves of the invaders? I understand. You may rest now. After the scouts left, Li Chei pondered for a moment and then called for Wang Sanchun and the others. Give the order, we depart immediately.
I will lead the vanguard with the Imperial Guards, the cavalry will follow, the supplies and main forces will stay in the center, and the archers will guard the rear. Your Highness, you cannot, Wang Sanchun quickly advised, beyond the pass is the barbarian territory.
What if we are ambushed? Please remain at the central camp. I am willing to lead the vanguard. Li Che firmly refused, if we fear battle, we will never win. We came here to fight the foreign tribes, why should I hide from them?
Seeing that Li Che had made up his mind, Wang Sanchun had no choice but to accept the command. Li Che donned his heavy armor and personally led several dozen Imperial Guards, following the scouts as they reached the front of the army.
The road outside the pass became even harder to navigate.
The muddy ground and melting snow mixed together, often causing the horse hooves to sink, making each step difficult. They traveled for half an hour when Li Che suddenly saw something resembling a flagpole in the distance.
What is that?
The scout beside him suddenly changed expression. This.
Your Highness, it's better not to look.
Upon hearing this, Li Che's face darkened, and an ominous premonition stirred in his heart. He urged his horse forward, and his guards closely followed. As they got closer, Li Che felt a chill run down his spine, and the sight before him made his anger flare up. In front of him was a wooden stake, with a man's body nailed to it, kneeling on the ground. The sharp top of the stake had pierced through the man's mouth. Blood and intestines splattered everywhere, long since frozen solid. Looking at the man's appearance and clothing, he was definitely not a barbarian, but a person from Ducheng.
Have you seen this?
Li Che's voice was terrifyingly cold. The scout hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. I have seen it, it should be a barbarian custom, a method of intimidation.
How can you remain unmoved while our fellow's body is insulted?
Li Che's eyes burned with fury. Why not give him a proper burial? The scout hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, Your Highness, because it's impossible to bury them.
Li Che's eyes widened. What do you mean, impossible to bury?
The scout replied truthfully, it is over 300 miles to Ninggu County City, and there is a wooden stake every mile, each stake has a corpse. Over 300 corpses, and we scouts number only several dozen, we simply cannot gather them.
Upon hearing this, Li Che's heart burned with rage.
Over 300 bodies, that means over 300 lives, over 300 Ducheng citizens, were so ruthlessly mistreated by the barbarians. What a vicious and brutal method, they truly deserve to die. No wonder the ancestors said, those who are not of our race surely have different hearts. Looking at the despairing and unwilling face on the stake, Li Che fell silent.
After a moment. Issue an order to gather all the bodies for a proper burial.
Yes.
Li Che continued forward, and indeed, every mile he could see a body.
The setting sun stretched the shadows of Li Che's group extraordinarily long. They pressed on, the tragic scenes along the way were shocking to the eyes. The personal guards held back their sorrow, carefully removing each body from the wooden stakes, gathering them to hand over to those behind for processing. This caused the number of people around Li Che to dwindle further. Xiaobai intended to remind him, but seeing Li Che's gloomy face, he closed his mouth again.
After half an hour, fewer than 20 personal guards remained around Li Che.
In the distance on the mountain path, suddenly several shadows of unfamiliar cavalry appeared. Xiaobai's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly spoke up, Your Highness, something is off.
Li Che squinted to look ahead.
A shout in an unfamiliar language came from the distance, followed by the sound of urgent hoofbeats. The barbarians were coming.
Chapter 67, H-Riders.
The barbarian cavalry numbered around 20, all dressed in animal skins, with long bows and curved sabers at their waists, robust men full of strength. They wore no armor, only placed a small round shield at the side of the saddle. When the barbarian riders saw Li Che and his group, they showed no fear, instead turning their horses and coming forward, their attitude quite arrogant.
Your Highness, these are H-people, Xiaobai whispered. Li Che looked at him in confusion. How do you know?
My family was once a powerful clan in the northern regions. I studied their language as a child and can understand a few phrases.
Moreover, H-people are the easiest to identify.
Khitan, Goryeo, and Sherwayal do not braid their hair, only the H-men like to braid their hair hanging down their backs. Li Che looked closely, and sure enough, the several barbarians opposite all had a little braid at the back of their heads. Unlike the braid seen in Qing palace dramas, theirs were uglier and shorter, like rat tails. The leader among them seemed to be a small chief, with a decoration on his braid resembling a tiger or leopard's tail. The H-riders were extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Li Che and the others. Seeing this, the personal guards wanted to draw their swords to confront them but were stopped by Li Che raising his hand. The chief with the beast tail ornament arrogantly approached Li Che, mumbling a series of words.
What did he say?
Li Che furrowed his brow and asked Xiaobai.
Xiaobai listened carefully, his expression becoming increasingly grim, and replied, He asks why we have put down these corpses, do we not know the rules?
Ask him, what rules? Xiaobai looked at the man and said a series of words. The H-chief seemed somewhat surprised that Xiaobai understood their language. After a brief moment of shock, he replied with a long string of words.
After listening, Xiaobai was filled with rage and gritted his teeth. He says these corpses are a warning from many barbarians outside the pass to the people of Xia. This is not the territory of our Xia people, let us act more obediently. Any northern tribe's status is higher than that of the Xia people. If we dare to resist, our fate will be the same as those people. In this world, there are no Qin and Han dynasties, so other countries and races still refer to the people of the Central Plains as the Xia people. Xiaobai looked at Li Che with indignation. Your Highness, those corpses were originally warriors fighting against the barbarians. Upon hearing this, Li Che glanced over the faces of the barbarians and finally fixed his gaze on the leader, a cold light flickering in his eyes. You should tell him. Halfway through his words, Li Che suddenly stopped, then sneered. Forget it. I won't waste my breath on a bunch of beasts. The silence blade was unsheathed fiercely from his waist, a flash of cold light as a sword slashed out. Before the H-leader even had time to react, he felt a chill at his neck, and a head flew high into the air, blood gushing out, leaving only a headless body on horseback. While the other H-riders were dazed, Li Che's bodyguards had already drawn their blades and leaped onto their horses, charging forward like arrows released from a bow amid the whinnies of their steeds. In an instant, 7 or 8 H-riders had lost their heads and blood splattered across 5 steps. The H-riders, accustomed to seeing the criminals exiled here from Diqing, thought that the people of Diqing were weak and easily bullied, never imagining that Li Che's group was fewer in number yet still dared to fight back. By the time they came to their senses and tried to flee on horseback, it was already too late. Li Che's bodyguards swiftly drew light crossbows from their waists, loading them and aiming at the panicked fleeing remnants of the H-people. Swish, swish, swish. With just a few steps away, more than 10 crossbow bolts shot through the H-people's chests, pinning them down one by one. By then, over 20 H-riders were nearly wiped out, with only 3 riders at the back managing to escape with their lives. Li Che did not order a pursuit. Instead, he calmly took down his bow and arrows from the side of his horse, smoothly knocking an arrow to take aim. Swish. 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 After 3 sounds of air braking, 3 arrows hit their targets precisely, and silence returned to the snowy field. The ownerless horses galloped wildly in the snow, and the bodyguards hurried forward to gather these horses that had lost their masters. Li Che lowered his bow, his chest still heaving violently, as the H-leader's words had a huge impact on him. He had never thought that in the territory of Diqing's Ningdu County, the Xia people living here would become the lowest social class. Such a weak country, unable to intimidate foreign enemies, and incapable of protecting its citizens, what face does it have to call itself great? Xiaobai came to Li Che's side, looking worried. Your Highness, you. Li Che came back to his senses, shook his head. I'm fine, how is the battle situation? They have all been taken down, the brothers are finishing off the wounded, and we have also captured over 20 war horses. Xiaobai said with admiration, they are all excellent horses, indeed the horses from outside the pass are of superior quality. What kind of good horse is this? Li Che's lips curled up slightly. In the future, we will have better ones. The horses ridden by the H-people were just hybrids of Mongolian and Kazakh horses. Although they had great endurance and decent load-bearing capacity, they could barely qualify as war horses. True fine steeds and high-quality horses are far away in the western regions, especially in that distant Dewan kingdom, where there are top-tier horses with exceptional speed and explosive power. Clean up a bit, we will continue forward. Ha! Li Che suddenly noticed that a corpse on the ground had actually moved slightly. Then that corpse suddenly leaped up, flipped over, and rode a masterless warhorse, fleeing into the distance. Quick! Don't let him escape, signal for help! Li Che shouted loudly. However, the bodyguards nearby were busy cleaning up the battlefield, and at this moment, only Li Che was still on horseback. Li Che made a bold decision, ignoring everything, and immediately spurred his horse to chase after the fleeing H-man. He instinctively reached back to grab his bow but felt nothing, realizing that he had handed it to Xiaobai after shooting the arrows. Damn! Li Che cursed, accelerating to chase after him. From behind, he could hear Qiubai's intermittent voice, Your Highness, slow down. You all hurry up and mount to chase. If the prince loses a single hair, both of us will die. The bodyguards quickly mounted their horses to chase after, but Li Che and the fleeing H-rider had already run far ahead. Only a faint silhouette was visible. Get the hell away, you dog bastard. Li Che swung his whip with all his might, but his riding skill was no match for the expertly trained Hu cavalry. He watched helplessly as the rider was about to vanish into the vast snowy forest. In a split second, Li Che gritted his teeth, drew his sword from his waist, aimed at the back of the rider, and threw it with all his strength. The silent sword sliced through the air, heading straight for the Hu man's head. Duong! The Hu rider felt a cold flash behind his head, followed by a dull pain on his scalp, almost causing him to fall from his horse. When he raised his hand to touch, he found there was no injury to his head, only the hilt of the sword had struck him. Turning around, he laughed mockingly at Li Che. You dog barbarian, I will eat you alive. Li Che, furious with shame, raised his whip again and chased after him. However, the distance between them grew larger, and the Hu rider looked ready to disappear into the endless snowy forest.
Suddenly, a shadow jumped down from the forest. The shadow was agile, landing steadily on the Hu rider's horse, followed by a scream from the horse's back.
Chapter 68, The Inner City and Outer City and the Man-Eating.
The shadow moved swiftly, wrapping around the Hu rider's limbs like a snake, rendering him unable to move. Then, the sound of bones breaking echoed. The shadow suddenly exerted great force and yanked the Hu rider off his horse.
Ha! Li Che was taken aback and quickly reined in his horse in front of the two.
A lean man stood up from the snow, while the Hu rider lay crumpled on the ground, moaning in pain, unable to stand up.
Yen-san? Li Che looked in surprise at the newcomer.
Yen-san greets your highness. The one who came was indeed Yen-san, whom Li Che had sent out early.
What happened to him? Your highness, don't worry. We've dislocated his joints, he definitely won't escape.
Yen-san said with a grin.
Good job, where did you learn that move?
Li Che relaxed a bit, patting Yen-san on the shoulder. Yen-san, filled with joy, leaned closer. Us gentlemen of the are all familiar with this kind of dislocation technique. It's as easy as flipping a hand.
Not bad, not bad.
Li Che genuinely praised. When he initially appointed Yen-san to the scouting position, it was indeed a perfect fit. Among all the troops, Yen-san was perhaps the least skilled in battlefield combat. But outside the battlefield, when it came to ambushes, assassinations, and reconnaissance tasks, his skills might actually be the best.
How did you get here? Li Che asked again.
Yen-san retrieved the fallen silent long sword from a distance, respectfully presented it to Li Che, and then answered. I have gathered information about the situation within Ninggu County City and worried you might be anxious, so I sent others to lie low inside the city and came back first to report. Li Che sheathed the silent sword, and hearing that Yen-san had gotten a grasp of the situation in Ninggu County City, he hurriedly asked, What's the situation?
It's not optimistic.
Yen-san's expression was serious. The city is filled with starving corpses, people have no land to farm, no livestock to tend, and no homes to return to, barely clad in grass mats and animal skins. The number of frozen deaths is countless. When we enter the city, it's like walking into a no-man's land, the city gates wide open, yet not a single soldier is guarding it.
Rather than a city, it's more like an unguarded refugee camp. Li Che's face turned grim. Has it become this dire? Dire?
Your Highness, you've really missaid that. This city is quite wealthy.
Yen-san's tone was strange.
Li Che felt a chill in his heart and pressed. What do you mean by that? What you don't know, Your Highness, is that Ninggu County City is divided into inner and outer cities, and what I previously told you was just the scene of the outer city. The inner city is more than 10 meters high, with well-equipped soldiers patrolling at all times. Even I had to exert effort to blend in. The streets and lanes in the city are like a labyrinth with towering walls. The passers-by are dressed lavishly, and the smell of wine and meat fills the air, completely devoid of any signs of suffering. Hearing this, Li Che's expression grew graver. Without Yen-san saying much more, he nearly understood what was happening. The rich indulge in their feasts while the poor are left to starve on the streets. Such things are not uncommon. But he never expected, in this bitter cold outside the pass, surrounded by alien tribes, was exactly where the people of Diqing should huddle together for warmth. These people are so oblivious, relying on eating people to live their happy lives, which is truly chilling to the heart. What shocks me even more is that within the inner city, there are indeed barbarian people coming and going freely.
Yen-san revealed another jaw-dropping piece of news. Li Che narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger. You didn't see wrong?
I guarantee with my life, there is not a hint of falsehood.
Yan's tone was firm. As people in the rivers and lakes, recognizing and observing people is the foundation of our existence, we absolutely cannot make the slightest mistake.
Those savages wear gold and silver, coming and going in several grand mansions, accompanied by beautiful women, clearly not low in status here.
Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country.
Li Che gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger. This is a capital crime. Moreover, I also observed the walls of the inner city. Although solid, there are no signs of battle.
Yen-san continued.
This means that the barbarians plunder Ninggu County several times each year. The outer city walls have been nearly dismantled, yet they have never attacked the inner city. Instead, in the outer city, the common people are in dire poverty, with nothing to their names. Not even a young woman can be seen. All have been taken by the barbarians. Li Che suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth, his heart burning with rage. What Yen-san said made him shudder. This inner city of Ninggu County was indeed a place harboring filth and corruption.
No need to say anymore, I understand.
The reason they don't need to farm or raise livestock is that they treat the common people of the outer city as cattle and sheep, extracting the flesh and blood of the people layer by layer in collusion with the outer tribes. They tightly shut the city gates, reaching an agreement with the barbarians, and actually treat their own compatriots as goods, handing them over to the barbarians. Yen-san hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is wise, exactly as you say. That is why I dared not delay and came to report to you first.
If it is really so, those in power in the inner city will certainly not want you to enter the city and share the profits with them. If you go recklessly, it might bring unforeseen disasters. Moreover, the situation in the inner city is quite complex. I even saw people wearing the official robes of the previous dynasty coming and going. It seems like it's not solidly united there either. Perhaps your highness can negotiate among them, pull one side and suppress another, gradually gain control of the inner city. As a notorious thief, Yen San often frequented the princely mansions, and his horizons gradually broadened with experience. Such a complex situation can be described as internal strife and external threats. If not handled properly, even if Li Che has soldiers, he would probably be trapped in the city by their joint forces with the barbarians. Li Che was the most compassionate noble Yen San had ever seen. He truly regarded Li Che as his master and naturally did not wish for him to face any danger. But he saw Li Che gripping his sword, looking at the distant white mountains and black waters, his expression serious. Then he shook his head resolutely, saying, "No, I absolutely won't." Yen San was shocked upon hearing this. "Your Highness." "Yen San, remember." Li Che turned to Yen San, "This is a feast of cannibalism, I will never take part in it. The people of the inner city all have paths to their own demise, they do not deserve my effort to win them over. What does your Highness intend to do?" Yen San looked worriedly at Li Che. "No destruction, no establishment, without blockage, nothing flows, without stopping, nothing moves. Our struggle with them is a fight to the death. Only by breaking into the inner city can we wash them out completely." Li Che's eyes were bloodshot, and he spoke each word heavily. "Those beasts who harm their own kind, not a single one will be spared." Chapter 69, Mr. Zhuge. "Your Highness." A voice filled with urgency came from behind. Li Che turned around to see Chiu Bai leading several personal guards rushing over. Seeing that Li Che was safe and sound, Chiu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, dismounted, and hurriedly walked forward. Yen San cupped his hands and said, "Chief Chiu." However, Chiu Bai ignored him and directly knelt before Li Che. "I arrived late to save you, please punish me, your Highness." Li Che noticed Yen San's awkward expression and couldn't help but furrow his brows. "You should be punished." Upon hearing this, Chiu Bai's face turned even paler. Bowed down, silent. At this critical moment, my most trusted bodyguard, my most relied upon bodyguard, failed to protect the throne, yet it was the despised Yen San who succeeded in guarding the throne and found me first. How can you all be so shameless, to look down on Yen San? The mid-ranking officers of the Ninggu army looked down on Yen San, and to Li Che, this was nothing but workplace discrimination and bullying. As a boss, he would not allow such things to persist. When he first started working in his past life, he had encountered such things, and he knew how unpleasant it felt. Having been through the rain, he wanted to offer others an umbrella. Chiu Bai, filled with shame, looked at Yen San, cupped his hands, and said, "Team leader Yen, it was my fault." Yen San quickly stepped aside, waving his hands repeatedly. "I dare not, I dare not." Although they were of the same rank, the class differences in feudal society were hard to bridge. Before joining the convict army, Chiu Bai was a common soldier, from the scholar class. While Yen San, as a flying bandit, even though a top thief, was still at the very bottom, an inferior and lower class. Enough, since he has apologized and admitted his mistake, just accept it. Li Che glared at Chiu Bai. Although he loathed such feudal class distinctions, Li Che also knew that a single step could not achieve great things. Even in the later society, equality for all was still a long way off. But at least under his command, there could be no distinction between noble families and lowly people, no similar rotten winds like the caste system of the third brother. Order the entire army to rest and regroup. Li Che looked at Chiu Bai. "We need to replan." The cold north wind howled, and Ninggu County's city was like an icebound prison, lying on the vast land. The city had ruined walls, snow covering everything, and an atmosphere of desolation pervaded. Wang Lu tightened his worn-out coat, exhaling white breath at his frozen hands. "This damn place, it's truly freezing to the bone." Being from the Jiangnan region, he had never experienced such bitter cold, feeling like the piercing chill could freeze his blood. Thankfully, before entering the city, team leader Yen had ordered everyone to sew animal skins inside their clothes, which barely kept out some of the cold. Wang Lu was originally a scoundrel from the water towns of Jiangnan, later sentenced to the convict camp after killing someone during a dispute. He was small in stature and quick in movement, so Yen San noticed him and transferred him to the scout camp. In the Mangdang Mountains, with his nimble skills, he killed a bandit scout, and was promoted to corporal for his merit. After entering Ninggu County, Yen San allowed them to move freely to gather intelligence in the city. Wang Lu strolled through the dilapidated streets, seeing corpses frozen to death under the eaves, and the chill in his heart was colder than the current temperature. Indeed, life is cheaper than a dog's. Suddenly, Wang Lu saw several men hastily passing by him. Men weren't surprising, as they were the most common in Ninggu County. Strong women had been captured by the barbarians to bear their children, and weak women barely survived the past winter. But what puzzled Wang Lu was that the men around him were hurried, and after talking among themselves, they were all heading in one direction.
As a scout, Wang Lu immediately sensed something unusual. He shrank his body, lifted his foot, and quietly followed behind the group. Through a broken wall, Wang Lu was shocked to see those men lift a stone slab and file into it. Wang Lu's eyes flashed, and he hunched his body to follow. Below was a pitch-black passage, with everyone moving forward in the dark, none of them speaking. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, torches lit up in the darkness, casting shadows of figures that swayed like ghosts. Wang Lu swallowed, steadied his mind, and carefully observed the surroundings. He saw that the underground passage connected openings, crisscrossing, like an underground city. Wang Lu was surprised. He had heard in his early years that the capital city had many sewers, and a complex underground drainage system has been formed, where many criminals hide. Thus, a unique lawless place has been created, named Ghost Fan Tower. Unexpectedly, the small Ninggu County city also has a place similar to the Ghost Fan Tower. Unlike the Ghost Fan Tower in the imperial capital, this place does not seem like a lawless hideout for criminals, but more like a refuge for the common people. Wang Lu walked along the passage for a while, seeing mostly the old, the weak, women, and children. Although they were all pale and emaciated, they were still alive and had hope in their eyes. There were also men holding crude weapons patrolling, clearly organized. Wang Lu suppressed his shock and walked toward the most crowded area. Soon, he arrived at a spacious place resembling a hall, and the men who had entered with him also stopped in their tracks. Everyone cast hopeful looks at a raised platform in the center of the hall. A thin man in a long robe, faded from washing, stood on the platform. Mr. Zhuge. The crowd bent their bodies in unison, bowing to the man, their respect genuine and unmistakable. Wang Lu suppressed his curiosity and bowed with the others. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Zhuge's voice was gentle, giving a feeling of being caressed by a spring breeze. The crowd straightened up and quietly waited for him to speak. Mr. Zhuge slowly said, I called everyone here today because spring is approaching, and the number of court-imprisoned criminals sent to Ninggu County has piled up. It won't be long before those H-people will invade the city again to plunder the Grass Valley. The barbarian tribes, under the guise of herding horses, roam around plundering to fund their army, commonly known as plundering the Grass Valley. There was an immediate uproar below. Someone angrily replied, we can't live like this anymore, and now the barbarians want to come and plunder, we might as well fight them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone angrily echoed their agreement. The people of the Central Plains are the most docile. As long as they have enough to eat and won't starve to death, they won't resort to violence. But in this Ninggu County city, the upper class has colluded with the barbarians, and they have truly left the people with no way to survive. A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone these common people. Mr. Zhuge shook his head, waiting for the crowd to calm down before speaking again. We have not failed to resist, but what was the outcome? Tens of thousands of common people were unarmed, and more than half of them were slaughtered by the barbarians. He paused, then said with great earnestness, our lives are of no concern to the officials, but we must cherish them ourselves. If we endure for a time, there is still hope. Chapter 70, These people, this king will protect. Looking at the figure on the platform, Wang Lu's eyes flickered. This person has such influence, gathering tens of thousands of common people in Ninggu County? And it seems he is also the one in power in this underground city? Such a talent must be of use to His Highness. But after a little thought, Wang Lu chose to continue observing and remain silent. The waters of this Ninggu County city are too deep. What if this Mr. Zhuge appears to protect the people but is actually a lackey of the officials behind the scenes? In this corrupt world, there are many who act one way to your face and another behind your back. Mr. Zhuge, what do you think we should do? A commoner respectfully asked, his voice full of anxiety and hope. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Lu saw that Mr. Zhuge's face turned a little pale. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it's still the same old plan. When the H-people come, the women, children, and elderly should all hide in the begging for life cave. But the outer city cannot be empty, otherwise, with the temperament of the H-people, they will not leave without enough plunder. Aside from the new prisoners, some young and strong men must go to the surface to increase the numbers. Wang Lu stared dumbfounded at the figure on the platform. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Looking at the people around him, they all had calm expressions, as if they had long been used to this. Those who go to the surface voluntarily will. The family can permanently live in the begging for life cave, and if unfortunately one dies, we will do our utmost to care for their family. After saying this, Mr. Zhuge seemed to lose strength, falling silent. The crowd below also fell silent, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. Wang Lu secretly shook his head, thinking to himself, who would be willing to take such a dangerous risk? With the barbaric nature of the tribal people, they would never be satisfied with a mere raid, and when their tempers flare, they might even kill for fun. Even ants struggle to survive, let alone humans. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I will go. A tall, thin man stepped out from the crowd, suddenly standing up and pointing to his empty sleeve, saying, I'm already useless, probably won't live much longer. I only hope that after I'm gone, Mr. Zhuge can take care of my 60-year-old mother. Mr. Zhuge looked at the man with a complex expression and bowed deeply without saying a word.
Count me in. It's not a guaranteed death, I'll go first. Mr. Zhuge, don't trouble yourself, I'm also willing to go. I am willing to go too. One by one, people responded, stepping forward and walking to the platform.
Although fear filled their hearts, their steps were firm. In no time, hundreds of people had volunteered. Mr. Zhuge held back his tears and bowed deeply to each of them. Mr. Zhuge, don't blame yourself, we are all volunteering to go, someone comforted. We just hope the court notices the situation here and sends soldiers to drive those people away, saving us common people from the flames of war.
Poof. A man sneered, the court? How would the court care about our lives? That Emperor Qing sits high in the temple, has he ever even looked at us sinners? Someone cares.
A weak voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look toward the source of the voice.
Who said that? Come out quickly. Wang Lu gritted his teeth, slowly standing up. Someone will care. The man looked at him. Who will care? Don't you know that the government has already colluded with those people? The court can't do anything, but my lord can. Wang Lu stood tall, his gaze firmly locked on Mr. Zhuge. Mr. Zhuge's face showed a thoughtful expression. Who is your lord? Wang Lu said loudly, Prince Ningwa.
Give him some water, let him speak slowly. Inside the military tent, Wang Lu, his face flushed, took a bowl from Wan and drank a large gulp, wiping his mouth.
He then awkwardly handed the bowl back. Thank you, Mississippi. Once Wang Lu had caught his breath, Li Che continued to ask, what happened afterward?
Then Mr. Zhuge, that Mr. Zhuge, invited me alone to talk and asked carefully about your situation, my lord.
Wang Lu recalled.
I couldn't tell if this man was good or bad, so I didn't reveal anything about my lord. I only said that my lord was about to enter the pass and sent us to investigate the situation.
If these people are willing to serve my lord will protect them. Li Che nodded slightly, and then? What did he say?
That guy was very cautious, so fussy. Wang Lu looked frustrated. He just sent me out of the city and said, if my lord is sincere, he should personally visit the Begging for Life cave to see him. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire military tent erupted.
What boldness! This scoundrel! How could my lord, with his precious body, go to such a dangerous place?
Wang Sanchen said, his eyes wide. My lord, don't listen to his nonsense. Yen San glared at Wang Lu. This matter has not been verified, we must be cautious.
Only Wang Laoxi's eyes gleamed, and he cupped his fists. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I am willing to go in place of my lord.
Li Che, however, remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked at the others and spoke, everyone, the situation has changed. Xiao Bai, who had been closest to Li Che, immediately felt uneasy upon hearing this, thinking to himself, this is not good, my lord is about to take another risk. My lord, think carefully. Xiao Bai spoke up, advising him, if you go to the Begging for Life cave, you cannot take the army with you.
What if news leaks, and the people of the inner city take advantage of it?
If we go with a large army, the inner city will surely notice and inform the people.
Li Che nodded and looked at Xiao Bai. So, you will go to the inner city for me? Me?
Xiao Bai's tone changed. Li Che sized him up and said with satisfaction, that's right.
You are about the same size as me, and no one has seen me before. If you wear the royal robe, who could tell the difference? Xiao Bai shook his head repeatedly. No, how can a lowly person like me wear the royal robe? Stop talking nonsense. Li Che looked at his personal guard. Go. Help Qiu Zongguan change clothes. The guards stepped back, and together they shouted yes.
One on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Xiao Bai, ignoring his cries of terror, and dragged him out of the tent. Seeing Xiao Bai being dragged away, the others looked at each other, all worried. Their master was wise, but he was too stubborn.
Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. As the ruler, how could he use such dangerous tactics? Thinking of this, Xian Bin couldn't help but advise, Your Highness, may I ask how you plan to speak to Mr. Zhuge after you meet him?
Of course, I will tell him, Li Che said with a slight smile. From now on, I will protect these people. As soon as Li Che finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The vassal prince was responsible for protecting the people under his command, and that was an undeniable duty. Li Che stood above all in righteousness, and as subjects, they couldn't really say anything more. They could only take a different approach, advising Li Che to bring more people. Your Highness, the personal guard camp should follow you. The 50 armored cavalry of Yu Yun should also be your bodyguards. The archery and crossbow camp should also go, the place is narrow and the light crossbow will be effective. The scout camp, familiar with the roads in the city, should also go. The cavalry camp. Everyone spoke in turn, and Li Che's head was about to explode from all the noise.
He impatiently shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! You want this, and you want that. Do you want me to borrow 10,000 iron cavalry from fourth brother?" Shen Bin stroked his beard and nodded. "That would be great." Li Che, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After a back-and-forth argument, it was finally decided that Li Che would only take the personal guard camp and the archery and crossbow camp with him, while the scout camp would stay outside to keep watch. Additionally, Yen San, Yu Yun, and several other skilled team members would go with him for close protection. Finally able to leave, Li Che ordered everyone to prepare, while he turned and went to the back tent to find Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, wearing a royal robe, stood at the corner of the tent with a worried expression, feeling uneasy. Wearing the royal robe in ancient times was the greatest form of usurpation, and for Xiao Bai, the pressure was immense. Li Che saw this and frowned, scolding, "Why are you cowering like this? What kind of prince behaves like a thief?" Xiao Bai, with a mournful face, said, "I was never a prince." "Enough!" Li Che said helplessly, "You're the only one from a noble family under my command. If you don't go, should I send Wang Sanchun and the others?" Looking at Wang Sanchun and the others, they were all big and rough, with fierce faces. They looked like the kind of villains who could eat several children. How could they pretend to be a prince? On the other hand, Xiao Bai, being from a noble family, had a certain noble aura. "Straighten your back, relax, and once you're ready, come and see me," Li Che ordered. Xiao Bai had no choice but to force a smile and straighten his back. After Li Che left, he sighed deeply, letting go of his earlier caution, but his face showed a hint of worry. The guards who helped him change clothes stood frozen. At this moment, Xiao Bai had completely lost the cautious and servile look he had earlier, and there was a hint of the demeanor of a nobleman, a faint resemblance to a prince. "Zhongguan, you." The guard was at a loss for words. "What do you mean, what?" "When I was young, I was also dressed in fine clothes and enjoyed luxury. Pretending to be grand is nothing new to me." The guard was confused. Then earlier. Earlier was earlier, why can't you understand? Xiao Bai smiled slightly. "If I put on the royal robe, I might really look a bit like your highness." "What would your highness think about that?" "One must learn to hide one's sharpness. Though this is a small matter, it is still best not to displease his highness." The personal guard suddenly understood, lost in thought. Only then did Xiao Bai realize he had said too much and quickly tried to cover it up. "You brat, keep your mouth shut. Don't go running to his highness and spouting nonsense." The personal guard nodded. "Rest assured, I have the tightest lips." One incense stick later. The personal guard stood before Li Che and reported truthfully. "Chief Steward Shou said that if he put on the royal robe, he would look a bit like your highness." To the side, Xiao Bai watched in utter disbelief as the personal guard sold him out completely. Li Che looked at Xiao Bai with a half-smile and asked, "Did you really say that?" Xiao Bai's face turned deathly pale. He was just about to kneel when he suddenly remembered he was still wearing the royal robe. His bent knees stiffly froze in place. "Your highness, I have sinned." "Enough, being cautious isn't a bad thing." Li Che spoke lightly. "But in front of me, you don't need to be so wary. I'm not that sensitive." "Yes." Xiao Bai let out a small breath of relief and glared fiercely at the personal guard. The personal guard acted as if he didn't see it, looking completely justified in his actions. Xiao Bai cursed inwardly, "Damn brat, just you wait. One day, I'll make things difficult for you." "Are you thinking about making things difficult for him?" Li Che glanced at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai hurriedly lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. Don't bully him. This kid seems quite loyal to me." Xiao Bai forced out a stiff smile. "Yes, he is quite decent." "Enough, let's get to business." Li Che rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, turned around, and took a seat, motioning for Xiao Bai to sit as well. Xiao Bai cautiously knelt down and sat on his heels. Then, he heard Li Che say, "This time, when you enter the inner city, I will have camps A, B, C, and D accompany you, over 1,000 men in total. Once inside the city, no matter what happens, your top priority is your own safety. Your mission is to stall them and buy me time. Yen San has said that there might be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of soldiers in the inner city. We must not push them to desperation. The other 6 camps and the cavalry will remain hidden outside the city. Only after I have convinced the people in Chiwa Cave will they make their move. By then, we will attack from both inside and out, adapting as needed." Xiao Bai memorized everything, but cold sweat drenched his back. His Highness truly had a preference for risky plans. If even one step of this plan went wrong, it would mean complete disaster. "Your Highness, this plan is extremely dangerous." Xiao Bai couldn't help but advise, "Why not take it slow and gradually take control of the inner city? Why the rush?" Li Che sighed deeply. His gaze passed through the tent's opening, landing on the distant, vast mountains. "I can wait, and you can wait. But can the suffering people in the city afford to wait?
When spring arrives, the H people will raid south again.
When that time comes, how many more innocent people will die beneath their hooves? Xiao Bai fell silent.
His Highness could be ruthless at times, yet he seemed to have a deep, burning compassion for the common folk. He loved the people, even more than he valued royal authority.
Go and make preparations.
Li Che no longer spoke and waved his hand.
Xiao Bai bowed repeatedly and hurried away.
A moment later, Li Che put on a tattered, bulky sheepskin coat and stepped out of the tent, flanked by personal guards dressed in equally ragged clothing. Under the coat, he wore soft armor and carried concealed weapons. The archers had to go to great lengths to hide their crossbows. The moment Li Che stepped out of the tent, a snowflake drifted down from the sky, landing on his face and melting into a cool droplet. Spring snow floated gently in the wind, like catkins and willow fluff, weaving a white curtain in the sky.
Li Che took a deep breath of the crisp air.
The faint sweetness in it was both familiar and comforting.
He suddenly smiled and murmured, "My comrades, let us enjoy the snow together." Chapter 72, I have come too late. Your Highness, just ahead is Ninggu County City.
Yan San whispered softly.
Li Che didn't need any reminder, his gaze had already fallen on the ruins seen ahead.
The city walls were broken, with huge gaps everywhere, making them almost useless.
Some citizens even relied on the broken walls to build shelters and lived inside. Li Che took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise.
Ninggu County City, originally a military stronghold to defend the border and resist the barbarians. Now, it had fallen to such a state, with even the basic city defenses gone, and the people could only survive in the ruins. What a sorrowful sight! Li Che could no longer bear to look, and the suffering of the surrounding refugees made his heart ache. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Wang Lu, where is the entrance to the cave?"
"Take me there directly." Wang Lu dared not delay and immediately responded, leading the group through the crowd.
Although Li Che had rejected the suggestion of bringing too many soldiers, the number of people from the personal guards and the archery camp was still considerable. Several hundred strangers entered the county city together, heading straight for the entrance of the cave, quickly attracting attention. More and more people gathered, holding axes and wooden clubs, watching Li Che and his group warily.
When Wang Lu turned into an alley with stone slabs, several men suddenly blocked their way. "What do you want?" Wang Lu quickly removed his cloak, revealing a smiling face. "Brothers, it's me, we met before down there." The burly man scrutinized him carefully before finally recognizing Wang Lu, his tone unfriendly. "What are you doing here? Didn't Mr. Zhuge tell you to leave?"
Wang Lu wasn't bothered, still wearing a smile. "Please, brother, take me to see Mr. Zhuge again, there is something important to discuss." The burly man looked at Wang Lu suspiciously, then shifted his gaze to the others, finally resting on Li Che. He remembered Wang Lu saying something about a prince of Ninggu County who was about to take office and could save the people from disaster.
Could this prince really have arrived?
Compared to the others, Li Che's face was too fair. Moreover, the royal bloodline and modern aura on him stood out so much that anyone could tell his extraordinary identity with a single glance.
The man couldn't help but think to himself, could this be the prince of Ninggu County, as Wang Lu mentioned, who was about to take office? Daring to disguise himself and sneak into the city, he indeed has courage and intelligence.
At this thought, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Perhaps he could really become a ray of light in these chaotic times, saving countless common people from disaster.
"Follow me,"
the man said, his tone softening as he looked at Li Che. "But not everyone can come in, only 10 people at most."
Wang Lu immediately became anxious. "No. How can we ensure safety with only 10 people?" "It's fine."
Li Che smiled and spoke. 10 will do."
Wang Lu's face turned urgent as he desperately signaled to Li Che with his eyes. "My dear prince, why did you speak now? This will expose us." But Li Che remained calm, looking at the guide. "Brother, will this work?"
The man saw that Li Che was composed and dignified, without a hint of arrogance, and felt a sense of respect, though he still said carefully, "It will." Li Che nodded, turning around and ordering that only Hu Chang, Yu Yun, Wang Laosi, Yan San, Wang Lu, and 4 personal guards accompany him, while the rest would stay outside and wait.
"Let's go," Li Che said to the man.
The man, seeing Li Che's decisive actions, felt a surge of respect and raised his hand to salute. "This way please." They had barely taken a few steps when a noisy sound came from behind. Everyone turned around to see a team carrying the royal flag coming from outside the city, causing the people in the city to quickly scatter.
The royal flag clearly displayed the 2 characters Ninggu.
The team didn't stop but passed through the ruined walls, heading straight for the inner city.
The man saw this and his face turned cold with confusion. "You are not the prince of Ninggu County?"
The real prince of Ninggu County had already gone to the inner city, so the person before him must not be.
What were their intentions? Could it be that you are here to eliminate the begging for life cave on behalf of the king of Ningwu County? Li Che's expression remained unchanged. "Brother, just lead us to meet Mr. Zhuge. I will explain when the time comes." The man's expression fluctuated between dark and light.
Although a murderous intent had already risen in his heart, he dared not act recklessly due to the importance of the matter.
He could only snort coldly, "You better not play any tricks."
The group walked down the stone slabs.
This was Li Che's first time walking through this ancient underground drainage system, and he couldn't help but curiously look around.
Although the begging for life cave was damp, it was unexpectedly not cold, at least warmer than the outside temperature. Moreover, only a small portion of it was a canal, more of it was man-made caves, which seemed to be the work of Mr. Zhuge. Such a vast underground city had nearly hollowed out a third of the entire city's underground. It was truly a miracle.
Li Che couldn't help but wonder where these people found the courage.
If they weren't careful, the ground could collapse, and the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. On the surface, Li Che remained calm, but in his heart, he was already thinking about how he would handle this underground city once he took control of the city. After a while, the group passed through the intricate canals and arrived at a spacious cave.
The man outside the cave shouted, "Mr. Zhuge, that boy from the morning is here again."
After a moment, a reply came from inside the cave.
"Let him in.
The king of Ningbo has entered the inner city, and we no longer have room to maneuver." Wang Lu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but anxiously say, "Sir, some matters are better spoken face to face."
Zhuge's tone was indifferent. What is there to say?
If the king of Ningbo wishes to send troops to the begging for life cave, let him come. Seeing the surrounding men showing angry expressions, holding swords and knives, stepping closer, Li Che couldn't care much.
He stepped forward and said loudly, "Mr. Zhuge, do you refuse to even meet me?" As soon as the words fell, the surroundings went completely silent.
The large cave was eerily quiet, and everyone stared at Li Che, dumbfounded.
Bang!
There was a sound of something falling inside the cave, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps.
Zhuge came running out barefoot. When his gaze fell on Li Che, his eyes immediately turned red. "You said, who are you?"
Li Che smiled faintly. "I am the king of Ningbo, Li Che."
"Do you have any proof?"
Li Che reached into his clothes, pulled out a square seal.
"The royal seal is here, sir. You will know immediately."
Zhuge trembled as he took the royal seal from Li Che's hand, carefully inspecting it. His lips slightly quivered.
"Why has your highness come here?" Li Che's expression became serious, standing tall.
He looked around at the ragged citizens, then deeply bowed in front of everyone's astonished gaze. "I come here to apologize to the people of Daqing in Ningbo County.
I am late." Chapter 73, Zhuge's Confession.
Li Che's words were deafening, like the booming sound of a bell, resounding in everyone's ears. An apology from a prince had a subversive power in this era, undoubtedly.
Since ancient times, imperial power was heavenly bestowed, supreme, and high above. Would heaven ever apologize to people? How had the previous Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty squandered the empire?
Even so, when he died, not a single apology came from him to the people. And in Li Che's time, Emperor Wo of Han, who woke up in his later years, reformed himself, and issued the Will Platform Self-Repentance Edict, solidified his position as a great emperor. This showed that under certain conditions, royal apologies were not a sign of weakness, but rather of bravery.
Zhuge took a deep breath and gradually regained his composure. He suppressed the storm of emotions in his heart, looked around, and spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, get back to work. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential."
Everyone responded in unison, looking at Li Che with complex expressions before dispersing.
"Your Highness," Zhuge said respectfully, "shall we go in and talk in detail?"
Li Che had no objections and stepped into the cave, with everyone following closely behind.
The already narrow cave entrance felt even more crowded. "All right, you all guard outside," Li Che said.
"But,"
Yen San said anxiously.
"There's no but." Li Che paused slightly and looked at Zhuge in front of him.
"I believe Mr. Zhuge won't harm me."
The crowd hesitated, but only Hu Chang had shouldered his stick and squatted at the cave entrance. Hu Chang was Li Che's confidant, and seeing him act this way, others felt they could not insist any longer and obediently guarded the entrance. Zhuge heard this clearly and paused his steps for a moment, but he did not say anything. The two entered the cave, illuminated by the faint light of the torch on the cave wall, and Li Che curiously looked around. Inside the cave were books, stored tightly in boxes in various places, and some even ancient bamboo slips. Books were treasures in ancient times, so it seemed that this Mr. Zhuge was quite extraordinary and had a remarkable background.
Li Che curiously asked, "May I ask which family Mr. Zhuge belongs to?" Zhuge turned around, showing a bitter smile.
"Your Highness must be laughing at me. I am from the Langya Zhuge family. Due to family matters, my whole family was forced to migrate here." Upon hearing this, Li Che was secretly astounded.
The Langya Zhuge family, a family of prime ministers in the previous dynasty.
3 prime ministers from one family, definitely a prestigious clan. After the previous Emperor Yang perished in the palace, the splendor of the Zhuge family also met its end. The Zhuge family followed the previous dynasty's founder to uprising and had deep ties with the royal family. With Emperor Yang's death and the fall of the nation, the Zhuge family naturally could not escape the consequences. However, the Zhuge family's prestige was too great, even Emperor Qing did not dare to annihilate them but could only banish them all to Ninggu County.
Since the Zhuge family migrated to Ninggu County, why do I only see you, Mr. Zhuge? Upon hearing this, Zhuge's face filled with shame, and he suddenly knelt down. Why is Mr. Zhuge doing this? Li Che asked in surprise.
The Zhuge family has sinned. Zhuge gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with shame. All the Zhuge family, except for me, resides in the inner city, and their actions have all been rebellious.
Li Che was greatly shocked and his face turned pale.
No wonder he hadn't seen other members of the Zhuge family. Such a prestigious family for 100 years had all gone to the inner city. It turned out they had all migrated north, but instead of fleeing, they had sided with the enemy. A family with 3 prime ministers, even if they did not ask you to save the people, at least they shouldn't willingly submit to barbarians, right? He took a deep breath, looking at Zhuge, and slowly asked, why don't you go? Zhuge gritted his teeth and raised his head. I would rather be a ghost of the Great Xia than a slave to the barbarian tribes. Li Che showed admiration. Fortunately, there was still a tough backbone, and it seemed the Zhuge family's pride had not completely bent. He got up and helped Zhuge up, speaking softly. The matters of the Zhuge family have nothing to do with you. You might as well tell me in detail about the situation in the inner city. As for the Zhuge family's matters, I will make my own decisions. Zhuge stood up, opened his mouth wanting to speak, but in the end, he swallowed back the words of plea. Blood is thicker than water. No matter how disgraceful his relatives were, he could not turn a blind eye. He could only steady his mind and began to narrate the general situation of the inner city. Currently, the inner city has factions. 1 is the government, 2 are the remnants of the previous dynasty, and 3 are envoys from various barbarian tribes. Since Ninggu County was established, the court has sent officials and troops to settle in.
Initially, they could still control the city and arrange new offenders in an orderly manner.
However, Ninggu County has continuous conflicts with various barbarian tribes, and the soldiers suffer casualties with no reinforcements, resulting in the government's control becoming weaker and weaker. As time passed, the government grew weaker and the army became virtually non-existent, instead becoming puppets in the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty and the barbarian tribes, at their mercy.
Li Che silently nodded, understanding in his heart.
In simple terms, it's a case of good men getting no reward. Those who dared to fight bravely against the barbarian tribes had died, while cowards survived. Loyalty sacrificed for the country, yet their bones are still cold, while those who survived in contempt hold high positions.
In such a government, how could there be any authority left?
As for the remnants of the previous dynasty, they are the largest force in the inner city. After the fall of the Huan dynasty, His Majesty consecutively sentenced more than 10 prominent families to be guilty, all of whom were relocated to Ninggu County.
Although these families were in decline, they were still much larger than ordinary families, with many loyal servants, tenants, and retainers who came with their families.
This caused the influence of the former court officials to grow larger and larger, gradually becoming the greatest power in the city, the true rulers. Li Che's mouth twitched. Thinking about how his previous incarnation thought these people were suffering in the frontier, and often spoke on behalf of the former court officials, he couldn't help but slap himself twice.
What kind of suffering is this?
If no one stops these people, they will be able to rebuild the Huan dynasty in this frontier.
Could it be that those who colluded with the barbarians are these former court officials?
Li Che asked.
Zhuge Jin nodded, exactly.
After the former court officials took power, they were unwilling to fight with the barbarians, so they invited the leaders of various tribes into the city to discuss peaceful coexistence. The barbarians took advantage of the situation, demanding countless riches, and made many unreasonable demands: no repairs to the city's defenses, no soldiers allowed to leave the city, and no citizens allowed to raise horses, etc. And these former court officials, in order to secure their own safety, agreed to every demand. They also spent large sums of money to establish embassies within the inner city, allowing the powerful figures of various tribes to enter the city at any time, where they could do as they pleased, committing crimes and seeking pleasure. Meanwhile, those common barbarians, whenever they faced a shortage of food, would cross into the outer city to plunder, and the soldiers stationed in the inner city would do nothing about it. Li Che sneered at this. His heart burned with fury.
So this was the equivalent of the unequal treaties of the Qing dynasty, surrendering the nation, was it?
With such a lack of backbone, the fall of the Huan dynasty was truly deserved.
Chapter 74, No Horse and No Mother.
Zhuge's face was filled with sorrow, and he spoke with pain. From then on, the rich families in the inner city lived in luxury, while the common people in the outer city starved, and had to endure occasional plundering and humiliation by the barbarians. Though there was only a wall between them, it was as if they lived in two completely different worlds. Zhuge's eyes turned red, and his voice was full of hatred.
They even forbade the people from resisting. What do you mean by that?
Li Che asked, suppressing his anger.
2 years ago, some people, unable to endure the humiliation, rose up in resistance.
Using their knowledge of the city's terrain, they actually wiped out a group of H people's cavalry. But then, the H leader applied pressure on the families inside the city, and these families, unable to withstand the pressure, actually ordered the county soldiers to suppress the rebellious people. Those people, before they died, never understood, they fought bloodily to drive the barbarians away, only to die at the hands of their own people. They handed all the participants over to the H people, and the leader was publicly executed, his body left on display at the city gate, and the people were not allowed to collect the bodies. Bang! Li Che slammed his hand on the wooden table in front of him, his anger pouring out in waves. This isn't just unforgivable. Whoever came up with this idea should be executed by slow slicing. You have no courage to resist, so you won't let others resist, and even want to kill those who dare to fight back? Which families were the leaders? Li Che asked, holding back his fury. Zhuge Zhi sighed softly. He knew that some things were unavoidable, and what was coming would eventually come. The Prince of Ninggu County was granted a fief by imperial decree, and this Ninggu County would be his future domain. He only had two paths to choose. Either he would join forces with the former court officials and the barbarians, or he would take bold action and uproot these filthy powers. Looking at it now, it seemed clear that the prince would choose the latter. The families include the Yuan family, the Changsun family, the Pei family, the Zhou family, the Tang family, and the Zhuge family. Zhuge Zhi listed more than 10 families in succession. Li Che closed his eyes in pain. He was very familiar with these families. When he was the sixth prince in his previous life, they often wrote him letters, inquiring about his well-being. The letters were full of tears, telling him how difficult it was for them in the frontier, that they had to survive by drinking snow water. His previous life, moved with pity, often pleaded with his mother and Emperor Qing on their behalf, each time angering the latter. But even so, his previous life still sent the few remaining coins to the frontier. They were supported in their lives. Looking at it this way, these people are certainly guilty, but the real culprit is Li Che himself. He failed to recognize people, a foolish crime. Li Che slowly opened his eyes, his tone returning to calm. How many soldiers are there in the inner city garrison? Zhuge Zhi was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, the former Duqing army has over 1,000 soldiers, and each family has more than 1,000 private soldiers, a total of at least 15,000. Although their properties were confiscated, they still have many private reserves, including armor and weapons, so these more than 10,000 are well equipped, with half wearing heavy armor. But the court and the barbarian tribes have strict control, so although they have weapons and armor, they don't even have a single warhorse. Half of them in heavy armor? Li Che looked at Zhuge Zhi in disbelief, 7 to 8,000 heavily armored soldiers, with such strength, yet they dare not fight the barbarians? 7 or 8,000 heavy infantry, even if you don't have horses and cannot fight the barbarians on the field, at least defending the city should be no problem, right? How could they let a group of barbarians bully them like this? Li Che now understood. It wasn't that they didn't have horses, they simply didn't have mothers. How many common people are there in Chihua Cave? Li Che asked again. Zhuge Zhi immediately understood what Li Che wanted to do and resolutely replied, there are more than 40,000 reliable common people. If we exclude the elderly, the weak, and women and children, at least 20,000 able-bodied men can fight. Although we have no weapons and armor, if His Highness plans to do something big, we will follow and fight to the death. Good. Li Che suddenly stood up, I cannot gather enough armor, but we do have weapons. These beasts' days of acting recklessly are over. I will enter the city and kill them. Mr. Zhuge, would you dare to follow? Zhuge Zhi's eyes turned red, and he choked, I, as a minister, shall not hesitate. The inner city gates slowly opened. Xiao Bai sat steadily in the royal carriage, but his heart was filled with unease and fear. A princely lord, how noble. He, a mere criminal, had to impersonate a prince. This was a crime worthy of exterminating 9 generations. Even if His Highness allowed it, if this leaked out, it would be enough to end his life. Outside the royal carriage, Wang Sanchun rode alongside. Seeing Xiao Bai fidgeting inside the carriage, he couldn't help but sneer. What are you so fidgety for? Have you been scared out of your wits? What do you know? Xiao Bai retorted, though I am a criminal, I know the rules of court. How could I act recklessly in His Highness's royal carriage? You scholars are so pretentious. You still call yourself from a criminal camp. You brute. Smelly Confucian. Although both came from the same camp, they both disliked each other greatly. Wang Sanchun came from humble origins and looked down on Xiao Bai, a scholar who couldn't even lift a chicken. Back when they were in the criminal camp, Xiao Bai was just an unknown nobody, not at all comparable to Wang Sanchun's fame. Thus, Wang Sanchun always thought that Xiao Bai was just lucky, being the first to follow His Highness and thus gaining his current status. Shut up. As the two argued, Wang Sanchun suddenly whispered, someone's coming. In the distance, a group of officials wearing official robes walked together. Upon seeing the royal carriage, they all ran up, knelt on the ground, and shouted in unison.
We humbly welcome His Highness. Then, there was a deafening sound of crying. Old minister sees His Highness has finally come. We ministers humbly welcome His Highness, woo woo woo. With His Highness's arrival, our Ninggu County has hope. My lord. Each voice was filled with deep emotion, their crying as if their father had just passed away. Xiaobai even saw through the window that a few old men with gray hair had fainted from crying. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and mutter under his breath, smelly Confucian. Although his heart was disgusted, the business of His Highness was more important, so Xiaobai quickly recalled Li Che's appearance and controlled his expression. Then he spoke softly, "Please rise, gentlemen. This is my first time in the fief, and I hope you will assist me with all your strength." A group of old men immediately said they dared not, then began to swear their loyalty. Xiaobai then gritted his teeth and comforted each one, before he finally got them to rise. The carriage started again, heading towards the center of the inner city. Wang Sanchun held back the nausea in his heart and commanded the soldiers to keep up. Suddenly, a young officer with an arrogant expression stopped Wang Sanchun. "Sorry, I must ask the soldiers to stop." Wang Sanchun squinted his eyes. "What do you mean?" Wang Sanchun's gaze was fierce, and even though he tried his best to soften it, the hidden ferocity still made the officer's heart tremble. But a moment later, the young officer realized he was intimidated by a rough military general and instantly became enraged. "Where the prince is going is so noble, you rough soldiers cannot accompany him. Go rest at the northern military camp, don't disturb the prince and the lords in their pleasant conversation." Chapter 75 The Charge Horn. What did you say? Wang Sanchuan's eyes turned cold as he glared at the young officer. Rough soldiers, rough soldiers. This term was like a brand, deeply imprinted in his heart. Wang Sanchun hated being called that more than anything. But due to his previous lowly status as a criminal, he could only endure it, even when others insulted him. Since following Li Che, Wang Sanchun finally felt the dignity of being human. This hard-earned dignity was like a treasure to him, not to be trampled by anyone. Wang Sanchun remained silent, his hand resting on the knife handle, his gaze locking onto the officer like a vicious wolf. The young officer felt uneasy under his stare and pretended to be tough, saying, "What? Do you want to resort to violence?" Before his words fell, Wang Sanchun felt hot blood surge up, almost drawing his weapon. Suddenly, a voice came from the carriage, "General Wang, do not be reckless." Wang Sanchun was startled awake and slowly lowered his hand. Xiaobai then turned to the old man beside him. "You and family head, my loyal guards have accompanied me here, enduring hardship and labor. It would be better to let them accompany us, so they can feel at ease." Yuan Tai glanced at Wang Sanchun, then at the soldiers from the Ninggu army behind him. A mere 1,000 or so men, with only 400 in armor, all weary and exhausted, lacked intimidation. Such a force could hardly stir up any trouble in the inner city. So he respectfully said, "Everything is up to your highness's command, we will obey." After saying this, he scolded the young officer, "Shang, why don't you let this general pass?" Yuan Shang glared fiercely at Wang Sanchun, though he was unwilling, he had to follow his father's order and stepped aside. Wang Sanchun said nothing else, only memorized the young officer's face deeply in his mind. The convoy continued to move forward, some family heads still feared the celebratory emperor. Even though Qiubai did not act like a dominant prince, they still did not dare to approach the carriage too closely. Wang Sanchun closely guarded by Qiubai's side, and seeing that others were not paying attention, he whispered, "Why did you help me?" "You think too much, General Wang." Qiubai replied coldly, "I am not assisting you, I just don't want to ruin the prince's plans." Wang Sanchun fell into a silence for a moment and then asked again, "What should we do next?" "I just saw that the defenses in the city are strict and the armor and soldiers are abundant. Just relying on us is unlikely to capture it." Qiubai replied, "Be flexible, take advantage of opportunities, and wait for the prince's orders." Wang Sanchun felt puzzled. "I still don't know what the prince intends to do outside the city." Qiubai smiled slightly and asked, "Old Wang, do you know why the prince trusts me more than you?" "Why?" "Because you cannot fully trust the prince, but I can." Wang Sanchun was momentarily stunned by these words and fell into deep thought. Loyalty is often more important than ability. The purpose the noble families led Qiubai and others to was the Ninggu County government's yamen. Since the government was nominally existent, the officials in the city had long since lost their qualification to reside in the yamen, flattering the noble families instead. Now, although the noble families were powerful in the inner city, none had overwhelming advantage, they merely balanced each other out, and no one dared to occupy the yamen casually. This government office has long been uninhabited, only used for important matters. In the northeast, the spring days are short and the nights long. When Qiubai and the others entered the government office, the sky was already completely dark. "Your Highness, please take a seat." Yuan Tai led Qiubai into the office. Qiubai looked around. Although the furnishings in the office seemed old, they were clean and tidy, clearly someone had been cleaning regularly. "Your Highness, are you satisfied with this place?" Yuan Tai asked with a smile. Time is tight, your palace is not yet finished, so we can only trouble you to stay here for now. It's fine, it's already very good. Xiao Bai replied lightly. Yuan Tai smiled and nodded, having his own calculations in mind. It seems this prince is not living very well, to be able to make do with such a simple place. I wonder which prince the Lord Ninggu is, to come so quietly. I didn't receive any news beforehand at all. Suppressing his thoughts, he turned back and scolded the servants. Your Highness has traveled a long way, why haven't you quickly brought the food and wine? The servant quickly replied, yes. Faster, don't keep His Highness waiting. Quick, hurry up. A cart full of weapons drove into the outer city under the cover of night, taking a turn and disappearing into an alley. The drivers jumped down from the carts and, with the faint moonlight, began to untie the ropes binding the goods. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out, scaring one driver to cry out in alarm. Don't make a sound. Wang Lu quickly covered the driver's mouth. The men behind them orderly moved forward to select weapons. Not far away, Li Che watched this scene with Zhuge Jia. This is the last batch. The brothers have all gotten weapons, now they can fight those guard soldiers with confidence. Zhuge Jia's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. I told you to join the fight for revenge, not to go recklessly. Li Che said lightly. Yes, I misspoke. Zhuge Jia's self-addressed subject was evidently more sincere now. Today, the scouts have not even appeared. Zhuge Jia looked around. Your Highness sent someone to impersonate you entering the city, and it really drew their attention. Who said they haven't appeared? Zhuge Jia looked puzzled at Li Che. I haven't seen any shadow of the scouts. Li Che smiled slightly and gently clapped his hands. Yan San walked out from the shadows, followed by more than 10 scouts, each holding a bloody round object. They're all here. After Li Che spoke, everyone threw the objects in their hands onto the ground, and in an instant, heads rolled. Zhuge Jia was dumbfounded. I said, today is for you to take revenge, so naturally, I won't leave them any escape. Tonight, these families from the former dynasty will be annihilated. For Li Che, tonight's operation cannot be called a fair war, nor does he plan to pay a price for a Pyrrhic victory. The families must be destroyed, and the people must live. Your Highness, we are ready. Yu Yun walked over and said with cupped hands. The Wu, Ji, and Gung camps are ambushed near the city gate, the Xan, Ren, and Gue camps are leading at the tunnel entrance. The cavalry is just outside the city, ready to enter at any time. Li Che nodded, looking at the bright moon in the sky. If that's the case, sound the horn. Yes. The moon hung high, the night was cool as water. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding. A hurried horn sound that did not belong to this era echoed over the city, completely waking the night. That was the charge horn. Chapter 76, The Sound of Hooves. On the city wall. The urgent horn sound awakened the guards on duty, who rushed to the city wall. What sound is that? The city gate officer quickly asked the guarding soldiers. I don't know, it seems to be some kind of instrument. Someone replied, could it be the barbarian people are coming? Don't talk nonsense, it's not time yet, the barbarians can't come. The city gate officer scolded. The city gate officer squinted, trying to see through the faint moonlight, and saw a shadow outside the city, like black clouds pressing down on the city. He then heard a sound of footsteps approaching. From afar to near, it is shocking. He was startled and shouted, light the beacon, shoot the arrows. Seeing the people beside him still stunned, he immediately got angry and kicked out, hurry up, did you hear me? The soldiers hurriedly rushed to light the beacon, and some picked up bows and arrows dipped in oil, shooting them into the sky. Dozens of fire arrows shot into the sky and slowly fell, their weak light dispelling some darkness. The gatekeeper, using the firelight, strained to look. Below the city, a mass of black was surging. He was instantly shocked, his scalp tingling, and he fell to the ground on the city wall. People, there were people everywhere. Outside the city walls was an ocean of people. The armored soldiers of the Ninggu army charged ahead with shields and sharp blades, followed by a tide of common people. The gatekeeper never imagined that there were so many people in Ninggu County. Hurry to report, the gatekeeper trembled and shouted, it's a revolt, these lowly people have revolted. Without needing the gatekeeper to say much, at the moment the fire arrows launched into the sky, the leaders of the Ninggu army knew they no longer needed to hide. As the charge signal stopped, a leader shouted out, brothers, follow me. Long live the prince! Long live the prince, the soldiers of the Ninggu army shouted in unison, quickening their pace. The soldiers did not know that shouting for a prince was taboo. This sentence came almost from the depths of their hearts, completely bypassing their minds. The common people knew even less about who the prince was, but they could hear the signal clearly, as if a hidden force lay within it. Countless commoners were filled with passion. They thought of the oppression from the inner city over the years, thought of the H people's sinister smiles, thought of the despair on their families' faces as they lay in pools of blood.
In an instant, the common people instinctively roared and charged forward, some carrying simple wooden ladders, even rushing ahead of the soldiers. Almost in an instant, countless wooden ladders were propped up against the city walls. The leading general, He Long, immediately shouted, "The prince has ordered, the first to ascend will be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces, they will be recorded for their merit." Countless soldiers instantly surged up as if they were injected with adrenaline. The defending city soldiers tried hard to push down a few ladders, but soon more soldiers rushed up the walls, overwhelming the defenders. Meanwhile, in the various drainage tunnels of the inner city, countless soldiers with short blades erupted, quickly occupying the streets. The county soldiers had just returned to camp for rest when they were startled awake by the charge signal. When they hurriedly rushed out of their tents, the soldiers of Ninggu and armed commoners had already surged in like a tide. Charge, charge, charge. Firelight shot into the sky, and the shouts of battle echoed throughout the inner city. Li Che never thought that the first thing he invented after crossing over would be a military horn. The making of the horn was not complicated, but it was the soul of war. After this period of familiarization, the soldiers of the Ninggu army were already used to assembling at the sound of the horn, waking up at the sound of the horn, and training at the sound of the horn. And at this moment, when the sound of the hometown's charge horn resounded in this foreign world, Li Che still instinctively trembled, his cheeks flushed, and adrenaline surged. Even Zhu Beija couldn't help but exclaim, "The horn used by your highness's soldiers sounds truly exhilarating." Li Che smiled without answering. That horn call was carved in the bones of the people, a call awakening the blood of the Huajiao race. Report. The north gate has been breached. Report. The west gate has been breached. Report. The south gate has been breached. Messengers on horseback kept arriving, one good news after another. Report. Your Highness, General Wang who requests to fight, the cavalry camp can strike at any time. Li Che nodded slightly. Tell him to attack immediately, charge in through the main road, and head straight for the tallest building in the city. The messenger took the order and left. Li Che suddenly felt a gaze on him, turned his head to see that it was Yu Yun looking eagerly at him. Li Che couldn't help but chuckle. Let the armored cavalry go too. Just consider it training. Yes. Yu Yun clasped his fist and excitedly took his leave. Moments later, the sound of countless iron hooves approached from afar, then receded as they surged into the already wide-open gates of the inner city. At the moment the charge sounded, no one inside the mansion heard it. At the banquet, drums and gongs resounded, and the sound of strings filled the air. Countless song girls danced gracefully in the middle, their swirling skirts blowing out hints of spring. Yuan Tai looked at Qiu Bai at the main table, who appeared to be enjoying himself, his eyes almost bulging out of his sockets. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could a dignified prince have such little composure, as if he had never seen a woman before? This county king had no real ability. Indeed, if he were capable, he wouldn't be sent to such a place to keep a fief. Yuan Tai shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning back at the table, enjoying the music that surrounded him. Power truly intoxicates people. Just after hearing that a prince had been sent from the court, including Yuan Tai and other heads of families, had been somewhat flustered. All of them were sinners. If the court learned of their actions, not to mention others, just the sixth prince, who bore 2 dynasties' blood, would not let them go. However, upon seeing this prince from Ninggu, so incompetent, Yuan Tai felt at ease. So what if he was the prince from Ninggu? At least within the city of Ninggu, power and military forces were held in the hands of the previous dynasty's noble families. The prince had only a little over 1,000 personal guards. What could he stir up? Without troops or power, he could do nothing. Being a mere statue to be worshipped was enough. With good food and drink provided for him, he surely wouldn't voice any objections. Perhaps he could even establish a good relationship with him, using the prince to command the noble families and smoothly, if fortunate, he could become the true ruler of this county. When that time came, with the support of the Ninggu prince and the barbarian tribes, the Yuan clan just needed to be subtle, and they could be true emperors of this land. Thinking of this, Yuan Tai couldn't help but smile again. This time he would gain significantly. He also wondered which prince this Ninggu prince was, as he had just forgotten to ask. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a firelight outside begin to flicker. Yuan Tai froze for a moment, feeling something was off. The inner city always had a curfew. How could there be such a large flame at this late hour? Just as he prepared to summon someone to go outside and investigate. Suddenly, a sound like rolling drums came from afar, dense and urgent. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. This sound seemed somewhat familiar. Every time the army entered the city, one could hear this sound. Yuan Tai's body suddenly jolted, as if he had realized something, and he swiftly sobered up. That was the sound of hooves. Chapter 77, Where is the Prince of Ninggu? Thud thud thud. The sound of hooves grew clearer, reminding Yuan Tai this was not an illusion. Yuan Tai suddenly stood up, running towards the door, as others looked on in confusion, forcefully pushing the door open. That was a cavalry? How could there be cavalry in the inner city? Those barbarian tribes wouldn't even allow pack animals, making these noble families resort to litters for transportation. Yuan Tai's sense of foreboding intensified. He looked at the dark corridor, listening to the hoofbeats that seemed close at hand, urgently shouting, "Come, someone." Before his words finished, a robust figure appeared at the end of the corridor, walking steadily, his voice like thunder. "Do not worry, Master Yuan. We are here to protect." Yuan Tai grabbed the big man's arm, feeling his palm slippery, unable to think too much, urgently asking, "What exactly has happened outside?" "It's just a minor issue, nothing serious, Master, you can rest assured." The big man smiled widely, but his tone carried an inexplicable chill. "Nonsense, I heard the hoofbeats, how could it be a small trouble?" Yuan Tai said impatiently. "It truly is a small trouble, Master Yuan, just relax, continue the music. Keep dancing." The big man mocked. Yuan Tai felt something strange about the big man's tone. Using the fate light, Yuan Tai finally saw the person's face clearly, and immediately grew suspicious. "This isn't right, you're not my personal guard. Who are you?" He suddenly pulled his hand back, but saw that the palm he had just touched the big man with was bright red, the smell of blood sharp in the air. Looking closely again, the burly man was drenched in blood, his face wearing a cold, sinister smile, like a hellish demon. "It's you, you're the one who follows the prince." Yuan Tai's pupils contracted sharply. "Why are you here? Where is my son?" Stop shouting, stop shouting." Wang Sanchun rubbed his ears and pulled out a blood-soaked head from his waist. "Isn't your son right here?" With that, he tossed the round object into Yuan Tai's arms. Yuan Tai instinctively caught it, but when he saw the terrified wide-open eyes, his soul nearly left his body. "Ah!" Yuan Tai screamed, throwing the head to the ground. "Juner, Pinger, where are they?" Don't worry, don't worry. Are you looking for your nephews?" Wang Sanchun kindly took down 2 more heads from his waist. "They're all right here." Yuan Tai's eyes rolled back, almost fainting. His nephews, who were serving as officers in the county army, had all been beheaded by this vicious man before him. Seeing the bloodthirsty men emerging one by one behind Wang Sanchun, Yuan Tai now fully understood that his guards had been slaughtered by them. He bit his tongue hard, his mind cleared a little. Right, the prince. Prince Ninggu. Yuan Tai ran wildly backward. "Prince Ninggu is still in our hands, you can't touch me." As he spoke, he desperately retreated, trying to escape back to the main hall. But Wang Sanchun just stood there, smiling, letting him run. The sounds of silk and bamboo music still filled the air in the hall. It was already the 3rd round of drinking, and some drunk people had already pulled the courtesans into their arms, touching and groping. When everyone saw Yuan Tai return, staggering, his clothes in disarray, they all thought he was drunk and misbehaving, so they began to tease him. "Brother Yuan, you must have been too fond of the wine to act so improperly in front of the prince. You should be punished with 3 cups of wine." But Yuan Tai paid no attention to their mockery, and directly drew his sword from his waist, heading straight for the seat of Shobai. Seeing Yuan Tai charge toward him with such determination, Shobai remained expressionless, but the other family heads panicked. "Yuan Tai, what are you doing? Are you really so drunk that you dare to disrespect the prince? How bold! Get back immediately." Yuan Tai ignored them, the tip of his sword pointing straight at Shobai. He shouted, "Prince? Who is this prince? Do you know, all my personal guards have been killed by this man. He has ill intentions, trying to wipe us all out." The other family heads were shocked and stood up in alarm. Just then, Wang Sanchun led a group of armored soldiers, holding swords and knives, marching in, their murderous aura chilling to the bone. Seeing this, the people were even more terrified, like falling into an ice cave. Those who didn't understand the situation stood up, still drunk, shouting loudly at the approaching Ninggu soldiers. The soldiers didn't speak to them, just swung their weapons, knocking them to the ground one by one. A few teeth were knocked out, and the crowd quickly quieted down. "Don't come any closer." Yuan Tai shouted, "Your prince is in my hands, don't force me." Wang Sanchun, hearing this, gave him a cold glance, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't order a stop. Yuan Tai's heart sank. Could it be that Prince Ninggu really didn't know about this, and this big man had suddenly turned treacherous? Wang Sanchun looked around quietly, silently counting. Yuan family, Chang Sun family, Zhuge family, Pei family, Zhou family, yes, all here. Yuan Tai, seeing Wang Sanchun's calm demeanor, grew even more furious. "Traitor, do you really think I dare to kill the prince?" Wang Sanchun walked over indifferently, grabbed a wine jug from the table, and took a few big gulps. Then he casually threw the wine jug on the ground. He said with disdain, "If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. Don't drag it out. Killing him would be a relief for me to have some peace." Yuan Tai was first stunned, then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha." Yuan Tai held his sword with one hand and wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes with the other. "Your Highness, look, this is your most trusted personal guard? You have no ability to judge people. How can someone like you be a prince? My Yuan Tai's entire reputation, built over a lifetime, is going to be destroyed by your foolish incompetence. Xiao Bai heard this, slowly raised his head, gave him a strange look, and a faint, thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
No, that's not right. Yuan Tai suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You're not the prince of Ninggu County?"
Perhaps it was death that unlocked his potential, but at this moment, Yuan Tai's mind was surprisingly clear.
If the prince of Ninggu County really was a useless fool who couldn't even control his subordinates, how could he remain so calm and composed?
Thinking back to the details when Xiao Bai and the others entered the city, he increasingly felt that this person's behavior was far from that of a royal prince.
Who are you? Where is the prince of Ninggu County? Where is he?
Yuan Tai appeared to go mad, yelling hysterically.
I am here.
A firm, powerful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then Yuan Tai saw Wang Sanshun, who had been carefree and lounging at the desk, suddenly stand up and bow respectfully. He saw the elite soldiers around the hall, covered in blood, looking at the door with reverence. He saw Xiao Bai, whom he had been holding captive, suddenly erupt, throwing a punch that made his vision go black. A group of fierce, intimidating men knelt on one knee, as if they were little lambs, humbly bowing before the young man walking in. Then, Yuan Tai saw the young man walking slowly, incredibly handsome, with an aura that instilled fear and respect. Yuan Tai struggled to lift his head, his gaze swept over Li Che, then finally landed on Zhuge Jia behind him.
In that moment, he finally understood. The Zhuge family's boy, it's you. Yuan Tai's eyes turned red. You're one of us, why are you doing this? Zhuge Jia remained silent, simply watching the middle-aged man in the corner with sorrow in his eyes. Everyone, get up.
Li Che slowly walked to the center of the hall, his eyes sweeping over the panicked faces of the officials, then he pouted slightly in disappointment. Not many of them were good-looking. None of them were more attractive than his ex-girlfriends. Wang Sanshun stood up, smiling and coming over. Your Highness, all the officials have been captured. Their guards were a bunch of useless idiots. None of them managed to escape. Good. Li Che said encouragingly, walking toward the highest seat. Xiao Bai kicked Yuan Tai aside, respectfully helping Li Che sit down, while he stood behind, guarding him.
Li Che glanced at everyone and asked, which one of you is from the Ninggu County government?
7 or 8 officials immediately lost their souls, crawling and kneeling on the ground. The leader, with a crying tone, said, Your Highness, I am the governor of Ninggu County. The emperor entrusted Ninggu County to you, and you are the guardian of tens of thousands of people, yet you just sit there, doing nothing? Li Che asked coldly. Your Highness, please understand, it's not that I've neglected my duties, it's that I have no power, no soldiers. The governor repeatedly kowtowed. Outside Ninggu County, there are barbarians, and inside, there are families from the former dynasty. I have no power and no soldiers, it's difficult for me to do anything. Poof. Li Che sneered, it's hard for you, so you push the people forward, making them suffer for you? The governor immediately fell silent. Take him down and execute him. Li Che waved his hand impatiently, not willing to say more. Your Highness, spare me. Please spare me. The governor's legs went soft, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy, his forehead instantly covered in blood and flesh. Li Che didn't even look at him, and soldiers took him away. Moments later, a scream echoed. When the others saw the governor again, he was served on a tray. The other officials from Ninggu County were even more terrified, completely losing their composure. The filth was everywhere. Li Che looked at them with disgust, waved his hand, and ordered for them to be dragged away and temporarily imprisoned. But these people couldn't all be killed. There were few literate people under his command. In such a large city, there had to be some who could manage affairs, right? After dealing with the county office people, Li Che turned his attention to the former imperial officials. His expression immediately softened. You all are criminals. His Majesty spared your lives and allowed you to stay here to atone for your sins. Why are you seeking death? All the clan heads lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Only Yuan Tai, already resigned to his fate, cursed out loud. The emperor should rule with the great families. We, the great families, are the foundation of the dynasty. Emperor Qing forcing us into this cold and desolate place is the act of a tyrant. We have to use our skills to survive here. What is wrong with that? You are a prince. How can you understand our suffering? I don't understand. Li Che sneered, looking at Yuan Tai. Yuan clan head, do you really not recognize me? I am just an old man on the verge of death. How could I recognize someone as noble as you, a prince? Yuan Tai said sarcastically. Oh? Is that so? Li Che fixed his gaze on him. When you wrote to me, you didn't say that. Wrote to you? Yuan Tai looked confused. What letter? Li Che's smile remained unchanged as he spoke word by word.
You cried about how difficult life was, begging me to ask my father, the emperor, to let you live your old age in peace. You talked about how the cold in the northern border made you unable to get enough food or clothing, asking me to send you food. You spoke for the people of Ninggu County, asking the court to allocate funds for the people's welfare, in the name of benevolence and righteousness. These letters were full of tears. I read them and couldn't sleep all night. Not a single word did I forget. Li Che stared at Yuan Tai. So, have you forgotten, Yuan clan head? Yuan Tai stood frozen as if struck by lightning, unable to move. The other clan heads looked even more bewildered, their faces gradually turning pale. Even Zhuge Jie, behind them, looked at Li Che in shock. You are. Yuan Tai stammered. That's right, I am the sixth prince. Li Che's words were earth-shattering. The sixth prince of Deqing, the one you all have been playing as a fool for 10 years. Upon hearing this, the clan heads collapsed onto the ground. Yuan Tai's pupils slowly became hollow. It's over, all over. The king of Ninggu County was actually the sixth prince, the one who carried the blood of 2 imperial families. They, the former imperial families, were their only support in the court. That person who was foolish and easy to deceive, who could continuously squeeze out money, the sixth prince. You fooled me, but that was just my own ignorance, I deserve to be deceived. Li Che's tone grew louder. But why did you beg the barbarians for mercy and become their dogs? Suddenly, a loud and heart-wrenching cry echoed in the hall. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. A middle-aged man crawled forward, his sobs full of sincerity, making one feel deep sorrow. Several personal guards stepped forward to restrain him, but Li Che waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He spoke kindly to the middle-aged man. You are the head of the Changsun family, right? I remember in the letter you wrote to me last year, you said Ninggu County was so cold that your granddaughter froze to death, and you asked me to grant you some warm clothes. Li Che looked at the middle-aged man's protruding belly and smiled. From the looks of your fat belly, you don't seem like someone who would freeze to death. The head of the Changsun family cried as he crawled to Li Che's feet. Your Highness, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But please, for the sake of this old servant's frail body, spare my life. The entire Changsun family is willing to follow your Highness's lead, with no second thoughts. Seeing that Li Che's expression remained unchanged, the head of the Changsun family gritted his teeth and, in deep sorrow, said, From now on, the Changsun family will be your Highness's loyal dog. Your Highness tells me to bite anyone, I will bite anyone. Li Che smiled and his gaze softened as he looked at the head of the Changsun family. Upon seeing this, the Changsun family was overjoyed in their hearts. They had made the right bet. The sixth prince was still soft-hearted. As long as they pledged their loyalty first, they would be safe. He wouldn't do anything to himself. Just as the head of the Changsun family was about to show his loyalty once more, to fully reassure Li Che. Head of the Changsun family, so considerate. Swish. A cold light erupted from Li Che's hand, the silent sword piercing through the head of the Changsun family head from top to bottom, nailing it firmly to the floor. Consider it dead. Chapter 79, Ninggu County City is settled. Blood dripped down the sword blade, making a ticking sound, like a death bell ringing in the hearts of everyone. It was sorrowful, yet with a chilling killing intent. Li Che's strike directly severed a rule that had been passed down for hundreds of years, a rule so sacred that even Emperor Qing did not dare to defy it. The ruler does not kill scholars. Since Confucianism rose to the stage of history, every dynasty has increasingly valued scholars. Even with the change of dynasties, loyal families from the old regime would only be exiled, not executed. This was the privilege of scholars and the basic interest of noble families, something the emperor dared not easily touch. Even if a scholar deserved to die, and the ruler had no choice but to kill, it could never be done by the ruler's own hands. But Li Che, in full view of everyone, personally killed the head of a noble family. Such an act was equivalent to declaring war on all noble families. The hall was silent, with all eyes fixed on the young figure, their eyes filled with shock, fear, and deep disbelief. Li Che squatted down, wiping the blood from the sword onto the Changsun family head's long robe, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This world is unfair. The vast majority of power and wealth is controlled by a very few people. Even Li Che, though he considered future systems in Ninggu County, could not achieve absolute fairness. But he could achieve relative fairness in one aspect. The sword in his hand is absolutely fair. No matter if you are a king, a prince, or a noble family, when a person is killed, they die. Ah, crazy, you're crazy. Yuan Tai suddenly laughed wildly, pointing at Li Che and shouting angrily, You're seeking personal revenge, slaughtering the noble families. This act today will bring the world's condemnation. No one will dare to serve you. Without the support of the scholars, you will eventually die in this far northern land. Xiao Bai frowned, seeing the old man still daring to speak rudely to Li Che, and was about to step forward to deliver a few more kicks. Li Che raised his hand to stop him, looking at Yuan Tai with eyes full of pity. Personal revenge? You and family head, at this point, you still don't understand why you should die? Isn't it just that we tricked you? Yuan Tai sneered, your father is Emperor De Qing, your mother is the princess of the previous dynasty, your family owes us. You're right. I am the type of person who must repay any grudge. Li Che nodded, you've tricked me for so many years. With my temper, you certainly deserve some punishment. But, if it's just for this, you wouldn't deserve to die. Li Che looked at Xiu Bai and Wang Sanchun, asking, do you know why I only arrived now? The two quickly replied, we don't know, my lord. I ordered Wang Hu and Yu Yun to lead the cavalry directly to the highest building in the city, and I followed with my personal guards. In any city, the highest building must be the residence of the most honored person. Like the imperial palace in the capital or the government office in a county. Do you know where they arrived? Li Che narrowed his eyes, staring at Yuan Tai. The latter, knowing he was in the wrong, nervously avoided Li Che's gaze. They arrived beneath the highest building, only to see the carved beams and painted rafters, luxurious beyond belief. Upon inquiry, they learned that it was the embassy of the barbarian emissaries. Li Che's teeth gritted in anger, is Ninggu County still part of our Decheng land? Barbarians in our Decheng land, living more luxuriously than our Decheng citizens? Meanwhile, the people of Decheng can only scrape the snow for food, even eating grass roots and tree bark to survive, living worse than the barbarians' cattle and sheep. Li Che's cold gaze swept over the noble family heads, his tone indifferent, you all pride yourselves on your scholarly knowledge, considering yourselves extraordinary. View the common people as nothing but grass and weeds. Well then, this king will give you a chance, the ones who will judge you will not be this king, nor the laws of the great Qing, but the common people. Li Che waved his hand, and a squad of armored soldiers rushed out from the hall, knocking each family head to the ground. Tomorrow, this king will set up a public trial in the city, and let the common people judge your crimes. Since you treat the common people like ants, let the ants you speak of decide your fate. Wouldn't that be delightful? As soon as these words were spoken, the family heads were instantly panicked, each of them crying and begging Li Che for mercy. These noble families had oppressed the common people for many years, and every citizen in the city, without exception, had some grudge against them. Although no one knew what the public trial process was, everyone knew what would happen if the power to decide was given to the common people. Li Che waved his hand again, the soldiers understood and violently struck the mouths of the family heads, making them bleed profusely, causing them to no longer dare speak. After the family heads were dragged away, the hall returned to silence. Li Che sat on the main seat, but his mind could not calm down for a long time. Xiu Bai. Subordinate is here. Send someone to check on the situation at each camp, and report back in time. Yes. Watching Xiu Bai disappear at the door, Li Che looked at the trembling in the center of the hall and said gently, don't be afraid, I'm not a good person. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the dancers shook even more violently, like startled birds. There was no other choice, Li Che had to speak again, alright, continue the music, continue the dance. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments began once more, and the dancers, trying to suppress their fear, began to dance again. Perhaps because they had something to do, they were no longer as tense, and their movements gradually became smoother. Li Che watched the dance, but his eyes were unfocused, and his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. After tonight, Ninggu County City would bear the name Li. But this Li was no longer the Li of the great Qing royal family, it was the Li of Li Che. However, controlling a city is no easy task. If you count the people I brought, the population of great Qing citizens in this city is probably close to 60 or 70,000, all of whom need my protection. 60 to 70,000 mouths, waking up every day needing food, the consumption of grain is staggering. Moreover, I broke through the inner city and killed the barbarians, and those barbarian tribes would never just give up, it's only a matter of time before they come looking for us. The city's defenses are also an urgent matter. I still have to conduct the public trial of the noble families, deal with the county soldiers, reclaim wasteland, divide land, train new soldiers. Li Che rubbed his forehead, he thought everything would be fine once he arrived in Ninggu County, but he never expected the city to be an absolute mess. Everything has to be started from scratch. Report. Your Highness. While Li Che was thinking, a soldier hurriedly ran into the hall and knelt on one knee. I report to Your Highness, Captain Wang and Captain you are attacking the barbarian embassy, capturing more than 20 barbarians, and they are now being escorted to the county office, waiting for Your Highness's orders. Li Che nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as the soldier turned to leave, another one hurriedly walked in, brushing past the first. Report Your Highness. General, he sent word, the city gates are all under control, the enemy has been utterly defeated, and only a small group of remaining enemies are stubbornly resisting in the city. Li Che spoke, tell Yi Songlong, if they encounter stubborn resistance, just shoot them from a distance with crossbows and longbows. There's no need to fight them to the death. They're just die-hard loyalists brainwashed by the noble families. My soldiers' lives are more valuable than theirs. The soldier was stunned, then immediately showed an expression of admiration. Yes, Your Highness. Li Che withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath. Ninggu County City was finally his. Chapter 80, The Common People Cheer, Long Live Your Highness. The city gates swung open, and the sound of cheers surged into the city like a wave. The common people, holding weapons, charged into the city alongside the army. They had already prepared to risk their lives here. To their surprise, the soldiers under the prince's command were so fierce that they didn't even have time to get close, and those invincible county soldiers were already scattered, fleeing for their lives. The common people only had to follow behind. Pick up the fallen weapons and armor, and then just take care of the loud clattering sound. The brave warriors of Ninggu army will handle the killing, and the two will work together in a chaotic slaughter. As the cavalry camp escorted a group of dirty, disheveled barbarians toward the county office, cheers finally erupted. The people gathered spontaneously, crowding along the street to watch. These barbarians, who usually ruled over others with power, were now like lost dogs, receiving the city's scorn and contempt. The people's long-held anger was finally released at this moment. If it weren't for the soldiers of the cavalry camp watching, the people would have rushed forward, torn the barbarians apart, drank their blood, and ate their flesh. The people surrounded them, constantly shouting filthy words, spitting at the barbarians. Of course, a small number of spit also landed on the soldiers escorting the barbarians. The soldiers had no choice but to exchange helpless glances. Then one of them kicked a barbarian in the backside and said angrily, "Move faster, you motherless thing." The barbarian stumbled from the kick but dared not speak out. He could only silently quicken his pace. However, he ran straight into the soldier in front of him, and the soldier immediately became displeased. He turned around and gave him a harsh scolding. "Are you rushing to die, you bastard?" The barbarian immediately felt like crying but had no tears. The people watching this scene were even more excited. Normally, when the county soldiers saw the barbarians, they acted like cats seeing mice. But when they saw the people, they changed their attitude and behaved arrogantly. Yet now, the soldiers brought by the prince were polite to the people, even though they were spat on. They didn't get angry but instead directed their anger at the barbarians. This sharp contrast made the people feel growing admiration for the Prince of Ninggu. Suddenly, no one knew who started it, but a loud shout rang through the sky. "Thank you, Your Highness, for avenging us and wiping away our grievances." Then the praise rose one after another. "Your Highness is benevolent, we thank you, Your Highness." The Ninggu army is also a fine example. Long live Your Highness. Hearing the people's cheers, the soldiers couldn't help but straighten their backs even further. They were all criminals or bandits, spending their lives being despised, never having been praised like this before. Most of the soldiers were loyal to Li Che because he made sure they had enough to eat. And at this moment, they seemed to have found a reason to be loyal to Li Che that was worth more than just food. Inside the government hall, Li Che also heard the people's cries from outside, louder than the music. He waved his hand, and the musicians stopped playing. Li Che slowly stood up, his face showing a genuine smile. "Let's go, let's see outside." Surrounded by others, Li Che walked to the government office door. Although it was late, the outside was brightly lit, with countless people lighting torches, standing on the streets, cheering. Someone noticed Li Che at the county office door and immediately shouted with joy, "The prince is here." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around immediately turned to look and then knelt to the ground. "The commoners greet Your Highness." "Your Highness, where is Your Highness?" Quick, let's bow to Your Highness." The people surged forward, and for a moment, the road was completely blocked. Countless cheers, words of gratitude, and cries filled the air, eventually turning into a synchronized chant. "Long live Your Highness! Long live Your Highness! Long live Your Highness!" The people beside Li Che, such as Zhuge Jia and Xianbin, were instantly flustered and were about to speak to stop such rebellious actions. But when they saw Li Che's gentle smile, they realized he wasn't upset with the people's actions. The group quietly stepped back a few steps, allowing Li Che to receive the people's cheers alone, while they pretended not to hear anything. The cheers lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually stopping. Li Che cleared his throat, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "People of Ninggu County, listen to what this prince has to say." Although the original body was still underage, his figure was already quite tall and straight, and as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone. The many common people held their breath and waited silently for the young prince to speak. "I am the 6th Prince of His Majesty, hereby ordered to govern this territory. From today on, Ninggu County is my fief. I know that for many years, the officials in Ninggu County have been neglecting their duties, and the people have suffered from the remnants of the previous dynasty and the oppression of barbarian tribes, living in hardship. But this is not your fault, it is their fault, the fault of the government, and also my fault." Upon hearing this, the common people were all shocked. It was the first time they heard a noble say that it wasn't their fault they couldn't survive, but the fault of the court. Those nobles would only look down on them with disdain and then order their servants to chase them away like stray dogs. Li Che continued to speak in simple and easy to understand words, shouting to the people.
From today on, I promise you, the suffering of the past will never happen again. All of my subjects have the right to survive on this land.
Those who want to farm can receive land. As long as you work hard, there will be endless land to farm.
Those who want to join the army can enlist in my military, and they will never be shorted on food and pay. I will establish schools so your children can read. I will establish medical clinics so your sick family members can receive treatment. I will establish factories so women can work and earn money. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar. What Li Che described was so beautiful that the common people couldn't even dare to dream of such a thing.
Could there really be such a place in the world? Could there really be a prince with such a kind heart? Li Che looked at the confused faces, knowing that what he said was too far from their reality. They didn't even have this concept in their minds.
He smiled calmly and decided to say something more practical. The noble families in the city who oppressed the common people have all been dealt with by me. Tomorrow, right here, I will hold a public trial for them. The so-called public trial will be judged by you, the common people, to judge their crimes. Li Che's gaze became slightly cold as he continued. As for those barbarian tribes who committed heinous acts, I don't think they deserve to be tried. With that, he waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him brought up a group of bound barbarians. The soldiers beat them with fists and feet, forcing them to kneel on the ground. On the land of my Daching, harming the people of Daching, Li Che scanned the frightened faces of the barbarians. I sentence you to death, immediate decapitation, to comfort the Daching people you have harmed.
Clang.
As soon as Li Che finished speaking, the soldiers behind the barbarians uniformly drew their swords. Upon hearing this, one of the barbarians, speaking with a very broken accent, cried out.
Prince of Daching, you can't kill me. I am the prince of the Suma clan. If you kill me, my father won't spare you. Behead. Li Che commanded crisply.
Swish, swish, swish.
The swords flashed, and one by one, ugly heads fell to the ground.
Out of the more than 20 heads, the Suma prince's head flew the highest. One could only say that youth was truly a blessing, as his head flew higher than those of the older ones. Li Che sneered as he looked at the head with a bewildered expression, quietly speaking.
Don't worry, your father will soon be reunited with you. Chapter 81, The First Meeting at the Prince's Manor.
The night had fallen deeply, the stars flickered, and the moonlight spread like water across the northern county town. On the streets, squads of soldiers patrolled, occasionally hearing sounds of combat, but it soon returned to silence.
Inside the county office, the lights were bright. Li Che and a group of officials and generals sat in the main hall, with maids coming and going, bringing tea.
He Chenglong took a large sip of tea, frowned, and curled his lips. This thing is as bland as can be, completely not as good as wine. I don't understand why the prince likes to drink this so much. He continued, according to a rough estimate, we have already captured over 9,000 county soldiers, and the estates of the noble families are now under control.
Tomorrow morning, we will begin raiding the houses. Li Che nodded gently, let the brothers work hard and completely eliminate the remaining resisting county soldiers. Do not leave any future troubles.
Yes, He'd so long cupped his hands in response.
Mr. Zhuge, how many people are there in the inner city at the moment?
Li Che looked down at Zhuge Zhe.
Zhuge Zhe hurriedly answered, the noble families are the minority, only about 3,000 people.
The majority are county soldiers, house servants, and slaves, totaling over 20,000.
Over 20,000?
Li Che immediately felt a headache. Can these county soldiers still be useful? They can serve the people, but they are unsuitable as soldiers. Zhuge Zhe thought for a moment and answered truthfully, though they are called county soldiers, they are actually the private soldiers of the noble families. Their ancestors served these families, and their servile nature is deeply ingrained in their bones.
It is difficult to make them loyal.
In the inner city, there are more than 20,000 people, and the outer city has nearly 40,000.
With so many mouths to feed, how do they survive? Qian Bin asked curiously.
Zhuge Zhe replied, Mr. Qian, you may not know, this land, though cold, is not barren. From my years of observation, this area is vast and sparsely populated, rich in resources. In spring and summer, there are wild fruits, mushrooms, and nuts in the mountains, easily picked. Also, the land here is crisscrossed with rivers and marshes, and there are plenty of fish. Even without fishing nets, people can catch fish to eat. There is also an animal in the mountains called grasshopper, about 1 meter long with a white patch on its back, very good at running. But this creature is curious by nature, and just by shouting, it will stop and observe, at which point it can be hit with a stick to stun and catch. Thus, the common people rely on the mountains for food and the rivers for fish. While they can't eat to their fill every day, they can just about survive, although the winter is hard. As soon as Zhuge Zhe finished speaking, everyone was stunned, unable to believe that such a rich land of resources could exist in this far northern, wild land. But Li Che was not surprised. The wild resources in the northeast are so abundant that an old saying sums it up, hit the roe deer with a stick, scoop the fish with a ladle, and the wild chickens fly into the cooking pot. Due to geographical and unique climatic factors, the richness of this land is unimaginable for people from the Central Plains. Because of the cold climate, the flat land here has not been developed for a long time, and agriculture is very primitive. The people of this area have to rely on fishing and hunting to supplement their food. Even so, this land is the birthplace of many ethnic groups, including the Xianbei, Huns, Fuyu, Goryeo, and Jurchen. This shows just how astonishing the resources of this land are. In the 19th century, China's lower Yellow River basin faced repeated natural disasters, causing many people to migrate to the northeast to live. The total number of people who went to the northeast exceeded 40 million, and despite the cold, this land was able to feed all 40 million mouths. Only relying on gathering and hunting, even though this land has rich resources, it would still be difficult to feed too many people, and it is not conducive to long-term development, Li Che said. To establish a solid footing here, we must vigorously develop agriculture. Zhuge's face showed difficulty. This place is too cold, and it's difficult to grow crops. We can only plant in April every year, and there is only one harvest, with a low survival rate. The most important thing is that the common people do not want to farm. It is not because they are lazy, but because they are terrified by the barbarian raids. In short, the most important reason hindering the development of ancient northeast China is still its geographical location. Northeast connects to barbarian tribes like the Huns to the north, the Mongolian steppes to the west, and Goryeo to the east, surrounded by enemies on all sides. In this situation, which farmer would dare to cultivate the land? After working hard to sow seeds in the spring, tending to them for several months, by the time autumn comes with the harvest, the barbarians on horseback with sickles would come to steal it all. As for the climate causing crops to only yield once a year, that is not such a big problem. The main crops in Daqing are millet, sorghum, and buckwheat. These crops are not very suitable for the northeast. The northeast should plant wheat, rice, corn, soybeans, and other crops. Even with one harvest a year, with high-yield seeds like corn, the output is not a problem. Moreover, the one-harvest farming method allows the soil to rest and regenerate, benefiting soil conservation and reducing soil erosion and land degradation. There is no need to worry about this. I will find a way to solve it. Li Che decisively stated, agriculture is the foundation, and it is the top priority for Ningbo County right now. We must develop it. Seeing Li Che's firm attitude, no one had any objections. The military must still be expanded. I will leave this matter to you. Li Che looked at Yi Long, at least, fill the recruitment for each camp first. Be careful when selecting, better to have fewer than to have too many. Yi Long didn't waste time, whatever Li Che said, he would do. Yes, Your Highness. Master Qian still has some work to do. Li Che looked at Qian Bin, after you confiscate the family estates of those aristocratic families tomorrow, you will be in charge of inventorying the wealth. Qian Bin nodded and said, Your Highness has given an order, I will follow it. Li Che nodded, took a sip of tea. Agriculture, military, and finance were the three major issues that needed to be solved immediately, and time was of the essence. He put down his tea and spoke again. Now, Ningbo County is in dire need of rebuilding, and there are many issues that need to be addressed. Unfortunately, my energy is limited, so I can only prioritize the most urgent matters. Everyone here is a pillar of talent. Since I have not yet established official positions in the royal court, would you all be willing to serve me? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately woke up from their drowsiness. They had been traveling with the prince to this remote borderland, waiting for this very day. Everyone stood up and spoke in unison, we are willing to serve His Highness until death. Zhuge hesitated for a moment, but silently sat in his chair without standing up or speaking. Li Che scanned the room with satisfaction and finally set his eyes on Zhuge. This man had managed to organize the large Chihua cave officially by himself and had gained considerable respect among the tens of thousands of citizens in the outer city. He was exactly the kind of domestic talent that Li Che urgently needed. Mr. Zhuge, would you be willing to help me? Li Che suddenly asked. Your Highness need not worry, I will do my best, Zhuge replied. Good. Li Che smiled at him, then, please join the royal court's Longsher division. Would you mind serving as the right Longsher for now? Zhuge looked up in surprise. The Longsher division of the royal court was the highest institution in a princely court, primarily responsible for the administration of the prince's orders. In the Daqing dynasty, the position of right Longsher ranked just below the left Longsher in the Longsher division. If the royal court were compared to the imperial court, this position would be equivalent to the current right chancellor, second only to the left chancellor, with a status above all others. It was an exceptionally high rank. Your Highness, I come from an aristocratic family. Zhuge choked. Li Che found this amusing. This Mr. Zhuge had excellent character and strong abilities, but he seemed to have a tendency to cry. In the less than a day they had known each other, Zhuge had already cried 2 or 3 times. What does your aristocratic background have to do with anything? Li Che countered, I do not judge people by their background. I select based solely on talent. Zhuge was deeply moved. Only talent is considered? Only ability, not background?
Such a magnanimous heart. His Highness truly is a wise prince. I, Zhuge Zhe, will serve with utmost dedication until my last breath. Good, good, good. Li Che was overjoyed and stepped forward to help Zhuge Zhe up. I knew you had great talent. With your assistance, I can rest easy. With another great talent on his side, Li Che was in high spirits. As for whether Zhuge Zhe would be a man of little substance, Li Che was not worried at all. With a surname like that, he was certainly a smart man. If your IQ is not over 120, how could you dare claim to be a Zhuge? Chapter 82, Listen to the Dragon's Roar. After recruiting Zhuge Zhe, Li Che appointed several official positions on the spot. Shen Bin was the oldest in qualification, held the highest rank, and was his teacher, so left Longsher naturally fell to him. Li Che also made him concurrently hold the position of the Royal Courts Registrar, in charge of finances. Wang Chong came from the Ministry of Engineering and was the first among the traveling officials to engage in battle with the mountain bandits, so he was both brave and resourceful. Be ambitious. Li Che then assigned him to the Longsher Si Gongzheng, taking the position of Gongzheng, responsible for construction and maintenance, equivalent to the head of the Ministry of Works. His father, Wang Shi, was the assistant supervisor of the Tianjianxi, who went to the Fengxi Sua, taking the position of Fengxi Zhang, responsible for rituals and laws, equivalent to the head of the Ministry of Rites. Yang Shu held multiple positions, serving as the chief of rations, chief of treasures, and chief of rituals, responsible for managing meals, the royal seal, and ceremonies, similar to his previous job as a chief steward. Hua Chanan served as the chief physician of the Liangyi department, responsible for medical care and hygiene, equivalent to the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. Hu Chang held the position of commander of the Royal Guard, while Qiu Bai served as the deputy commander. In the royal military system, these two positions held significant status, equivalent to the supreme commander and deputy commander. The other officials each received their positions and rewards, and everyone was very happy. The royal court's civil officials were barely assembled, with many holding multiple positions. Li Che had very few talents at his disposal, so he could only maintain this for now. The military side was much simpler. Li Che promoted several veterans from criminal camps and increased the personal guard to 200 men. In the Ninggu Army's military structure, the company was the basic unit. Two generals, Wang Sanchun was in charge of leading the troops, while Li Chonglong was responsible for recruiting soldiers. On the previous foundation, 10 companies were established, and the leaders of each squad were promoted to school captains. Each company was divided into 5 squads, each with a squad leader. Each squad had 3 teams, each led by a team leader. Each team had 5 section leaders, and each section leader commanded 10 soldiers. Special forces like Yueyun, Wang Hu, and Yansan formed their own companies and were not counted in the 10-company structure. In full strength, each company should have around 750 men. Currently, the Ninggu army was not fully staffed and needed to recruit new soldiers from the common people. The 10 companies collectively aimed for 7,500 men, coupled with 1,500 cavalry, and over 1,000 from the elite guard, archers, and scouts. The total number finally exceeded 10,000. Along with some auxiliary soldiers and laborers, Li Che had a decent armed force under his control. In this border area, the largest barbarian clan only had just over 10,000 people. If the soldiers' quality improved, this force could easily sweep away any tribe. Once all discussions were finished, Li Che's heart surged with emotions as he stood up and walked towards the door. The people, not knowing the reason, stood up and followed behind Li Che. A group of people headed out of the government office, only to see the sky outside gradually brightening, with dawn breaking. The few maids who had served everyone all night were leaning against the threshold, secretly sleeping. Seeing Li Che and his group come out, they were immediately frightened and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, spare us, Your Highness, spare us." The imagined punishment did not come. The young prince gently spoke, "You have worked hard, go rest now, no one needs to serve here." The maids hesitated to look up, but heard the prince say again, "Yang Shu, they are entrusted to you, give them some rewards." The white-haired elder behind him nodded in agreement, and the maids let out a long sigh of relief, thanking him profusely as they withdrew. Li Che stepped outside, looking at the streak of dawn on the horizon, inhaling the fresh air. "You all say, what is on the other side of the mountain?" Wang Shi spoke first, "Your Highness, that should be the country of Goryeo." Li Che asked again, "What is at the end of Goryeo?" Zhuge Zhe replied, "The coast of Goryeo, that certainly leads to the sea." "What is beyond the sea?" Everyone looked at each other, all saying they did not know. What lies beyond the sea? Not to mention them, even the most learned people in the world probably do not know. Li Che smiled and said, "The mountains and rivers are beautiful, why can't it be the land of our great Qing? The sea is vast, why can't it be our Huasha's fishing ground?" At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted, and a beam of morning light slanted down, precisely landing on Li Che. Li Che bathed in the warm morning light and turned back. "Remember this day, the beginning of our great achievements." The morning light resembled a golden dragon, floating above the clouds, whispering to the earth. Everyone felt a sudden sense of clarity.
The golden morning light made the prince shine brightly, like a god. Li Che grinned widely and slowly began to speak. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar.
At noon, the sun hung high, showering dazzling light under the endless blue sky.
Outside the northern gate of the inner city, the crowd was bustling. A huge wooden platform, hastily built, spanned the entrance to the northern gate, surrounded by fully armed soldiers.
Brother, may I ask why so many people are gathered here?
A strong man in animal skins squeezed into the crowd and curiously asked.
The man turned around, disdainfully saying, "You also look like a strong fellow. You didn't know this even after yesterday's event?"
The strong man chuckled foolishly and replied, "My mother fell seriously ill, so I went hunting in the mountains yesterday and missed it." Hearing this, the man put away his scornful expression. Yesterday, the prince broke into the inner city and raided those corrupt officials' homes.
Now, the city of Ninggu has truly changed.
The prince is wise and mighty, knowing these corrupt officials have harmed our people for years, and he is ready to take revenge and publicly try those heartless scoundrels.
This. The strong man gasped in shock. What does public trial mean?
It means we, the common people, get to act as judges and judge the deeds of these corrupt officials. The man's eyes sparkled. As long as it is true, we can point out the officials' crimes in person, and the prince will stand up for us.
The strong man shook his head, seeming a bit incredulous. Isn't the prince the son of the emperor? How could the emperor's son offend the officials and stand up for us? Stop talking nonsense.
The man said, dissatisfied. The prince is different from those nobles. He genuinely cares for us common folk.
I don't believe it.
The strong man said with a foolish tone, since I escaped from the inner gates to the outer ones, I have never seen a government official who cares for the people.
Hey, you.
The man was also angry. If you don't believe it, then see for yourself. If it weren't for you being a filial son, I would have already lost my temper for talking bad about the prince. The strong man saw that the man was angry and did not argue further. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard the man say again, the prince has a good heart. He opened a free clinic in the east of the city, where patients can go for treatment. The treatment is free, and the medicine is only charged at cost. You can even exchange goods.
If your mother is seriously ill, you might as well go there and take a look.
The strong man turned back to look at the man, his lips moving, wanting to say something. But the man waved his hand. Enough, it's not against you, it's for your sick mother. The strong man still did not believe it in his heart.
Free medical treatment? Could it be that this prince of Ninggu, who is a fine young man, is turning into a benevolent figure?
But the man before him was genuinely kind. The strong man felt he couldn't keep doubting, so he just cupped his hands in thanks. Suddenly, a sound of gongs and drums came from ahead. The man quickly turned around, no longer paying attention to him, and excitedly said, the public trial is starting.
Oh, the prince is here too.
Hearing this, the strong man curiously looked towards the wooden platform.
Is there really a public trial?
It wouldn't hurt to take a look. If this prince of Ninggu really executed those corrupt officials, perhaps that free clinic is real too. But he didn't know what this benevolent prince looked like. It was said that a benevolent figure could appear as either male or female.
He wondered whether this prince was male or female, or perhaps, both. Chapter 83, The Public Trial Assembly.
As a seasoned hunter, Jiameng lived fairly well among the people of the outer city. At the same time, he was one of the first to see the true colors of the officials and rich families in the inner city. The divide between people of the inner city and outer city was greater than the divide between humans and dogs. He had witnessed with his own eyes a steward from the inner city buy a hunt from him that could feed an ordinary family for a week, only to turn around and feed it to his vicious dog. He also knew that in the freezing cold when hunting was tough, the dogs raised by noble families could even eat human flesh. Now when someone told him that the new prince was pulling down the old masters of the inner city and giving power back to the people of the outer city, he simply wouldn't believe it. But when he really saw Li Che slowly walking from afar. But doubts lingered in his heart. Unlike those noble lords in the inner city, Li Che did not ride in a sedan chair, nor did he have a crowd of servants and maids by his side. He simply rode a tall horse, followed by a dozen fierce armored warriors. As he made his way, he did not drive away the common people. Instead, they voluntarily cleared the path and erupted into cheers. Jiameng scoffed and curled his lip, thinking, a bunch of fools. The prince drove the noble families from power. It was merely a change of authority.
Soon, a new group of nobility would rise high above the common people, thinking they could ever let the poor take charge? However, this prince did have some Buddhist-like qualities. With red lips and white teeth, he was even prettier than women. Li Che sat steadily on his horse, his gaze sweeping through the crowd, and his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone in the shadows was secretly watching him with ill intent. He turned his body and asked the nearby Chou Bai, are all remnants of the noble families captured? Your Highness, most have been wiped out, but the city situation is complex, and the brothers are unfamiliar with it. Some small fish have still slipped through. Li Che spoke, hurry and catch them. If you don't find them all, how can you sleep well?
Yes, Chou Bai replied softly.
Li Che looked at the Ninggu soldiers maintaining order around him, and his thoughts began to wander. Having the army responsible for law and order was not a long-term plan after all. It was essential to establish a law enforcement unit like a modern police station, dedicated to maintaining order in the city. The best medicine is not to treat illness but to prevent it. Similarly, the way to maintain social stability is not to catch every criminal but to prevent crime. The army was not professional, they simply could not achieve this. As Li Che and his companions stepped onto the wooden platform, the crowd of common people had grown larger and larger. Amidst the bustling crowd of over 10,000, although scattered on both sides of the street, they still looked tightly packed. Li Che ordered to open the city walls, allowing some common folks to stand on the walls to watch, to avoid a serious stampede. Having fidgeted enough, the main event was about to begin. Soldiers were bringing batches of noble families onto the platform, led by the heads of each family. The high and mighty figures who normally looked down on others had now been reduced to prisoners on the steps, and surprisingly, the common people no longer showed the hatred towards the barbarians they had yesterday. Although the noble families had been defeated by Li Che, their residual power still loomed large. The daily oppression made the common people too afraid to express their anger for a moment. Yuan Tai raised his head, seeing the crowd below him, and in his heart, he felt disdain. Commoners. As his gaze swept across, none of the common people dared to meet his eyes, further confirming his conviction. What right did these lowly people have to judge him? Li Che let out a cold laugh, looking down at the common folks, and said gently, "The public trial begins. Anyone with grievances, please report, I will stand for you." The crowd below fell silent. In a corner of the platform, Chen Bin sighed quietly and said to Wang Shi beside him, "The remnants of the previous dynasty have been around for a long time, the common people probably dare not speak." Wang Shi nodded, "Your Highness is still too hasty, how can the punishment of the noble families be left to the commoners to decide?" Jie Ming crossed his arms, glanced around, feeling filled with contempt. Just a moment ago, he regarded the king of Ninggu as a savior, yet now no one dared to even utter a sound. He felt sorrow for their misfortune and anger for their lack of fighting spirit. Resolutely, he was about to make a bold move. Suddenly, a strong man squeezed out of the crowd, raising his right hand and somewhat exaggeratedly shouting, "Your Highness, I am a commoner with grievances." Li Che looked at the somewhat familiar face and smiled, "You speak." The man approached the platform, ready to step up, but Xiao Bai stopped him, saying, "Wait, search him." The strong man immediately froze, flattering, "I understand the rules, chief." Xiao Bai felt a rush of panic, nearly kicking the foolish man off the platform out of anger. Chief, you fool. Letting people hear it, wouldn't that expose the lie?" He shot a glare at the man and haphazardly patted him down. Only then did they let him pass. The strong man stood before Li Che, bowing his head with admiration and said, "Your Highness, I have a 13-year-old sister who had not yet married, and by chance, she caught the eye of the third young master of the Yuan family, who forcibly took her to be a maid. I refused, but the third young master sent his wicked servants to beat me half to death and abducted my sister. A few days later, someone brought my sister's corpse back and then tossed me a couple of silver coins." The strong man, with tears and a shaking voice, stood on the stage and cried out, "I am wronged, and my sister is wronged. I ask your Highness to take action." Li Che was momentarily speechless and secretly glanced at Xiao Bai. "I asked you to find someone clever, not a drama king." Xiao Bai lowered his head in embarrassment and anger. All right, now we have someone to take the night pot duty for the next month." Although the strong man's acting was awkward, it was enough to fool the common people. Hearing his experience, the people recalled their own suffering and became filled with righteous indignation. Li Che saw that the drama king was eager to perform again, so he quickly said loudly, "Come, write this down, you and Qingshan coerced the people and trafficked humans, leading to death." After saying this, he looked gently at the strong man, "Go, this king will ensure that this man pays for your sister's life." The strong man knelt on the ground, just about to express endless thanks, but was hurriedly pulled away by Xiao Bai. Li Che then looked down at the crowd and asked again, "Who else has grievances?" People have a tendency to follow the crowd. Seeing someone step forward, the brave ones quickly began to stir. Suddenly, someone hiding in the crowd shouted, "Your Highness, my old father was just blocking the road, and they whipped him several times, and the next day he died." "Is this not a grievance?" Li Che shouted, "It counts, who did this?" That person gathered his courage, with reddened eyes pointed at someone, Tang Guanzhong. Li Che looked at the head of the Tang family, whose face turned pale. Having done so many evil deeds, he genuinely could not remember this one incident, but it was indeed something he could do. "Write this down," Li Che said coldly. Once there was the first, soon there was a second and third, and the common people began to speak out, accusing various families of their oppression. A few literate soldiers were quickly recording, but soon they could not keep up. Almost every one of the noble families was filled with guilt. It was as if they did not deserve to call themselves noble descendants without dozens of sins and misdeeds on their backs. Chapter 84, Worthy of the People of the World. In an instant, the crowd was incited. The anger of tens of thousands of people could not just be recorded by a few pens. Li Che could only change his approach by pushing people out one by one and asking the crowd if this person had done any evil. One by one, members of the noble families were pushed forward, and their crimes were revealed. Every person looked pale, but none could defend themselves. Looking at their expressions, Li Che knew that none of those identified by the common people were wronged. Only when the head of the Zhuge family was pushed out, the crowd fell into silence. Li Che frowned and looked at the crowd. Has this person done any evil to you? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. This one, they did not recognize. The Zhuge family was one of the most low-profile among the noble families, rarely venturing out of the inner city. Li Che looked at the silver-haired Zhuge Shang, who stood silently with a straight posture, possessing some dignity. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, a mouse's child can dig a hole. The Zhuge family had strict family discipline and indeed had not committed many evils, thus they could raise someone like Zhuge Jia. However, as a member of the former dynasty's noble family, the Zhuge family also did not dare to confront other families directly and chose silence on many matters. Li Che looked at Zhuge Shang coldly. Although the Zhuge family did not actively commit evil, they enjoyed the privileges of noble families and were considered beneficiaries. While other families feasted on the common people, the Zhuge family, although they did not directly reach for their chopsticks, he also took the flesh of the common people from the other families. Let's imprison them for now, we'll discuss it later. Li Che waved his hand. Apart from the Zhuge family, which was relatively clean, other families were basically nests of snakes and rats. In any family, if 3 to 5 people did not oppress the common people, it was already considered a good family. Families like the Tang, Yang, Pei, and Zhou families had a few members who understood the teachings of the sages and had not committed evil. Other families, however, were completely corrupted, with everyone being a villain. The public trial lasted from noon until the afternoon, until the sun slowly set, before it finally came to an end. But the crowd did not disperse, instead, it kept growing larger. The common people looked up at Li Che on the wooden platform with hopeful eyes, all wanting to see if this prince would actually kill so many from the noble families. Chen Bin and the others looked at Li Che with concern and spoke, "Your Highness, there are too many people. If you kill them all, it may damage your reputation. These are hundreds of lives, and they are from noble families." The previous dynasty's noble families were also noble families. Since the rise of noble families, there has never been a precedent for executing so many people from noble families at once. If this spreads, Li Che will inevitably be labeled a brutal murderer by those corrupt scholars. Li Che shook his head and slowly said, "I would rather carry a bad reputation for a lifetime than betray the common people of the world." He turned to look at Xiao Bai and said, "Bring the criminals of the Yuan family up." Xiao Bai cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and a group of soldiers dragged dozens of Yuan family members to the front. The Yuan family is full of sins, oppressing the common people, their crimes are unforgivable. Today, under the command of the Prince of Ninggu County, I will execute them according to the law. As soon as Xiao Bai's voice fell, many soldiers kicked the joints of those in front of them, causing them to kneel on the ground. Yuan Tai's pupils dilated as he looked at the angry faces in front of him, seemingly unable to believe his fate. "No, this isn't real, this can't be real. I am Yuan Tai. The Yuan family has a legacy of 500 years, Li Che, how dare you?" Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, the soldiers behind him did not give Yuan Tai a chance to curse the prince. With a swift strike, his head rolled off and fell to the ground below the platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blades flashed, and one head after another fell to the ground fiercely. Jia Ming, who was pushed to the front, stared wide-eyed at Yuan Tai's decapitated head, his mind blank. Did they really cut it off? Li Che frowned as he looked at the beheaded corpses collapsing to the ground. As an outstanding young man of the 21st century, he still couldn't bear such bloody scenes. Beheading as a punishment was too cruel, and it was so messy, with blood everywhere. It would be better to shoot them. A single peanut-sized bullet could bring about a peaceful sleep like a baby. The evil feudal society, can't people just live peacefully with each other? Li Che felt like he had fallen into the habit of being soft-hearted again. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, pointing at one of the criminals and saying, "That one was cut wrongly, the head didn't fall off. Whoever did this, fix it now." One soldier scratched his head awkwardly and stepped forward to make the final cut. Li Che said unhappily, "That kid, you need to practice your swordsmanship, I'll make you eat half a bowl less at dinner tonight." Hu Chang shivered involuntarily, his large body shaking. Here it comes again, the prince's most vicious punishment. After the Yuan family was executed, Li Che ordered Xiao Bai to supervise the beheading and ordered the soldiers to bring out the criminals from the other noble families to be executed. The other family heads were not as tough as Yuan Tai. They cried and wailed on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. It wasn't until the soldiers made their moves that they quieted down. Dozens of soldiers continued to chop, again and again, with some of the large blades even becoming blunt, before the execution was finally completed.
The Zhuge family, who had miraculously survived, trembled in fear. The innocent members of other families, who had not committed evil, watched as their families were beheaded right in front of them, and most of them fainted. The remaining ones were also in tears, casting resentful glances at Li Che. A young man glared fiercely at Li Che. "Curse you, Ninggu County King, you act against righteousness, may you die a horrible death. You killed my whole family, why not kill me? If you don't kill me, you will regret it. One day, I will kill you." Li Che looked at the young man with a cold face. "I act against righteousness? Are you deaf? Don't you know what your family has done?" The boy's eyes were red as he choked out, "They are guilty, that's true. But as a prince, you are so cruel, are you not guilty?" Li Che scoffed, "And so what if I'm cruel? My sword only kills those who deserve to die. If I encounter more evil thieves in the future, I will still kill them." "You?" The boy cried like rain. As these words came out, the remaining survivors of the noble families wept loudly. At that moment, a louder cry suddenly erupted from below the platform, completely drowning out their cries. "Mother, please open your eyes and see, the prince has avenged you. Father, the dawn of Ninggu County has arrived, may you rest in peace. Son, why couldn't you hold on for just one more year, just one more year?" With the great revenge fulfilled, the grieving people could no longer hold back their sorrow, years of emotion were instantly released. The cries drowned out the cheers and echoed throughout the city. Li Che looked at the boy indifferently and asked, "Do you think your family's cries could drown out the cries of the people in this world?" The boy was stunned, touching the corners of his eyes, only to find he could not cry out at all. Chapter 85, The Woman in the Free Clinic. Once the heads were chopped off, the crowd slowly dispersed. Hundreds of corpses were gathered, and the heads were ordered by Li Che to be hung on the city walls for public display for 7 days. Although the noble families no longer existed in the city, this was Li Che's warning to the future officials. Those who prey on the common people will meet such a fate. Jia Ming looked at the heads on the city wall, feeling a wave of dizziness. The words of the prince still echoed in his mind. Ninggu bears a bad reputation, yet does not betray the common people. Is there really a prince who puts the people first like this? Suddenly, a hand landed on Jia Ming's shoulder. Jia Ming's eyes flashed. Instinctively, he reached for the dagger at his waist, but suddenly remembered he was back in the city, not on the battlefield, and stopped abruptly. Turning around, he found it was the man he had just met. "Why don't you go get your old mother?" The man had no idea he had just walked through the gates of hell and was instead showing concern for Jia Ming. "The free clinic will close after sunset, if you don't go now, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Hearing this, Jia Ming's eyes brightened. Right, he could go take a look at the free clinic. This Ninggu County king chopped off the heads of the noble families, perhaps to eliminate rivals and give the common people a show. Offering free medical care to the people would undeniably require real money and resources. If he truly cared for the common people, then he would not simply fake care at the free clinic. "Thank you, brother, I'm going now." Watching Jia Ming's figure hurriedly disappear at the city gate, the man could only shake his head helplessly. Turning around, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, that way is into the city. Shouldn't you go get your old mother?" At home, Jia Ming of course had no sick mother. The reason he rushed away was that he wanted to find an answer. Or rather, to find an answer for someone else. Was this Ninggu County king truly someone worthy of trust? The free clinic was set up in an open space next to the east gate of the city. Although it was called a free clinic, it was actually an open-air one. Today's free clinic was nearing its end, but there were still hundreds of patients waiting in line, soldiers with long spears maintaining order on both sides of the line. The doctors in charge of the consultations were physicians brought from Yi City by Li Che, but the ones assisting were something Jia Ming could never have imagined. They were women dressed in pure white robes. Jia Ming stepped forward, just as he was about to take a closer look, when he heard a soldier beside him shout. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Don't cut in line. Get back in line." He did not know when, but a trend of mimicking Li Che's accent had started among the Ninggu soldiers. Everyone loves a person, so naturally, they like everything about him, including the occasional rough accent that slips out. Li Che was also a people-friendly prince, occasionally going to the army to inspect the life of the lower-ranking soldiers, engaging in friendly conversations with them. The soldiers, with little knowledge, thought Li Che's accent was the genuine royal accent. Little did they know, this misunderstanding accidentally taught them the authentic northeastern accent. "I'm not cutting in line, I'm just waiting for someone here," said Xia Ming, showing a simple, honest look. The soldiers glanced at him, seeing his honest eyes and no apparent ill intentions, so they ignored him. Xia Ming smiled, nodded, and then shifted his gaze to the doctors. He saw one of the doctors stroking his beard, speaking to an elderly man in front of him. "Old sir, don't worry, it's just a simple frostbite, nothing serious." After saying that, the doctor turned to a white-robed woman behind him and said, "Go fetch some licorice and dried ephedra."
Then, he turned back to the elderly man's family and instructed, "These two herbs are common, the quantity doesn't matter much, just brew them into a hot wash for the patient." As a hunter, Xiaming spent every day in deep mountains, accompanied by wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards, often facing danger and injury, so he naturally knew a bit of basic medical skills. Xiaming could tell that the doctor in front of him truly had some skills, and was not some shady street healer. The elderly man and his family expressed their endless gratitude, but Xiaming also noticed. When the doctor was explaining the condition to the patient, the white-robed woman behind him was carefully listening and taking notes. This meant that these women were not just doing chores, but were more like apprentices learning medicine. This was unimaginable to Xiaming. Although medicine may not be as esteemed as Confucianism, it is still a family tradition. How could it be easily taught to outsiders, especially a group of women? When the woman returned with the medicine and handed it to the elderly man, the man hesitated again. "Miss, we have no money left." "No worries," the white-robed woman said gently, "you can exchange it for goods instead." "After just getting through the winter, our family doesn't have anything extra," the elderly man said anxiously. The woman still wore a gentle smile. "That's fine, just note it down for now. When you have money later, you can pay His Highness back." The elderly man hesitated. "I don't know. How much interest does His Highness want to collect?" Xiaming's gaze gradually turned cold upon hearing this. Since ancient times, lending money and giving credit always come with interest, and the government is no exception. From a macroeconomic perspective, lending is a good thing, it gets the money flowing. But when the lender and the borrower are in completely unequal positions, it turns into something deadly. Interest upon interest is a small problem, the real issue is losing everything, which becomes the norm. To be clear, during the most serious land annexation in the Song dynasty, farmers not only lost their land, but also had no seeds or farming tools. To farm, they had to pay land rent, borrow tools and seeds at an additional cost, and whatever was left belonged to them. Adding interest and excessive taxes from the government, surviving became almost impossible. By the Ming and Qing periods, the official legal interest rate had reached 36%, let alone the illegal usury. It can be said that in the late periods of every dynasty, farmers were crushed by high-interest loans, and were forced into rebellion when they had no other choice. So, when the elderly man brought up the topic of interest, Xiaming became vigilant. "Old sir, no interest," the woman patiently answered. "His Highness said that this medicine is not loaned to you by the government, but by him personally." The elderly man breathed a sigh of relief and once again expressed endless gratitude. He then left, supported by his family, with a large bundle of medicine. In the eyes of the people of Ninggu County, Li Che, who saved them from fire and water, was more trustworthy than the so-called Diqing court. Jiaming glanced at the doctors one last time, silently turning to leave. Looking at the vibrant streets and crowds, he turned his gaze towards the distant county office and silently made a decision. "Great Commander, this king of Ninggu County seems to be the one you have been waiting for. Unfortunately, as a mere warrior, I really have no ability to recognize people. I cannot distinguish." Jiaming smiled, his eyes flashing with determination. "Hesitation is not something a true man would do, I should just go take a look." Jiaming turned on his heels and strode towards the county office. Chapter 86, The Invincible Cavalry Tactics. In the government office, officials who had slept for less than 2 hours were called back for a meeting by Li Che. Li Che was not someone who enjoyed meetings, and he could not understand the diligent emperors who held morning assemblies daily. It was only after becoming a prince that he realized it was impossible not to hold meetings. In a small city like Ninggu County, with a total population of less than 100,000, there were many matters waiting for him to handle, not to mention an entire empire. "Your Highness, I must bring up an issue." Zhuge stepped forward with hands clasped, exhaustion etched on his face. He did not attend the public trial, but he had been on edge for half a day, and only relaxed when he learned that his relatives had not committed any serious crimes. "Speak freely," Li Che replied. Zhuge calmly analyzed. "Your Highness, yesterday you executed those barbarians. This act indeed inspired morale, but it also left hidden troubles. Those barbarians came from 7 or 8 nearby tribes, including the H people, Khitan people, and Shi people. Other tribes need not be considered for now, they are far from Ninggu County and will not send people here in the short term. However, the Sumer tribe of the H people is only half a day's journey from Ninggu County. The prince you executed was not a resident envoy, but a visitor. If the Sumer tribe does not see him return for a long time, they may send someone to inquire. At that time, it will be hard to hide your rule over Ninggu County." Although the internal strife was temporarily resolved, external worries still existed. The plight of Ninggu County's people stemmed not only from the incompetence of the government and the greed of powerful families but mainly due to the surrounding barbarians. Li Che said solemnly, "Mr. Zhuge, when do you think they will send people?" "In no more than 7 days, someone will definitely come," Zhuge replied. Li Che suddenly remembered something. "Before coming here, we encountered a small group of cavalry and annihilated them. They were also H people." Zhuge frowned, "But there were only more than 20, all equipped with bows and knives?" Li Che nodded, that's right. That was H people's patrol. Zhuge sighed, in that case, our time is now even shorter. If the patrol does not return for a long time, the Sumer tribe will certainly send someone to inquire. We only have about 3 days left. Nomadic people have a habit of migration. The task of patrols is generally to venture far from the tribe to search for new pastures. Sometimes they also serve as sentinels and warning scouts. However, they typically do not travel too far. Even if they have to go far away, they will send someone back to notify the tribe. Li Che asked again, what is the strength of the Sumer tribe? They are a medium-sized tribe, with a population of over 10,000, excluding women and the weak. About 5,000 can bear arms. Only 5,000. Wang Sanchen scoffed, the inner city walls are tall, we have 10,000 men, and if they dare to attack the city, we will make sure they come and never return. Zhuge shook his head, it's not that simple. While we can defend the city, what about the people? Should they all move into the inner city? If so, the enemy only needs to besiege the city, cutting off water and food. The supplies within the city won't last 3 days. Wang Sanchen appeared unconvinced, then let's fight them. It's just 2 shoulders carrying a head. I don't believe that over 10,000 of us can't defeat their 5,000. Zhuge, feeling utterly helpless, looked at Wang Sanchen, feeling as if he was playing a lute to a donkey. As they faced the barbarians, the flaws of Li Che's commanders gradually began to show. They all came from humble backgrounds, and for them, commanding a few hundred men in battle, perhaps they could do it effortlessly. Commanding a few thousand, they could barely manage. But commanding tens of thousands, especially when facing barbarian tribes, it was clear they were out of their depth. Most of them had no basic understanding of the strength of the barbarians, and they were completely ignorant of the tactics of barbarian cavalry. Zhuge patiently explained, the H people are all cavalry, each with 2 horses, able to shoot arrows while riding, coming and going like the wind. Before you can set up your formation, they will come in waves, with arrows raining down. When you give the order to chase, they will gallop away, avoiding your attack. In my Ninggu army, 8 out of 10 soldiers are infantry. With this tactic, how can we fight them head-on? Upon hearing this, Wang Sanchen, who was usually rebellious, furrowed his brows and stopped boasting. Wang Sanchen wasn't stupid. On the contrary, being from a peasant background, he was very smart, which was why he could sit in the position of the mountain bandit leader. The H people's tactics were simple, fully utilize the mobility of their cavalry and push the hit-and-run archery tactics to the extreme. Archery tactics were not invincible. The Central Plains dynasties had ways to defeat the nomadic cavalry. By relying on heavily armored infantry with good protection and using terrain and formation advantages, they could get close and slaughter the roaming cavalry. Or like Hua Zubing, create an elite cavalry and play a lightning war, defeating the enemy in their own most skilled area. Unfortunately, neither of these options was something Li Che could do at the moment. As everyone fell into deep thought, suddenly a personal guard entered to report, Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside. Looking for me? Who? Li Che asked in confusion. I don't know him. He's a big man, looks very fierce. The personal guard said angrily, we told him you were in a meeting, but he insisted that it was an urgent matter and tried to barge in, even knocking down several of our brothers. We didn't dare use bows and crossbows to shoot him for fear of delaying your highness's business, so 7 or 8 of us had to subdue him. Li Che immediately became interested upon hearing this. He knew the level of his personal guards very well. They were all handpicked from the convict camp, and not to mention fighting 1 against 10, taking on 4 or 5 ordinary soldiers would be no problem. For them to need 7 or 8 personal guards to subdue this man, his skill was already quite impressive, comparable to Wang Sanchen and the others. Bring him in. Let me take a look, Li Che ordered. Yes. Soon, a group of personal guards brought in a strong man. Li Che looked up and saw that all of his personal guards had bruised noses and swollen eyes. Although they didn't suffer any serious injuries, they were a bit disheveled. The strong man in the center was over 1.8 meters tall, dressed like a hunter, looking rather ordinary. Your Highness, we've brought him in, the personal guard said fiercely, kicking the man in the leg. You should kneel when you see His Highness. The man, however, was unfazed. He carefully sized up Li Che, secretly muttering to himself, this Ninggu County king is so fair-skinned, looking even more like a bodhisattva up close. Li Che waved his hand, signaling his guards to let go of him, then asked with interest, You are looking for me? The man, resolutely, said, Indeed. All right, speak. If it's something trivial, I will punish you for disturbing me. The man shrugged indifferently, shook his arms, and cupped his hands. I see that your highness has a heart for the people, but I wonder if your highness also has the ambition to protect the land? Li Che smiled, what if I do? Can you help me? The man spoke in a deep voice, I don't have that ability, but someone does. Who? Our great general. Chapter 87, The Great General Yang Zhongzi. The title Great General was not an official rank, and no dynasty had such a position.
But those who were called great general held a very high position, generally being local powerhouses who gave themselves such a title. It was a title that transcended the official ranks of the court, meant for those who were rulers of their own territories. Zhuge suddenly opened his tired eyes and looked at the man with suspicion. The great general you speak of, could it be Yang Zhangzi? The man proudly replied, indeed, General Yang. Li Che looked at Zhuge in confusion. Yang Zhangzi, this name is very unfamiliar, I couldn't find it in the original body's memories. But the surname Yang is very special, it is the royal surname from the previous dynasty. As expected, I then heard Zhuge say, Yang Zhangzi is a royal family member of the previous dynasty, by generation, your highness should still call him uncle. Li Che was instantly astonished upon hearing this. The original body's mother, the empress, was the sister of the country-destroying ruler, Emperor Yang, so it turns out that Yang Zhangzi is actually Emperor Yang's brother? But wait, the Yang family royal clan has been nearly exterminated by His Majesty. The remaining ones are all under house arrest in the imperial capital, Li Che wondered. I haven't heard of any brothers of Emperor Yang being lost outside. Zhuge nodded, indeed, but Yang Zhangzi is different, he is a person who cannot be mentioned in Diqing and outside the pass. It is normal for your highness not to know his name. Li Che noticed Zhuge's face filled with reverence, seemingly holding great admiration for this great commander. With Zhuge's character, the person he respects must be a loyal and brave individual. If that's the case, why can't he be mentioned? Zhuge spoke in detail, as if he had a treasure trove of knowledge. He is the adopted son of the previous dynasty's Emperor Wen, that is, he is Emperor Yang's foster brother. His biological father was General Wei Huan, a close minister to Emperor Wen, a premier general of the Huan dynasty. In the 10th year of the Kaihuang era, the northern Hu invaded, and Wei Huan was the vanguard entering the enemy ranks, suffering dozens of arrows yet fighting to the death without retreat. In the end, he was heavily outnumbered and died in battle. Emperor Wen, pitying his bravery, took his son into the palace and raised him as his own, changing his surname to Yang and naming him Zhangzi. Yang Zhangzi grew up with Emperor Yang, being playmates and as close as brothers. After Emperor Yang ascended to the throne, he appointed him as the protector general of the western regions, stationing troops in the Anqi Protectorate. Because of his fierce combat skills and outstanding achievements, he quickly gained renown in the western regions. When His Majesty destroyed the Huan dynasty, Yang Zhangzi intended to return to the court for rescue. However, the countries of the western regions, taking advantage of the Huan dynasty's weakness, launched a large-scale invasion of the Anqi Protectorate under the leadership of Tuyuan. Yang Zhangzi could only resist desperately, although he heavily inflicted damage on the armies of the western regions, due to lack of supplies and being outnumbered, he had no choice but to withdraw his troops. At that time, His Majesty's army had already attacked the imperial capital, leading to the fall of the Huan dynasty. Yang Zhangzi was filled with grief and indignation, wanting to fight to the death against His Majesty. His deputy desperately advised him for the sake of the entire army's lives, and in the end, he could only give up. Hearing that His Majesty had moved the Huan dynasty's powerful families outside the pass, he was determined to go there. He borrowed a route through the territory of the Hu people, many Hu tribes feared his reputation, and no one dared to obstruct him, ultimately successfully reaching Ninggu County. Li Che listened to the life story of this person and couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality in his heart. A loyal and good man, fighting battles all his life, from the far west of Diqing to the far north. Such impressive achievements, and all against foreign tribes, are enough to warrant a place in the martial shrine. How could he be unknown? Zhuge seemed to sense Li Che's thoughts and continued. The reason your highness has not heard of him is that the current emperor has repeatedly sent someone to persuade him to surrender under the title of Grand General. However, General Yang refused them all and stated that he, Yang Zhangzi, as a general of the Huan dynasty, will never surrender to Diqing. The emperor was furious, but at that time, the new dynasty had just been established, and the country was in ruins. The border was just stabilizing. His Majesty did not want to create chaos by sending troops and making all the tribes feel restless. And the reason Yang Zhangzi's name isn't mentioned in Ninggu County is that after he arrived here, he discovered the collusion between the noble families and the barbarian tribes, leading to his immediate fury. General Yang repeatedly advised them with kind words, but the people of other families, having long been blinded by greed, naturally paid no heed. General Yang, both loyal and brave, couldn't bear to draw swords against his former colleagues, so he took some soldiers and left Ningdu County. Since then, the noble families held a grudge against Yang Zhangzi. Naturally, no one mentioned him again. Zhuge took a breath and looked at Jia Ming, who stood straight, looking proud. After General Yang left Ningdu County, he established the Huan Nation Army, calling himself the Great Commander, leading his soldiers back and forth between the White Mountains and Black Waters. I heard that he went north and had a great victory over the Khitan King's tribe, but after that, I never heard any news about him again. Everyone admired the deeds of Yang Zhangzi, but because he was definitely a supporter of the anti-Qing faction, they all turned their gazes toward Li Che. Li Che's expression remained unchanged as he silently looked at Xie Ming. After a while, he spoke, "What is your relationship with Yang Zhangzi?"
Li Che did not use any respectful titles for General Yang, nor did he refer to him as the Great General. Xia Ming's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and he reluctantly cupped his hands and said, I am a captain under the Great General, my name is Xia Ming. Li Che nodded. Where is Yang Zhongxi's army now? Upon hearing Li Che repeatedly call his general by name, Xia Ming became displeased and said, Why does your highness show such disrespect toward my great general and call him by his name? Li Che smiled faintly, his eyes narrowed. You must understand that I am the prince of the Great Qing, and Yang Zhongxi is a general of the former dynasty. Anyone who has not pledged loyalty to the Great Qing is an enemy or a traitor. Why should I respect him? Li Che's voice rose, shaking Xia Ming, and he quickly regained his clarity of thought. Right, at least nominally, the Great General and the Prince of Ninggu County are enemies, from different camps. Xia Ming let out a sigh, knowing he still had to ask for help and couldn't afford to make things too awkward. He spoke. Last year, the Great General led his army eastward, and he has now taken Liaodong County. He is stationed in Anong City, which is about 800 miles from here. Li Che heard this and immediately laughed. Liaodong County, Anong City, that's Dandong in later years. This means that Yang Zhongxi's lone army had already made it to the land of Goryeo. Is Goryeo that easy to conquer? The former Emperor Yang tried to conquer Goryeo 3 times and failed each time. Emperor Qin, the current ruler, also had intentions of attacking Goryeo but never dared to make a decision. Yang Zhongxi may have skills, but Li Che did not think he was better than his own father. Furthermore, his army was entirely isolated, with no reinforcements or supplies, and in the frigid, icy lands of Liaodong, just surviving would be a problem. Li Che looked at Xia Ming, whose evasive gaze confirmed his suspicions. Speak. What happened to Yang Zhongxi that made you come to me for help? Li Che said indifferently. Xia Ming's face turned pale, and he looked at Li Che in disbelief. How could he know? How did he find out? He gritted his teeth, knelt to the ground, and cried out, Please, Your Highness, show mercy and send troops to help, to save the great general's life. Chapter 88, The Difficult Goryeo Kingdom. Seeing Xia Ming sincerely kneeling on the ground, everyone was shocked. Just moments ago, when they heard Zhuge Jia speak so highly of Yang Zhongxi's bravery, they thought this was a warrior of the gods. But now it turns out that you're here to ask for help? Li Che smiled and didn't dwell on it, only asking Xia Ming to speak the truth. It turns out that after Yang Zhongxi's army moved north, they fought several battles with various tribes and won every time. When Yang Zhongxi left Ninggu County, he had fewer than 20,000 men, and 1/3 of them were infantry. But through continuous battles, he supported his army by fighting, rescuing many Xia people from barbarian tribes, and even enslaving some barbarian soldiers. His army's numbers rose to over 40,000, all cavalry. However, Yang Zhongxi noticed a problem. The further north he went, the more primitive the barbarian tribes became, all of them nomadic tribes living in conditions where food was scarce. Nomadic tribes were small, and could survive by hunting and fishing, but Yang Zhongxi had over 40,000 men, most of whom were Xia people accustomed to farming. Just relying on warfare, he could not support so many mouths. Yang Zhongxi refused to return to Ninggu County, nor could he lead them to attack the Shanhai Pass. So, he set his sights on Goryeo, which, like the Xia people, was an agricultural nation. Goryeo was not hard to defeat, not because their fighting ability was strong, but because they had support from the Chinese Empire. He learned the skills of building cities and farming. The land where Goryeo is located is already narrow, with many mountains, which is not suitable for large-scale military operations. When Emperor Yang's 3 invasions of Goryeo occurred, they had already built nearly 200 mountain fortresses around river valleys and roads in the Liaodong Hills. In the northern mountains of the peninsula, there are also countless fortresses. When Yang Zhongxi first entered Liaodong, he indeed advanced with unstoppable momentum, capturing several cities in one fell swoop. However, when winter came and the temperature dropped sharply, the situation began to turn around. The Goryeo army began to firmly defend their mountain strongholds and fortresses, closing their gates and not coming out. Yang Zhongxi's soldiers were all cavalry, making it inconvenient for both marching and siege warfare. The food supply started to deplete at a rapid pace, and the surrounding tribes, fearful of Yang Zhongxi's reputation, had long since fled. The method of supplementing food supplies through plundering was also ineffective. Morale began to drop, and many soldiers froze or starved to death. After barely surviving the winter, half of the 40,000-strong army had been lost. As soon as spring came, before the snow had even begun to melt, Goryeo began to counterattack several cities in Liaodong. One by one, the cities fell, and before Jiaming could emerge, only the lonely city of Anong remained. My brothers have suffered heavy casualties, countless have died from hunger and cold, Jiaming said, his voice choked with tears. The commander risked his life to escort me out, asking for reinforcements. Please, Your Highness, on behalf of my commander who has always fought against the barbarians, send troops to save us. The entire Huan Kingdom army will be forever grateful. After speaking, Jiaming prostrated himself, his head knocking on the ground with a loud thump thump thump, and soon blood started to seep from his forehead. The people around him couldn't bear to see such a man act in this way and hesitated, looking at Li Che. Ahem. Zhuge cleared his throat and spoke, Your Highness, I have something to say. Li Che nodded and expressionlessly said, Zhuge sir, please speak. Li Che thought that Zhuge would say something to plead for Yang Zhongxi. After all, even a fool could tell that Zhuge had great admiration for this loyal and courageous general from the previous dynasty in his words. But unexpectedly, Zhuge started with a shocking statement, I believe that Your Highness should not send troops at this moment. The room was stunned by these words, and Jiaming looked at Zhuge with a face full of anger. Zhuge was not concerned at all and spoke in a very serious manner. Now that Ninggu County is just stabilizing, the retaliation from the barbarians will arrive soon. Our army is still short-handed. And Liaodong is so remote, we simply do not have the strength to send help. Hearing this, Jiaming collapsed to the ground in despair. Indeed, he had only seen the swift and resolute methods of King Ninggu, but had forgotten that he had just become a vassal, with very few soldiers at his disposal. Moreover, Zhuge's expression became complex. General Yang's army is called the Huan Kingdom Army, which is an army of the previous dynasty, an enemy army. If Your Highness sends troops to help, it will be unjust and improper. If the court finds out, it will bring endless trouble. Faced with Jiaming's nearly murderous gaze, Zhuge lowered his eyes, neither happy nor sad. Although he, too, came from a family of the previous dynasty and greatly admired General Yang, that did not mean he would unconditionally speak on his behalf. Zhuge was a minister of His Highness and his thoughts and words had to prioritize His Highness's interests. Though Zhuge was not skilled in military affairs, he understood the people's livelihood. Currently, Ninggu County was short of soldiers and food, making it impossible to send troops. Li Che looked at Zhuge with satisfaction, then turned to Jiaming, Did you hear that? Jiaming stood up expressionlessly and said softly, I understand now. Since this is the case, I will leave. Saying this, he wiped the blood from his forehead and turned to leave. Wait. Li Che called out to him, Where are you going? To Shanhaiguan, Jiaming replied. Since Your Highness is unwilling to send help, I will ask the commander of Shanhaiguan for assistance. Li Che sneered, The commander of Shanhaiguan is a stubborn fool. As a general of Diqing, without the emperor's order to send troops, it would be a death sentence. He will not help you. But I still have to try. Jiaming said firmly, My commander has treated me with kindness, I cannot ignore it. Li Che showed an appreciative expression, Don't go, you. Why not come under my command? I'll even make you a colonel. Unexpectedly, Jiaming instantly became enraged, shouting, Does Your Highness think I am someone who betrays my lord? Even if I die, I will die by my general's side. Farewell. Then it's not up to you. Li Che smiled and said, Seize him. The surrounding personal guards, who had been itching to move, instantly swarmed forward at Li Che's command. Jiaming was first shocked, then furious, facing many guards alone, using his fists and feet with all his might. If His Highness won't help, then so be it. Why must you make a move against me? With a mix of shock and rage, Jiaming unleashed an unprecedented power, and for a moment, more than 10 personal guards couldn't subdue him. Li Che, seeing his agility, noticed a wild, beastly fighting style in Jiaming, akin to a savage battle in the mountains, and immediately admired him more. Ah Chang, make him calm down. Li Che turned and looked at Hu Chang beside him. Hu Chang immediately stood up and rushed towards the battle. Li Che then remembered something and spoke again, Don't let him die. Hu Chang acknowledged and silently put down the large club in his hand, charging forward with his bare fists. Jiaming suddenly felt as if a wall appeared in front of him, then his feet left the ground, and everything went dark. Hu Chang grabbed Jiaming, slapped him on the back of the head, and he immediately fell into a deep, baby-like sleep. Your Highness, it's done. Li Che smiled and nodded, Not bad, take him away and guard him well. Don't mistreat him, take care of his food and lodging. I still have great use for him. The personal guards responded and left with the order. After Jiaming was dragged away, Li Che looked around at the others and suddenly spoke up, I want to save Yang Zhongxi. Does anyone have any suggestions? The others were shocked by Hu Chang's brute strength and, before they could recover, they heard Li Che's words. They widened their eyes in surprise. Your Highness? Zhuge looked as if he had seen a ghost. Although Yang Zhongxi is a general of Huan, he is loyal and brave. I greatly admire him. Li Che said, word by word. Moreover, Yang Zhongxi's soldiers are all skilled in horseback riding and archery, and they have rich experience in fighting against the barbarian tribes. If we can bring them under our command, even if they become our allies, it would still be a great thing for Ninggu County. As Li Che said, after hearing about Yang Zhongxi's achievements, he immediately became fond of the talent. How can one be a good vassal king? Talent, talent, and more talent. The talent of someone like Yang Zhongxi, capable of being a top commander, is likely Jing of the Tang dynasty, Yufei of the southern Song dynasty, or Su De of the Ming dynasty. Such talent is rare in 100 years, not something that can be cultivated, it's all about fate. For this rare talent, Li Che was willing to take a big gamble. Your Highness, you already carry the bloodlines of 2 dynasties. If the court finds out about this, things may not end well, Qian Bin kindly advised. He knew Li Che's temper too well. It wasn't just that he sought talent, he was the type who would choose talent over life. Back when he had only 50 or so criminals under him, he dared to snatch people from the capital in broad daylight. Now, with 10,000 soldiers and encountering a top talent like Yang Zhongxi, it would be strange if he could hold back. I've heard it said, in this world, only the weak need to prove themselves. Li Che spoke lightly. Hearing this, Qian Bin and the others were immediately stunned. After thinking it through, they realized that Li Che's words, though seeming to contradict the wise sayings, made more and more sense. I have 10,000 soldiers. The powerful families of Ninggu County must submit. If I had 30,000 soldiers, even if I were to hold power, the court would not object. If I had 100,000 soldiers? Li Che paused here and didn't continue. If he had 100,000 soldiers? What did you just say to me? I didn't hear clearly. Although the words were somewhat crude, everyone understood what Li Che meant. As long as one could increase their strength. Undefined translated _story. Li Che would rather be suspected by the imperial court. Anyway, the emperor was far away, and as long as Li Che did not show obvious rebellion, could Emperor Cheng really send troops to fight his own son? But the H people over there? Zhuge Zhe asked again. We need to change our strategy over there. Li Che's eyes flickered. Passive defense won't work. It's better to take the initiative to attack. Zhuge Zhe's eyes widened. Take the initiative to attack? That's right, let's give the H people a welcome gift. Li Che's lips curled slightly. Tell them that this king is here. In the days to come, attack and defense will shift. The phrase attack and defense will shift sounded easy, but for the current Ninggu army, it was a huge challenge. Li Che made the final decision, and the entire city immediately started operating, preparing for war. The common people woke up the next morning and found the soldiers busy again. In the inner city, the mansions of major noble families were emptied, and valuables, too rushed to be counted, were stored in warehouses. Meanwhile, all privately hidden weapons and armor were gathered together, sorted, and distributed to each camp. Perhaps due to being surrounded by barbarians, the noble families of the previous dynasty never felt safe and secretly hoarded large quantities of armor. With the standard armor of the county soldiers added, there was enough for the entire Ninggu army to be fully equipped. The Tang family had 500 sets of armor, the Pei family 400 sets, the Zhangsun family 1,000 sets, and the Zhuge family voluntarily contributed 600 sets. Qian Bin closed the booklet in his hand and looked at Li Che. These dozen or so families together have over 6,000 sets of armor. Li Che's mouth twitched. Damn, these noble families, hoarding so much armor was practically rebellion. On one hand, they hid armor, on another, they oppressed the common people, and yet they still groveled as slaves to the barbarians. Who knew what they were thinking? Tomorrow, I can only leave you with 4 camps. I need to take everyone else with me. Li Che looked at Heat Long. Can you hold the city? Heat Long clasped his hands. If the city stands, I stand. Good, I'll leave as much iron armor for you as possible. It's useless for night raids. Li Che said. For such a surprise attack, iron armor was a burden. It was not only cumbersome but also made noise that could alert the enemy. With Li Che's current resources, he could equip the raiding soldiers with 2 layers of leather armor, which provided protection almost equal to iron armor. The affairs within the city will be left to Master Qian. Qian Bin smiled and said, Your Highness, rest assured. For this night raid, Zhuge Zhe, as the only local, naturally had to serve as the guide. Leaving city affairs to the experienced Qian Bin reassured Li Che. Compared to Wang Sanshun, Heat Long was steadier in temperament. With Qian Bin handling civil affairs and Heat Long managing military defense, nothing would go wrong. Besides, the barbarians were unlikely to attack the city. They saw Ninggu County as livestock being raised, barbarians they might be, but they understood the difference between a feast and long-term sustenance. In the training ground, soldiers from other camps took off their iron armor and reluctantly handed it to the 4 camps remaining behind to defend the city. The Ninggu army still lacked dedicated equipment, and in special situations, armor had to be redistributed. In Li Che's view, this patchwork logistical system was completely unqualified. In his previous life, any logistics officer would have been executed for it. But Li Che had no choice. Until he established a self-sufficient production line, weapons and armor had to be cobbled together. After changing gear, 10,000 soldiers marched in neat formation, their spears aligned in unison. Li Che's training methods were showing initial results, at least their formations now matched the discipline of students in modern military training. The other generals were already used to it, but Zhuge Zhe, seeing this for the first time, fell silent.
Zhu Gejia had never seen the Grand Qing Imperial Army, but he had heard elders speak of the Huan dynasty's elite Yulin Shagua army.
That was the elite of the elite, yet in terms of discipline, they might not match the army before him.
Li Che removed his royal robe and put on his armor.
He walked up to the high platform in the center of the training ground.
The soldiers' gazes all focused on Li Che, their eyes filled with fervent admiration.
Li Che waved his hand and smiled, saying, "There will be no training today, take a good rest. We will set off after dark."
"Yes, Your Highness." The soldiers responded in unison.
"Tonight is our Ninggu army's first battle against the barbarian tribes.
I won't say much about how important it is. Everyone, you are fighting for me, but also for yourselves, and most importantly, for all the sons and daughters of China." Li Che drew the long sword from his waist and pointed it towards the north. "The purpose of this battle is simple, to make the barbarians beyond the pass sit down and listen to us.
From today onward, we will let the world know
that after the Ninggu army appears, even the most savage nomadic tribes of this land will become capable of singing and dancing."
Chapter 90, Only Dead Foreigners Are Good Foreigners.
The moonlight, like water, quietly spilled onto the remaining snow on the ground. The city gates opened a crack, and one after another, teams of soldiers marched out. Men held tokens, and horses' hooves were wrapped.
The entire team moved silently, only the soft sound of footsteps could be heard.
Li Che sat on a black horse, looking at the tired face of Lieutenant Jiaming beside him, and smiled as he asked, "Lieutenant Jia, seeing the power of my Ninggu army, how does it compare to Yang Zhongxi's Huan Kingdom army?"
Jiaming's face showed a complex expression.
Even now, he couldn't understand why Li Che suddenly changed his attitude, captured him, but treated him with fine wine and good food, and now suddenly brought him here. Hearing Li Che's words, he glanced at the surrounding soldiers, his eyes flashing with a hint of wariness. "It is indeed an elite army."
After a moment, he unwillingly added, "But it's still not as good as the Huan Kingdom army."
Li Che smiled slightly, knowing that this guy was just being stubborn.
But he wasn't angry at all.
Whether it was the Huan dynasty or the Great Qing, it had nothing to do with him, Li Che. Li Che was Chinese, a son of the land, loyal to the people here, not to any particular dynasty. In his view, any army that could fight against the foreign tribes was a good army, and only dead foreign tribes were good foreign tribes.
"Still angry?" Li Che asked. "Don't be angry.
The reason I detained you and didn't let you go to the Shanhai Pass is to save your general."
"What do you mean?" Jiaming asked in surprise.
"You really have a pig's brain," Li Che couldn't help but scold. "You, a lieutenant of the former dynasty, go to the Shanhai Pass to ask the generals of the current dynasty for help.
Do you think they would agree?"
"Not only would they not agree, but they would detain you and report it to the court. By then, not only would you be in trouble, but even my army wouldn't be able to move.
We wouldn't be able to save you."
Upon hearing Li Che's analysis, Jiaming realized he was in the wrong and lowered his head.
"I didn't think of that."
Li Che comforted him, "Don't worry, I still have some matters to handle. Once we have dealt with the nearby barbarian tribes, I'll send troops to Liaodong. Just by the fact that your general holds heavy troops but only fights the barbarians and doesn't fight for the throne of the Central Plains, I respect him as a real man."
"You dare to fight the barbarians?"
Jiaming said, full of disbelief.
"I don't believe it.
After you entered Ninggu County, one by one, you all just wanted to hide your heads like turtles. No one was willing to fight to the death with the barbarians."
"Ha ha," Li Che laughed, "then open your eyes and watch. See how I kill the barbarians."
Jiaming's eyes widened.
"We're going to kill the barbarians?" "That's right, the Limo tribe of the H tribe. Have you heard of them?" The Limo tribe was not some unknown small tribe, their leader was Bo Shulu, one of the 30 surnames commonly used by the H tribe.
Jiaming paused for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, dare you untie me and give me a weapon?"
"What for?" Li Che looked at the grass rope in his hands. "You still want to run?" "I'm not running. Killing the barbarians, count me in."
Jiaming grumbled.
Li Che was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Good man. Xiaobai, go untie him."
Anyway, with Hu Chang around, this kid wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, Li Che prided himself on being somewhat skilled at reading people. Once upon a time, a young lady who studied applied psychology taught him what kind of people could be trusted to speak, their word as good as gold. Clearly, she was that kind of person. Unfortunately, he and that young lady were not meant to be, and they never got together. The main reason was her terrifying means, she could see right through him, knowing whether he was lying or not.
How could he endure being her partner?
Under the guidance of several guides, the army marched for half the night and finally spotted the distant, vague camp. The H tribe was still at a relatively primitive stage. It would be more accurate to say they were in the transition phase from being a fishing and hunting society to a nomadic one. The camp before them was quite large but completely chaotic, with tents all crooked and tangled, lacking any order. Li Che squinted, exhaling a puff of white mist. "Let the brothers slow down, we mustn't wake the sentries."
It was around 3 in the morning, the deepest part of the night when everyone sleeps the hardest. The march of thousands of people couldn't be completely silent, yet the other side was clueless. Only when they reached within 300 steps of the camp did Li Che's heart suddenly settle. He knew half of the night raid was already successful. 300 steps was about the distance from which cavalry could charge. Even if the enemy discovered them now, it would be too late. But Li Che didn't rush, he desperately suppressed his excitement and commanded the troops to move forward. 250 steps. 200 steps. 180 steps. At this moment, a bark or two sounded from the camp. Humans might not hear clearly due to deep sleep, but dogs never miss a beat. Even while sleeping, they could quickly sense any strange noises outside. Hearing the barking meant that the people in the camp were alarmed. Li Che simply stopped hiding and shouted, "This is our chance to achieve great things. Bugler, sound the horn." Dee-dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee. The charge horn, later known by northern barbarian tribes as the soul-harrowing sound, first echoed in the barbarian camp. Archers readied their bows and lit their arrows with fire sticks, sending a flurry of fiery arrows into the camp. As flames struck the tents, the camp was soon surrounded by flickering fire tongues. Charge! At the moment the arrows landed, the infantry, weapon in hand, roared as they rushed in, unit by unit. Achieving great things. Previously, the first soldier to scale the city wall during the inner city attack was promoted by His Highness to team leader. Such great merit, how could anyone not envy it? Now, a brand new opportunity lay before them. The king's flag waving in the royal tent at the center of the camp. To seize the flag would also be a great achievement. The camp was thrown into chaos as countless people woke from their sleep, cursing in incomprehensible language as they crawled out of their tents. Then, they were met with the terrifying sight of a multitude of glowing red eyes in the dark, each pair hungry for blood. The enemy is attacking at night, fast. The people shouted as they grabbed their weapons, preparing to confront them. The soldier at the forefront, holding a wooden shield and a sword, dashed into the camp. The first to greet him was a fierce black dog. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, then raised his shield and sent the pouncing dog flying, his sword swiftly descending. The dog's head flew up instantly, the first casualty of the night. A cold chill instantly spread through the body. A soldier shouted as he ran down from the sentry post, mounted his horse, and prepared to fight. A shooting star of an arrow fell from the sky, pinning the soldier to the ground beneath the horse's hooves. Li Che slowly lowered his bow and arrow, rubbing his wrist. This bow was taken from the Chow family after the Longsun family was eradicated. It had the power of one stone, barely considered a hard bow. After these days of training and deliberate weight increases, Li Che's strength was no longer a glaring weakness. The foundation of this body wasn't bad, after all, he was a prince. At least drawing a one-stone bow was no problem, and as he grew older, his strength would continue to increase. "Your Highness, you have such incredible archery skills," Zhuge couldn't help but praise. Li Che smiled and said, "If I am to become a vassal lord on horseback, how can I not understand the ways of the battlefield?" Zhuge glanced at Li Che with a complicated expression. Military generals might be willing to follow such a prince, but the thoughts of civil officials were quite different. A vassal lord on horseback sounds good, leading troops in battle would certainly make the soldiers brave, but the danger is real. If something goes wrong, the Ningwa kingdom could collapse, especially since Li Che has no heir yet. Zhuge quietly thought to himself, the prince doesn't worry about these things, so as his subject, it's my duty to ease his concerns. I must find an opportunity to seek a few talented women for His Highness, someone who can bear a son soon. As Zhuge's thoughts wandered, the situation on the battlefield had already entered a fever pitch. It was early spring, the time of year when everything was coming back to life. The tribes outside the pass were all resting and recovering, rarely engaged in war. The Liamo tribe was located at the southernmost edge of the pass, relying on the Great Wall and Ningwa County for protection. They never expected to face a night raid at this time. Some men even crawled out of their women's beds, grabbed weapons, and rushed onto the battlefield. Others scrambled out of the sheep pens, still completely naked. There was no choice, the barbarian tribes had very few women. Some men, unsatisfied, had no choice but to use sheep as their tools of release. Such situations were common in various barbarian tribes, even pirates during the Age of Exploration had similar customs. As for why it was always sheep? Perhaps their size was similar to that of humans? These men had just woken up from their sleep, and before they slept, they had gone through a fierce battle, so now, their steps were shaky as they were forced to join the fight. Naturally, they were no match for the well-rested Ningwa army. But what surprised Li Che was that, despite having no chance of winning, the enemy still did not collapse, flee, or surrender. Instead, they picked up anything they could use as weapons and fought to the death. Even though their opponents were wearing 2 layers of leather armor, had tactical formations, and were battle-hardened Ningwa soldiers, the barbarians still charged forward like moths to the flame. Li Che couldn't help but grow cautious. It was only now that he truly realized the difference between the Central Plains Xia people and the barbarians. The Xia people loved peace, knew how to endure, and would never take risks unless they had to cultivate in peace. But the barbarians were different. They lived on raw meat, had no respect for life or death, and treated themselves the same. In battle, they were like beasts, only frenzy and madness, no sign of reason. No wonder before the invention of the Maxim machine gun, nomadic tribes were always a constant threat to agricultural nations. Essentially, they were completely different kinds of people. Do not be greedy for achievements, maintain the formation. Wang Sanchun swung his sword and struck down two approaching barbarians, loudly reminding the soldiers. War makes people lose their minds. While the Chinese people love peace, it doesn't mean they lack the will to fight. On the contrary, when their fighting spirit is ignited, they can immediately enter a frenzied state, fearless of death or pain. Several soldiers had already killed in a frenzy, leaving the safety of the formation and were surrounded and killed by the raging barbarians. Some even dove headfirst into the burning tents. Unexpectedly, the fire spread instantly, and he was burned to death. In any case, it was still a lack of experience in facing barbarians. Although Ning Gujuan had experienced many battles, they were all small skirmishes against bandits and mountain thieves, at most considered security operations. If they had been mountain bandits attacking at night, the enemy would have already collapsed. But now, they were facing H people. Ning Gujuan's ability to respond was strong, and the commanders of each camp and the team leaders were all top performers in the criminal army, quickly adjusting their tactics. They acted in units of 5, providing mutual cover, and alternately charged toward the center of the camp. While clearing out the remaining enemies, they also extinguished the flames, cutting down any H person they saw with a quick strike, then finishing them off. With their steady tactics, Ning Gujuan swept through, reaching the enemy's king's tent with minimal casualties. The H king's tent stood tall and majestic, surrounded by over 100 H warriors standing solemnly, all dressed in iron armor, their gazes sharp. Looking at the impressive military appearance and the fine quality of their armor, these were the most elite soldiers of the Lima tribe. And in the middle of the soldiers was a middle-aged man, the leader of the Lima tribe, self-proclaimed King Lima, Bishulu Dayerbu. Dayerbu was about 40 years old, which made him an elder among the H people, whose average age was under 30. His deep eyes contained wisdom, and even though he was surrounded by Ning Gujuan's soldiers, many times their number, he still maintained the composure and rationality a leader should have. Dunzi swung his blade and took the head of the last H-man, stubbornly resisting, then immediately looked up at the king's tent in the distance. When he saw the H-king's flag fluttering in the wind beside the tent, a flash of greed and desire crossed his eyes. The honor of capturing the flag was within reach. He casually threw aside his shield, now broken into pieces, and gripped his war blade, which was now slightly dulled. He had just beheaded 7 or 8 people in battle, and the supervising officer behind him had made a clear record, with his comrades witnessing the deeds. These accomplishments were enough to promote him to a squad leader, but Dunzi still felt it wasn't enough. From a fallen criminal to a squad leader in Ning Gujuan's army, Dunzi truly believed that if he followed the footsteps of Prince Ning Gujuan, he would definitely bring glory to his ancestors. When that time came, he would no longer have to face the disappointed eyes of his parents back home. Just thinking about the hopeful eyes of the people in his hometown made Dunzi feel his blood boiling. He tightened his grip on the knife and strode forward toward the king's tent. Just as he took his first step, Dunzi suddenly felt a tightness behind him, and a strong hand grabbed him and pulled him back. "Little brat, are you looking for death?" Wang Sanchuan, riding a horse, quickly grabbed Dunzi. "Did you not see those hard bows?" Dunzi then noticed that around the king's tent were already numerous H warriors armed with bows and arrows, all with cold expressions, exuding murderous intent. Dozens of hard bows could easily turn any creature charging forward into a sieve, and even ordinary wooden shields could be pierced effortlessly. Under the control of Wang Sanchuan and the commanders of each camp, the soldiers, now red with bloodlust, stopped and surrounded the king's tent, sealing it tight. The two sides faced each other in a strange silence on the battlefield. At this moment, a stammering voice speaking in the Summer language came from the king's tent. "King Lima requests to see your army's leader." Chapter 92, False Titles and True Titles. The voice coming from the king's tent shattered the suffocating silence. Wang Sanchuan stared at the figure hiding behind the H warriors, thinking about how much of a price they would have to pay if he ordered a forced attack. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sanchuan gave up that idea. From his understanding of Li Che, the prince valued every soldier's life, and a forced attack would definitely be the last resort. He ordered the soldier next to him, "Go, tell His Highness to come. Just say there is a barbarian leader here to see him." At this moment, Li Che, under the protection of his personal guards, was entering the H camp. Beside him stood a female general, full of grace and majesty, clad in armor, holding a long sword, with an air of unyielding determination visible between her brows. This female general was Chang Ningxue, who, at Li Che's request, was in charge of the combat training for the newly established medical camp, temporarily holding the position of a minor officer of the camp. Within the camp, there were already female soldiers wearing Red Cross embroidered leather armor, searching the battlefield to treat the wounded.
The wounded must be rescued with all effort, ensuring their lives are saved first, Li Che repeatedly instructed, tell them not to worry. Even if they become disabled, this king will support them for life. The soldiers' eyes were filled with gratitude, and they all answered in unison. Chang Ningxue, her gaze flickering, curiously looked at the young prince beside her. Li Che had not lied to her. After leaving Mangdang Mountain, the Ninggu army had indeed established the medical camp, and after taking the inner city, it had officially been incorporated into the Ninggu army structure.
The medical camp was almost entirely composed of women.
They were equipped with weapons, knew a bit of basic combat, and could also join the fight in times of emergency. In addition to that, they were responsible for treating the wounded, each having gone through basic first aid training. Li Che had also, based on the knowledge he learned from his ex-girlfriend, who was a medical student, written a simplified version of a barefoot doctor's manual and distributed it to the medical camp as study material. Disinfection, stopping bleeding, bandaging, and transport, they didn't need to understand the principles, just follow the procedures. Although the medical soldiers' techniques were still unrefined, at least it was better than no treatment at all for the wounded. Chang Ningxue silently thought that perhaps under this young prince's command, women could really rise to prominence. She took a deep breath, a trace of worry flashing across her eyes.
Life in the medical camp was good.
As a noblewoman born into a military family, it was the first time she felt needed by others. But the engagement with the crown prince still clung to her like a nightmare, causing her to feel anxious every single day. Just then, a soldier rode up on horseback. Your Highness, General Wang has surrounded the king of Limo's tent.
Their leader wants to meet you.
It's finally over, Li Che sighed in relief. If the king's tent was captured, it meant this clan had reached its end. A heavy mountain that had been pressing down on Ninggu County was now gone.
Li Che appeared full of confidence and made the decision to launch a night raid on the H people. In reality, he knew this was a risky move.
If the enemy detected it and ambushed the Ninggu army, using the cavalry's swift mobility, his hard-earned Ninggu army might be wiped out.
Fortunately, the plan succeeded, and after tonight's battle, the Ninggu army now had enough horses.
Currently, the army had seized over 6,000 horses, and many more had fled in fear, which they would be able to recover soon. At least, there would be enough horses to equip every soldier.
In Li Che's plan for the army, soldiers didn't need to be skilled in horsemanship or become full cavalry.
But at the very least, every soldier should know how to ride a horse and be able to travel on horseback. In ancient times, it was impossible to form a mechanized army, but forming a mule-horse mobile force, escaping the dilemma of having to travel on foot, was still achievable. Let's go, let's meet this king of Limo, Li Che said with a smile, spurring his horse forward, with his guards quickly following suit. Derbu called himself the king of Limo, but even in the barbarian society, this was an act of shameless overstepping. Nomadic tribes were also part of the East Asian political system, which was completely different from the European system where a small lord with a few thousand subjects could call himself a king. To become a king, one had to either have enough power or have a father with enough power. A mere H people could only barely call themselves kings if they unified the entire H tribe. Therefore, when Li Che rode up to the front line and looked at Derbu through the soldiers on both sides, there was no respect in his eyes for another king.
How could a prince of a great country sit on the same level as a small clan leader?
Derbu was completely different. Even though the distance was far, he still saw a familiar aura in Li Che.
It was the aura of someone at the top, someone who looked down on everything. The other person didn't care about their own identity.
In their eyes, everyone except themselves seemed like ants. The last time Derbu saw such a gaze was when he was young. At that time, the Emperor of Daqing personally led an expedition and swept through all the tribes beyond the pass. His own father, the former leader of the Limo tribe, died at the hands of the Daqing army during that time. But at that time, Derbu didn't dare to seek revenge. The Daqing army was too strong, so strong that even the fearless H people could feel genuine fear from the bottom of their hearts. After the Emperor of Qing killed his father, he casually said that from now on, Derbu would be the leader of the Limo tribe, and he legally inherited everything from his father. Now, more than 10 years have passed. In these years, Derbu had interacted with more Daqing people. In his eyes, the Daqing people were cowardly, incompetent, and weak. They were objects that could be easily manipulated in this land. His disdain for the criminals exiled to this place gradually helped him rid himself of the psychological shadow the Emperor of Qing and the Daqing army had cast on him. Derbu began to openly humiliate and exploit the common people of Daqing in Ninggu County. But when he saw Li Che, it was like waking from a dream. The man simply sat on his horse, silently looking towards him, and Derbu began to tremble uncontrollably. The personal guards beside him, dressed in fine armor, reminded Derbu of the imperial guard beside the Emperor of Daqing. Perhaps it was because of the humiliation from his own inner cowardice, or perhaps to preserve the last bit of his dignity. Derbu had the elder who knew the Xia language in his tribe speak the following words to Li Che. In front of you is a descendant of the H13 royal family, the leader of the H8 tribal alliance, former leader of the Limo tribe, current leader of the Limo tribe, the Limo king, Bo Shulu Derbu. Upon hearing the series of titles, Li Che couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing their prince laugh, the other generals, although not knowing why, still laughed in unison. For a moment, in the solemn battlefield, there was a hint of lightheartedness. Derbu's face immediately turned red. From Li Che's laughter, he heard utter disdain and contempt. He wasn't wrong, Li Che indeed didn't think highly of him. Li Che knew well that when a person presents a string of intimidating titles, there are only two possibilities. One is that this person is really that impressive. The other is that this person lacks confidence and can only embellish themselves with a string of titles. Li Che looked at the red-faced Derbu and knew for sure that he was the latter. True strong individuals don't need such titles. When they achieve extraordinary feats, people will naturally give them those titles. For example, the strongest carbon-based life form of the 7th century, governor of Asia, the person in charge of the Eastern Hemisphere, the dragon and phoenix figure, the representation of the heavens and sun, the Grand Taisher of the Tang dynasty, the minister of personnel, the chancellor, the governor of Eastern Shanxi, the governor of Izhou, the governor of Yangzhou, the general of the left wing, the general of the left and right military, the grand general of 12 guards, the pillar of the state, King Qin, the general of the heavenly strategy, the heavenly Khan, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Each of these titles alone would crush Derbu, but all of them belonged to one person, and not a single one was self-proclaimed. What's even more ridiculous is that, except for the heavenly Khan and Emperor Taizong, all the titles were earned before he was 23. After the laughter subsided, Li Che slowly opened his mouth, unhurriedly. Tell the barbarian on the opposite side, this is Prince Li Che. Li Che didn't even bother to compare titles with Derbu, merely stating his own name. What bullshit, Limo King, H leader, 2 words were enough to make him unable to lift his head. Li Che. Chapter 93, The Noble Criminal. No matter the era, in a relatively friendly social interaction, both parties should try to demonstrate equality. For example, when Derbu listed a series of titles, in order to show respect, Li Che should also mention his own titles. If he didn't do so, it would mean there was no attitude of equality, and the friendliness would naturally vanish. In the current situation where Derbu is the fish and Li Che is the knife, it represents humiliation. Looking at Derbu, after a brief moment of confusion, he didn't become more angry due to the humiliation. On the contrary, his attitude suddenly changed, and there was an inexplicable respect and closeness in his tone. It turns out that it's His Royal Highness Prince Diqing in person. I have been rude, I salute the prince. Upon hearing this, the surrounding H warriors looked at their leader in surprise. This was the first time they had known that Derbu could speak Xia language. Li Che just coldly looked at Derbu, who was bowing and saluting like a Xia person, and he felt like he was a crow pretending to be a peacock, awkward and inappropriate. Derbu didn't even know that Diqing had not only princes but also dukes. After Derbu stood up, he asked with some confusion, My lord, may I ask what grievance we have between us, that we must fight each other? There is indeed a grudge. Li Che said indifferently, Your son went to my place, acting arrogantly, so I had him killed. Son? Derbu was stunned. He had many sons. As the leader of a large tribe, he had access to the most women. In the northeast, where the days are short and the nights long, there was no entertainment, so he spent his nights making more children. Since he had so many sons, most of them were mediocre and received no special treatment in the tribe. There were also a few exceptional sons who were given the title of prince. Which of my sons are you talking about? Derbu asked. This question left Li Che speechless. The little brat had been very arrogant, and Li Che couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he just killed him with a single strike. He only remembered that the boy had claimed to be the prince of the Liamo tribe, but as for which prince, who could still remember? Seeing Li Che remain silent, Derbu thought he had offended him, and quickly said, Your Highness, no matter which of my sons offended the Prince of Diqing, if he lost his life, it would be his own fault. Derbu appeared to be bowing and scraping like a slave, which gave Li Che a strong sense of contrast. And the longing and fear in his words towards Diqing didn't seem fake. Li Che couldn't understand, if such a person was so terrified of Diqing, why did he dare to raid Ninggu County City? Your grievances may be forgiven, but my grudge cannot. Li Che's tone grew colder. Your tribe raided my Ninggu County city, causing countless civilians to die. You colluded with the former imperial families, taking a large amount of money and resources. You exposed the bodies of Diqing's people on the side of the road to intimidate our soldiers and civilians. How should we settle these blood debts? Li Che asked each question word by word, thinking that Derbu would be so scared that his face would turn pale and he would immediately kneel to beg for forgiveness. But to Li Che's surprise, when Li Che mentioned that Ninggu County was his city, Derbu's expression instantly changed. You. Derbu no longer used polite speech, so you are the king of Ninggu County, the king of those criminals. Criminals. Li Che instantly understood.
He finally understood the source of Derbu's complicated attitude. Derbu had a very complex feeling toward Deqing. He was the leader of the Liamo tribe, personally appointed by the emperor of Deqing, and thus he both respected and feared Deqing. But as a leader appointed by the emperor from the Central Plains, he was also deeply discriminated against in the true barbarian tribes. There is a psychological effect called convert zeal, which means that people who join a camp later often become more loyal to it than those born in it. More fanatical. That's exactly how Derbu is. He has a twisted yearning and loyalty to Deqing. In his heart, the people of Ninggu County are all criminals of Deqing, enemies standing against Deqing. They are the only ones he can oppress as a follower of Deqing. So, he, along with other nearby tribes, exhaustively exploited the people of Ninggu County, lowering the status of the people of Ninggu County, especially the Qing people, to please the other tribes in both sides of Deqing. After understanding the situation, Li Che couldn't help but sneer, criminals? That's right, they are criminals. Derbu said with confidence. Criminals are the enemies of Deqing. As a prince, how can you mix with the enemies? Shut up. Li Che couldn't listen anymore and yelled sharply to interrupt him. Listen carefully. Li Che straightened up from his horse and raised his sword. The criminals exiled to Ninggu County are also Deqing's people. Even if they are criminals, they are still 1,000 times more noble than you, a barbarian. Savages from outside the civilization, not accepting education, how dare you talk nonsense here, foolishly discussing Deqing's people. Li Che angrily scolded, instantly shattering Derbu's fantasies. My H tribe is also descended from the Flame Emperor. We are also descendants of Yan and Huang, one of the Chinese nations. Derbu's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his tone was so weak it was almost inaudible. What's the use of bloodlines? We, the Xia people, value culture. Li Che rudely interrupted. Is this how descendants of Yan and Huang treat their own people? Li Che drew the silent sword from his waist and pointed it at Derbu from afar. There's no use talking too much. Now, I'm showing you a clear path. Let your people put down their weapons and surrender immediately. This is the only way to survive. Just as his words fell, Derbu heard a sound of footsteps around him. He saw hundreds of figures silently appear behind the soldiers around him. They wore dark leather armor, helmets covering their heads, with only sharp eyes showing. They tightly gripped fine-tuned crossbows, and the arrows glinted coldly in the moonlight. The tips of the crossbow bolts were aimed at Derbu and the nearby H warriors, forming an invisible encirclement. Li Che's lips curled slightly upwards. Did he really think I'd waste time talking with him? If it weren't for the powerful bows in the hands of the H warriors, I would have already given the order to chop them all down. During the confrontation with Derbu, Li Che secretly ordered his personal guards to bring in the crossbow battalion, surrounding Derbu and the others. Yesterday, 300 crossbows of various types were found in the family residences. Along with the previous 200 light crossbows and some soldiers trained in archery, the crossbow battalion had expanded to 800 men. 800 people could fire 800 arrows in an instant, enough to turn Derbu and his men into porcupines. Wait, I don't accept. Derbu's eyes flashed with madness. You sent your army for a night attack, it's not fair. How can I accept this? How do you want to resolve this? Li Che asked with a smile. According to ancient Chinese customs, let us each send out a general to fight one-on-one in the battlefield. If you defeat my tribe's warrior, then the Limo tribe will truly surrender. Chapter 94, The Duel of Generals. The Duel of Generals? Li Che looked at Derbu with great interest. He really is a China expert, he even knows about dueling generals. The single combat between generals wasn't just a fictional idea in novels, it was recorded before the Song dynasty. Especially during the spring and autumn period, when the rites were not yet broken, and the music was not yet corrupted. When the feudal lords fought, there were still rules, they had to wait for both sides to open their formations and prepare before starting the fight. After the battle, regardless of victory or defeat, both sides would exchange gifts. At that time, single combat, which did not harm the relationship and could still decide the winner, naturally became common. Although this world does not have the Qin and Han dynasties, nor the later ones, the spring and autumn period and the warring states period do exist. As a result, the tradition of dueling generals was passed down. Between two armies, each side sends out a brave general to challenge, the winner greatly boosts the morale of their army. At this moment, Derbu proposed a duel, undoubtedly a fight of desperation, making his last attempt to struggle. Wang Sanchun silently walked to Li Che's side and whispered, Your Highness, no need to waste words with him, just order the archers and crossbowmen to fire together, and I'll lead the charge. Even Wang Sanchun understood that a general does not need bravery of a common man, but rather values intelligence, trust, benevolence, courage, and discipline. A one-on-one duel held little significance, especially with the Ninggu army already in a strong, assured position. Why kill them? Li Che's gaze swept over the sturdy H warriors, his eyes filled with greed. Such fine men. Wang Sanchun immediately froze, looking at Li Che in disbelief. It was known that the Crown Prince had an affinity for Dragon Yang, although His Highness and the Crown Prince were not full-blooded brothers, they were still brothers. Could it be that he also inherited such preferences? Wang Sanchun silently moved a few steps to the side. Li Che, noticing this, immediately became furious, shouting, "What are you hiding for? I'm talking about these people, they are all laborers. Kill them all, you go repair the city, you go clear the land, you go join the death squad, right?" Since learning that his fief was in Ningdu County, Li Che understood one thing. Relying only on the people of Diqing, the frontier could never develop. No matter how badly the people inside the pass lived, they would never want to move to the harsh cold land outside the pass. The Diqing people who came here were either criminals or family members of those punished by collective responsibility. With only a few tens of thousands of Diqing people, no waves could be stirred up in the northeast, which was filled with either foreign tribes or wild bears, and population was the most important resource. Therefore, recruiting a certain number of barbarian tribes, assimilating some and driving others, was something he had to do. These barbarians, whether used as cheap labor or scattered and integrated into the army, could play a huge role. Alright, I accept this duel. Li Che smiled at De Erbu. Do you want us to have a one-on-one fight, so you can truly be convinced? De Erbu shook his head repeatedly. What nonsense, he was almost 50, with old arms and legs, how could he still join the battle? Your Highness, with your noble body, how could you fight in person? De Erbu exclaimed, let us each send a warrior to duel, to determine who is superior, regardless of life or death. All right. Li Che nodded. He then looked at the officers, who was willing to fight. The officers immediately responded in unison, I am willing to fight. Li Che's gaze swept over Wang Sanchun and the others, finally resting on the side of Hu Chang. If seeking stability, Hu Chang had to be the one sent. No matter how fierce the warriors were on the other side, one strike from him would crush them into putty. As a middle-ranking officer in the Ningdu army with some command experience, losing one of his own would be painful. Li Che thought for a moment, then spoke up, it should be a Chang. Halfway through, a young officer in white armor stepped forward and cupped his hands, Your Highness. Li Che looked over and saw it was Yu Yun from the guard cavalry. Yu Yun gazed at Li Che sincerely, speaking loudly, Prince Yunming took me in, and before I even had any achievements, I was promoted to officer, and my heart has always been anxious. Today, with this opportunity, please, Your Highness, allow me to fight in battle, to repay your kindness. Li Che looked at Yu Yun, whose eyes were determined and stubborn. Yu Yun, this officer, was indeed someone Li Che had personally promoted. After the 50 guard cavalry soldiers joined, they had not been put to much use. In the army, without military merit, no matter how high the position, one would not be respected. For Yu Yun, this was indeed a good opportunity to prove himself. Li Che remembered how Yu Yun, despite wearing heavy armor, could still wield his spear with great skill. With this alone, his combat ability was certainly not low. Li Che nodded slowly, in that case, Yu Yun, obey my command. I will lead the way. Go and take off their dog heads, let the power of our Ningdu army be known. I accept the order. Yu Yun, excited, bowed deeply, then mounted his warhorse and rode out with his spear. He headed straight for the royal tent. He inserted the long spear in his hand into the ground and coldly shouted. I am Lieutenant Yu Yun of the Ningdu army, who among you barbarians dares to fight? De Erbu noticed a handsome, young commander stepping forward and couldn't help but relax slightly. With such a slender build, he likely had no strength, how could he be my H-warrior's opponent? He then turned to look back, when Ko. A stir arose from the formation, and a burly man slowly stepped out. The man was extraordinarily massive, over 2 meters tall, resembling a moving boulder. He was unarmored, muscles bulging beneath tight animal skin. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seeming to shake the earth. From just his size, this man seemed much stronger than Hu Chang, a true walking giant. Wen Ku is my Limo tribe's #1 Bataloo, with the strength of 1,000 pounds, able to subdue tigers and leopards, De Erbu said, glancing at Yu Yun with a hint of disdain. Your Highness only sent such a young general, do not regret it. Li Che frowned, looking at Yu Yun in the arena. Real combat relies on the clash of strength, absolute power allows one to do as they please. Li Che did not doubt Yu Yun's combat ability, but the difference in their sizes was too great, and the gap in strength was certainly not small. Yu Yun looked up at the giant man, Wen Ko, not showing any fear, instead, his eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. As a general, how could one show fear before the battle? Li Che understood that forcing Yu Yun to retreat at this moment might become a psychological barrier for him in the future. No more talk, come to battle. Yu Yun drew his spear. That man, I won't take advantage of you, do I need to dismount? Like Hu Chang, such large men could hardly ride a horse, mounted troops had a natural advantage over foot soldiers. When Ku showed a look of confusion, and when someone behind translated Yu Yun's words, he shook his head. He reached out his hand to wave at Yu Yun, signaling him to come on.
Yu Yun's eyes sparkled, he fiercely squeezed the horse's belly, leaping high with both horse and rider. The warhorse neighed loudly, turning into a streak of light as it charged towards Yu Yun.
Chapter 95, Limo Tribe, Seeking Surrender. Unlike others, Yu Yun wore full armor as a cavalryman of the Yan army.
With both horse and rider, plus the full body armor, they weighed at least 600 or 700 pounds.
Like a mud truck charging forward, the force was not something human strength could withstand.
But the man did not dodge or avoid, he simply stood his ground, staring intently at the approaching Yu Yun. The crowd held its breath, eyes glued to the two men drawing closer on the field. Just as Yu Yun's warhorse dashed right up to Wenke, the spear he held was nearly at his chest. That giant man suddenly burst forth with an agility that did not match his weight, jumping to the side of the horse's head. At the same time, he tilted his body, raising his shoulder slightly, and collided fiercely with the belly of the passing warhorse. Hiss! The warhorse emitted a near sorrowful neigh. That massive body, like a mountain, concentrated all its strength into one point. The power unleashed was astonishing. The 300-pound warhorse's front hooves lifted off the ground, its body tilting to one side. Just as it seemed about to topple over and make intimate contact with the ground, sending Yu Yun flying off the horse, he calmly reached out his spear and thrust it into the ground. With both hands tightly gripping the reins, he pulled his feet out of the stirrups, quickly shifting his body to the other side. All the muscles in his body tensed, forcing the weight down on the other side of the horse. Whoa! Yu Yun managed to pull the warhorse's bent body back straight. The warhorse, unable to struggle, let out a low and helpless whinny, becoming a victim in this contest of strength. Though Yu Yun avoided being thrown off with the horse, the poor animal suffered 2 heavy blows and had already collapsed to the ground. Unable to stand up. Without the horse, the cavalry's strength is halved, and Wenke clearly knows this truth. Seizing the opportunity while his enemy is sick, Wenke picked up a heavy stone hammer from behind, its head roughly the size of a human head. In just 3 quick steps, he ran over, swung the stone hammer with a powerful wind, and struck fiercely at Yu Yun. At the critical moment, Yu Yun suddenly leaped from the ground, dodging the blow, while simultaneously drawing the long spear stuck in the earth. Bang! Wenke missed the strike, and the stone hammer slammed heavily into the ground, making a loud noise. After the dust settled, everyone focused their gaze. They saw that the ground had been struck into a small pit, as if a small explosion had occurred, the hammerhead deeply embedded in the earth. Wenke gave Yu Yun a cruel smile and pulled the stone hammer out of the ground with one hand. The several dozen kilogram hammer was hammered into the earth like a nail, but Wenke easily pulled it back out. Born with divine strength. Wang Sanshun, standing next to Li Che, secretly glanced at Hu Chang beside him. Barbarians raised on meat really do tend to produce extraordinary strongmen. Li Che did not respond, instead silently picking up his bow and arrow. If Yu Yun were to make even the slightest mistake, Li Che was ready to break the rules and shoot Wenke dead with an arrow. What duel? What one-on-one combat? What rules? Rules are meant to be broken, especially when the world has been in chaos for so many years. If the witnesses were all killed, no one would ever know he had broken the rules. However, Li Che misjudged the strength of his opponent, and also misjudged Yu Yun's abilities. Although Yu Yun had lost his horse, he remained calm and composed, steadily holding his spear as he retreated to a safe distance. When Wenke picked up the stone hammer again, Yu Yun seized the chance, using his spear like a staff, and swung it at Wenke. Wham! The spear hit Wenke's chest with a loud thud, causing him to grunt and stagger. Clearly, Yu Yun's strength wasn't lacking, even facing a giant like Wenke, he was still able to shake him. Wenke, enraged by the hit, roared and swung his stone hammer with a powerful gust of wind. Yu Yun was unhurried, his long spear unfurling like a dragon, wrapping around the hammer's head. The spearhead circled around the stone hammer and stabbed into Wenke's chest, the shaft of the spear shaking out an arc, then slamming hard into Wenke's wrist. Wenke's grip loosened, and the stone hammer flew from his hand. He stood there, stunned, staring at the spearhead now positioned in front of him, a chill running through his heart. Yet Yu Yun did not strike, but instead stopped the spear right at the tip of Wenke's nose. His body stood straight, his white robe billowing in the wind as he coldly said, "You lost." There are many types of spears. According to length, there are long spears and short spears, and according to the material of the shaft, there are hard and soft spears. Yu Yun practiced with a long spear with a soft shaft. The longer the spear, the more stamina it requires, the softer the shaft, the higher the control required. Yu Yun's style was extremely difficult and required great skill. Using a spear like it was his own arm, it was the perfect counter to Wenke, who relied purely on brute strength. De Erbu closed his eyes in despair. It was that feeling again when facing a mighty opponent like De Qing, the sense of helplessness was always overwhelming. Whether it was weapons, formations, tactics, or Yu Yun's mysterious martial arts, all were things the H people lacked. This was civilization-crushing barbarism. Why not kill him? De Erbu asked. Yu Yun withdrew his spear, his voice calm as he said, "My king still needs someone to hold the horse and carry the sword. I think he's just right for the role." De Erbu sighed, looking at the royal flag above, the last line of defense in his heart collapsing with a loud crash. "We surrender," he murmured. The H-warrior next to him looked at him in disbelief. "I said, we surrender." De Erbu stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. The H-Limo tribe, to the Heavenly Empire's Wang Ning of Guijun, requests surrender. The surrender of the Limo tribe was very easy. De Erbu had been the leader for over 10 years, his power was deeply rooted. When he spoke the words of surrender, the entire tribe gave up their resistance. The men lowered their weapons and obediently stood together. Even without the soldiers needing to act, they ended up tying themselves up. The dead bodies gathered together, the wounded were sent to the medical camp, and the women and children hiding in the tents were brought out one by one. The soldiers hadn't eaten meat all the way, their eyes were bloodshot, grinning as they approached. At the critical moment, however, Li Che stopped them. Wang Sanchun rubbed his hands together and smiled as he came closer. "Your Highness, didn't you say before that the women of Deqing cannot be touched, but the women of the barbarian tribes can be played with? The brothers have been holding it in for a long time, look." Li Che shot him a glare. "In this icy world, still thinking about that? Are you an animal?" Wang Sanchun chuckled foolishly without responding. Li Che also knew that it was impossible to stop such things. It's human nature to have needs, not to mention these vigorous and full of energy soldiers. Men whose husbands are still alive cannot be touched, it's not polite to do so in front of their husbands. As for those whose men are dead or don't have men, Li Che thought for a moment, let's gather all together. After returning to the city, I will reward the soldiers according to their merits. Wang Sanchuan's eyes immediately lit up, and he let out a laugh. Doesn't this mean the Highness is not just allowing us to play once but directly rewarding us? What are you so happy about? Li Che said irritably, "Go, call those above the rank of school captain, we still have serious business to attend to." Chapter 96, A Night to Break 5 Tribes. Li Che certainly didn't mean it that way. Rather than saying it was a reward, it was more like a betrothal. More than 90% of the Ninggu army are criminals and mountain bandits, with homes scattered across Deqing, drifting without roots. To make them feel a sense of belonging to Ninggu County, aside from strengthening ideological education, they also need to have roots. Starting a family is the best choice. As for marrying barbarian wives, for the lower-ranking soldiers, being able to marry a wife is a tremendous joy. Who cares if the other party is a barbarian? Though there is a distinction between the Han and the Yi in Deqing, it targets culture, not blood. There are also barbarian generals from other ethnic groups in the court living quite well, even being awarded titles and positions. Wang Sanchun conveyed Li Che's decision, and the soldiers immediately cheered. In this era, being able to marry a wife is undoubtedly something to brag about. Only excellent individuals can gain mating rights, this is a universal truth in the animal kingdom. Before long, Wang Sanchun brought a few school captains, escorting De Erbu to Li Che. At this moment, De Erbu no longer held the demeanor of the king of Liamo, his head bowed, dressed in a robe, looking like an ordinary old man. Li Che glanced at him and asked, "How many tribes are there around the Liamo tribe?" The Liamo tribe is a large tribe, centered around the Liamo tribe, further divided into more smaller tribes, such as Simu, Junli, Kushoa, Emojia, Funya. Nomadic people are like this, a pasture can only support a limited number of people, gathering 10,000 is already a large tribe. If the number is larger, the pasture becomes hard to bear, so people must be dispersed. The movements of these smaller tribes are erratic, and no one in Ninggu County knows their exact locations. As the leader of the 8 tribes of H, De Erbu must know. Upon hearing Li Che's question, De Erbu already understood what he was going to do. There are 5 nearby, the closest can arrive in an hour, the farthest will take 2 hours. De Erbu did not hesitate, the other 3 are farther away, it would take half a day to arrive on horseback. Li Che nodded, "Can you convince them to surrender?" De Erbu slowly shook his head, "Absolutely not, the tribes of H will only surrender to those who conquer them." Li Che sneered. "So they only behave after a beating, huh?" Li Che looked at the few school captains. Tonight's night raid was very successful, with fewer than 100 casualties on their side, and the physical exhaustion wasn't too great. Taking this opportunity, they could completely wipe out the H tribes surrounding Ninggu County. If the news of the destruction of the Limo tribe spreads after today, the other tribes will be on high alert, and it will not be so easy to attack them. We can't stop now, we need to divide our forces. Li Che said, "Split into 5 groups, take down the remaining tribes first." Wang Sanchun looked up at the sky. In spring, the dawn comes later, but in about an hour, it will be light. Once it gets light, our advantage will be lost, so we must act faster. Li Che nodded and looked at the cavalry captain, Wang Hu. "The cavalry will go to the furthest tribe, and Yu Yun will go with you." Both of them answered in unison, "Yes." Li Che then looked at the other 2 captains, "You 2 go to the Juanli tribe and the Kyuso tribe. These 2 tribes have fewer people, no more than 1,000 warriors, so end the battle quickly. Wang Sanchun, take 3 battalions to Emojia. That's a tough one. The archery battalion will go with you as well.
As for the Simu tribe, their numbers are second only to limos.
I will personally lead the troops to fight them. The troops were quickly divided, with Li Che leaving 100 men to clear the battlefield and guard the prisoners, while the rest set out in separate directions.
Simu tribe.
The sky was dark, with only the faintest glimmer of light on the horizon. The sounds of shouting and killing suddenly rang out from all directions. The leader of the Simu tribe rose from his animal skin bed, kicked the naked Daching woman off him, grabbed a large knife, put on his clothes, and ran out. Upon seeing the leader, a warrior hurriedly ran over. "Leader, the enemy is attacking."
Enemy?
The Simu leader was confused, as he had always been surrounded by friendly tribes.
How could enemies be attacking?
Before he could think any further, there was a huge crash. The body of a personal guard was thrown before him, the twisted expression frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at him. The Simu leader's face turned pale with shock, and just as he was about to say something, whoosh! An arrow shot towards him, hitting him directly in the chest. The Simu leader widened his eyes and slowly fell, unable to speak a single word before his death. Li Che lowered his bow and rode his horse to the tent. Behind him, a warrior from the Limo tribe immediately stepped forward to inspect the body. "Your Highness, this man is the leader of the Simu tribe." Li Che coldly spoke. "Decapitate him and hang his head for display."
Yes.
Immediately, a guard stepped forward and severed the Simu leader's head. Li Che turned around and looked. The sounds of fighting were growing quieter.
The Simu tribe, completely unprepared, was wiped out just like the Limo tribe, and their leader was killed. Li Che looked at the crying women inside the tent, his eyes growing colder. The Debut tribe showed respect for the Daching people, and there were no slaves from Daching in their tribe. But the Simu tribe was different.
As Li Che made his way through, he saw many Daching people, wearing rags and living in sheep pens.
When they saw Li Che and his men, they did not show joy.
Instead, their eyes were filled with numbness. Although they were not native Daching people, Li Che was still filled with fury at what he saw.
Just in the Simu tribe alone, there were so many Daching slaves. The northeast was so vast, how many more Daching people were suffering under the oppression of the barbarian tribes? Your Highness, the Simu tribe has surrendered, and our army has suffered minimal casualties.
Xiao Bai, dressed in armor, quickly walked over.
Li Che nodded and looked at the light on the horizon.
"Let the men rest here for now, and send someone to check on Wang Sanchuan's progress."
Yes. By the time the day was fully bright, news arrived from all the separated units. Without exception, all were successful.
The H tribe had been at peace for too long and never expected to be attacked.
The Ninggu army destroyed 5 tribes effortlessly.
The commanders of the Ninggu army realized that the barbarian tribes were not as strong as they had imagined. After a long period of peace, their higher-ups had become decadent, the soldiers lacked training, and the horses had become weak. But compared to the old aristocratic families of Ninggu County, they were still in better shape, which was why they had been able to suppress Ninggu County for so long. This is a rotten world. As long as it isn't rotten to the core, it can bully those even worse off. Soldiers from all sides returned one after another, bringing a large number of captives, cattle, sheep, horses, and weapons.
Li Che sat in the temporary tent, listening to the reports from various officers, occasionally nodding.
Behind him, Jiaming stood in the corner, his gaze falling on Li Che's back, filled with deep emotions. In one night, breaking the H clan's 5 divisions, what great prowess it was. Even the great general back then might not have been so amazing. Even more terrifying was that he was so young, only in his teens. Jiaming seemed to see a brilliant star rising slowly in the icy cold world.
Chapter 97, Killing Delightfully.
There are 3,500 from the Simu tribe, 2,000 from the Emojie tribe, 900 from the Junli tribe, 800 from the Kushua tribe, and 1,000 from the Funye tribe.
Zhuge Jia counted on the side. Adding the captives from the Liamo tribe, it has already exceeded 10,000.
While other generals were beaming with joy, immersed in the glory of defeating the H tribe, Zhuge Jia's face showed worry as he looked at Li Che. "Your Highness, we have added another 10,000 mouths to feed. Food is becoming even more strained. We can't trust these 10,000 people. We need to arrange guards and places for them, which requires a lot of effort."
Li Che furrowed his brow.
Although it was annoying to bring up these issues at such a joyous moment,
Li Che understood that his camp lacked someone like Zhuge Jia, who could point out gaps and dare to speak frankly.
Wang Sanchun grinned, with a cruel smile. "Why not just kill all the men?
It would save some food." Li Che looked at Wang Sanchun, thinking how ruthless this guy was.
Wang Laosi added, "I think Big Brother is right. After killing them, we can make dried meat, and that would provide food for the women too."
Li Che's eyes widened. All right, these brothers are all so devilish, huh? Did we not capture a lot of cattle and sheep?" Li Che said, "Isn't there enough meat to eat?"
Zhuge Jia replied with a bitter smile, "Your Highness may not know, but after just going through a winter, cattle and sheep have the least meat on them right now. It would be too tragic to slaughter them.
Nomads have no fields, and livestock is their lifeline.
To raise cattle and sheep and reap a harvest, they rely not only on giving birth but also on the little meat on their bodies.
Slaughtering them right after winter means farmers will have nothing left to harvest.
Thus, some tribes would rather let their people starve than slaughter livestock at this time. Slaughtering cattle and sheep now would significantly reduce our income, Li Che pondered.
Food has always been the number one problem he faced. Even though he had acquired quite a bit along the way and seized a large stash from the Yen aristocracy, it was still not enough. Feeding an army requires food. To win the people's hearts in Ningdu County also needs food. Fighting a war requires even more food. Just as Li Che was deep in thought, Jie Ming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up.
Your Highness, I have a way to help you gather food. The amount may not be too large, but it could relieve the urgent need.
Oh?
Li Che looked at Jie Ming. At this moment, Jie Ming had lost his previous rebellious demeanor, becoming humble and respectful. Clearly, tonight's heavy blow the Ningdu troops dealt to the H people had humbled this military officer from Huan.
Let me hear your thoughts.
Jie Ming said, I come from a hunting background, and now is the spring hunting season. Your Highness could send people to hunt wild animals in the mountains for food.
To the southeast of Ningdu County, there is a mountain called Phoenix Mountain.
It has rich forests and rolling hills, where many wild beasts inhabit. Your Highness only needs to assign me 3 battalions of men, and I am confident I can bring back enough meat to support you for a month.
Li Che smiled slightly. You are so eager, you must have something to ask, right?
Jie Ming trembled all over and knelt on the ground. I only hope your Highness will send troops soon to save my family's great general.
Li Che did not speak, merely nodded. This task is entrusted to you. I will give you 4 battalions of men, and I will go as well.
Yes. Jie Ming clasped his hands in salute and then stepped back to join the others.
Wang Sanshan asked Li Che, Your Highness, there are still 3 tribes of H people. When will we go to attack them?
Liamo has 8 small subordinate tribes, 5 of which were wiped out by Li Che in one go, and the remaining 3, which are farther away, managed to escape. Tonight was a chance for Wang Sanshan and the others to kill to their heart's content. These barbarians are said to be incredibly brutal, as if every one of them is a bloodthirsty beast. Before tonight, even fierce criminals like Wang Sanshan felt a bit uneasy at the thought of fighting these barbarians.
But what happened?
The barbarians are humans too, they bleed when struck, and they die when killed. Taking advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack, killing them was no different than slaughtering chickens. This was real military achievement.
After today, who knows how many soldiers will get promoted? Everyone was exhilarated.
Although they had fought all night without sleep, no one wanted to rest. They all wanted to rack up a few more heads for their military record. Li Che, however, shook his head. Leave those 3 tribes.
The journey is too far, attacking them is not worth the loss.
Li Che was very clear about what he wanted. By destroying Limo's tribe and the 5 others, the goal had already been achieved. Now that the sky was bright, there were no conditions for a surprise attack. If they attacked the other 3 tribes and something went wrong, it would not be worth the risk. On the other hand, leaving them would bring many benefits. First, through these 3 tribes, they could spread their achievements and intimidate the surrounding barbarians.
Second, these 3 tribes were in the north, bordering the Khitan people's territory.
If they pacified these 3 tribes, there would be no barriers between Ningdu County and the Khitan. For Ningdu County, it was best to develop slowly and carefully. There was no need to fall too early into the quagmire of war. After hearing Li Che's words, Wang Sanshan and the others were reluctant, but they had no objections. After a brief rest, the army, full of spoils and captives, joyfully headed towards Ningdu County City. While Li Che and his army were filled with joy, Shan Haiguan was filled with fear. The city walls were full of fully armed soldiers, with bows and crossbows drawn and the city gates tightly shut. Shuizhen, wearing full military armor, stood on the city tower, his body straight and his expression serious. But if you looked closely, you would notice 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Last night, Shuizhen had been exhausted. First, the sentries spotted a fire in the northeast. Then, they heard distant sounds of shouting and killing. After that, the sound of horse hooves grew louder and closer. All signs indicated that the surrounding barbarian tribes were up to something. Shuizhen dared not take it lightly, so he quickly gathered the soldiers and ordered strict defense. As a result, they waited all night, but no one appeared. Shuizhen was unsure what these barbarians were doing at night. "General, the scouts we sent out have returned." The deputy general, also with dark circles under his eyes, came forward to report.
Shuizhen snapped back to his senses and nodded.
A moment later, a scout leader, dressed in exquisite leather armor, climbed up to the city tower and knelt on one knee, saluting, "General."
No need for formalities. Shuizhen waved his hand. "Tell me, what's the situation outside?"
The scout leader showed an expression of surprise. "As soon as the sky brightened, I led my men to the surrounding H tribes. There, they were all empty."
"Empty?" The deputy general asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Did they migrate? The scout leader shook his head. They were attacked. The camp was in ruins, with bloodstains and signs of battle on the ground. The enemy cleaned up very thoroughly. The cattle, sheep, and horses were all taken away, and even the tents were moved. We also found the bodies of H people in the camp. Their clothes had been stripped off and piled into small hills. The deputy general clicked his tongue. This was too ruthless. With the stench of H people's clothes, they might as well be used as rags, so what was the point of taking them? Who did this? The Khitan people? Shuizhen furrowed his brow. No, the scout leader replied, pulling out an arrow from his chest and handing it over. It was our own people. Shuizhen took the arrow, examined it carefully, and his pupils suddenly contracted. After the sentinel leader left, Shuizhen fell into deep thought. He had long known that after King Ningguo came out of the pass, he would definitely do something earth-shattering. He didn't expect it to start so soon. What was even more unexpected was how ruthless it was. The H people outside the pass are from the Liamo tribe, and the leader of the Liamo tribe was personally appointed by His Majesty back then, so, nominally, they are a vassal of the Great Qing. A vassal king attacking the imperial court's vassals without reason, and doing it so mercilessly, killing people is one thing, but stripping their clothes as well. If this matter were to reach the court, those censors would definitely impeach him like crazy. General, this matter, should we report it to the court? The deputy general asked. Shuizhen glanced at him. What matter? It's about King Ningguo. Oh. The deputy general seemed to realize something and looked towards Shuizhen. Shuizhen's expression remained indifferent. What did King Ningguo do? What does it have to do with you and me? The previous conflict was an act, but if he reported today's matter, it would no longer be acting, it would be offending someone. The memorial to impeach King Ningguo for offending the gatekeeper had just been submitted, and now, another one for massacring and looting a vassal tribe was about to be delivered? No one likes colleagues who report on others, not even the emperor. It's better to avoid more trouble. A small tribe like the Liamo? If it's wiped out, so be it. His Majesty probably already forgot about it. I don't understand what these barbarians are thinking. Why provoke King Ningguo, this killer? Shuizhen stood up, ready to take a nap. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the deputy general. I remember there are some clothes from the interior that were replaced, right? The deputy general was momentarily stunned and nodded. Yes, there are some. Pack them up and send them to King Ningguo, Shuizhen said. It would sound terrible if it got out that a vassal king took clothes from barbarians to wear. In the imperial capital, at the morning court. The crown prince, wearing a dragon robe, stood before the many ministers and spoke confidently. The southern floods are gradually subsiding, but the disaster relief situation is still not optimistic, with many cases of corruption in the relief funds. I believe the court should send envoys to the local areas to take over disaster relief matters. Money and supplies must be accounted for, and the relief porridge shops should be monitored by designated officials. Once the displaced people are settled, we should quickly begin post-disaster reconstruction, using labor as relief. The crown prince was clear and organized, and the ministers nodded in agreement. On the dragon throne, Emperor Qing had a blank expression. By the time the crown prince finished speaking, the emperor hadn't shown any approval on his face, which made the crown prince feel a sense of disappointment in his heart. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, Emperor Qing said dismissively. He then looked at the ministers. Are there any other matters to be reported? According to the usual process, this was the emperor signaling that he was tired and it was time to end the court session. But today was different. A censor adjusted his attire and stepped forward with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I impeach King Ningguo for 3 crimes. First, he looted stores, led soldiers to steal food, beat imperial officials, and killed scholars from Yan. Second, his army is far larger than the usual size for a county king, which seems suspicious. Third, he destroyed the gate, acting arrogantly and domineering. I ask your Majesty to judge fairly and punish King Ningguo, to comfort the hearts of the victims. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers in the court were in an uproar. 3 charges, if proven true, were all major crimes that could strip him of his royal title. Earlier in the year, Kings Qin and Jin had been impeached, but those were merely charges of mistreating subordinates, indulgence, and negligence. Yet, Li Che, the most honest and timid of the princes, had not even received his fief and already caused such a huge mess. Emperor Qing's expression remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice, "Bring me the memorial." Behind him, the old eunuch Huang Jin hurriedly ran forward, took the memorial from the censor, and handed it to the emperor. Emperor Qing opened the memorial and read it swiftly, his brows furrowing. Below, the crown prince lowered his head, but his heart was already filled with wild joy. Good, Li Che, you finally have your day. Now, Father Emperor can't protect you anymore, can he? Strip his title, reduce him to commoner. And then, won't I be able to deal with him as I please? The crown prince daydreamed, imagining Li Che kneeling at his feet, crying and begging for mercy. Emperor Qing spoke up, "Is this situation true?" The supervisor stood up and said, "There are witnesses' testimonies, how can it not be true?"
Emperor Qing said nothing, only silently raised his head and looked at Qin Huizhi among the officials. Qin Huizhi secretly groaned. Before, he had impeached the king of Ninggu with Wang Yongyan, but the emperor had caught him on a mistake.
Wang Yongyan's entire family was exiled to Ninggu, while he himself was only demoted 3 ranks.
The emperor's gaze was very clear, it meant for him to step forward now and protect the king of Ninggu, in repayment for that day's favor. Qin Huizhi knew very well that by sticking his neck out now, he would surely offend the crown prince and other noble officials. But Emperor Qing's gaze was piercing, as if it had substance, landing on him firmly. He simply couldn't withstand the pressure. He stepped forward and said seriously, "Supervisor Feng, what you said is all one-sided, whether it be the families of Anping City or the guards of Shanghai Pass, they are all related parties, with no outsiders to corroborate. The king of Ninggu, being a princely king, should not be condemned without solid evidence." The supervisor was momentarily speechless and glared fiercely at Qin Huizhi. Emperor Cheng slightly nodded. "I Qing Qin is right, this matter needs to be thought through carefully. How about this? Last time I said to send 10,000 slaves to Ninggu and ordered the king of Ninggu to take care of them himself, right? Although there is no solid evidence, the supervisor's report must mean that the king of Ninggu usually acts improperly, stricter punishment is necessary. Therefore, add another 10,000 slaves, and send them along with the first batch. The Ministry of Punishments must dispatch officials to interrogate the king of Ninggu and investigate this matter. If I Qing's report is indeed true, I will definitely punish him severely." The Minister of Punishments hurriedly stepped forward to acknowledge the order. The supervisor helplessly cupped his hands and retreated. Severe punishment indeed, what exactly does severe punishment mean? Are you sending another 10,000 slaves to your son? Those slaves were freed thanks to the king of Ninggu. If you send them, they will immediately become the king of Ninggu's die-hard supporters. The officials soon realized that the emperor had fallen ill again, always favoring his own son in everything. This matter ended up unresolved, and the court session concluded. The ministers walked out of the grand hall one by one, but Emperor Chang remained seated on the dragon throne, flipping through the memorials without any intention to leave. Huang Jin silently stood behind Emperor Qing, suddenly hearing him laugh out loud. The 4th and 6th sons, these 2 fools. Huang Jin shivered all over, quickly pretending he hadn't heard anything. The task is done, yet they don't know how to tidy up. Won't they just end up eliminating the witnesses too? They still need me to wipe their bottoms. Chapter 99, The Art of an Emperor. Did the emperor really suddenly become fatherly and start favoring Li Che? Huang Jin pondered for a long time but dared not make a rash judgment. The emperor's thoughts were like flowers seen in the fog, the moon reflected in the water, difficult to grasp. The bias against Li Che had begun over a decade ago, how could it be so easily changed? The show of favoritism was merely using Li Che as a tool to achieve his own political goals. Whether it was to repress the noble families, control the borders, or prepare for an expedition to Goryeo. Emperor Cheng was a perfect political machine, seeing no emotions, only imperial power. But from this moment on, Huang Jin felt that the emperor perhaps genuinely liked the 6th prince a little. The favoritism in court was to achieve a goal, yet the laughter and scolding at this moment seemed like true feelings. Huang Jin suddenly thought that the 6th prince might be worth his investment again. So he cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, about the Ministry of Punishments." Emperor Qin came out of his thoughts. "I understand," Huang Jin replied, bowing, and turned to leave. "Wait." Emperor Qing seemed to remember something and suddenly called out to Huang Jin, "Those officials in the Ministry of Punishments are unreliable, how about this, you go check on the border." "Ah, me?" Huang Jin exclaimed.